Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Itachi and Hakken Yoru. Gulp. The fiery liquor slid down his throat, the sharp burn spreading from his stomach to his lungs. A wave of warmth rose through him, easing the bite of winter. Hick. The boy exhaled in satisfaction, leaning lazily against the stone behind him. At a glance, he didn't quite match the usual Shota look. His long hair flowed freely, giving him a striking presence, though the scar across his face broke the harmony of his features. Still, as he often said, a man's scars added a touch of wildness and charm. Aside from the clean martial arts uniform and the sword at his side, the gourd of sake was the one thing that stood out. For him, stealing a sip during breaks in winter training was the greatest pleasure of this new life. Hakken, kids shouldn't be drinking. Beside him, a boy with a mix of cuteness and a maturity far beyond his years frowned. He reached out as if to stop him, but in the end let his hand fall. The lines at the corners of his mouth twitched slightly before he let out a soft sigh. His name was Itachi Uchiha, and he was 5 years old. The boy beside him was someone he had seen about 6 months earlier during shuriken practice. Hakken Yoru. That's probably something your mother told you. Gulp. Casting a brief glance at the peculiar boy, Hakken looked away and drank again. Too bad I don't have one. Too bad I don't. The words were casual, carrying only the faintest trace of regret, without a hint of sorrow. Itachi's expression softened, as though he wanted to apologize. In his eyes, being an orphan was miserable, especially in times like these. Don't give me that look. Hakken patted Itachi's shoulder calmly. For someone like me, it's not so bad. At least I don't spend every day sighing and frowning like you, worrying about things you shouldn't, and rambling on about the meaning of life. Doesn't that wear you out? Sighing and frowning. Itachi felt a little embarrassed. It was true, after training today, he had sighed more than usual. The reason? The village, and the Uchiha. He thought for a moment, then sighed again, the lines on his young face deepening. Here, take a sip. Numb your nerves a little, give your brain a proper rest. Trust me, it's the only way to ease your sighs. When the gourd was tossed his way, Itachi stared in shock at Hakken's earnest gaze. He'd already said children shouldn't drink. And knowing his temperament, even as an adult he wouldn't touch the stuff lightly. But refusing a drink offered by a friend might create a rift between them. Would such a rift affect his friendship with Hakken? After all, aside from Shursue, Hakken was the only friend he truly respected and could confide in. The young Itachi's mind raced. Just from the offered drink, he had already thought of so many things. Your biggest flaw is overthinking everything. Typical of him. Just from the flicker in Itachi's eyes, Hakken already knew what was going through his head. Shaking his head, Hakken started to pull the gourd back, but a small hand suddenly landed on his arm and snatched it away. Seriously? Hakken's eyes widened, completely unprepared for Itachi to actually raise the gourd to his mouth and drink. Gulp. As a mouthful of strong baijiu rushed down his throat, Itachi's expression shifted in seconds, from calm to resolute, from resolute to bewildered, and from bewildered to sheer terror. Ah. His shoulders trembled violently as he pointed at the gourd in horror. That's right, pure baijiu. At least 10 times stronger than that so-called sake from Konoha. Hakken took the gourd back with satisfaction and explained. As a transmigrator, he could never stomach sake, that stuff was no different from soft drinks. This authentic white liquor, however, was exactly to his taste. Of course, he doubted anyone in this world could actually handle liquor of this strength. Ah. His throat burning like fire, Itachi shot to his feet and bolted forward. He needed to find water before he really ended up spewing a great fireball. What was this stuff? Just remembering the taste inside the gourd sent him into a panic. He had sneaked sips of his father's liquor before, but this wasn't even in the same category. Watching Itachi's retreating figure, Hakken grew unexpectedly calm. His brows lifted slightly as if he had reached a decision, and he drew in a deep breath. Hey! The powerful shout seemed to freeze the snow-covered training ground. Itachi's flushed face whipped back, drawn by the roar, wanting to see what his friend, who clung so fiercely to their bond, was about to do now. Snowflakes melted instantly on his burning cheeks as the boy with the etched lines on his young face heard the words. Pleased to meet you. My name is Hakken Yoru. A man destined to reach the pinnacle. He extended his hand in a gesture of a distant clasp. One hand gripping his sword, the other carrying the gourd, the youth vanished from the training ground. A true friend. Breathing hard, face still burning, Itachi finally nodded and rasped out. My name is Itachi Uchiha. Nice to meet you. Chapter 2, The King of Sword Strikes, Zaraki Kenpachi. The term mitarashi in Japanese culture refers to the purification basin beside shrines. Only those basins located at shrines are truly called mitarashi. Of course, Konoha has no shrines, though the surname of the Mitarashi clan has endured. If one must mention shrines, the Uchiha clan does have one, but it has little to do with the Mitarashi lineage. By this generation, after the Third Shinobi World War, only a single person remained to carry the bloodline of the so-called Mitarashi clan. Anko, a girl 5 years older than Hakanyoru, had just graduated from the ninja academy. Whoosh! As she stepped into the courtyard, a slender figure darted to Hakan's side. Anko stared at him expressionlessly for a long moment, then sniffed the air, confirming one thing. The little brother she had taken in as a child had been drinking again. You. Hands on her hips, Anko jabbed a finger at Hakan, brimming with anger as if ready to scold him. Shoo. I just told someone today that no one would stop me from drinking. Hakan spoke calmly, casting her a glance. Outwardly indifferent, his heart still felt warm. After all, Anko was, strictly speaking, his only family. Being lectured by family, it should feel kind of nice, right? Or so Hakan thought. Unfortunately, he was mistaken. Scatterbrained as ever, Anko wasn't upset about the drinking itself. Instead, she angrily pointed at the forehead protector on her brow, then shook the nearly empty gourd in his hand. We agreed to celebrate my graduation and drink together tonight, but you finished it all yourself. Do you even care about me as your sister? Who raised you from infancy, cleaning up after you every day? Where's your conscience? So, you're mad because I didn't bring you along to drink? Hakan's mouth twitched. And really, are you sure you're the one who raised me? Have you no shame? As a transmigrator, it wasn't as though he needed someone to do that for him. Even if others pressed him, he could never bring himself to admit it. Too lazy to argue with Anko, he tossed her a fresh gourd of liquor and headed back to his room. At that moment, as his fingers brushed the sword at his side, a transparent template appeared before his eyes. Host, Hakanyoru. World, Naruto. Unlock template, King of Normal Attacks, Zaraki Kenpachi. Unlock progress, 2.8%. Template progress 5%, unlock first normal attack enhancement trait. Template progress 10%, unlock next character template. Normal attack points, 50. Can be used to purchase items from the system store or exchanged for template progress. Daily quest, swing sword 1000 times. Reward, plus 0.1% template progress, completed. As a transmigrator, of course he had his own cheat. The God-tier King of Normal Attack system was the very source of his power. It was this system that gave Hakan the confidence to tell Itachi he was destined to reach the pinnacle. The King of Normal Attacks. No fancy tricks. Simple and brutal, just slash. And Hakan was fortunate. The first ability he unlocked came from Zaraki Kenpachi, the renowned King of Normal Attacks in the Bleach world. In Bleach, battles were fought with spiritual pressure, wielding Zanpakuto abilities to overwhelm opponents. But Zaraki Kenpachi was different. From beginning to end, he had only one move, the slash. Even his Shurikai and Bankai only served to amplify the power of that slash. The true, absolute King of Normal Attacks. That was the essence of the King of Normal Attack system. Daily missions might have looked simple, but given his young age, it had taken Hakan a long time to adapt to such intense training. At first, he had been so exhausted he could barely move. Now, he only felt a lingering weariness. In between, he had endured much, and grown even more. Don't underestimate Zaraki Kenpachi's 2.8% power. He was a battle maniac famed across the Soul Society, and once he entered combat, the terrifying power he unleashed was nothing to scoff at. Daily quests would upgrade at certain milestones, though their effects were still unknown. As for emergency missions, he hadn't encountered one yet. According to the system, they rewarded slash points, and every 1000 points could be exchanged for 1% template progress or used to buy items from the system store's vast inventory. For example, Hakan's Ergwota, a fiery liquor far stronger than sake, had come straight from the system store. The shop contained everything imaginable, even the Rinnegan of this world, though its price was far beyond anything he could afford. For now, the most straightforward way to grow stronger was by completing daily missions. And Hakan genuinely enjoyed the feeling of steady improvement that training brought each day. This was a dangerous world. No matter how peaceful Konoha seemed, one couldn't afford to forget. The shadows hidden beneath the sunlight were the most terrifying of all. Shaking his head, Hakan collapsed into bed. Delivering thousands of slashes in a row was no small burden for a child barely 4 or 5 years old. The next morning, a new day began. Hakanyoru opened his eyes and glanced helplessly at Anko, who had wrapped herself around him again. How many years had it been? She was used to this by now. Most likely, she had drunk too much the night before and wandered into the wrong room again. Stinky little brother, come with me to see my Jonin instructor. Anko yawned as she felt herself being pushed aside. Your Jonin instructor? Orochimaru. Chapter 3, The Scientist of the Shinobi World, Orochimaru. Itachi, you've gone too far. At dawn, within the Uchiha compound, in the courtyard of the clan head's residence, the atmosphere was tense. Itachi knelt silently on the floor, accepting his father's reprimand. The stubbornness on his young face showed clearly that he still believed he had done the right thing. Even if his parents disapproved, he would endure it, for the sake of friendship. After that drink, he and Hakken were true friends. But he had underestimated just how strong the drink was. When he returned home and tried to sneak some water, he ended up falling asleep right there in the living room, only waking now. The liquor was strong, but the taste lingered in his memory. There was nothing else to it. Since the day his father had brought him back from the battlefield, Itachi hadn't slept this soundly in a long time. It was pure relief. To spend time thinking of nothing at all, it was happiness. Even sleep felt peaceful. He didn't wake in the night questioning the meaning of life. He didn't wonder why father's gaze faltered whenever he looked toward the village. He didn't hear the voices outside whispering about the Uchiha. And these were things he could never explain to his father. He could only endure his reproach. Still, when it came to drinking, it was best not to repeat it. That much, Itachi understood. Enough. Let's put this matter behind us. I called you here for something else. Fugaku's anger gradually faded as he looked at his son. His wife was pregnant, there was no need to scold their promising child too harshly in front of her. The Ninja Academy will begin its new round of admissions soon. I've already enrolled you. Remember, outside these walls, you carry the Uchiha name. You represent the clan. He gave Itachi a firm pat on the shoulder. Yes, father. I understand. Itachi nodded, though a fleeting confusion flashed in his eyes. I understand. Do I really understand? Maybe. Why does the clan only ever think of itself, and not of the whole? He couldn't understand. Uchiha, aren't we the Uchiha of Konoha? At a training ground in Konoha, Hakken swung his sword again and again, striking the wooden post as if venting his emotions. Yet the fervor on his face showed he was enjoying every mechanical slash. The daily mission had refreshed. Today's task gave Hakken an unexpected delight. 2,000 strikes. The reward, 0.2% template progress. Once completed, he would hold 3% of Zaraki Kenpachi's power. Of course, mastery and actual use were very different things. At his age, the strength he could truly bring out was still severely limited. That was why training his will and body through this endless slashing was so necessary. To Hakken, these daily missions were no longer just tasks, but the very foundation and process of his growth. Even so, among children his age, his strength was already unmatched. Calling him peerless among his peers was no exaggeration. So why do you have to drag me along? During a brief pause, Hakken turned to glance at Anko, who was sitting on a stone nearby, resting her chin in her hand as she watched him. There was no doubt, Anko's teacher was Orochimaru. The undisputed scientist of the shinobi world. A man who pursued immortality and obsessed over the study of ninjutsu. Orochimaru's value was beyond question. Just look at how much Konoha had changed after Naruto became Hokage. Technology had advanced so far, they had even built trains. Absurd. Are you dumb? Orochimaru-sama is one of the legendary Sannin. If I bring you along and he happens to take an interest in you, maybe he'll teach you a few techniques. Who knows, he might even take you in as well. Anko rolled her eyes. This time, the usually brash girl was showing genuine concern for her brother. Orochimaru. Opportunities to be guided by him were rare. Oh. But the reaction she expected, excitement, joy, never came. Her brother kept on with his task, calm and unshaken. Draw, slash, sheath. Repeating the same motion over and over. The prospect of Orochimaru's guidance didn't stir him in the slightest. As if it mattered. Did Orochimaru's ninjutsu mean anything to him? With his system, Hakken needed no teacher. He was the king of normal attacks. No need for anything flashy. As for chakra, spiritual pressure, or his physical constitution, once he unlocked 5% of Zaraki Kenpachi's template, the system's normal attack trait would give him the answers. That's what the system spirit had told him. In short, he needed no master. No one in this world was worthy to teach him. All he had to do was keep swinging. The more he slashed, the stronger he would become. It was that simple. Good spirit. Suddenly, a cold voice filled with interest sounded from behind. Hakken's hand faltered for a split second before resuming its steady rhythm of slashes. Orochimaru was standing there. Clearly, he had been watching for some time, simply waiting to reveal himself. A fine little brat. His tongue slid out, deliberately licking in a way that made one's stomach turn. Orochimaru's gaze carried a dangerous wildness as it fell upon Hakunyoro, who continued to slash without pause. Chapter 4, A Terrifying Training Method. The exact timing of Orochimaru's defection is uncertain. But it wasn't now, though it wasn't far off either. Anko Mitarashi was a year younger than Kurenai Yuhi. After graduating, Anko became Orochimaru's disciple and received his personal guidance. That same year, she joined his research team and learned much under him. She even accepted Orochimaru's cursed seal. That was the beginning of her nightmare. Not long after, Orochimaru defected, using forbidden techniques to cruelly erase Anko's memories. This meant that, even at this moment, Orochimaru had already stepped onto a path of no return. Human experimentation was already underway. It seemed that after failing to secure the position of Hokage, Orochimaru turned fully to his research. With Danzo's support behind him, resources were never a problem. Yes, this cold, terrifying man had once sought to be Hokage. That fact alone would probably make Naruto jump up, point at Orochimaru's nose, and yell, "I forgive you," as if granting him a clean slate. But none of this had much to do with Hakunyoro. What did matter was Anko's cursed seal. That thing was dangerous. As long as the seal existed, Orochimaru could forcibly resurrect himself through it. Troublesome indeed. Orochimaru-sama. Anko swallowed hard, nervous. After all, not just anyone could become his disciple. She didn't even know why the third had arranged it this way. After watching Anko for just a day, Orochimaru seemed to lose interest. To him, acting as a Jonin instructor was nothing more than a waste of time. But he had to accept the arrangement. At the very least, it gave the third the illusion that he was busy, allowing him to continue his human experiments undisturbed. As for the cursed seal in the original story, that had been an accident. Even Orochimaru hadn't expected Anko to survive. The first survivor of the cursed seal of heaven, that alone was her value. Whoosh! Hakken halted his slashing, exhaled, and finally met Orochimaru's eyes. Their gazes locked. No sparks flew. But in Orochimaru's eyes, Hakken saw a trace of interest. "Let's go, Anko." With a playful lick of his lips, Orochimaru turned and left. A pity. Orochimaru-sama hadn't taken a liking to her brother after all. Anko sighed. The purpose of bringing him here had gone unfulfilled. She was a bit slow. She couldn't see the meaning behind Orochimaru's gaze. This was only their first meeting, and given Orochimaru's nature, his love of toying with others' minds, this was just the beginning. Like the small white snake that lingered in the shadow of a nearby tree after Orochimaru's departure. When Orochimaru truly set his sights on someone, he always observed first. At this point in time, he wasn't yet as brazen as he would become later in the story. That was why, after watching Hakken for a while, he had made his decision. At first glance, the boy's slashes looked ordinary. But each strike was impossibly steady. Though seemingly random, without rhythm or pattern, every blow carried the impression that his blade could cut from any angle at the moment of impact. This was not a skill a boy his age should have. And so, Orochimaru's curiosity was stirred. Hakken withdrew his gaze, unwilling to bother with it. If he wanted to watch, let him. Just don't get scared later. There were countless ways to slash. And the system never limited him to repeating just one. Those earlier strikes. Nothing more than a warm-up. After all, repeating the same slashing motion endlessly would become dull, even for someone as composed as Hakken. He didn't mind adding a little variety to his practice. Right now, he was waiting for someone. Whoosh! A figure landed beside him. It was Itachi Uchiha, who had slept soundly the night before. "You're a bit late." Hakken raised an eyebrow. "Sorry, Hakken." Itachi spoke with some embarrassment. His talk with his father had taken longer than expected. On the way here, he had also been mulling over the meaning of clan and village, which delayed him further. "Father told me some things about the ninja academy. That's why I'm late." Skipping over the reprimand, Itachi went straight to mentioning the academy. With winter over and spring returning, it was time for the new round of enrollment. Fugaku Uchiha had already signed up his prodigy of a son. The Ninja Academy? Hakken understood. The academy, a curious place. Founded by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, it was where all Konoha shinobi began their training. There, the basics of being a ninja were taught. But its greatest purpose was indoctrination. Hakken shook his head. He didn't care much for the place. Still, as a child of Konoha, he would have to go through the motions. Let's begin. Pushing aside thoughts of the academy, Hakken's eyes sharpened as he stepped into the center of the field. Sword in hand, his entire demeanor changed. The sharp aura radiating from him, combined with the scar across his face, pressed down on Itachi with crushing intensity. Nodding firmly, Itachi took a deep breath, pulled 10 shuriken from his pouch, and gripped them tight. 1, 2, 3. Whoosh. 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 In a blur, 10 shuriken shot from his hand straight toward Haken. A sudden strike. The little white snake watching from behind a tree froze, stunned. But what followed was even more shocking. Haken's arm swung, his face lit with a fervent battle spirit, and he roared as his blade came down. Clang. 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 Every shuriken aimed at him was knocked aside, and impossibly, all 10 flew back at Itachi Uchiha, completely intact. What are they doing? Playing catch. The little snake gawked in disbelief. But their training wasn't finished. Itachi launched another shuriken, striking against the first 10 midair. Clang. 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 In an instant, the shuriken changed trajectory and came whirling back toward Haken. The real training had only just begun. As for the little white snake, it was utterly dumbfounded. Was this truly their terrifying way of training? Madness? Or absolute confidence? It couldn't comprehend it. Chapter 5, Itachi, Ken-san, I can't go on. Clang. 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 As their training began, the only sound filling the practice field was the clash of shuriken colliding midair. The little white snake hidden nearby went from shock, to confusion, to calm, and finally to numb resignation before slipping away. What it experienced in that short time, no one could say. 2 children, only 5 years old, had shaken its very worldview. At 5 years old, what had it been doing? Probably just reading. Then came enrollment in the ninja academy, and only after graduating did it receive the careful guidance of the third Hokage. By then, it had been nearly 10. Even with early graduation, it wouldn't have dared to call itself a genius in front of these 2. Were they really just 5? Meanwhile, back at Orochimaru's base, Anko was completely absorbed in the ninjutsu manual her teacher had given her. Orochimaru, however, stared at the documents before him, his face dark as if his world had been overturned. He finally picked up a pen and wrote down 2 names on the paper in front of him. Itachi Uchiha. Haken Yoru. Afterward, he frowned in doubt. The Uchiha clan were known masters of shuriken, able to redirect thrown weapons even mid-flight. That was normal. Even without awakening the Sharingan, their talent in this field was remarkable. But Haken Yoru? Judging by his movements, this wasn't his first time engaging in such terrifying training with Itachi. In fact, he seemed to hold the upper hand. How? He was just a commoner. Orochimaru's brows furrowed tighter. He couldn't figure it out. Ugh. Ken-san. I can't go on. Half an hour later, a voice with unintended undertones rang across the training ground. Of course, the scene wasn't what those words might suggest. But the result was similar enough, 2 people in the middle of grueling exercise, one still brimming with energy, the other completely spent. That's all it takes to wear you out. Clang. 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 Haken swung his blade again, knocking the shuriken aside. This time, however, they didn't rebound toward Itachi. Instead, every single one embedded itself dead center in the bullseye painted on the nearby tree trunk. The precision was terrifying. You're really weak. Frowning, Haken helped the limp, gasping Itachi over to a nearby rock to rest. Weak. Itachi couldn't bring himself to respond. His face flushed red as he rolled his eyes in frustration. Compared to Haken, he truly was weak. At least the other boy was still full of energy, while he himself was completely spent. There was nothing he could do. As fatigue piled up, he could no longer track the shuriken flying toward him, and the ones he threw lost all accuracy. Pushing further would only be meaningless. But the one before him, that man, was a monster. He had known it from their very first encounter. In Konoha, Haken was the only 5-year-old capable of swinging a blade over 1,000 times in succession. That much, Itachi was sure of. Forced to rest, Haken uncorked his gourd, took a long swig, then habitually offered it to Itachi. After yesterday's drinking incident, Itachi hesitated. The temptation was there, but he couldn't muster the courage to accept. His father had warned him just that morning, he dared not risk it now. The air between them grew silent. Itachi lacked the strength to speak. Haken, meanwhile, was lost in thought. The little white snake had vanished, and even if it hadn't, Haken wouldn't have cared. What weighed on him was Itachi's condition. He frowned as he looked at him. In the original story, this tragic youth had ended his life by unleashing a final storm upon his brother. But even without that, even if Sasuke had never struck him down, Itachi's time had been short. He was already gravely ill, his body failing. But what illness? What terminal disease? The story had never said. The aftermath of patricide. The weight of darkness made flesh. Hakan didn't know. What he did know was that, if the time ever came, he would find a way. He had no medical skills, but the system store had everything. The only question was, when that moment arrived, would Itachi still see him as the same, still see him as that simple friend? The current Itachi wouldn't understand the meaning behind those words. As he had once said to Kisame, only at the moment of death does one truly see themselves. Itachi. Hakan spun his sword lightly in his hand, then smiled. What is it? Itachi blinked, his young face showing a trace of confusion. If you ever run into a problem you can't solve. Or if you come to a crossroads. You can ask me. He paused. Thinking of the tragedy that lay ahead for this boy, Hakan sighed softly. If you consider me a friend. Before his death, Itachi had seen himself clearly. Even after his Edo Tensei revival, he realized that bearing everything alone had been a mistake. Naruto had even used that very truth against him in his own way. But life never handed out do-overs. All right, you rest. My body won't let me slack off. I've still got 2,000 swings to finish today. Without another word, Hakan returned to his training. Itachi sat on the rock, staring blankly at his back. If you consider me a friend. What did Ken-san mean? What did he know? I know. Suddenly, Itachi clenched his teeth and glanced at the gourd of liquor Hakan had left beside him. Could it be? There's no other way. Hands trembling, he picked up the gourd and let out a long sigh. Gulp. Chapter 6, Budding Emotions, That Flutter of the Heart. Did he lay a hand on you? After a full day of training, Hakan returned home to Anko. Though tired, breaking past 1,000 swings and reaching 2,000 had left him feeling elevated. Every breakthrough was a kind of baptism, and Hakan savored it. Instead of collapsing straight into bed, he washed up carefully, and happened to run into Anko, just back from Orochimaru's place. As he calmly pulled on his shorts, Hakan asked the question. The girl's cheeks flushed, her eyes darting restlessly before she finally looked away from him. Living together, this wasn't the first time she'd seen something like this. But they were growing older. And in this world, girls matured early. Hinata, for example, falling for Naruto at 3 years old. Strange when you thought about it, but that was the charm of the two-dimensional world. Anko was no different. Her heart brimmed with girlish feelings, she was at the most beautiful stage of her youth. Her figure already stood out among the early cast of Naruto, and at such a young age, she'd even discovered how to use fishnet stockings to highlight her wild side. That kind of instinct wasn't something just anyone could match. And as for her becoming a chubby auntie in Boruto, that was something that could be corrected. Nothing to worry about. You mean him? Orochimaru-sensei. After a pause, Anko frowned and said, Hey, he's my teacher, all right. Can you keep your thoughts clean? She rolled her eyes. Hakan didn't explain. He simply walked up beside her, gently brushed a strand of hair away, then leaned against her lap and craned his neck to look more closely. What's he doing? Should I push him away? Or maybe just pretend to resist before giving in? Anko's face turned scarlet, round and steaming like a freshly made dumpling. But she had completely misunderstood. Hakan's hand lingered briefly at her pale neck. Finding nothing out of the ordinary, he pulled away from her and rose. She was far too tense. Exhaling softly, Hakan turned toward his room. He was, of course, checking for the cursed seal. That dark brand, the power that twisted Anko's life. The force that transformed a bright, lively girl into a withdrawn, broken woman. This time, he wouldn't let that tragedy repeat. Anko's life was a peculiar one. At first, she'd been that fierce examiner, yet Orochimaru had swatted her aside in an instant. Later, she became nothing more than a tool for his resurrection. A humiliating role. Hakan couldn't accept it. Change came through slow accumulation. Orochimaru defecting without taking Anko along had been a devastating blow to her. Hakan. Just as Hakan reached his room, Anko suddenly called out. This time she didn't cry, little brother, with her usual arrogance, nor did she order him around with a big sisterly tone. She simply called his name. Mm. Turning slowly, Hakan's gaze stayed calm. Stay with me. Let's go eat dumplings, okay? For some reason, after what had just happened, Anko seemed shy, almost uncertain. Even her request for him to join her carried a note of pleading. A few seconds later, just as her eyes began to dim with disappointment, the boy nodded. All right. Konoha's Dango shop. A strangely magical place. It was the kind of spot where, in between missions, well-known shinobi often came to unwind. Like now. When Haken pushed open the door, his eyes immediately fell on a few familiar figures. The first was a man in a glaring green tracksuit with a watermelon-shaped haircut, Mike Guy, the man who would one day be known for kicking his name into history, youth always on his lips. Further inside, Kurenai Yuhi looked visibly annoyed as she endured Asuma Sarutobi's pestering. The moment she spotted Anko, she rushed over as if she'd just been saved. Haken swept his gaze around once before pulling it back. He had no interest in the crowd of extras. Choosing a random seat, he rubbed his sore shoulders. After all, several peers from Anko's generation were missing. Like that innocent girl, Rin Nohara. Or the ANBU shinobi who had sunk into silence, now serving as bodyguard to the fourth Hokage's wife, Kushina Uzumaki, the copy ninja, Kakashi Hataki. Thinking on it, Minato was being a bit cruel. He wanted the birth of new life to break through the darkness weighing on Kakashi's heart. But, was that really the right thing to do? To make someone who had lost both father and comrades stand watch over how warm and loving your family was? Wasn't that going too far? Haken let out a faint sigh, turning his gaze toward the window. The seasons in the shinobi world were strange. The New Year festival had already passed, spring should have been arriving, but snow was still falling. At this very time, Kakashi was likely crouched at the fourth's window, keeping guard over Kushina. But at the thought of Kushina, a sharp glint flashed in Haken's eyes. The Nine-Tails rampage was drawing near. This ill-fated village of Konoha. Shaking his head, a faint smirk of mockery tugged at his lips. As for who that mockery was aimed at, none of those present could tell. But with Anko and Kurenai seated beside Haken, and Asuma having followed to sit across from him, that sneer landed squarely in his eyes. What does he mean by that? Asuma's face darkened. Chapter 7, You made Anko choke. The heavy stench of smoke mixed with a trace of hostile disdain. Haken Yoru's eyes met Asuma Sarutobi's. Glancing once at the no smoking notice the dango shop owner had deliberately nailed to the wall, Haken let out a small smile. So this is the Hokage's son. Asuma Sarutobi. In the anime, a bearded man who left little impression, dragged out of the archives now and then to rehash old drama. What Haken remembered most vividly was the scene where Asuma left behind a young widow and went off to die so casually. Laughable. Looking at Asuma's history, a rebellious youth who once left Konoha, became one of the Guardian 12, foolishly mistaking the daimyo for the jewel Hiruzen spoke of. Only when death came for him did he finally think of Kurenai Yuhi, who would carry his child. Only then did he realize that children, not treasures, were the real jewels. But right now, sitting here smoking in a dango shop, he was still just an immature man. His death in the original story had been staged to feel tragic, moving even. But with age, Haken found himself feeling nothing for this character. Both were sons of a Hokage. Yet the gap between him and Naruto was a chasm. And as a man, he hadn't even given his woman a proper name before his death, leaving her pregnant and unmarried. Whichever way you looked at it, he was a failure. The Hokage's son. How laughable. Cough, cough. Public smoking bans existed for a reason. Anko and Kurenai both looked uncomfortable, coughing from the acrid tobacco smoke, their expressions showing clear displeasure. Anyone with a shred of manners would have stubbed out the cigarette and apologized. But Asuma had no such thought. Instead, he fancied his smoking posture made him resemble his father. Taking a long drag, he inhaled deeply. Always hungry for his father's approval, he hadn't inherited Hiruzen Sarutobi's mastery of all 5 elemental natures. What he had perfected was his father's smoking habit. Sometimes a man with a cigarette could look cool. But sometimes, it was only revolting. The laughable son of the Hokage. As Asuma drew in another deep lungful, preparing to exhale, Haken's calm smile cut across the table. Put it out, or get out of my sight. Shing. His blade slid free, spearing clean through the tabletop. A feral glint lit Haken's eyes. You made Anko choke. You made Anko choke. Haken's feelings for Anko were beyond doubt. It was hard to imagine what kind of life he'd lived before she found him, before she brought him into her home. From strangers to family, Haken already regarded Anko as one of the most important people in his world, someone he had to protect. She was the softest part of his heart. At the very least, she had given him something precious, a home. A place where, after training each day, he could rest and sleep in peace. Brat, what the hell are you saying? Asuma finally spoke, smoke swelling in his mouth. The moment he did, that thick blue-gray cloud rolled straight into Haken's face. Shing. A cold gleam sliced the air. Asuma felt a chill along his cheek. His carefully grown beard, and the cigarette clenched between his teeth, had both been sheared clean in half. His chin was suddenly seized in a hard grip, forcing his mouth open. Clack. The still-burning cigarette traced a line of sparks through the air before, along with the filthy stubble clinging to it, being shoved straight inside. Crunch. Hiss. His jaw snapped shut, the sound of the cigarette being extinguished crisp and unmistakable. Bang. A final kick sent him crashing out of the dango shop, completing Haken's entire sequence of movements. Clean. Decisive. Even though the man was the Hokage's son, there wasn't the slightest hesitation. From the moment Asuma made Anko choke, his outcome had already been decided. Calmly sitting back down, Haken picked up a skewer of dango. Under the horrified stares of the shop's patrons, he poured chili oil over it and swallowed it in one gulp. Others might not have realized, but Might Guy, not far away, was completely dumbfounded. Sweet dango with chili oil. Was that really edible? Or was the boy simply forcing himself to stay calm after daring to raise a hand against the Hokage's son? Yes. Asuma Sarutobi. The Hokage's son. Haken. Anko didn't know what to say. She simply hugged Haken's arm, her heart swelling with emotion. That arm was still small and youthful, but already strong enough to rely on. Beside them, Kurenai Yuhi's ruby-red eyes shimmered with a strange light. Just from the aura he carried, this boy gave off the feeling that no matter who you were, if you touched someone he cared about, you would pay the price. Quite the little man already. Eat. But in the next moment, that tender atmosphere was shattered. Haken held out a dango ball soaked in chili oil, right to Anko's lips. This is for me. Anko froze in horror. Her beloved dango, ruined by the chili she hated most. Could that even be eaten? To make sure that one day I can still wrap my arm around your waist, eat it. From now on, keep it to 10 sticks of dango a day. That's final. Indeed, since walking into the shop, she had already put away 10 skewers. Clearly, the culprit who would one day turn this lively girl into a plump ant had been found. When Anko, trembling, finally stuffed the chili-soaked dango into her mouth, Haken rose and looked toward the shop owner. 5 skewers, to go. Of course, they weren't for Anko. They were for the only friend he had outside his family. Because when you thought about it, that poor kid who loved sweets had suffered all his life. Chapter 8, can you come? As a friend. Is it good? Winter sunlight carried a trace of warmth, while the crisp morning air brought with it a refreshing comfort. It was still the same place. The secluded training ground where Haken and Itachi had first met. The lunchbox was already open, 4 skewers left where there had been 5. After swallowing the sweet bite, young Itachi's face turned bright red. His shy expression left Haken unsure what to say. After all, he was still just a child. Taking a swig from his flask, Haken twirled his blade in a casual flourish but didn't rush to begin training. The Kenpachi template, the so-called king of normal attacks, had already reached 3% progress. Just 2% more, and the normal attack trait would unlock. Haken was looking forward to it. By his calculations, the Ninetales attack would fall on October 10th, Naruto's birthday. Sasuke was born about 3 months earlier, in July. Winter hadn't yet passed, which meant Haken had half a year to strengthen himself, to make sure he wouldn't be blown away by the Ninetales' rage when that disaster came. In the original timeline, Anko hadn't been affected by the Ninetales attack. But his existence here might trigger ripple effects, and there was no guarantee he'd stay untouched. So he needed, at the very least, enough strength to protect himself. And by self-preservation, he didn't mean being able to fight the Ninetales head-on. He meant simply surviving when the beast tore through the village, bringing buildings down around him. That kind of survival was harshly realistic, and painfully ironic. But when catastrophe strikes, that is the only luxury the weak can afford. Haken wasn't weak. He just needed more time. The next 6 months in Konoha would be filled with upheaval. Orochimaru's defection. Jiraiya leaving under the pretext of chasing him. The obligatory stint at the Ninja Academy. And the looming risk of Anko receiving her cursed seal. All of it pushed Haken to grow stronger. Haken, I heard you fought Hokage-sama's son. After a short silence, Itachi set down his skewer of dango, concern flashing across his young face. It spread that fast. Haken blinked. That had only been last night. By all rights, Asuma wouldn't publicize something so humiliating. And anyone else who'd seen it would have held their tongue out of respect for his status. So how did Itachi know? The Uchiha clan handles Konoha's police force. When Asuma Sarutobi was kicked out of the dango shop yesterday, one of the patrol teams happened to see it. Kicking out the Hokage's son. Itachi looked at his friend with mixed feelings. In his eyes, Haken wasn't someone who lashed out recklessly. If he'd done it, there had to have been a reason. But what puzzled him was this: the patrol had seen it, yet they hadn't stepped in, hadn't even asked questions. Why? He'd worried about this since hearing it, even considering going to his father to ask for leniency on Haken's behalf. But in truth, the patrols did care. Otherwise, what meaning would their presence have? Young Itachi still had no clear sense of what role the Uchiha truly played in the village. He didn't understand, but Haken did. The reason was simple. Asuma's identity. From the Uchiha's perspective, they had just bled through the Third Great Ninja War, yet received no rewards from Konoha. What did that feel like? The Uchiha had fought, had sacrificed, had paid a terrible price for the village. So why were they treated differently? And if this was the mindset they carried into their patrols, what kind of consequences would follow? When they saw the son of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, kicked out of a dango shop by a child, should they intervene and punish the boy, or quietly enjoy the sight of the Hokage's son being humiliated? The answer was obvious, the latter. From this, Haken could already smell it, the rift between Konoha and the Uchiha was beginning to spread. Was it starting already? The Nine-Tails attack would be the final straw that broke the clan. After that, the Uchiha would once again be branded with suspicion, their clan grounds relocated. The conflict would only deepen. Haken didn't explain any of this to Itachi. He knew his friend would come to understand in time, and eventually make his own choice. If they were still friends when that time came, Haken would choose to stand by his side. Let's train. Rising, he carried his blade to the center of the field. No matter what happens, strength will never betray you. The flash of his sword faded into the clashing rhythm of steel and shuriken, ringing like a sharp, violent symphony. From a hollow tree nearby, the little white snake slithered out once again, its eyes filled with curiosity. Training time always flew. Yesterday's 2000/regimen, the upgraded daily quest, had now become his standard routine. From today onward, 2000/ was no longer optional, but mandatory. And Haken reveled in it. Ha! Ken-san, you really are a monster. At last, with the sun sinking low, Itachi collapsed onto a stone, gasping for breath. Haken, too, came to a stop. Itachi was shaken. Shaken by Haken's growth. Yesterday, after 2000 strikes, the man's whole body had trembled uncontrollably. But today he could still move, still keep his body under control. A monster, huh? Maybe. Haken answered calmly, steadying his breath. After a short rest, Itachi hesitated, then spoke again. Ken. Tomorrow is my mother's birthday. Would you come? As my friend. Chapter 9, A Qualified Father, a Failed Clan Leader. The Uchiha clan. Undoubtedly Konoha's most illustrious family. They carried with them a pride bordering on arrogance, and a sense of honor that, from the outside, almost looked laughable. Even now, they still lived in the shadow of the Warring States era, in a world where the Uchiha once swept across the shinobi realm, opposed only by the Senju. Because of this mindset, the Uchiha rarely mingled too deeply with other clans, much less with commoners. From Haken's perspective, they were less a clan and more an Uchiha autonomous zone within Konoha itself. And yet, every so often, the Uchiha produced an exception. A rare one, full of light. Those exceptions were the ones who reached out beyond the clan, who formed bonds with others. There had been Obito Uchiha. Shisui Uchiha. And now, Itachi, though already a little different from the path he might have walked. Standing at the gates of the Uchiha compound, Haken studied the people inside, each absorbed in their own little world, his face calm and unreadable. He wasn't here for the clan. He was here for Itachi. Because of just one invitation. Sometimes the word friend wasn't empty. After time spent together, through training and shared growth, bonds and true friendship naturally formed. Itachi was lonely. Until Shisui returned from the border between the land of water and the land of fire, Haken was the only one he could open up to. Inside the compound, the atmosphere was lively. Clansmen bustled back and forth, preparing for the clan leader's wife's birthday. Of course, in this world, a woman's birthday rarely merited such fanfare. But Fugaku had reason, Mikoto was carrying a child. Double blessings called for a celebration. Itachi hadn't made Haken wait long. The moment he learned he'd arrived, Itachi hurried to the gate to welcome his friend. A true friend. Haken Yoru. Someone who stood apart from clan prejudices, someone he could trust. Shisui, on the other hand, was more like Itachi's life mentor. Later, Itachi would become almost a continuation of Shisui. It was Shisui who entrusted his eyes to him, telling him to protect the village, but never to forget the Uchiha. And yet, in the end, the Uchiha still fell. Brought down by Konoha's intolerance, and the calculations of those who thrived in the shadows. Sorry I'm late, I was entertaining guests at home. The apology slipped out instinctively, a natural courtesy from the young Itachi. Haken said nothing, simply following behind him as they walked deeper into the Uchiha clan compound. At this point, the Uchiha had not yet been forced to move to Konoha's outskirts. Their district was neither especially large nor small, but it had everything they needed. And yet, as Haken walked those streets, an unsettling thought rose in his mind. Looking around from here, it felt as though the entire Uchiha clan was hemmed in by Konoha, as if one wrong move would see them completely swallowed. He shook his head. Not worth thinking about. The Uchiha's problems. Konoha's problems. None of it mattered to him. All he wanted was simple: survive, make a few friends, maybe a couple of confidants. That was enough. If this rotten village couldn't even tolerate that much, then so be it. Konoha had no right to exist. After crossing several streets, they arrived at the home of the Uchiha clan head. The guests inside gave Haken a passing glance, then quickly lost interest. Just a child. Even if he was the clan head's son's friend, he wasn't Uchiha. And if he wasn't Uchiha, then there was no point in speaking with him. Only Fugaku Uchiha and Mikoto Uchiha let their eyes linger on him for more than a moment. One, glowing with maternal warmth, gently held her slightly rounded belly. The other, stern-faced and dignified, looked on with quiet approval. Meeting Fugaku's gaze, Haken gave a polite nod. He wouldn't casually judge this man. But if he had to put it into words. As a father, Fugaku was competent. As a clan leader, a failure. He allowed his son to kill both him and their clan, all for the sake of his two children. As a father, he had done his duty. But as a leader, he had failed his people. Until the end, he never found that one narrow path between Konoha and the Uchiha that could have led to survival. I can't wait to meet my little brother. Staring at his mother's stomach, Itachi's eyes burned with a unique obsession. Even before Sasuke was born, he was convinced the child in Mikoto's belly had to be a younger brother. It wasn't just the clan's infamous brother obsession at work, it was the impact of new life itself. The hope and meaning it gave him. The gathering soon began. The mood grew livelier as guests surrounded the clan head, offering empty flattery, while Mikoto smiled politely at their side. Pregnant as she was, she should have been resting, yet for the sake of her husband's image, she endured. As a wife, she played her part perfectly. When his turn came, Haken lifted his sake cup, tugged Itachi along, and walked up to Fugaku and Mikoto. Happy birthday, Auntie. No wasted words. He downed the cup in one go, then turned to leave. That friend of yours. Fugaku's voice carried a rare note of sentiment as he watched the boys back. He has spirit. Well, he is Itachi's friend, Mikoto replied with a warm smile. Outside the courtyard, Itachi found Haken standing beneath a cherry blossom tree, staring absently at its branches. His face carried its usual trace of apology. The heavy snow from last night had already melted. The buds on the cherry tree hinted at new life to come. You should go back. I'll wait here. It wouldn't be right for a son to leave his mother alone on her birthday. Haken shook his head and drew his blade. I just can't stand that kind of atmosphere. He stepped forward and resumed his practice swings. After Itachi left, a small figure peeked out from behind a nearby tree. Large, round eyes. A delicate, pretty face. Her name was Izumi Uchiha, the neighbor girl who had slipped away from the celebration of the clan head's wife's birthday. Chapter 10, King of Normal Attacks, Trait 1 of the Sword User. Still 2,000 strikes. The boy trained tirelessly beneath the cherry blossom tree. His practice was never bound by place. Slash after slash, until he could one day cleave apart the entire world. To gain true power, power that would let him live freely, without restraint. The girl peeking out from behind the tree watched him with growing curiosity. Her gaze shifted, first puzzled, then astonished, gradually changing as she watched him move. Under the early spring sun, the sight of the boy swinging his blade and the girl secretly observing him formed a strange but captivating picture. The only flaw was that the cherry blossoms were still in bud, their petals not yet ready to scatter through the air. No one knew how much time had passed before Haken stopped, dropped onto the ground beneath the tree, and lifted his sake gourd toward the girl. Want a sip? The words had barely left his mouth when he realized something was off. He quickly shook his head. Sorry, force of habit. You wouldn't be able to drink this anyway. What was he even saying? Izumi Uchiha stepped forward, curiosity drawing her closer. You're not part of the Uchiha clan, are you? She knew every child of the clan. Haken's face was unfamiliar. Haken Yoru. He took a casual swig of sake and gave a half-hearted introduction. With a light hop, his eyes swept over the girl, and recognition flickered within them. Izumi Uchiha. A pitiful girl. Though compared to the Uchiha who would be slaughtered, perhaps a little more fortunate. At least in Itachi's Tsukuyomi, she had been allowed to live an entire life. A life beside the one she loved. But that was only an illusion, a fabricated scene. The truth was far crueler. In reality, before Obito killed her, she had still been calling out Itachi's name. Now, though, this girl before him would soon become his classmate. Would she just pass by in his life, or would fate intertwine their paths? Haken didn't know. Better to let things take their natural course. He lifted his head to see Itachi running toward him from the distance. Checking his daily quest, Haken stood up. Progress, 897/2000. Training wasn't finished yet. The real work was only about to begin. But the way he and Itachi trained wasn't suited for a place like this. If they kept at it here, this spring might pass without a single blossom blooming. Haken still wanted to come back when the petals finally danced through the air. Watching as Haken and Itachi left, Izumi shook her head. What a strange person. Day after day passed. The atmosphere in Konohagakure had turned strangely unsettling. From the villagers came frequent whispers, another family's child had gone missing. And from Anko's words, Haken confirmed what he had already suspected. Orochimaru was growing more and more unhinged. By Haken's reckoning, his living corpse reincarnation was nearing its most critical stage. Which meant his defection was imminent. And Anko would soon be in even greater danger, destined to become the first test subject of the cursed seal of heaven. Konoha Training Grounds. 1997. 1998. 1999. 2000. Ding. Daily quest completed. Your King of Normal Attacks template progress has increased by 0.2%. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your King of Normal Attacks template progress has reached 5%. Trait unlocked, King of Normal Attacks. Begin random draw. A sweat-drenched figure gasped heavily for air. Beside him, Itachi was so drained he could barely form words. Ken-san, are you trying to kill yourself? His voice carried both helplessness and disbelief. Itachi didn't know what else to say, nor how to remind his friend to take care of himself. Today, Ken-san looked like a man possessed. Since morning he hadn't stopped swinging his sword. Poor Itachi had forced himself to keep pace, his arms now numb, all feeling gone. I have my reasons to grow stronger. Catching his breath, Haken's voice was low and steady. Only at the brink of death can a person truly see themselves. And what they see, at least for me, is just how weak they really are. Weak enough to realize they can't change a thing. But I'll never reach that point. Because I will never die. Orochimaru's betrayal was just around the corner. The Nine-Tails rampage was coming. And with Zaraki Kenpachi's template reaching 5%, Haken's strength was about to undergo a true transformation. Draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the trait, Enhancement, Chakra Blade. Chakra Blade. Haken frowned, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he read the description. Chakra Blade, one of the formidable King of Normal Attacks traits. Host can freely manipulate chakra nature transformations and channel them into weapons for attacks. Note, the host possesses the highest grade aptitude for chakra nature transformation. Under the same transformation, no one can surpass the host. A powerful trait indeed. The meaning was simple enough. From now on, his blade could carry any chakra attribute he willed. For example, Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken, in his hands, it could become Wind Release, Slash. And the note was even clearer, under the same chakra nature, his slash would always take priority. Put simply, if both sides used Rasen Shuriken, his would be stronger. That was the power of Chakra Blade. Outrageously strong. A sharp gleam lit up his eyes. Feeling the chakra flow within his body, Haken let out a low roar. Then, in a blur, his blade cleaved down like lightning, striking the artificial mountain in front of him. 40 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 11, When One Beast Met Another Beast. You've been getting rather bold lately. In the dimly lit depths of Root headquarters, Danzo Shimura, Konoha's infamous scapegoat king, scowled at the men standing before him. What exactly are you trying to do? A shadow crossed Danzo's eyes as he asked again. The research on Hashirama's cells, along with the experiment to transplant them into his own body, had already been completed. Yet the other man's demand for test subjects only grew stronger. Even the monumental task of cultivating a ninja capable of controlling Wood Release had been accomplished. Tenzo was proof of that. And still, Orochimaru continued his daily experiments. From that dark, secret laboratory of his came screams so chilling that even Danzo, hardened as he was, felt his scalp tingle. To live. To live longer. Orochimaru extended his grotesque tongue, a manic smile twisting his face. The living corpse reincarnation was nearly complete. He knew he would be exposed sooner or later, but before that happened, he intended to perfect the ninjutsu he had created. For immortality. For survival. From the Second Shinobi World War and his battle against Hanzo of the Salamander, to leading Konoha's forces in their desperate defense at Kikyo Pass, he had done more than enough for Konoha. Yet what had he gained from it? Respect. That faded with time and meant nothing of substance. Along his path of war, he had seen far too much death, his parents dying on missions, and one by one, the comrades beside him falling at Kikyo Pass. The meaning of life, he realized, was to live simply for the sake of living. Only by living long could he study ninjutsu without end, to do what he loved. Only by living long could he become stronger. In short, he had reached enlightenment, his own personal creed. Only by living can one continue to create. I won't stay in Konoha much longer. Once the experiment's finished, Sensei will surely take notice. Drawing himself back from his thoughts, Orochimaru's expression grew calm once more. I'll contact you when I find a suitable place. Oh, and I need someone's file, all of it. A file. In Konoha. Besides Itachi Uchiha, there's someone else who interests you. Danzo raised an eyebrow. Who? Hakenyoru. The kid adopted by my adorable apprentice. The night was dark and gusty. A figure from the Mitarashi household, wrapped in a black cloak, returned to the training grounds he had used earlier that day. When training had ended, he'd unleashed that one sword strike. His stamina had finally reached its limit, and he collapsed from exhaustion. In the end, it was Itachi who, despite his own fatigue, had carried him home. After all, he was only 5 years old. With just a small amount of chakra drawn from within and what little physical strength remained, he had barely managed to activate the special ability before completely draining himself. But he wasn't sure how powerful that strike had been. He only remembered the rockery splitting in two before crashing down. After a night's rest, his energy had returned, and Haken was eager to test the true destructive power of his technique. That mattered a great deal. In Konoha, one couldn't just use their techniques freely. You always had to stay alert, someone was always watching from the shadows. Like the third Hokage, who used his crystal ball to casually peek into the women's bath. So, using his special ability to test his attack power during the day had been the last time. It wasn't about hiding his strength. It was about catching everyone off guard when the time came for him to show his real combat ability. Playing dumb to catch the strong? No, nothing like that, he simply didn't want unnecessary trouble. Although the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was officially in charge, the third Hokage hadn't chosen to retire quietly. Instead, he still lingered in the Hokage's office, subtly pulling the strings of power. One village, two Hokage making decisions together. Everyone knew exactly what that meant. The third hadn't truly stepped down. Even appointing Minato as the fourth Hokage had been an act of necessity. The Third Shinobi World War had drained Konoha far too deeply, and under Danzo's pressure, Hiruzen Sarutobi had relinquished his title, at least in name. But the authority still rested firmly in his hands. And Haken, still growing and developing, had no intention of drawing the attention of Konoha's upper echelon too soon. Landing lightly in the middle of the training ground, he looked at the collapsed rockery before him. Running his fingers along the perfectly smooth-cut surface, Haken's lips curved into a faint smile. That strike, he had infused it with the wind chakra nature, pushing the cutting power of his chakra blade to its very limit. The destructive force was impressive. With that level of sharpness, no ordinary weapon could possibly withstand it. As he grew older, the shortcomings in his stamina and chakra reserves would naturally be compensated for. When that time came, the power of his normal slash trait would multiply endlessly. Satisfied, Haken nodded and rose to his feet. He now had a clear grasp of his ability's lethality, and a rough understanding of his own combat strength. As the king of normal attacks, inheriting the template of Zaraki Kenpachi, how far his strength could go depended entirely on whether he was willing to stake his life on the fight. Only in real battle could he unleash his true power. The strength of a demon from the world of Bleach. After clearing the traces left on the ground, Haken was just about to leave when a sudden, chilling aura made him turn sharply, his hand instinctively gripping the hilt of his blade. Dark. Wild. Sinister. In all of Konoha, there was only one man with such an aura. Orochimaru. Your perception is impressive. As the figure slowly stepped out from behind the tree, Haken's pupils narrowed slightly. It's not perception. When one beast encounters another, they both sense it. A beast, huh? This kid's description of me, how fitting. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 40 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 12, The Secret Behind Your Body. The night really is perfect for beasts to hunt. Orochimaru approached Haken with unhurried ease. For the first time, he studied this obscure boy with genuine curiosity. No Kekkai Genkai. No clan background. A war orphan left behind after the Third Shinobi World War. Other than that one time when you fought back against an older bully, nearly biting through his neck and revealing your feral nature, there's nothing remarkable about you. His tongue slid slowly across his lips as the curiosity in his eyes deepened. Yet this seemingly ordinary child, at just 5 years old, can already control chakra nature transformation, something most jonin can't even manage. And that composure in your swordsmanship, far too steady for someone your age. Why is that, I wonder? With his arms folded, Orochimaru's tone carried clear admiration. Indeed. While reviewing all of Haken's records in his laboratory, Orochimaru had been astonished. Neither his father nor his mother, nor even their ancestors, had any ties to the so-called Kekkei clans. For 3 generations, his family had been ordinary citizens of Konoha. His parents were low-ranking chunin. During the Third Shinobi World War, that rank meant little more than cannon fodder. The child of such parents should have lived and died as a faceless nobody, shouldn't he? Bloodline determines everything. That was Orochimaru's belief, the foundation of his research. He, too, had been born a commoner, and his lifelong obsession had been finding a way to transcend his own bloodline. The living corpse reincarnation was the result of that obsession. Itachi Uchiha had been the first target he set his sights on. It's nighttime. While the third isn't busy spying with his crystal ball, shouldn't you be out collecting children for your experiments instead of bothering me here? Mirroring Orochimaru's posture, Haken crossed his arms calmly, his tone unwavering. He'd just called out Orochimaru's human experiments without hesitation. His confidence came from his strength. Though Haken had never fully unleashed even 5% of his complete Zaraki Kenpachi template, a demon was still a demon. The raging spirit of battle feared nothing. With that power inherited, if he dared, even that mere 5% would be enough to carve something out of Orochimaru. But Haken was certain Orochimaru wouldn't dare to fight seriously inside Konoha. Doing so would only bring trouble and risk exposing his experiments prematurely. So this visit was nothing more than a test. And if that was the case, what reason did Haken have to be afraid? Besides, Orochimaru hadn't attacked outright. You certainly know a lot. Orochimaru's pupils narrowed, a sharp killing intent flickering in his eyes. For an instant, he became completely serious, but just as quickly, that seriousness faded, replaced by a sly smile. Continuing from what I said earlier. A mere commoner achieving what even the Kekkei clans cannot. So, Haken Yorokuin, I'm very curious about your secret. As for your comment about night being ideal for kidnapping test subjects, I believe the best test subject right now is you. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Swish. Orochimaru extended his arm, and several vicious serpents shot from his sleeve, lunging toward Haken through the air. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands, Orochimaru's signature probing attack. But to Haken, it posed no threat at all. Just like in his training with Itachi, a single clean swing of his blade sliced through the snakes, severing their heads in one motion. Put away your toys, Mr. Snake. Haken looked calmly at Orochimaru before flicking the blade in his hand. There wasn't the slightest trace of fear in his eyes. In fact, the longer this confrontation went on, the calmer he became. The more Orochimaru relied on his living corpse reincarnation, the more confident Haken felt that he could crush him whenever he wished. The reason was simple. His sword. It wasn't just for ordinary slashing. Who was Zaraki Kenpachi? Captain of the 11th Division of the Godai 13, the combat squad. A Shinigami. And Shinigami possessed countless ways to attack the soul, with the most fundamental being the explosive force of a basic slash. At that moment, the blade in Haken's hand had already evolved into something greater, a Zanpakuto. That's right. Upon unlocking 5% of Zaraki Kenpachi's power, the beginner's sword granted by the system had transformed into a basic Zanpakuto. Even Zaraki Kenpachi, who couldn't perform Bankai in his early days, was still a Shinigami. And the Shinigami Zanpakuto was the most effective weapon against the soul. But Orochimaru's probing wasn't over yet. Reaching out, he summoned a sharp short sword into his hand. They were still within Konoha's training grounds. Orochimaru knew full well that making too much noise would attract unwanted attention from nearby shinobi. Compared to Haken, he was even more determined not to expose himself prematurely and draw the attention of the higher-ups. Thus, swordsmanship was the best way to test him. And while at it, he wanted to see just how skilled this young swordsman truly was. Clang. Clang. Their figures crossed in a blur, the clash of blades marking the start of a battle that was anything but even. Orochimaru couldn't go all out here, but he was confident he could suppress the boy, capture him, and take him to his laboratory to uncover the secrets hidden within his body. Failure. That thought had never occurred to him. Brat, I am Orochimaru. Once I've marked you, you're my prey. Just as Haken had said, when two beasts meet, a battle is inevitable. Chapter 13, Haken, interested in becoming a missing nin. The spring moonlight was faint, barely illuminating the night. The snow that had just melted released a biting chill into the air as temperatures shifted after dark. Inside Konoha's training grounds, the scene was one of quiet destruction. The training equipment lay in shattered pieces, and several branches of the large tree used for target practice had been cleanly severed. On either side of the rugged old trunk, two figures stood facing each other from a distance. Under the moonlight, their shadows stretched across the ground, one tall, one small, an oddly mismatched pair. Yet the aura they exuded was the same. Wild. Untamed. Hakanyoru and Orochimaru. With the Kusanagi sword in hand, Orochimaru's face showed nothing but admiration. Unparalleled swordsmanship. Though the boy relied on only a single form of attack, it was devastatingly effective. To bring the art of the sword to such a level, only one man in Orochimaru's memory had ever done it. Tsukumo Hatake, the man known as Konoha's White Fang. A man whose strength could rival that of the Hokage himself. But years ago, Konoha's White Fang had died, driven to his death by the very village he protected. And now, this boy standing before him brought that man vividly to mind. His swordsmanship was exquisite, but different. White Fang's blade was one that killed. The boy's blade, however, was wild and unrestrained. At times, it flowed as freely as the wind, at others, it struck with the destructive power of thunder. What Orochimaru saw in Hakan was a sharp, unstoppable force, a ferocity that drove him forward without hesitation. A style of endless strikes, fighting to the death without ever showing his back. It was strange. He was just a child, yet dealing with him was this troublesome. Glancing at the moon, Orochimaru roughly gauged the time and let out a quiet sigh. To be honest, swordsmanship had never been his strength. Though he had once trained under White Fang for a brief time, his body was better suited for ninjutsu. Swordplay had never come naturally to him. Right now, he was confident that if he went all out, he could capture the boy quickly, but doing so would surely alert Konoha's barrier team. The living corpse reincarnation was still in its final phase, and some of his crucial data hadn't yet been moved from the base. Drawing attention from the higher-ups would be reckless. He had no choice but to withdraw, for now. But this retreat was only temporary. The existence of Hakanyoru had ignited a powerful curiosity within him. The greater the potential the boy revealed, the more Orochimaru's interest grew. In fact, a thought began to take root in his mind. I admit, Hakan-kun, I underestimated you. Taking a deep breath, Orochimaru's killing intent dissipated. A wicked smile crept across his face as he sheathed the Kusanagi sword. Hakan-kun. A polite address. Orochimaru never bothered to hide his admiration when he found someone intriguing. Just as, when he set his eyes on someone, he would openly say, I've taken an interest in your body. That was Orochimaru, never concealing his ambitions, never caring who knew them. In his eyes, there was only one pursuit worth everything, research. But Hakan-kun, my interest in you has only grown. A flash of greed crossed Orochimaru's eyes as he extended his hand. Tell me, would you consider becoming a missing nin? Come with me. Leave this hypocritical village behind. It was a question without logic or reason, yet he asked it, eager, almost desperate, to hear Hakan's answer. You're not afraid I'll go to the Hokage and expose your plans to betray the village? Hakan asked with a cold smirk. You won't, Orochimaru replied, his smile twisting with mockery. Because the secrets hidden within your body are no fewer than mine. Everyone liked to believe this village was bathed in warmth and sunshine. But after all his years in Konoha, Orochimaru knew better than most how rotten it was beneath the surface. If the higher-ups, even Danzo, ever discovered the true power Hakan concealed, this boy's life would turn into a living nightmare. That much was certain. Konoha had never tolerated power beyond its control. What do you say? Leave this place, and you'll find a far wider world waiting for you. You'll realize just how narrow your view of things has been. Hakan-kun, are you interested in becoming a missing nin? Orochimaru asked again, his tone almost coaxing. Missing nin? Betray who? Konoha. Hakan chuckled softly. This village has nothing to do with me. The brief shelter I have here is nothing more than a pitiful luxury bought with my parents' lives. This village never deserved my trust, so what is there to betray? Mr. Snake, you wouldn't actually take pride in being a missing nin, would you? And tell me, leaving Konoha to pursue your own dreams, is that really betrayal? If one must betray, then do it properly. Destroy it, or be destroyed by it. You wouldn't take pride in being a missing nin, would you? Destroy it, or be destroyed by it. It was Konoha. What kind of perspective must a child have to speak such words? Orochimaru suddenly fell silent. To betray the village, or to be betrayed by it. The word missing nin carried far more meaning than most realized. But betrayal couldn't be defined so easily. Was leaving the village to chase one's own path truly treason? He said nothing. The Kusanagi sword slid back into his sleeve. The ever-composed, ever-proud Orochimaru suddenly felt a hollow ache of disinterest. Just moments ago, he had felt satisfaction over the progress of his defection plan. But now, the boy's words had left him momentarily adrift, questioning. The things he had always valued, suddenly felt meaningless. Turning with his hands clasped behind his back, Orochimaru started toward his laboratory, intending to calm his thoughts. But just as he turned away, Haken's voice echoed from behind him. "Maybe, when I can no longer stay in this village, I'll come find you." Was that his answer? A glint of sharp light flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. "Don't worry," he said quietly. "That day will come. A person like you will never be caged by something as small as Konoha. Your wildness doesn't belong here." However, Haken-kun. His gaze sharpened. Orochimaru spun back around, his face twisting into something feral as he fixed his eyes on the boy, the one whose few words had so easily unsettled him. "When that time comes, be careful of me. Because I won't be able to resist the urge to kill you." For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 40 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 14, Danzo, we still have a chance. The training grounds lay silent under the cover of night, with only Haken remaining. Orochimaru had already left. It was clear that after today's conversation and brief exchange, Orochimaru's interest in him had deepened completely. But Haken felt no fear. His strength was growing by the day. Given time, any so-called threat would eventually vanish. To him, today's confrontation with Orochimaru had been necessary. On one hand, drawing Orochimaru's attention might seem troublesome, but soon enough, Orochimaru would leave Konoha. On the other, it ensured that Orochimaru wouldn't bother reporting anything about him to the higher-ups. It was almost like an unspoken understanding between the two. Someday, Haken would seek him out again, for a real talk. And when that day came, they would see for themselves who the true predator was. "You went to see him." At the entrance of Orochimaru's laboratory in the root base, Danzo stood waiting. Clearly, he had come early, hoping to pry some information out of Orochimaru. There were very few children in Konoha whose files Orochimaru would personally request. As the leader of Root, Danzo naturally paid close attention to such things. He wanted to know what made that boy, Haken, different from the rest. "Just an interesting little brat," Orochimaru replied. The man known as Mr. Snake had already regained his calm, his serpentine eyes staring coldly at Danzo. A boring man, ambitious, yet lacking the power to match his ambition. That was Orochimaru's judgment of him. And now, he saw that truth more clearly than ever. "If you've got nothing important to say, leave. I don't want my experiments interrupted." Danzo frowned. He clearly hadn't expected Orochimaru to be so dismissive. "I do have something to say." Taking a deep breath, Danzo's expression hardened. "You'd best keep your head down for a while. Sarutobi and the Fourth have already begun investigating the missing children." "That again?" Orochimaru stared at him silently. It was a question he had no intention of answering twice. So what if they were investigating? He was going to leave sooner or later, only the timing remained uncertain. His experiments were nearly complete, and he had no reason to stop now. "In less than 6 months, Konoha will face upheaval," Danzo said gravely, lifting a finger toward the sky. "That position, isn't it what you've always desired? This is your chance." "That position?" Orochimaru suddenly chuckled. His smile was full of mockery and disdain for the Root leader before him. "That position, isn't that what you've always desired?" His neck suddenly elongated, coiling around Danzo's throat as his cold, inhuman eyes gleamed with killing intent. "Danzo, do you really think I, Orochimaru, would become your puppet in this power struggle with our sensei, the way Minato did?" Orochimaru was far sharper than Danzo gave him credit for. The moment Danzo spoke, he had already seen through his schemes. "A turning point," he said, "the one that would decide who held that position." Even now, Danzo still hadn't let go of his ambitions. Indeed, after the Third Shinobi World War, the calls for him to become Hokage had been no less than those for Minato Namikaze. But in the end, Sarutobi-sensei had chosen Minato, the one easier to control. And Danzo's dream of becoming Hokage had ended right there. "Sorry," Orochimaru said softly, "but I'm no longer interested in that title. The position you covet means less to me than a single research report." Releasing Danzo, Orochimaru turned and began walking back into his laboratory. But just as he stepped through the door, he paused, his body leaning forward slightly. His head twisted unnaturally, rotating a full 360 degrees to look back at the stunned Danzo. "However," he said with a smile, "if it's about destroying it, that does interest me quite a bit." Winter had come to an end. The spring sunlight was especially warm. Haken's life had settled into a steady rhythm, day after day of training, sweating alongside Itachi at the practice grounds. That morning, Itachi arrived early, waiting outside the Mitarashi residence. When Haken stepped out dressed in his training uniform, Itachi quickly approached him, holding out something that looked like an admission pass. "The Ninja Academy starts today. Father has already taken care of our enrollment paperwork. A gentle smile spread across his face. This time, Itachi deliberately avoided touching on any sensitive subjects, brushing it all aside with a simple, "Father handled it for us." After all, Haken was an orphan. His sister, Anko, was often absent-minded about such matters, better to leave this to Itachi. School, huh? Taking the admission notice, Haken paused and thought. As expected, Orochimaru hadn't revealed anything about his true strength, so he'd remained unnoticed by Konoha's higher-ups. But once Itachi enrolled, and then, just a year later, graduated from the ninja academy and caused a sensation in the village, the higher-ups would inevitably start paying attention to the boy who was always by his side. 1 year. That should be enough. Tucking the notice away, Haken nodded at Itachi, and the two of them began walking toward the ninja academy. As his hand brushed against the hilt of his zanpakuto, a faint tremor ran through his body. It wasn't fear, it was the thrill of anticipation. If being noticed was unavoidable, then let the very ground beneath his feet tremble because of him. Chapter 15, The False Hokage. Lord Third, the files on the missing children and the investigation reports are all here. Inside the Hokage building, Konoha's seat of power. Minato Namikaze brushed back his blonde hair, organized the stack of documents, then slid them toward the side. His eyes lingered on the desk, a faint weariness flickering within them. A Hokage's desk. Yet there were 2 people using it. This version of being Hokage was far from what he had imagined. And these documents. Even as Hokage, he couldn't make the final decision. From the traces and clues, it was obvious who the culprit was. But that person was someone he couldn't touch. How laughable. A Hokage with no real authority, his power still overshadowed by the previous generation. So it really is as I thought. Glancing through the report, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, frowned deeply. Without thinking, he picked up his pipe, lit it, and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke that quickly filled the office. Minato frowned slightly and shifted a little to the side. But in a room this small, avoiding the smoke of a heavy smoker was impossible. Second-hand smoke was always worse than the first. Yet what could he say? Kushina was pregnant. Every day before returning home, Minato would spend nearly an hour outside cleansing himself of the lingering smoke before stepping inside. He wanted badly to cough, to take the chance to gently remind Lord Third that smoking in public was inconsiderate to others. But he couldn't bring himself to say it. He still remembered when he'd first heard that the Third's own son had been kicked out of a public place for smoking. He had thought, perhaps, that the old man would reflect on how irritating such habits were. But even after that, Hiruzen hadn't changed at all. Since taking up the mantle of fourth Hokage, Minato had come to understand far too much. Being Hokage wasn't nearly as free as he once believed. Sometimes, he found himself almost envious of that boy who had struck Asuma Sarutobi. Hakenyoru. Because of that one incident, Minato remembered his name clearly. Just like him, the boy had suffered from second-hand smoke. But unlike him, that child wasn't restrained, he had done what Minato only wished he could do. He acted on his frustration, rather than swallowing it. Hakenyoru had dared to lash out against second-hand smoke. Minato, the Hokage, could not. Let's set this matter aside for now. Without solid evidence, we can't afford to alert the snake. Hiruzen placed the stack of documents into a nearby drawer, locked it with practiced ease, then lifted his gaze toward Minato. By the way, today marks the start of the Ninja Academy's new term. The worry that had clouded his face moments before faded, replaced by a faint smile, a shift so abrupt that Minato couldn't help feeling a little numb. As the honorary principal of Konoha's Ninja Academy, it's only proper that I pay a visit. Standing up, the third Hokage took another heavy drag from his pipe, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke before turning to Minato. Come along, Minato. As Hokage, it's important to stay informed about the promising youth of our village. It'll be a good learning experience for you as well. That lecturing tone again. Though he'd grown used to it, it still made Minato feel uneasy. Just like when he'd overheard that the third Hokage had personally revised parts of the academy textbooks. Still, stepping outside for a bit of fresh air didn't sound so bad. Since becoming Hokage, moments away from the office, and from the constant haze of second-hand smoke, were rare luxuries. Nodding slightly, Minato Namikaze followed behind the third. As they stepped out of the smoke-filled office, Minato's pace quickened, his stride subtly overtaking Hiruzen's. Perhaps, in front of others, this was his final act of quiet defiance. He was the Hokage of Konoha. The third, however, showed no surprise at all, leaving the office in calm silence. Konoha Ninja Academy. The place where every shinobi's journey began. For the new school year, children arrived one after another, accompanied by their parents, stepping into this place filled with excitement and possibility. But unlike the others. Under the swing at the academy gate, 2 boys immediately drew attention. One carried a maturity far beyond his years, sharp, composed, with the faintest trace of youth still softening his features. The other radiated a fierce, untamed energy. His sharp eyes, the sword at his waist, and his black martial arts uniform gave him a commanding presence that stood out even among the crowd. The first was Itachi Uchiha. Many of the children had heard his name countless times from their parents. A prodigy. The son of the Uchiha clan head. A boy who had even accompanied his father onto the battlefield and witnessed the horrors of war firsthand. Brilliant, almost frighteningly so. Yet now, that exceptional boy seemed entirely at ease beside the sword-wielding youth, occasionally offering him a faint, genuine smile. It was as if the other's presence alone steadied his heart. Hakken and Itachi Uchiha. The first day of school. Teachers were busy recording names and information, while parents leaned down, whispering last-minute advice to their children. Then suddenly, the crowd began to stir. Both Hakken and Itachi turned toward the direction everyone was looking. Two figures appeared at the end of the street. Minato Namikaze. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hakken murmured softly, tilting his head toward Itachi. Come on. The main event has arrived. Chapter 16, Itachi, sorry, Hokage-sama, the strongest rookie isn't me. The youth are the hope of the future. The older generation must trust in them and protect them. The sacrifices of our elders are not meaningless, they inspire the young to become the pillars that will bear the weight of tomorrow. This, in my heart, is the true essence of the will of fire. When all these words are gathered together, they form the poem I have written. Where the leaves dance, the fire lives on. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and nurture the sprouting of new leaves. This is the true will of fire. Every year, on the first day of the new term, new students would receive the third Hokage's personal lecture. It was said to guide the next generation on the path of growth. As always, it went on endlessly. The children below, though too young to truly grasp its meaning, listened with wide-eyed fascination. Only Itachi, standing beside Hakken, had a faint look of confusion in his eyes. He tugged lightly on Hakken's sleeve and leaned in close to whisper, Hakken, didn't you tell me yesterday that if someone used fire release in the woods during this season, the whole village would burn down with it? That was what he'd said the previous day, when an excited Itachi had proudly announced that he'd learned the great fireball jutsu from his father and wanted to demonstrate it for his friend. Unfortunately, the great fireball never got the chance to be used. Yeah. The will of fire was a ridiculous metaphor, and yet the third went around reciting his own poem like gospel. If the forest caught fire, it wouldn't just illuminate the village, it would burn it to ashes. Not bad, this kid's got insight. Hakken patted Itachi's shoulder approvingly. The metaphor might be a little off, but the point still stands. Since it's a metaphor, let's take it a step further. If we say Konoha is the forest, then what's the source of the fire? The source of the fire. Itachi's eyes focused. That's right, the Uchiha clan, the clan of fire. If the one setting Konoha ablaze were the Uchiha, what do you think would happen next? With a faint, knowing smile, Hakken's words etched themselves deep into Itachi's heart. The fire that burns Konoha comes from the Uchiha. The young Itachi clearly couldn't grasp the deeper meaning. His eyes grew distant again. For someone who already thought like a future Hokage at such a young age, that idea was difficult to accept. The village. Konoha. His father's weary sighs. The villagers' disdain for the Uchiha. Hakken said nothing more. Itachi's life was destined to be a tragedy, one that couldn't easily be rewritten. Whatever the seed he had just planted would grow into, even Hakken couldn't predict. At the very least, he hoped to shift the balance in Itachi's heart, between his loyalty to the Uchiha and to Konoha. What kind of future would make Hakken say something like that? Itachi clenched his fists tightly, a faint chill creeping up his spine. Don't worry. No matter what happens, I'll be right behind you. Leaving Itachi with a puzzled look, Hakken leaned against a tree and closed his eyes. To him, listening to the third Hokage's long-winded speech was a waste of time. He'd rather quiet his mind and focus on refining chakra. The chakra refinement technique he had exchanged from the system store was an enhanced version of the basic method. It allowed chakra extraction without depleting the body's natural cellular energy, preserving vitality and preventing damage to the core. That alone gave Hakken a foundation far stronger than most of his peers. Itachi used the same refinement method. After all, Hakken had a theory, perhaps Itachi's later illness stemmed from cellular exhaustion, though it remained uncertain. Sharing the technique was simply a way to help his friend stay healthy, a small favor, nothing more. Still, the difference between the two boys and the other new students was so striking that the third Hokage's gaze naturally drifted toward them. He frowned slightly, as if a thought had suddenly crossed his mind. Hey, the Uchiha clan's prodigy is part of this year's intake, isn't he? Waving gently, the third Hokage beckoned with a kind smile. Come, stand beside me. What is he planning? Standing nearby, Minato furrowed his brow. He knew all too well the true nature of the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. On the surface, things looked peaceful, but that harmony was nothing more than a thin facade. Beneath it lay constant tension. Especially with the third Hokage, there was no way he genuinely admired the Uchiha prodigy. So what was his purpose in calling him up? Minato couldn't help but wonder. Itachi, too, was uncertain. But in Konoha, the Hokage's word was law. Though the third had stepped down, Itachi wasn't like the other children who were blind to the political reality. With a polite nod, he stepped forward and stood beside the third Hokage. I've often heard Fugaku speak proudly of his son, the third said with a warm smile, patting Itachi lightly on the head. At just 3 years old, you followed your father into battle. Since then, your progress has been extraordinary, you've even mastered shuriken techniques. In my eyes, the academy will soon be filled with stories of your achievements. You may very well become the most gifted student of your generation, a true prodigy among prodigies. What are your thoughts on the will of fire I just spoke of? A classic setup for flattery. Never underestimate the jealousy that blooms in Konoha's children after hearing the Hokage single someone out for praise. The Uchiha were already viewed with suspicion by many in the village. Now, the Hokage's public compliment would only make the clan's prodigy a new target for envy. That was the subtle art of politics, the power of a few seemingly harmless words. Of course, the young Itachi didn't see any of that. His cheeks reddened as he accepted the praise with modest embarrassment. But the third Hokage had made a misstep. He'd chosen the wrong words. Blushing, Itachi scratched his head awkwardly before shaking it firmly. Thank you for your praise, Lord Third, but... Forgive me, Hokage-sama. With him here. I never believed I could be the strongest of the new students. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 50 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 17, I'm Hakan, pleased to meet you. With him here. Itachi had never once believed he would become the strongest freshman. That single sentence revealed just how much someone meant to him. Everyone present, students and instructors alike, was stunned. Who was he talking about? The Uchiha prodigy, Itachi Uchiha, whose name had already spread through the village before he even entered the academy, was openly showing admiration for someone else. Following Itachi's gaze, all eyes turned toward a wild-looking boy leaning casually against a tree. He traced his fingers along the hilt of his sword, a gourd of sake hanging loosely in his other hand, just about to take a drink. He didn't fit in at all, yet his presence was magnetic. He stood there, utterly distinct from everyone else, carrying a pride and solitude far beyond his years. Perhaps people should have noticed him earlier. But now, that attention had shifted into awe. Someone whom even the Uchiha prodigy acknowledged. Who was he? Hiruzen Sarutobi paused, turning his gaze toward Minato Namikaze. Itachi's answer had completely thrown off his rhythm and his plan. The flattery had lost its effect. He had even lost the chance to lecture Minato, to preach about balancing the power of the Uchiha. Hakan, Minato said softly. I've mentioned him before. He had a run-in with your son, Asuma. Apparently, Asuma was smoking in a dango shop, and the smoke choked his sister, Anko Mitarashi. After working alongside Hiruzen as Hokage for so long, Minato understood exactly what the third was getting at. He wanted to know who that boy was. But Minato had already tried to tell him indirectly, more than once. So it was him. Hiruzen turned his attention fully toward Hakan. The boy met his gaze. Their eyes locked, no tension, no sparks, just a fleeting exchange before both looked away. Speaking of Asuma, his son. Hiruzen sighed softly. Asuma had already left Konoha, storming off after an argument between them. He'd said he was going to find the true jade. But the answer was right here, in Konoha. What exactly was he trying to find out there? The true jade. How could it exist anywhere else? In the end, he still didn't understand, he never grasped what that jade truly symbolized. But this boy. Hakan. The one acknowledged by Itachi Uchiha himself. His plans disrupted, Hiruzen suddenly lost the will to continue his act. Still, a civilian-born ninja who could surpass the Uchiha's talent, that was worth keeping an eye on. Patting Itachi gently on the head, Hiruzen forced a kind smile. As expected of you, ever so humble. At least, he hadn't walked away empty-handed. The moment he saw Itachi, something about the boy had felt familiar. Unlike other members of the Uchiha clan, Itachi carried a calm humility, a subtle light that reminded Hiruzen of another man. Another Uchiha who had chosen to truly stand with Konoha. Uchiha Kagami. And his descendant, Uchiha Shisui. That realization struck a chord deep within Hiruzen. He cast one final glance at Itachi before his gaze shifted to the tree where the boy stood, Hakan, sake gourd in hand. I really don't know what to say about you. The Hokage's speech, no, the lecture from Konoha's honorary headmaster, had finally ended. Itachi and Haken, unsurprisingly, were both assigned to the elite class. Sitting in the corner of the classroom, Haken extended his finger and flicked Itachi squarely on the forehead. The sudden sting made Itachi wince, looking both hurt and confused. Somehow, he couldn't shake the feeling that this forehead flick wasn't something Haken should even know how to do. Yet he did it perfectly. Exactly right. Haken sighed and shook his head. What could he even say? Of all the possibilities he'd considered, he never expected that the one to attract the higher-ups' attention would be Itachi. Blame him. No. That poor kid always had his reasons for everything he did. And if Itachi had done this, Haken already had a good idea why. Helping a friend however you can. Guiding them into the sight of the higher-ups, earning the Hokage's favor, and one day becoming a pillar of the village. That was what Itachi believed he could do for Haken. Once he thought of it that way, his actions came naturally. Itachi Uchiha was simply that kind of person, and right now, Haken was his most important friend. Besides, he saw nothing wrong with what he had said. In his heart, Haken truly was that strong. After training together for so long, he understood exactly what kind of person Haken was. Haken had once told him, if you can only do one thing in life, then master it, push it to the very peak. Itachi never thought he could surpass someone with such conviction. Through countless sparring sessions, he'd come to realize just how powerful Haken really was. With him around, I could never be the strongest freshman. That simple thought, wanting his friend to be noticed by the Hokage, to perhaps gain his favor and rise through the ranks one day, was all there was to Itachi's reasoning. Simple. Honest. But he didn't yet understand how narrow Konoha's so-called tolerance could be. Being noticed too early would only bring unnecessary trouble. Haken said nothing to rebuke him. There was no need. If the third Hokage really ordered Anbu to put him through a genjutsu interrogation just because of one sentence from Itachi, then his so-called dignity as Hokage wasn't worth much anyway. So there was no point in worrying. Looking around, Haken saw his classmates giving their dull, repetitive introductions, an academy tradition. Finally, his turn came. The room's attention naturally gathered on him once more. Everyone wanted to know the name of the boy who had drawn so much attention earlier. Standing slowly, Haken lifted his sake gourd and took a heavy swig right in front of their instructor, Ryuji Yamazaki. Then, with that same untamed grin, he declared, "My name is Haken. Nice to meet you all." Chapter 18, The Sword-Wielding Girl Who Appeared Out of Nowhere. The brief self-introduction session had come to an end. The name Haken was destined to be remembered by everyone in the room. The man who had overshadowed the so-called strongest freshman, handpicked by the Hokage-sama himself. In other words, he had already been tacitly acknowledged as the true number one. Of course, there were plenty who refused to accept that. Within the elite class, however, Haken spotted several familiar faces. Inuzuka Kiba's older sister, the future beauty and skilled veterinarian, Hana Inuzuka. The purple-haired swordswoman, Yugao Yuzuki. The frail-looking Hayate Gecko. And Izumi Uchiha, the little girl he'd met long ago at Mikoto Uchiha's birthday celebration. Those were the few classmates Haken actually recognized. He pulled back his gaze and slumped forward, resting his chin on the desk. The teacher's words went in one ear and out the other. Especially when his eyes landed on the first page of the textbook, and the bold title made him burst out laughing. Chronicles of the Great Hokage. Volume 1, The Strongest Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yeah, right. What kind of nonsense is this? Closing the book with a dull thud, Haken rubbed his face hard. Hiruzen, you really outdid yourself, actually putting this kind of thing in a school textbook. No wonder, in the early days of the shinobi world, rumors spread that the third was the strongest Hokage. Shaking his head, Haken completely lost any desire to keep reading. For him, becoming a student at the academy was just a formality anyway. Once he earned his forehead protector, this charade would be over. As for Hiruzen, there was no doubt the textbook was filled entirely with flattering praise. Like how he led the village after the death of the second Hokage and won the Second Shinobi World War. Or how his brilliant command during the Third Shinobi World War supposedly brought Konoha victory despite being surrounded by the other great villages. And of course, under his leadership, Konoha reached the peak of its prosperity. Sure. All things the villagers could see, none worth looking deeper into. In truth, Konoha's victory in the Second Shinobi World War was little more than a facade. They paid the price of an entire clan, the Senju, and still failed to bring down Hanzo of the Salamander, unable to subdue even a Megakure. And the Third War? Don't even get started. If not for the rise of the Yellow Flash and Orochimaru's desperate stand at the Kikyo Pass, Konoha would have been finished. What did any of that have to do with Hiruzen Sarutobi? Whether it was the second or third war, he spent them both sitting comfortably at his desk in Konoha, puffing on his pipe. Maybe he should have taken a page from Iwagakure Zanoki, an old man still fighting on the front lines. But the Hokage. He hid behind others and enjoyed the peace. Konoha's ninja forces were growing fewer with each battle. Of course, Hakken wouldn't simply belittle someone for the sake of it. Hiruzen's existence had indeed stabilized Konoha, that much was true. But it was far from enough to lead the village to true greatness. Still, in the end, he did give his life to protect Konoha. That alone was enough to justify the title of Kage. A contradictory politician. That was Hiruzen Sarutobi, a man who both protected Konoha and restrained any power that grew beyond his control, stunting its potential. If content like that ever made it into a textbook, Hakken might actually enjoy reading it. Unfortunately, that would never happen. Having lost all interest in studying, he rested his head on his desk and began a different kind of training, refining chakra. The first day's classes for new students were simple. After a brief orientation, the afternoon sun was already pouring in through the windows. That warm light always seemed to make people drowsy, but instead of resting, Hakken and Itachi made their way to the training grounds. How's it feel, being a student? Taking a gulp from his sake gourd, Hakken exhaled a thick breath of alcohol right into Itachi's face, grinning as he asked. Boring. I feel like I learn more training with you than sitting in class. Itachi shook his head, giving the answer Hakken had expected. Then tomorrow, let's use that technique. Staying at the academy really is a waste of time. Hakken nodded. Got it. To anyone else, their exchange would have sounded confusing. After all, that technique was a secret only the two of them shared. The shadow clone technique. Their chakra reserves weren't particularly large yet, so using shadow clones didn't grant much fighting power. But it was more than enough to deal with a mere Chunin instructor. As long as they didn't draw attention to themselves, no one would suspect a thing. Itachi was a genius, after all. He had already mastered the technique. Just like in the original story, only a few days after enrollment, he would start sending shadow clones to class while he trained on his own. Hakken brushed his hand over the hilt of his zanpakuto, but then frowned, glancing toward a nearby tree. A pair of delicate purple shoes peeked out from behind it. So, he'd been found. The girl behind the tree bit her lip before stepping into view, long purple hair cascading down her back, eyes sharp with determination. Yugao Yuzuki. A strikingly beautiful girl. Something you need? Hakken lowered his zanpakuto and asked evenly. That sword of yours, it's not just for decoration, is it? Taking a steady breath, the girl voiced her question. In the world of shinobi, blades and swords were often treated as one and the same. Just like White Fang, some called him a master of kenjutsu, others called it swordsmanship. It was all the same principle, just different words. Is there a problem with that? Hakken chuckled lightly, adjusting the sword at his waist. He had assumed that, after Itachi's earlier words, no one would bother him so soon, at least, not before getting to know him. Clearly, he'd been wrong. My name is Yugao Yuzuki, she declared, drawing her blade in one smooth motion. Please, fight me. Swish. The sharp sound of steel echoed through the training ground as the girl raised her sword. She was determined to prove herself. Chapter 19, when he grips the blade, he becomes a beast. The atmosphere felt slightly off. A spring breeze swept through, carrying the last traces of winter's chill. The girl suddenly felt she couldn't bear it any longer, not the calm, steady gaze of the boy holding a gourd of wine, nor the amused, almost gloating expression of the boy beside him, the one with deep lines at the corners of his mouth. What was he gloating about? And why was Hakken Yoru so composed? Was it because she was a girl that he treated her challenge so casually? She had practiced swordsmanship since childhood. No matter how harsh or tiring the training was, she never gave up on her dream. She had sworn to become a Konoha swordmaster and had never once slacked off. Though still young, she could already display the refined technique of Konoha Ryu Kenjutsu with impressive skill. Even if her opponent was Itachi Uchiha, she would still have the courage to challenge him. In fact, that was why she came here, though the person she planned to challenge had changed. The strongest new student Itachi mentioned also wielded a sword. For that reason alone, she wanted to test the strength of her resolve as a sword-bearer and see if her years of effort had truly meant something. Itachi, of course, was enjoying this. Challenge Hakken. Come on. As far as he knew, there was only one person of their age who could wield a sword so flawlessly, and that was Hakken. He had heard of Yuzuki Yugao, the girl who inherited the Konoha Ryu sword style and trained diligently since childhood. This came from the information his father had given him that morning, possible rivals he might face at the academy. But she was no match for Hakken. All right. I accept your challenge. After a long, tense silence, the oppressive air lifted. Hakken slowly nodded, closing his eyes. He drew his zanpakuto with one hand. The hilt. The blade. The gleam of steel. The draw was plain, unembellished, yet in that instant, Yugao's expression changed. As the boy slowly opened his eyes, she felt as though she were facing a wild beast, untamed, savage, and fierce. Gone was the carefree composure from moments ago. With his hand on the scabbard, he had already entered his state of focus, a realm only those who lived by the sword could understand. What he held was no longer a blade, but claws extending sharply from his very fingertips. This is my opponent. Am I really challenging someone like this? Even father never exuded such a terrifying aura. Who is he? Who exactly is he? Sweat beaded on her forehead, yet Yugao didn't dare wipe it away. She stood frozen, unable to move, as if the strength to resist had left her entirely. Boring. Haken shook his head, withdrawing his aura. He turned toward Itachi. Train. Seriously, she's a girl, you know, Itachi said with a wry smile as he tossed a shuriken. Be gentle with girls. That's what mother told me. Don't say you didn't know because you don't have one, now you do. Besides, that's just common sense. Yeah. Did he really have to be that harsh with a girl? Though Haken hadn't even struck her, the blow he dealt cut deeper than any defeat in battle. It was the kind of pressure that carved one's image straight into another's soul, true dominance. At that moment, Itachi looked at Haken like he was some clueless, sword-obsessed, straight-laced fool. This guy knows nothing. Haken simply shook his head and flicked Itachi's shuriken back with ease. Whether he fought or not, the gap between them was clear. If Yugao could recover from this blow, her future growth would surely soar. It was for her own good. Of course, there was also the chance she might never recover at all. But Haken was still here. And Yugao Uzuki was still here. All she needed was a single word of encouragement when she faced despair. Everything was clear in Haken's mind. The training began. Yugao Uzuki still stood there blankly, frozen in her stance of readiness. Meanwhile, the boy and Itachi had already started their own training. No one knew how much time passed before the motionless girl suddenly shivered. It was as if the chill in the air had awakened her, or perhaps it was the image of that feral beast charging at her from her imagination. In that moment, she finally came to her senses. But what she saw before her only made her feel even more defeated. The sound of shuriken clashing echoed sharply. Whether it was Itachi Uchiha or Haken Yoru, the sight of the two, drenched in sweat, hurling shuriken at each other with terrifying precision, made her realize something. She finally understood the immense gap between herself and them. How laughable, she had actually dared to challenge people like this. Leaning weakly against a tree, she forgot why she had even come here. Her heart filled with confusion, she stared blankly at the sword in her hand, her eyes empty and unfocused. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. When a hand suddenly reached out in front of her, Yugao's eyelashes trembled. Slowly, she lifted her head. It's still not that warm out. A girl standing here this long might catch a cold. The boy's hand wasn't large, but it radiated a quiet sense of security. Well then, I was planning to relax with Itachi today anyway. Come on, let's go soak in the bath and warm up. My treat. With that, he took her hand and led her toward the exit of the training grounds, leaving Itachi staring after them in disbelief. Chapter 20, Ken-san. Watch out for the 3 taboos. Come on, I'll treat you to a bath. Oh my god. How could he say something like that to a girl? Itachi was stunned. Completely frozen. After a long while, he sighed. Maybe this was just Haken, his friend. The so-called 3 taboos of a ninja seemed to mean absolutely nothing to him. Money, alcohol, women. Aside from money, it seemed he had already broken the other 2. Helplessly following behind, Itachi stared straight at Haken's back. He couldn't help but wonder, was his friend really going to go through with this? A bath to ward off the cold. If it were something said between men, or between women, it wouldn't have been strange. But between a man and a woman. This. Typical of you. When Haken actually arrived at the Konoha hot springs, holding Yugao Uzuki's small hand, Itachi couldn't help but raise his thumb in disbelief. He came. He actually came. To invite a girl to bathe. Thankfully, it wasn't one of those mixed bathing springs. But it seemed this place offered private rooms. Don't tell me. With a grave expression, Itachi placed a firm hand on Haken's shoulder. Ken-san, this is wrong. The ninja's 3 taboos. The 3 taboos. You can't keep going down this path. As a friend, Itachi felt it was his duty to warn him. If one became too entangled with the ninja's 3 taboos, the consequences were unimaginable. Konoha had examples, his mother, Mikoto Uchiha, had mentioned them before. Jiraiya-sama. Tsunade-sama. They could have become even greater shinobi, but after falling into those taboos, something about them always seemed off. Haken stared speechlessly at Itachi, clearly troubled. How was he supposed to explain that, at their age, his body was still limited? Or that he had simply brought the girl here out of concern she might catch a cold? Let go of me. Feeling uncomfortable under Itachi's watchful eyes, Uchiha blushed, trying to pull her hand free. But the strength in Haken's grip was far beyond what she could resist. Helpless, she could only whisper softly. Being led by the hand, this was a first. But as a shy girl, she truly didn't have the courage to walk hand in hand into a public bathhouse. Finally freeing herself from Haken's grasp, she lifted the canvas curtain shielding the entrance and turned around, her eyes burning with determination. I swear, next time, I won't face you without the courage to draw my sword. With that, she took quick steps inside the bathhouse. Itachi, standing at the entrance, was even more stunned. That girl's gaze was firmer than before. Was this Haken's method? He had warned Haken that his approach was a little harsh for a girl. Yet in the end, he had been overthinking it. You always overthink things. Haken shook his head, tugging on Itachi's sleeve as the two walked into the bathhouse. A soak after training always brought a sense of relief. But something felt oddly off in the men's bath. Ken-san, please let go. Ken-san, not there. Ken-san. Stop whining. Your turn to scrub me. It was hard to imagine what the men later known as the god Itachi went through in that bathhouse. Only a passing random bystander happened to see him emerge afterward, with a hollow gaze and a face redder than seemed humanly possible. Heaven and earth bear witness, the Uchiha clan possessed its own private hot springs within the clan grounds. But this overly intimate scrubbing method was something he had truly never experienced before. First time ever, and it's like this. Compared to Itachi Uchiha, Haken looked almost too comfortable. Leaning back on a nearby lounge chair, he took a deep swig of sake, his entire body relaxing. It felt as though every ounce of fatigue from training had melted away. Ken-san, I haven't been home since school ended. I'm worried mother might. After drying off, Itachi scratched his head awkwardly. Though he really wanted to stay with Haken a little longer, being around him always felt so easy, so free of worries, he knew he had to go home. Understood. Go ahead. Haken nodded without another word, simply patting Itachi's shoulder. The weight he applied was light for now, but one day, that shoulder would bear burdens far heavier than it should. Haken had already decided he would take on part of that weight himself. Maybe that was what friendship meant. Itachi went home. After resting for a while, Haken closed his eyes. In the next moment, a projection centered on him unfolded within his mind. Waves of energy began to surge toward it, energy drawn from every soul around him. When the Zaraki Kenpachi template reached 5% completion, it meant Haken had taken another step closer to the Shinigami. And what the Shinigami were most sensitive to was the fluctuation of souls. This kind of spiritual perception was a unique sensory ability that existed only within Haken in the world of Naruto. Still soaking, huh? TCH, women. Snapping his eyes open, Haken yawned. Just as he was about to leave, his brow lifted slightly, and his figure vanished in an instant. At that moment, outside the women's bath. Beyond the wooden panels that blocked the view of the beautiful scene within, a prematurely aged, white-haired man was creeping forward, inch by inch, with suspicious intent. Just as he was about to reach a small gap in the boards, a calm but cutting voice broke through the air. In my experience, men worthy of being called heroes don't do things like this. What do you say, Mr. Pervert, master of booze, bets, and bad decisions? The white-haired man turned toward the voice. A boy stood there, wearing nothing but a simple cloth around his waist, a gourd of sake in hand. To be honest, I don't care much for the name, Mr. Pervert. After a brief moment of surprise, the white-haired man straightened up, revealing a strong, determined face. One of Konoha's legendary sannin. The gallant Jiraiya. Chapter 21, damn it, was I played? When did that happen? Writers gathering material, nothing shameful about that. But it's hardly an excuse for peeping, especially when the writer in question happens to pen erotic novels. Haken stepped forward for one reason only. Uchiha was still in the bath. Well. Jiraiya, a man who'd frequented every major establishment in the world, shouldn't have needed to resort to something this low. After Haken blocked his path, the men seemed to lose interest altogether. In the rest area beside Konoha's hot springs, two figures, one large, one small, sat together. Haken tossed a gourd of sake toward Jiraiya, crossed his arms, and looked at him seriously. A truly dashing man. A man who had written the final line of his own heroic tale. The dragon returns to the sea, yet the sea does not welcome me, Jiraiya. It was a story that could bring tears to anyone's eyes, a life of courage and devotion that moved the soul. For Konoha, he had done everything he could. A pity, though, Jiraiya's heroic story had ended on an incomplete note. Just like during the upcoming Nine Tails incident, when fate kept him away from the village, it always felt as if something vital was missing. You're not even old enough to drink, are you? Taking the gourd, Jiraiya gave it a sniff, his eyes lighting up. And this is some ridiculously strong liquor. As someone well-versed in fine drinks, Jiraiya could tell with just one whiff that this was no ordinary brew. Hakken didn't respond. He wasn't a man of many words, preferring to act rather than explain. After taking a sip of the liquor, Jiraiya too fell silent. After all, Hakken Yoro wasn't Naruto Uzumaki. And there wasn't much to say to a kid who'd just caught him peeping. Still, Jiraiya wasn't the type to sit quietly under the moonlight and savor his drink in peace. The gallant sage preferred company and noise. After a cup, his face flushed red. Suddenly, he remembered his appointment with the hostess. Ahem, good liquor. Seems you're a passionate sort yourself. Money's too tacky a reward, here, take this. My latest unpublished work. Eager to hurry off to his rendezvous with the hostess, Jiraiya tossed the book over and strode away. Ika Paradise. Glancing at it briefly, Hakken calmly tucked it into his loincloth. After all, it was Jiraiya's creation. He wanted to see what made this kind of book so different from what he imagined, and why it had taken the entire shinobi world by storm, even captivating Kakashi Hatake. Standing up, he felt a faint ripple of spiritual pressure approaching. Wearing his usual calm expression, Hakken walked to the entrance of the women's bath and waited. 3 seconds later, a sleepy girl with damp purple hair lifted the curtain and stepped out. Perhaps the warmth of the bath had made her drowsy. Eyes half closed and mid-yawn, she walked straight into someone's arms. Her eyes snapped open. Their gazes met, and like a startled fawn, she bolted away. It was him. He hadn't left. Clutching her towel tightly, Yugao Yuzuki's face turned bright red. Clack. Unfortunately, the impact had dislodged the Ika Paradise hidden in Hakken's loincloth. Curious, the girl looked down. When her eyes fell on the cover, a boldly posed woman staring back at her, she froze. He actually read books like this. The image she had of him, that calm, composed, strong swordsman, suddenly began to crack. Hakken, of course, remained completely calm. He bent down, picked up the Ika Paradise, and gently patted Yugao's cheek, as if testing her temperature. Then, bringing that same hand to his own forehead, he nodded slightly. Not bad. No fever. Come on, I'll walk you home. It was strange. That was Yugao Yuzuki's thought at that very moment. Truly strange. In the middle of the night, she had actually agreed to let a man, one who carried that kind of book, walk her home. But under the moonlight, she could clearly see the boy's side profile beside her. The faint scar marring his face etched itself into her heart as well. She couldn't help it, she wanted to know everything about him. Walking stiffly at Hakken's side, she followed in silence until his footsteps suddenly stopped. A flicker of confusion crossed his face. Turning to her, Hakken took a hearty swig from his gourd and asked, "Where do you live?" Damn it. Was he playing with me? When did that even happen? I've been played. Played for the entire day, and there was nothing I could do about it. At that moment, tears welled up in the girl's eyes, born of pure frustration. Frustration at her own weakness. Because she was weak, she had been toyed with so easily. You don't even know where I live, so why have you been walking straight ahead this whole time? At first, she had been lost in thought, not paying attention to her surroundings. But now that she looked around, where even were they? They were almost at the forest of death. You just wait. The furious girl threw out the words like a challenge before turning and sprinting off. She swore she would never forget this humiliating day. The first time she had been utterly defeated in Kenjutsu. The first time a man had invited her to take a bath together. What next? Was he going to invite her to sleep with him? Boring. Hakken shook his head. Truth be told, he really had meant to walk Yugao home. After all, it was late. At this hour, Konoha really should put up warning signs that read, "Late at night, beware of Orochimaru." Yes. Orochimaru was out hunting for test subjects again. Otherwise, what reason would Hakken have to escort a girl home? Well. I didn't expect someone like you to take an interest in women. Some people just couldn't resist showing up when mentioned. As Hakken sighed, a figure landed beside him, a man with a sack slung over his shoulder, his pale face catching the moonlight. Late at night, beware of Orochimaru. Chapter 22, sorry, you couldn't possibly understand this power. It seemed that ever since their last conversation, Orochimaru no longer viewed the boy before him as just another brat. That much could be inferred simply from the tone of his voice. Of course, that didn't mean Orochimaru saw Hakken Yoro as his equal. He wasn't worthy of that, at least, not yet. At this moment, in Orochimaru's eyes, Hakken was merely a youth with extraordinary swordsmanship, cloaked in an air of mystery. You've been following me for quite some time. Aren't you tired? Hakken yawned and leaned casually against a nearby tree. No one could escape his perception. His awareness came from fluctuations in spiritual pressure, a force entirely different from a ninja's aura or chakra. After all, he was a Shinigami. He had sensed Orochimaru's spiritual pressure the moment he'd left the hot springs. As expected of you, Hakken-kun. Orochimaru lowered the sack slung over his shoulder, eyes flashing briefly with astonishment before returning to their usual calm, filled with faint admiration. If Hakken had detected him earlier, Orochimaru might have chalked it up to carelessness. He hadn't bothered to fully suppress his presence. But now was different. He was working. He was searching for suitable specimens to complete the final stages of his living corpse reincarnation experiments. Once he entered work mode, he could become a cold-blooded serpent, slipping past any form of detection. That was how he survived. His chakra, his aura, everything was perfectly concealed. After all, this was Konoha. His former teacher was still formidable, the sensory division was far from useless, and with the recent increase in his need for experimental subjects, even Orochimaru had to move with extreme caution. Yet despite all that, the boy before him had still managed to find him. Just an ordinary brat. Why? How could he keep exceeding his expectations again and again? To his knowledge, only those of the Uzumaki clan possessed such sensory prowess, the legendary mind's eye of the Kagura. A fabled sensory ability long thought extinct along with the clan that wielded it. And this boy, with his jet black hair, clearly wasn't an Uzumaki survivor. Orochimaru knew his records well. His lineage held no remarkable shinobi, nothing of note. Hakken-kun, you do well to keep your sharp edges hidden. It'll serve your growth. Shaking his head slightly, Orochimaru seemed to recall the reason he'd revealed himself tonight. Someone's already taken notice of you. His tone dropped lower, carrying a rare hint of warning. That surprised Hakken. A man like Orochimaru wasn't the type to warn others out of goodwill. And yet, he had. It didn't fit his nature. Don't misunderstand me, Hakken-kun. Seeing the confusion flicker across the boy's eyes, Orochimaru's lips curved into a faint smile, his gaze turning cold and serpentine. I've been observing someone for quite some time, someone suitable. That person is your friend, Itachi Uchiha. But your arrival disrupted my plans. It seems I've found someone even more fitting than Itachi. The only flaw is that your eyes don't belong to the Uchiha. Still, ever since you entered my sight, the potential you've shown, so far beyond normal, has fascinated me. Between you and Itachi, I can't decide which is the better choice. So until I figure that out, I don't want my vessel to encounter any complications. Itachi has the Uchiha clan behind him. You, however, have no one. So, be careful. Konoha is far darker than it appears. A kind warning from Orochimaru. The way he said it was certainly blunt. In simpler terms, I've taken an interest in you. But I'm still observing whether you're worthy. Until I decide, don't die on me. Hakken chuckled. He understood. It seemed his presence had drawn quite a bit of Orochimaru's attention away from Itachi. There was even a faint sense of possessiveness, like someone raising a vessel. It was just like what he'd later do with Sasuke after defecting from Konoha. A vessel of his own, one he didn't want anyone else touching. Why him? Because of his repeated displays of abnormal power. What a shame. Orochimaru's little plan had already gone astray. With an amused smile, Hakken clasped his hands together in mock politeness. Then I really should thank you. But whether it's the third Hokage or Danzo who's taken notice of me, it doesn't concern me much. As for you, Konoha's night patrol is less than 100 meters away. Are you sure carrying that around won't raise suspicion? He gestured toward the distance, already having sensed the patrol's spiritual pressure approaching. The patrol, huh? Yes, it should be about that time. Orochimaru, ever familiar with Konoha's defense schedule, nodded slightly. His eyes gleamed with even stronger curiosity. Hakken-kun, would you indulge me? How exactly do you perceive things like that? A perception beyond comprehension. Even without leaking chakra or aura, the boy could still detect the faintest stir in the air. Byakugan. No. His eyes were clearly dark. The Uzumaki clan, then. Also no. Then what was it? That body of Hakken's, it stirred a deep desire within Orochimaru. An unrelenting hunger for knowledge. Apologies, Hakken said, lifting his gourd and taking a heavy swig. This kind of power, you wouldn't understand. He shot Orochimaru a teasing, almost taunting look before leaping away, vanishing from the training grounds. Moments later, the patrol team arrived right on schedule. Once they passed, Orochimaru stepped out from behind the tree where he'd been hiding. A crazed smile spread across his face. There is no power in this world beyond my understanding. I am Orochimaru, after all. Hakken-kun, you're far more worthy of study than Itachi. Chapter 23, The Other Uchiha Returns. The spring sunlight grew warmer by the day. Yet beneath the peaceful surface, hidden currents stirred, casting a subtle tension over the entire village. Children continued to disappear one after another. Rumors spread that the Uchiha police force had once again arrested some innocent passerby. But were those people truly innocent? If they hadn't done anything wrong, why would the guards take them away? What the villagers saw and heard was only what others wanted them to believe and spread. Nothing more. Under such an oppressive atmosphere, conflicts and contradictions slowly began to build. It had been a week since the start of the Ninja Academy. The students had already adapted to their new routines. Just as Hakken and Itachi had expected, their plan to attend classes using shadow clones was going smoothly. By day, sweat flew freely across the training grounds. By night, Hakken and Itachi would sit beneath the stars, talk for a while, and sometimes visit the hot springs to strengthen their friendship. Hakken's life had become almost perfectly structured. The only difference was this: his strength was growing steadily, day by day. The unlocking progress of the first template of the King of Normal Attacks, the complete form of Zaraki Kenpachi from the Bleach universe, had reached 7%. Only 3% remained before he could access the next template. The next activation of the normal attack trait would arrive once the second template reached 5%. Hakken looked forward to it eagerly. The normal attack trait wasn't the only one. His daily task hadn't changed, 2,000 slashes per day. Hakken had long since adapted to this training style. As for Orochimaru's previous remark about observing him, he didn't take it seriously. Life went on. Uchiha Clan District. In the cherry blossom grove outside the clan head's residence, several figures sat around a round table. The vernal equinox was the perfect season for viewing cherry blossoms. He vaguely remembered that during his last visit, the blossoms had only been buds, now they were in full bloom. It was a sight Hakken had never witnessed in his previous life. The cherry blossoms were beautiful. Leaning back comfortably beneath the trees, he took a sip of liquor, savoring the distinct flavor. I don't know why, but your friend gives me this feeling of total ease, someone said. Several people sat around the table. The one who spoke was a boy who looked somewhat unfamiliar. He had the Uchiha clan's distinctive rounded nose, wore a dark high-collared short-sleeved shirt with triangular armor guards, matching pants, and leg wraps, and carried a short tachi on his back. His name was Shursue Uchiha. Shursue, heart as still as water. Yet his personality was nothing like his name. He was, so far, the second Uchiha youth still alive who radiated warmth and optimism. At this moment, he had just returned from the battlefield. Though it was called a battlefield, he didn't necessarily harm anyone when he fought. Just a single glance from Shursue of the body flicker had been enough to make Ao of the Kirigakure border abandon his mission. His genjutsu had reached extraordinary heights. Itachi said nothing. The aura surrounding Hakken was something he himself could never imitate. Still, that didn't stop him from introducing his best friend to his mentor and closest companion. 2 Uchiha, and 1 outsider youth. Beside them sat 2 quiet girls, Izumi Uchiha and Yugao Yuzuki. Like Hakken, Yugao had come at Izumi's invitation to enjoy the cherry blossoms in the Uchiha compound. Yugao felt a bit uneasy. After all, it was her first time visiting the Uchiha district. Yet after spending so much time with Izumi, she couldn't help but feel confused. The arrogance and aloofness often spoken of by outsiders, she hadn't seen any of that here. Wasn't it careless to condemn an entire clan based solely on one person's arrogance? She couldn't be sure. Quietly, she sipped her tea, her gaze occasionally drifting toward the boy beneath the cherry blossoms. A faint sense of contentment settled in her heart. Care for a sip? Stretching lazily, Hakken plopped down beside Shursue, offering his flask with a glint of admiration in his eyes. Shursue Uchiha. A cheerful young man. A descendant of Uchiha Kagami. Possessor of the most powerful genjutsu, known as the ultimate illusion, Koto Amatsukami. Ah. Staring at the flask before him, Shursue's mouth twitched. He'd thought through countless scenarios, but never expected that the first words from Itachi's so-called best friend would be this. Drink up, Shursue. Itachi patted Shursue's shoulder, his gaze filled with firm encouragement and affirmation. Some things didn't need to be said aloud. He understood, Hakken was the kind of man who expressed himself through actions. The offered drink was a gesture of camaraderie. Drink today, and it meant you were now acquainted. The next time he invited you, it would mean he'd acknowledged your existence. A simple, straightforward man, his nature as direct and forceful as his sword techniques. After a brief silence, Shursue chuckled, took the gourd, tilted his head back, and gulped down a large mouthful. The fiery burn of the liquor scorched his throat instantly. Heard you're quite skilled in kenjutsu. Setting the gourd down, Shisui gasped for breath, his sharp eyes locking onto Hakken. Swordsmanship that even Itachi admired, he wanted to see it for himself. Come on. Let's have a go. Fueled by the liquor, Shisui drew his short blade and stepped beneath the blooming cherry tree. Chapter 24, I crave a worthy opponent. Shisui-senpai, really? Seeing Shisui's fighting spirit burning high, Izumi let out a soft sigh. To her, this was nothing short of bullying. True, Hakken was someone acknowledged by Itachi. Yet a week had already passed, and none of their classmates had noticed anything particularly special about the boy. He still slept through class as usual. Even though the first round of entrance exams hadn't taken place yet, no one expected much from him. Slacking off in class earned him neither the teacher's approval nor the respect of his peers. He was, without question, the class underachiever. Meanwhile, Shisui-senpai was already a hero, one who had returned from the battlefield with renown. A hero of the Uchiha clan. To challenge a kid who had just entered the academy with such status, what else could that be if not bullying? Izumi, you're still seeing things too shallowly. Yugao Yuzuki shook her head. Putting everything else aside, if it's purely a kenjutsu match, I actually think Hakken has a pretty good chance of winning. Are you brainwashed or something? Izumi tugged at Yugao's sleeve, confusion written all over her face. Hey, you didn't start getting any strange ideas after that bath he treated you to, did you? Huh. The moment those words left her mouth, Yugao's face turned pale, and she hurriedly covered Izumi's lips with her hand. You little brat, how did you even find out about that? Hey, we shared the same bed last night. Izumi snorted, prying Yugao's delicate hand away from her mouth. Listen, Yugao, I can let it slide that you kept stealing my blanket while sleeping, but you mumbled that guy's name at least 100 times in your sleep, didn't you? And you even said something about inviting him to a bath next time to repay a favor or something. I think you've been completely charmed. Yes. Since there were no classes today, and Izumi had already invited Yugao to the Uchiha compound to view the cherry blossoms, she had simply dragged her friend home with her the night before. Perhaps because the last encounter with Hakken had left quite an impression, Yugao still vividly remembered the scene. Dreaming about it was perfectly normal behavior. But her sleep talking, especially with Izumi hearing everything, made it far from normal. What did I even say? Yugao's face flushed scarlet. If not for her purple hair hiding her ears, her utter embarrassment would have been completely obvious. I won't mention the unspeakable parts, but I do have one question. Izumi pursed her lips, eyes glinting with curiosity. Yugao, that thing boys have, you know, what's different about it? You get what I mean. What the hell do I know? Yugao was completely flustered. How could she even begin to explain that it was all a misunderstanding? It really was just a simple bath together, but that didn't mean they bathed together. And why did it sound like Izumi thought she'd seen everything? Never underestimate how quickly girls in this world mature. Developing feelings can happen in an instant. Or maybe it's just curiosity, one that spirals completely out of control. 2 examples. Hinata. Sakura. A guardian who had silently watched Naruto's back for years, the only one brave enough to stand up and protect him when all hope was lost. A loyal devotee who fussed over Sasuke's troubles more than her own, and in the end, gained the love she had longed for. Both of them succeeded. Yet such gossip-filled thoughts had nothing to do with the two standing face-to-face beneath the cherry blossoms. Gripping his blade, Hakken had already entered his battle state. Before him stood the legendary Shisui of the body flicker. Though this was merely a contest of swordsmanship, Shisui was a true warrior, one who had returned from the front lines. Years of wielding a blade, and now, that long-suppressed thrill burst forth. His body trembled, not from fear, but from the wild surge of fighting spirit and excitement roaring within him. Battle intent surged. He raised his arm and tossed the sake gourd behind him toward Itachi, who sat at the table. Hakken's hand settled on the hilt of his sword. I crave a worthy opponent. Roar. There was no deafening shout, yet Shisui, staring at the boy before him, felt as though he could hear the beast's growl echoing from deep within. A beast lived inside his heart. I never thought I'd look forward to Ken-san's full strength this much. Catching the sake gourd, Itachi's chest rose and fell unevenly. All this time, he had trained beside Hakken as his sparring partner, growing stronger together. Yet never, not once, had he seen the peak of that man's power. It was an unbridgeable gulf. As for the day when Hakken shattered the artificial hill and fainted afterward, Itachi never believed that was his true limit. From his judgment, that had simply been the exhaustion of his chakra reserves. Just how strong was he, really? As his friend, Itachi wanted to know too. To surpass Hakken, to earn his recognition and acknowledgement, that was what true friendship meant. Swish. Sword intent swept through the air like a storm. The beast swung its blade, the motion more akin to claws extending from its hands. That seemingly ordinary horizontal slash pressed down on Shisui with tremendous force. This was a man truly devoted to the path of the sword. In that moment, Shisui finally understood the words Itachi had once told him. In terms of swordsmanship, no one will ever surpass him. I believe the name Hakunyoro will one day be written into history. Clang. The clash of steel rang out. A sudden gale rose, scattering the cherry blossoms in a dazzling shower of petals. The two gossiping girls turned their heads. At that instant, the sight of the boy swinging his sword burned itself into their hearts. They felt almost drunk on the moment. Chapter 25, be sure to preserve your friendship with him. Sorry I'm late. I had to take care of some clan affairs. Not far from the cherry blossom grove, a rugged man walked over to his wife's side, his gaze softening as it fell on her gradually swelling belly. As the head of the Uchiha clan, he didn't need to apologize to his wife for such things. But today was different, they had agreed that morning to watch the cherry blossoms together. At this hour, she would usually lean gently against his shoulder. But today, she was clearly different. Her eyes were fixed, dazedly, on the cherry blossom grove ahead. Following her gaze, Fugaku Uchiha's pupils suddenly contracted as three crimson tomo slowly surfaced in his eyes. Inside the grove, two figures seemed to be dancing. Their movements intertwined and shifted, stirring the cherry blossoms drifting through the air. Without activating the Sharingan, one could barely keep up with their speed. Shisui Uchiha. The young prodigy, famed as Shisui of the body flicker. But who was the other one? That was Itachi's friend. Hakunyoro, it was him. That level of swordsmanship, how could it be? To exchange blows with Shisui of the body flicker purely through kenjutsu to such a degree, how old was he? This was Shisui of the body flicker, after all. Shock and astonishment washed over Fugaku. It took more than 10 seconds before he finally emerged from his daze. The three tomo slowly faded from his pupils. In that moment, he seemed to glimpse something, an extraordinary, hidden power within that boy. Itachi has made a good friend. A faint smile appeared on Fugaku's face as he spoke. Beside him, Mikoto finally snapped out of her own surprise and nodded naturally. From her perspective, it was simply a good thing that her son had such an outstanding friend. But Fugaku's thoughts ran far deeper than hers. Friendships formed from childhood were the strongest of all. What Fugaku saw was a terrifying swordsman, one who could one day rival the White Fang himself, standing with the Uchiha clan. His vision reached much further ahead. At dusk, cherry blossoms fluttered through the air. The small sparring match had long ended. After spending a relaxing day within the Uchiha compound, Hakken and Yuzuki were escorted by Itachi and the others to the outskirts of the clan's territory. Not coming to the baths. He had indeed drunk quite a bit today, and even Hakken himself felt slightly tipsy. His match with Shisui had truly sharpened his skills. That was the kind of growth that came only from real combat, experience accumulated through countless battles. With his basic slashing technique steadily developing, those practical combat instincts had become even more valuable. There had been no winner or loser. It was simply a friendly exchange meant to deepen their understanding of each other. Shisui, too, had realized during the match that if he truly wanted to grasp the limits of Hakken's power, only a genuine life-or-death battle would reveal it. His sword was, after all, one meant for killing. Sorry, Hakken. Itachi shook his head apologetically. Father just sent word for me to come see him. Maybe next time. At the mention of the bath, Yugao, standing beside Hakken, suddenly grew flustered and sneaked a glance at Izumi, who was winking mischievously at her. She was overthinking it again. Yugao's cheeks turned faintly red. Hey, make sure to get our dear Miss Yugao home safely, all right? Izumi, far more composed than Yugao, patted Hakken's shoulder casually as she spoke. It was already late, and escorting a girl home was, of course, a boy's duty. Hakken nodded calmly, took Yugao's hand, and turned to leave. The way he held her hand was so natural, so practiced, that it seemed the most natural thing in the world. As they walked, they spoke quietly to each other. Watching the two figures disappear into the distance, Izumi perked up her ears. Finally, after much effort, she managed to catch a few words. Let's go. I heard the hot springs aren't crowded today. Let's soak for a bit. Okay. Just as she suspected. Izumi's breathing quickened, as if she had just stumbled upon a scandalous scene. They're here. The shrine, sacred ground where the Uchiha clan honored their ancestors. It always seemed that whenever something important arose, Fugaku chose this solemn place for meetings. Standing with his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on the ancestral tablets within, Fugaku spoke calmly. Behind him, Itachi knelt formally, responding softly. He had deep respect for his father, the clan head, at least for now. To him, there was no doubt that his father could lead the Uchiha clan to prosperity. Your friend is quite remarkable. Fugaku was not one for wasted words. Turning around, he went straight to the point. He had seen everything during the duel beneath the cherry blossoms. "Ken-san, you've been praised by father." Itachi smiled, visibly pleased. The fact that his strict father had praised Haken genuinely made him happy, as if the compliment had been directed at himself. "Then, for the sake of the Uchiha clan, Itachi, make sure to maintain your friendship with him." But at that sudden shift in tone, Itachi froze. What did father just say? The young boy blinked in surprise. "Father, my friendship with Haken, and the clan. Just listen." Fugaku's voice was calm and firm. "He is worthy of it." "That's not what I meant, father." Itachi gave a faint, bitter smile and chose not to argue further. What he truly believed was simple: friendship between two people should never be mixed with clan matters. Even if the Uchiha clan ceased to exist, Haken would still be his friend. But if such intentions were tied to that bond, then that pure friendship would already be tainted. "Father, what are you really thinking?" Itachi's gaze followed his father's retreating figure before finally settling on the ancient stone monument standing within the shrine. Chapter 26, the gap between you and him is like a chasm. Under the moonlight, two figures walked slowly along the streets of Konoha, a man and a woman, each lost in their own thoughts. A gentle breeze swept past. Fresh from the hot springs, Uzuki shivered slightly, feeling a trace of chill on her shoulders. The boy beside her said nothing and didn't bother to ask. He simply pulled the cloak from his shoulder, the one Itachi had given him when they left the Uchiha compound, and, without ceremony, draped it over Yugao's shoulders. Without a word, he lightly pulled her closer by the shoulders, and the two continued down the street together. It felt warm. Such a sense of security, she had never felt it before. The girl, uncertain how to react, could only look up at him in a daze. Everything felt so natural. As if leaning into his warmth like this was exactly how it was meant to be. Yugao's home lay within one of Konoha's ordinary residential districts. But for generations, her family had been part of the village's core strength, passing down the Konoha-ryu sword style. In this generation, Yugao was the only daughter, yet her determination had never disappointed her aging father. As they turned down the final street, her home came into view. Haken stopped walking, his gaze shifting forward. The next moment, his brows rose slightly. A small, thin figure was crouched there, waiting. Haken recognized him immediately: Hayate Gecko, the sickly one. In the original story, he'd had some sort of connection to Yugao. But the sight before him now made Hayate's already pale face flush with an unnatural shade of red. His breathing grew uneven. Clearly, what he was seeing had stirred something in the frail young man. Hayate Gecko. A minor character in the original, a special jonin at best. He died on the eve of the Konoha collapse plan. After a brief glance, Haken lost interest and looked away. Still holding Yugao close, he escorted her to her doorstep. Once she stepped inside, Haken turned to leave, never sparing Hayate another glance. The moment he and Yugao had entered the bathhouse together with him, Hayate had already lost. To Haken, there was no pity for a loser, nor any deliberate cruelty. Had the man been a true warrior, he might have stood in his way, demanding a fight. But he wasn't. Hayate remained silent, watching Haken's figure disappear down the alley. Yet the boy's detached indifference tore at him from within. After Haken left, Hayate turned toward Yugao's home. The door had shifted slightly open. It creaked as it moved, revealing the girl inside. Yugao stood there clutching the cloak, a look of apology on her face. She'd rushed in too quickly and forgotten she was still wearing someone else's cloak. But when she stepped outside again, she didn't see Haken anywhere. She'd wanted one last glimpse of him. Disappointment crossed her face as she sighed softly, only to meet Hayate's gaze, filled with silent accusation. "Why?" Hayate forced out the word, his tone tight with agitation. "What do you mean, why?" Uzuki looked at him in confusion. "You chose him. A useless slacker who sleeps through every class. You should know." In Hayate's mind, Yugao had always harbored feelings for him. But now, everything had changed. His sudden outburst made Yugao's expression turn cold in an instant. Enough. Cutting him off, she gently touched the cloak in her arms. "Remember this, the gap between you and him is like an unbridgeable chasm. He's not someone you have the right to insult. And another thing, stop waiting at my doorstep and pestering me when I come home. Even if he wouldn't say anything, I know he'd be displeased if he saw this. That's all." She closed the door and stepped back inside her home. But the words she'd spoken to Hayate sounded more like something she was telling herself. The moment she wrapped the cloak around her shoulders, she had already made up her mind. In this lifetime, she would devote herself fully to chasing after Haken's footsteps. The familiar training grounds. While others had spent the day admiring cherry blossoms, Haken's training was far from over. His daily quest reset after midnight. If he didn't complete it, he probably wouldn't be able to rest easy. After all, that was 0.2% of progress. It might not sound like much, but every bit counted toward real improvement. He swung his blade again and again, each motion sharp and deliberate. From his match with Shursue, Haken had gained countless new slashing techniques. Now, he needed to refine them, categorize, analyze, and apply them with greater precision. Even a simple slash required technique. Any excess movement during a swing would slow the attack by a fraction, and that single, fleeting instant was enough for an expert to seize the advantage. That was Haken's realization tonight. Shursue of the body flicker, his strength was absurdly overwhelming. In their match, he hadn't even gone all out, at the very least, he hadn't used his body flicker technique. There was still a long way to go. If it came down to pure template power, Haken was indeed strong. But his age still limited how much of that strength he could truly unleash. The power of the Bleach World's demon, Zaraki Kenpachi, was wild and untamed. After his Bankai, that ferocity grew so violent that even his own body couldn't withstand it, tearing itself apart under the force. Taking a deep breath, Haken resumed his training. Just as his sword sliced through the air, a green blur dropped down from above. 9,997. 9,998. 9,999. Ugh. Thud. He fell off the wooden post with a dull sound. The man in the green spandex showed no trace of frustration, on the contrary, he clenched his fists and pumped his arms, brimming with excitement. Failed 10,000 handstand jumps. Switching to 2,000 side kicks. Haken's mouth twitched as he shook his head. He was starting to think this guy failed on purpose just to add more training for himself. Might guy, huh? If he was around, tonight certainly wouldn't be dull. Swish. The sound of Haken's blade echoed again. Under the moonlight, two figures trained side by side in the quiet practice field, one furiously kicking a willow tree, panting between each strike, the other swinging his sword in a steady rhythm, tireless and focused. Thud. Swish. The night was filled with the rhythm of their training, a symphony of effort and endurance. And soon, darkness fully embraced the village. Chapter 27, what does he even mean? The river roared softly. Its name was Naka River, but where its source lay was now lost to time. Still, it had witnessed much, things hidden deep within the shinobi world. Standing quietly by the water's edge, Haken tossed a small stone into the river. Not because he felt like it, but because decades ago, the founders of Konoha, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, had once stood here too, skipping stones across these same waters. They'd even competed to see who could send their stream of urine farther downstream. A new day had begun. Two figures stood side by the Naka River. Yawning, Haken patted Itachi's shoulder. Finally standing before this familiar river again, he couldn't help but feel a hint of nostalgia. It was a river famous in the original story, the place where the tale of two Uchiha truly began. And that story's ending had always been filled with regret. Shursue had leapt into this river, leaving behind only his Mangekyo Sharingan, carrying the genjutsu of Koto Amatsukami. Yet his ideals had never come to fruition. Between the Uchiha and Konoha, Itachi could only choose one. Had Haken not appeared, the story would likely have played out the same way as before. But now, Haken stood here, beside his friend, Itachi. The tale of the two Uchiha at Naka River was destined to have a third figure. What would become of the Uchiha clan? And how would Itachi face it all? Haken had the power to change everything, but it was still too early. After all, the Nine-Tails attack hadn't yet happened. Konoha's higher-ups hadn't blamed the Uchiha for controlling the Nine-Tails, nor had they found a reason to move against the clan. For now, the Uchiha still lived in the heart of the village. Aside from their growing tension with the village leadership, everything seemed relatively normal. Itachi blinked in confusion. But when he saw Haken loosening his belt, realization hit him. He quickly turned his head away, embarrassed. Ever the reserved young man, or perhaps it was just envy of his friend's remarkable kidney strength. Splash. Imitating Hashirama and Madara's long-ago antics, Haken followed suit, though without any particular sentiment behind it. He had never believed in surpassing others by copying their actions. Because the very moment you think about surpassing someone, you've already lost. Hakenyoru was Hakenyoru. If anyone was aiming to surpass someone, it should be others aiming to surpass him. Itachi, long used to his friend's peculiar habits, didn't think much of it. Peeing by the river wasn't exactly a crime. But there was no way he'd follow Haken's example. He was, after all, the Uchiha clan's eldest son, and he had some dignity to maintain. Meanwhile, a green-tinged face surfaced from the water, not the reflection of the trees, but Shursue himself, looking utterly horrified. His face was about the same shade as his Susanoo. The fish in his hands was definitely no longer edible. With a resigned sigh, Shisui tossed the poor creature aside and swam back to shore. Today was supposed to be a simple picnic. Not that he was completely free, he'd only just returned from the battlefield, and Danzo hadn't yet assigned him a new mission. So, he called his friends out to relax and enjoy a rare moment of peace. And to Shisui, this fleeting calm, was true happiness. You know what, Haken? I've got a mission. To observe you. I'm guessing Danzo-sama intends to recruit you into Root. Shisui shook out his damp hair and dropped down beside Haken as he spoke. He'd only just returned to Konoha, and while Danzo hadn't given him any other assignments, there was one clear order, to secretly monitor the boy named Haken. Anyone with half a brain could guess what that meant. As his friend, Shisui saw no point in hiding it from him. If it worked out, they'd end up as colleagues. If not, Haken would learn about it sooner or later anyway. So, he told him. From the moment Orochimaru had requested Haken's records from Danzo, Shisui had already taken note of this unusual boy. For gifted children like Haken, Danzo possessed a disturbing, obsessive desire for control. Recruiting him into Root, though recruit wasn't really the right word. It was forced assimilation. Once branded with Root's seal, the so-called cursed tongue eradication seal, he would be stripped of emotion and individuality. Not every member of Root could live as freely as Shisui did. What does he think he is? The stone Haken had been about to toss into the Naka River shattered in his palm. His voice was cold enough to chill the air. Sho. Shisui froze, quickly pressing a finger to his lips in warning. As a member of Root, he knew too well the extent of Danzo's reach across the village. If those words ever reached Danzo's ears, trouble would follow immediately. You shouldn't say things like that, Shisui muttered with a strained smile. He sighed softly, so much for Danzo's plans. Haken clearly had no interest in joining Root. Of course, the boy probably didn't yet realize what kind of consequences came with turning down such an offer. Thankfully, for now, Danzo had only ordered Shisui to observe him. It hadn't yet reached the point of confrontation. Beside them, Itachi blinked, having caught only part of their conversation. But from what he'd heard. Ken-san, why do you dislike that man Danzo so much? The young Itachi tilted his head in confusion. Don't worry, Haken said with a faint laugh, raising a finger to tap Itachi firmly on the forehead. You'll hate him even more one day. Having a Uchiha spy on his own clan, how could anyone not have strong opinions about that? Well then, come train with me. Since we've already drawn the village's attention, we might as well make it count. He drew his sword, the blade flashing sharply in the light. A fierce glint shone in Haken's eyes. Itachi, 3 days from now, graduate with me. Chapter 28, the days of peace are over. Haken, our use of shadow clones for class hasn't been exposed yet. There's no need to rush things, right? The weekend had passed, marking the start of the second week since the new batch of students enrolled at the Ninja Academy. Last Friday after class, the elite section's instructor, Ryuji Yamazaki, had announced that a small entrance exam would take place in the second week. The exam would cover not only basic theory but also test each student's proficiency with the 3 basic jutsu, assessing their individual potential. Of course, shuriken practice and combat drills were also scheduled to begin. Arriving early at the academy gates, Itachi looked at the ever-calm Ken-san and voiced his question with a hint of doubt. Indeed. With shadow clones attending lessons while they trained at the practice grounds, Itachi thought this arrangement could last quite a while, at least until their clones were discovered. Don't underestimate Konoha. And don't underestimate the Hokage. Haken raised his head slightly, gazing toward the Hokage building in the distance. He had no idea how the 2 Hokage inside made their decisions for Konoha's future. But Orochimaru had once mentioned that someone had already taken notice of him. If that was true, then there was no point wondering whether the 3rd Hokage's telescope technique had picked up on something it likely already had. And considering what Shisui had said yesterday about Danzo wanting to recruit him into Root, Haken had his own calculations to make. The peaceful days are over. He ruffled Itachi's hair lightly and sighed. Starting this year, this village is going to become a mess. You mean? Itachi's sharp mind quickly caught on to what Haken was implying. And most importantly, Haken continued, when disaster comes, I don't want to still be some kid who's never even tasted blood. He strode forward, step by step, until he stood before the locked school gates. Then he took a deep breath. 8 inner gates. 9th, school gate, open. Boom. The power of a demon surged through him, accompanied by a fierce roar. The gate before him exploded into splintered fragments. Itachi froze in disbelief. Destroying the academy gates, was this Haken's idea of stress relief? Don't ask. Just admit it's cool. Gotta make some noise before graduation. Dusting his hands off, Haken let out a satisfied exhale. Itachi could only shake his head, unsure what to say. This man always acted on instinct, always following his own logic. But one thing lingered in Itachi's mind. What was that disaster Haken had mentioned? Ninja Academy, elite class. Class time had arrived. Yet the students were abuzz with chatter, their conversations circling endlessly around two things: the entrance exam scheduled for today, and the burning mystery of who had shattered the academy's front gate. Itachi sat quietly beside Haken, waiting in silence. Haken always had a plan. All Itachi needed to do was follow his lead. The only difference today was that, unlike their usual morning spent sweating in the training grounds, they were sitting obediently in their seats, without the familiar thrill of skipping class. A figure suddenly approached. Itachi's gaze shifted, and he saw a purple-haired girl walking toward Ken-san. "Here's your cloak." Holding the softly scented cloak in her arms, Yugao Yuzuki's face turned slightly pink. "It's been washed." This cloak looked strangely familiar. His eyes flicked over the faint Uchiha crest embroidered on the fabric, and realization dawned. Wasn't that the cloak he himself had placed over Haken that night, worried his friend might catch a chill walking home? How had it ended up in Yugao Yuzuki's hands? And judging from her words, it had clearly been washed. Haken and Yugao, huh? They actually looked quite compatible. So why did his chest suddenly feel tight? Maybe it was because that cloak had originally been his gift to Ken-san. With a small huff, Itachi pushed the thought aside. There was no point dwelling on such nonsense. Haken accepted the cloak she offered, his brow lifting slightly as a faint fragrance reached him. That wasn't the scent of Konoha brand detergent. It smelled, oddly similar to Yugao Yuzuki herself. He gave a small shake of his head and murmured a quiet, "Thanks," before closing his eyes again to rest. The purple-haired girl looked a little disappointed and sighed softly as she took a seat nearby. Hey, completely fallen for him already. Her best friend, Izumi Uchiha, began winking and teasing her with an exaggerated grin. So annoying. Yugao gave her a shy glare, but just as she was about to deny it, she froze for a moment, then gave a tiny, dazed nod. She admitted it. Izumi's mouth fell open. She wanted to tease her more, but the moment had passed. Yeah. Once she'd confessed, what else could she say? Ahem. A sharp cough echoed through the room as their instructor, Chunin Ruji Yamazaki, stepped into the classroom. Instantly, the noise died down. Clearly, after only a week, this stern man had already become every new student's nightmare. "Everyone, follow me. Time for your entrance exam." Casting a satisfied glance around, Ruji Yamazaki's eyes finally landed on two students, Itachi Uchiha and Haken Yoru. Two boys personally mentioned by the Hokage. On the surface, one was diligent and focused, while the other did nothing but sleep. As different as night and day. Chapter 29, what did you just say? Say it again. After a week, it was still too early to tell who truly had the talent to become an exceptional ninja. But as their homeroom teacher, Ruji Yamazaki already had a general grasp of each student's attitude toward learning. On the training field of the Konoha Ninja Academy, the students stood gathered in a circle. At the center, Ruji Yamazaki glanced down at the roster in his hand, eyes narrowing slightly. After a week of study, I trust you all now understand the basic foundation required to become a capable shinobi. Today's assessment will be recorded in detail, and your results will be presented directly to Hokage-sama. In other words, Hokage-sama has been paying close attention to your performance. This will affect your futures. Pausing briefly, Ruji Yamazaki raised a hand. The test will consist of two sections, fundamentals and practical application. The fundamentals will include subjects such as basic ninja knowledge and emergency response techniques. As for the practical section, it will be divided into shuriken throwing and team combat exercises. Now then. The students listened attentively as the Chunin instructor explained every detail clearly. But before he could continue, a frail-looking boy slowly stepped forward from the crowd, interrupting his speech. Step by step. Until finally, he stood before Haken Yoru. I challenge you. In an instant, all eyes turned toward them. A challenge always drew attention. Especially one made here. During the assessment, would the outcome be recorded and reported to Hokage-sama as well? The air grew tense, the atmosphere subtly shifting. Ruji Yamazaki frowned slightly as his gaze moved toward the two students. Hayate Gecko, challenging Haken Yoru. It was unexpected, a disruption to the schedule, but he didn't intervene. After all, Haken Yoru was one of the students personally designated for observation by Hokage-sama. Originally, Ruji Yamazaki had planned to pair Itachi Uchiha and Haken Yoru together during the group combat section to better evaluate their capabilities. But Hayate Gecko. He was rumored to possess X-ray vision-style perception techniques, and came from a family known for inheriting the Konoha Ryukin Jutsu. I challenge you. Staring intently at Haken Yoru's calm, unreadable face, Hayate repeated himself. Every night for the past several days, he had thought about the last words Yugao Yuzuki said to him, and that man's indifferent face as he was ignored completely. It was a humiliation that had gnawed at his heart ever since. Now, he'd finally made up his mind. He would prove himself. He'd make Yugao see who the real failure was, and how wrong her judgment had been. Unconsciously, Hayate glanced toward Yugao Uzuki, who stood a short distance away. But the hint of mockery on the girl's face pierced him like a knife. The challenge had been issued. The surrounding students watched the two with curiosity and excitement. Hakanyoru, the guy who did nothing but sleep in class, how would he respond? Everyone waited in eager anticipation. At that moment, they realized the elite class might not be so boring after all. Suddenly, Hakan moved. He stepped forward with an easy, unhurried motion, then casually lifted his gourd, the one every classmate secretly envied, and took a long drink. Yes. They all envied him. Envied Hakanyoru's unrestrained, carefree attitude. The only delinquent bold enough to drink in front of their instructor. Was he accepting the challenge? Hayate's breathing quickened. The moment to prove himself had come. But from beginning to end, Hakan didn't even look at him once. After setting down his sake gourd, Hakan glanced at Itachi beside him. Itachi gave a small, knowing nod. The two then stepped onto the field before the eyes of all their classmates. Swish, swish, swish. Their hands flashed through seals with incredible speed. Bang. Bang. Two bursts of white smoke erupted. Next to Hakan appeared a clone identical to Itachi, and beside Itachi stood a perfect copy of Hakan. This was a combination of the clone technique and the transformation technique. On the field, Ryuji Yamazaki's jaw dropped, disbelief written all over his face. Their ceiling speed was so fast, his eyes could barely follow. A flawless integration of transformation and clone techniques, could these really be his students? Even he couldn't perform seals that quickly. Whoosh. Whoosh. Before Ryuji Yamazaki could recover, Hakan and Itachi moved again. Both drew shuriken from their waists and hurled them toward each other in a flurry of motion. Bang. Just before impact, their swiftly dodging figures, and the wooden logs left in their place, demonstrated to the entire class what a perfect substitution technique looked like. The three basic jutsu, mastered to perfection. Were these really just students? If it had only been Itachi Uchiha displaying such skill, they might have accepted it. After all, as a prodigy from the prestigious Uchiha clan, his brilliance was expected. But Hakanyoru, the guy who spent every class asleep, how could he possibly perform at this level? How? The students' faces flushed red with disbelief. There was only one thought in their minds. Unacceptable. But the next moment, things took an even stranger turn. Itachi suddenly retreated rapidly, while Hakan, still standing in place, slowly drew the zanpakuto at his waist. It wasn't just for show. It was a real blade. What was he planning? From a distance, Itachi steadied himself, gripping 10 shuriken between his fingers. He took a deep breath and, before the eyes of the entire class, launched them toward Hakan. Whoosh. 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 The sharp sound of metal slicing through the air sent chills down every student's spine. Every throw, its angle, its power, was flawless. What was he doing? Was he seriously trying to kill him? The students stared in shock at the two facing off on the field. Hakan moved. He swung his sword. Clang. 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 The metallic clash rang out as every shuriken was deflected away. Those razor-sharp, perfectly aimed attacks hadn't even grazed him. And more astonishing still. Following the direction of the deflected blades, they saw the shuriken embedded deep into the bullseye of a nearby training target that had been untouched moments ago. The entire field fell silent. The demonstration was over. Shouldering his zanpakuto, Hakan frowned slightly, turning toward the sickly boy who had first stood in his way. So, he said quietly, what was it you just said? Care to repeat it? For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 50 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 30, Chapter 30, You're mistaken, we're not interested in the entrance exam. Just one look, an icy, feral glare brimming with killing intent, was enough to make Hayate Gecko collapse to the ground, drained of all strength after barely managing a single word. The gap between you and him is like a chasm. Those had been the words of the pure-hearted girl, Yugao Uzuki. And now, he finally understood what she meant by that insurmountable gulf. I actually challenged him. Was I insane? Hayate lowered his head, unable even to summon the courage to meet Hakan's eyes. Completely defeated. Perhaps the word, trash, I'd thrown out that day was meant for myself all along. The training field was silent. Every student stared at Itachi Uchiha and Hakanyoru standing in the center, unable to calm the storm in their hearts. Were they monsters? Only a week after entering the academy, they had already mastered the 3 basic jutsu to perfection. Their shuriken throwing. Practically godlike. Itachi's technique was flawless. But Haken's timing, the power and precision of his blade deflecting the shuriken, were nothing short of breathtaking. Could they even still be called human? It was hard to imagine the kind of pressure that came with being their classmates. The children from civilian families could only sigh. Compared to them, they weren't even worthy of polishing Haken Yoru's shoes. And Hana Inuzuka, who had once confidently promised her father she'd never bring shame to the Inuzuka name, now gave a bitter smile, looking utterly lost. The shock of today was simply too great. Was the challenger already finished? Haken merely shook his head, ignoring Hayate Gecko completely. He turned instead toward Ryuji Yamazaki, meeting the teacher's gaze head-on. A deliberate show of strength. No. To Haken, this was simply his usual state during training with Itachi, hardly even showing off. After all, flaunting himself in front of a bunch of kids would only make him look petty. There was no meaning, no satisfaction, in that kind of performance. Everything he did had its own purpose. Ahem. Ryuji Yamazaki looked awkward. He had initially thought to use Hayate Gecko's challenge as a chance to gauge Haken Yoru's ability. But now, he realized that from the very beginning, Haken hadn't taken the boy seriously at all. He had simply ignored him. He ignored the final, desperate struggles of the weak and the pitiful. Still, the assessment had to continue. From the way Haken Yoru and Itachi performed, however, it was clear that whatever came next had nothing to do with them anymore. After all, in this world, only the strong are acknowledged. I declare. Itachi Uchiha. Haken Yoru. Both have passed the test. Taking a deep breath, Ryuji Yamazaki jotted down the results of the match before announcing them aloud. To his surprise, neither Haken nor Itachi showed the slightest trace of excitement. Instead, the two walked toward him calmly, their expressions unreadable. Haken led the way, Itachi following quietly behind. Clink. Opening his gourd, the sword-wielding youth took a slow swig of sake, crossed his arms, and spoke. Apologies, Yamazaki-sensei. Itachi and I have no interest in these so-called test results. What are they up to now? Yamazaki frowned. The moment Haken's eyes met his, he felt a strange sense of being challenged. What do you mean by that? As their homeroom teacher, he needed to assert himself. If he didn't, he might lose control of this class entirely. Early graduation. Please report this to Hokage-sama, Yamazaki-sensei. I, Haken Yoru, along with Itachi Uchiha, hereby apply for early graduation to become ninja. Pulling the shy Itachi to stand beside him, Haken's deep voice carried an air of finality. Because the Ninja Academy no longer has anything to teach us. The Ninja Academy has nothing left to teach us. Was this even something a human should say? The children looked around in disbelief. Guys, you've only been here for 1 week. They wanted to protest, they really did. But after seeing the terrifying display these two had just put on, it was hard to argue. At least when it came to the 3 basic jutsu and shuriken techniques, the academy truly had nothing left to offer them. Haken, he's really going to graduate early. Behind them, a girl who had been watching Haken's back suddenly trembled. Hey, if you don't act now, you might never get the chance to say what you want. Izumi, standing beside her, tugged at the purple-haired girl's sleeve. Becoming a ninja meant facing countless dangers, and once they left the academy, their chances to see each other would only grow fewer and fewer. Sensei. Please take me with them. I want to apply for early graduation too. Summoning all her courage, Yugao Yuzuki ran up to Haken's side and gripped his arm tightly. I want to become a ninja with you, Haken-kun, to face whatever dangers lie ahead together. Until I surpass you. To step out from the background and into the spotlight, it must have taken every ounce of courage she had. Haken stared at Yugao, momentarily stunned. Honestly, he hadn't expected that at all. But to become a ninja now. To face danger alongside him. It was far too soon for her. He paused for a moment, then said softly. Not this time. So that's how it is. Disappointment clouded the girl's face. Tap. Haken reached out and gently tapped Yugao's forehead with his index finger, a faint smile curling his lips. Next time. When you graduate, I'll come for you. Hey, Ken-san. That's something you usually only do to me. Itachi arched a brow and let out a quiet huff. Chapter 31, approved for graduation, Konoha's 2 prodigies. What a troublesome little brat. Konoha, inside the Hokage building. Minato Namikaze sat at his desk, staring at the stack of documents before him. Rubbing his temples with a weary expression, he looked both conflicted and mildly exasperated. The 3rd Hokage wasn't in the village. That meant, for once, Minato actually had the freedom to make his own decisions. He let out a quiet sigh, his gaze landing on 2 application forms spread out before him. Early graduation requests. One belonged to Itachi Uchiha of the Uchiha clan. The other, to a boy he'd been keeping an eye on for quite some time, Hakan. Like Minato himself, Hakan was born a commoner. But the boy's talent far surpassed his own. In Hakan, Minato saw something he himself had never truly possessed, an indomitable spirit. At the very least, Hakan had the courage to resist, to push back against the world. That was why Minato had his own plans for the boy's future. Once Hakan graduated, he had even considered taking him on as a disciple. To guide him personally. To help him accomplish the dreams Minato himself had once failed to achieve. That was Minato's quiet wish. But never, not in his wildest expectations, had he imagined the boy would pull something this bold. Applying for early graduation. And doing so alongside the Uchiha clan's prodigy, Itachi Uchiha. What was he supposed to do now? The tallest tree in the forest is the first to catch the wind. Minato knew that standing out too soon could be dangerous. Graduating early didn't mean the boys would have the strength to protect themselves. He turned the pen slowly in his hand, thoughts racing. He didn't know how long he sat there, lost in consideration. When the faint sound of the office door creaking open reached his ears, Minato's eyes flicked to the forms again. And in that moment, he made his decision. With a swift stroke of his pen, he wrote. Upon recommendation from Chunin instructor Ryuji Yamazaki, grant Hakan and Itachi Uchiha early graduation status. Effective immediately, they are recognized as ninja of Konoha. Setting the pen down, Minato exhaled softly. Since this was Hakan's own choice, he would respect it. Approving the application was the only thing he could do. I hear the Ninja Academy has 2 remarkable youngsters. Puffing on his large pipe, Hiruzen Sarutobi walked cheerfully into the office. As soon as he approached, he spotted the 2 already approved graduation applications on the desk. He opened his mouth, glanced at Minato, but ultimately decided not to speak further. Just moments ago, he'd had a talk with Danzo. There was no doubt, his old comrade had set his sights on those 2. Unfortunately, Minato's stance was already perfectly clear. Asking for them now would mean swallowing more pride than even Hiruzen could manage. Yes, 2 fine young talents, Minato said. They even broke Kakashi's record for early graduation. I believe they'll become outstanding ninja of Konoha. Minato nodded brightly, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Outstanding ninja of Konoha. He clung firmly to those words. The next day, news spread like wildfire throughout Konoha. Barely a week after the academy's opening, 2 youths had blazed through the entire curriculum as if riding rockets and applied for early graduation. One was Itachi Uchiha, the prodigy of the Uchiha clan. The other, an unheralded name until now, Hakan. But today, he stood as an undisputed genius. Their strength had earned unanimous recognition from the entire elite class of this year's Ninja Academy. And really, how could it not? If they'd remained in class, the pressure on their peers would have been unbearable. Even more surprising was the astonishing speed of the village's response. Minato Namikaze, in his capacity as the 4th Hokage, had formally approved their early graduation. From this day forward, the 2 would be officially recognized as shinobi of Konoha. 3 days later, they were to appear in the Hokage's office, where they would receive their ninja forehead protectors. They had truly graduated early. In only 1 week since enrollment, they had achieved what other children spent years working toward. The news spread like wildfire. No effort was needed to circulate it, the entire village erupted with excitement. This was the kind of news that stirred the heart. Konoha had been quiet for too long. Still not fully healed from the scars of the Third Shinobi World War, the village needed such news to wash away the lingering grief left by war. I knew it, a smooth, almost serpentine voice whispered. Someone like you would never linger in such a childish place. Sizzle. As an unknown liquid poured into a test tube, Orochimaru stood in the dim light of his laboratory, his tongue flicking across his lips, his expression one of dark amusement. Well then, let me see. Hakan-kun, what makes you so different from Itachi-kun? He stepped toward the trembling test subject before him, his grin twisting into something truly monstrous. No matter what the outside world thought of it, none of it mattered much to Hakan. He no longer needed to attend the Ninja Academy. All he had to do was wait 3 days and then head to the Hokage building to receive his forehead protector. Whether or not they would assign him a Jonin instructor was of no concern to him. Because of his presence, the terrifying pace that had once seen Itachi graduate a year early in the original timeline had been pushed even further ahead. But there were things that couldn't be solved merely by graduating. He vaguely recalled Itachi's first C-rank mission, how he'd returned alone, awakening the Sharingan in the aftermath. Yes, that had been Obito's doing, under the guise of helping him discover his own limits. So, whether it meant taking on missions or eventually joining the ANBU, Haken would continue forward as he always had. In the years ahead, he would temper himself in his own way, grow stronger by his own hand, until he possessed the power to change everything. On the training grounds, two figures clashed once again. Blades swung. Steel met steel. Slash after slash, unceasing, unrelenting. Chapter 32, come on, have a drink. You graduated without so much as a word, you little brat. Got all grown up now, huh? Think your wings are strong enough? Don't want your big sister bossing you around anymore. The next morning, for once, Haken didn't wake early to head for the training grounds. Instead, he found himself staring at the girl crouched at his bedside, feeling an oncoming headache. Anko, his so-called big sister. The most important family he had left. She'd recently gone on a mission outside the village with her best friend, Kurina Yui, and had probably just returned. Upon hearing the news that Haken had already graduated, she clearly hadn't taken it well. Part of it, no doubt, was shock. But part of it, he suspected, was that she didn't quite know how to express her pride. So instead, she'd shown up first thing in the morning to corner him at his bed. He glanced at her. Dressed in a sheer, gauzy outfit, Anko had a certain unique allure. From a particular angle, through the folds of the fabric, one could almost glimpse something blooming beneath, something that lived up to the red beans in her name. The red of the beans. The beans of the red beans. The red beans of Anko Midarashi. How should he put it? Truly, that was Anko for you. Her boldness could easily rival Tsunade Haim's. Sensing his wandering gaze, Anko's face flushed bright red. She jumped down from the bed in a fluster, but quickly planted her hands on her hips, reclaiming her dignity as the older sister before continuing her scolding. Sigh. When I first carried you home, I never imagined my foolish little brother would surpass his big sister so soon. My foolish little brother. That line rang oddly familiar. Haken sat up straight in bed, half wondering if he'd stayed up too late last night working on chakra blade research and was still dreaming. Honestly, if Anko went on to say a few more things like, foolish little brother, or please, hate me, he'd have believed it for sure. Well, it's only natural, you are my little brother, after all. Her tone softened suddenly, and the usual edge in her voice gave way to something warm and gentle. Father and mother passed away so early. If they were still here, they'd be just as proud of you as I am now, wouldn't they? From being the so-called, most overrated freshman, to breaking records as the fastest to graduate. If father and mother were still with us, they'd definitely throw you a celebration. She paused, then shook her head slightly. Your sister can't do what they would have done, can't give you the kind of encouragement they would have at a time like this. I may not be much of a sister, but no matter what, I'm going to celebrate my amazing little brother. I don't have many friends, but I did my best to invite them to come celebrate with you. Though, I'm not sure how many will actually show up. I don't even know how to say this. Anko's eyes reddened suddenly. I just want you to know, when you want to share your happiness, you're not alone. You're not alone. Anko, usually so clumsy with her words, rambled on and on before finally giving up on trying to wrap her feelings in anything fancy. Yes. All she wanted to tell Haken was, you're not alone. You have a sister who's here to celebrate with you. What she wanted most of all was to let him know that even though he'd never experienced a father's or mother's love, she, as his sister, would do her best to fill that void. That was the one thing she could do for him. I understand. At times like this, words weren't necessary, a warm embrace was enough. The atmosphere was soft and peaceful. After who knows how long, Anko suddenly leapt to her feet, her face flaring red with embarrassment. Others might not know, but Kurenai definitely will. I even said I'd cook. You're cooking. Is that even edible? Haken's mouth twitched. Raising an eyebrow, he smirked and patted his sister's shoulder. Don't worry, the cook's on the way. Achoo. Outside the Midarashi household, Itachi, who had just lifted his hand to knock, suddenly sneezed hard. For some reason, he had a bad feeling about this. Frowning slightly, his hand hovered midair, hesitating to make contact with the door. What's wrong, Itachi? Shirsue's curious voice came from behind him. Something feels off. A few minutes later, when Itachi stood before the kitchen stove, which was noticeably taller than him, he finally realized where that bad premonition had come from. You want me to cook? He stared blankly at the eggs and tomatoes on the counter, falling deep into thought. Ken-san once said a good man should be able to handle both the battlefield and the kitchen. Well, no helping it then. Guess I'll give it a try. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom. What's that sound coming from the kitchen? Shirsue, sitting in the living room chatting with Anko and Haken, looked toward the source of the noise in confusion. Relax. Haken waved a hand dismissively, not the least bit concerned. He remembered clearly, in the original story, there was even a scene where Itachi cooked. As for today's unexpected celebration, he'd just treat it as a moment of calm before the storms ahead. It was Anko's way of showing she cared. And that alone was enough for him to quietly stay by her side. Let's settle this once and for all, Kakashi. Boom. With the sound of the front door shattering, two figures burst into the courtyard of the Mitarashi residence. Haken's expression flickered with surprise before settling into faint amusement. Kakashi Hatake. He actually came. Could Anko's invitation alone really convince Kakashi to show up at his celebration? After all, Kakashi was still going through the darkest stretch of his life. Squeezing in behind him was Might Guy. Unlike Kakashi, Guy and Haken were already well acquainted. And trailing behind them was a helpless-looking Kurenai Yui. From their generation, aside from the Hyuga clan head, almost everyone still alive had shown up. Interesting. With a faint grin, Haken picked up the gourd flask on the table, took a deep swig, and then tossed it toward Kakashi. As the other men blinked in confusion, Haken thumped his chest heartily. Come on, take a drink. Chapter 33, the moment to taste blood. Just as Kakashi accepted Haken's sake gourd, Shursue, sitting beside him, suddenly froze. Once, Haken had said those exact same words to him. Take a sip. It was Haken Yoru's unique way of greeting someone. According to Itachi, only those who had earned Haken's acknowledgement, and sparked his genuine interest, would ever receive such an invitation. When Itachi explained that to him, Shursue couldn't help feeling a flicker of pride. The pride of being recognized. Yeah. He glanced around the room. Kurenai Yui. Mitarashi Anko. Himself and Itachi of the Uchiha clan. Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy. No matter how one looked at it, this lineup of people gathered in a single room was strange. If not for a mission or some unusual circumstance, these individuals would never appear together. And the thread linking them all was Haken Yoru. Kakashi stared blankly at the gourd in his hand, sinking into silence. Sake, huh? Technically, he still wasn't old enough to drink. Born in Konoha year 33, he hadn't even turned 15 yet. But he was so tired. Tired enough to want to drink until he blacked out and finally get some real rest, or better yet, not wake up at all. That would be bliss. When he'd first received Anko's invitation, Kakashi hadn't planned on coming. After all, he wasn't the type who wanted to build connections anymore. He didn't want to deliberately form new bonds. Because everyone he'd ever bonded with, besides Minato-sensei, was gone. Rin. Obito. Names that would forever ache in his heart. Still, he came to the Mitarashi household. Not entirely because of what the fourth had told him earlier. Mostly, he just wanted to see what kind of person had broken his record. He, too, had once been called a genius. Letting out a slow breath, Kakashi lifted the gourd and took a long, hard swig. The sharp burn spread through his throat, setting his whole body alight. The numbing haze of alcohol, it felt good. Really good. Not bad, Haken said with a grin, nodding in satisfaction. Kakashi Hatake. Worthy of sharing a drink. The gathering was in full swing now. By the time Itachi began neatly bringing out the dishes he'd carefully prepared in the kitchen, the room's atmosphere had grown warm and lively. For Haken, today was a day to enjoy Anko's thoughtfulness, and also, his last chance to indulge. Becoming a ninja meant that from now on, life would only grow busier. After all, this was the world of shinobi. And its main theme, as always, was killing. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Kakashi walked alone through the quiet streets of Konoha after leaving the Mitarashi residence. He suddenly stopped. Raising a hand, he pressed it against the forehead protector slanted across his brow. The eye hidden beneath it throbbed faintly with a dull ache. Glancing toward the nearby memorial stone, Kakashi let out a heavy sigh and stepped inside. Obito. Rin. He gently placed a bouquet of white flowers at the base of the stone, his voice low and weighted. In an instant, his mind was pulled back to that moment. Obito, crushed beneath the boulder, gifting him his eye as a Jonin promotion present. The heaviest gift he had ever received. That Sharingan. Adjusting his forehead protector, he revealed the crimson, three-tomo pattern beneath it, only for tears to spill, tracing a silent stream down his face. Tears he could no longer control. I don't know why, he murmured, but every time I see them, I think of you both. I even catch myself wanting to get closer. He gave a humorless laugh. Heh. For someone like me to have thoughts like that, it's almost funny. Lowering the protector once more, Kakashi's voice softened into a whisper. If it had been Haken Yoru and Itachi, maybe their ending would have been different from ours. But the new life our teacher gained, it doesn't seem to have done much to wash away the darkness in my heart. Sensei's child, it won't be long now. I really envy him, being born in times like these. Obito, maybe if we'd just been born a little later. His words trailed off into silence. Another sigh escaped him. The tears finally stopped. Turning away, Kakashi's expression disappeared behind the feline-patterned mask of the ANBU. He was a shadow now. His current mission, to guard the pregnant Ninetales Jinchuriki, the wife of the fourth Hokage. Swish. His figure vanished, leaving behind only the flowers swaying gently in the wind. But a few seconds later, another presence stirred. A masked figure emerged slowly from the grass behind the memorial. With a flick of his hand, the white flowers Kakashi had laid down were shredded to dust by a sudden burst of wind. The mask hid his face, his expression unreadable, yet no matter who he was, standing before his own grave could never feel pleasant. Hakenyoru? Itachi. The sensei's child. He turned sharply. Within the single hole of his mask, a bloodshot crimson eye glared, the three tomo spinning faintly. We're living in hell. Space itself rippled. The masked figure disappeared into the distorted air, leaving behind only the scattered white petals and faint traces of tears, silent heralds of the coming calamity. 3 days later. The excitement surrounding Konoha's two prodigies graduating early had finally begun to settle. Inside the Hokage's office, two small figures now stood side by side. Hakenyoru. Itachi Uchiha. Minato looked at the two of them, a faint warmth in his expression. There was no doubt, Konoha was a village tempered by hardship. Yet it was also a place where one generation after another rose to protect the legacy left behind by those who came before. Tightening his grip on the weighty forehead protectors in his hand, Minato handed them forward. Haken's eyes flicked from Minato to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, seated nearby. The time to taste blood, he murmured quietly, has finally come. Chapter 34, Temporary Squad, C-Rank Mission. Actually, my original plan was to assign him an Itachi to Kakashi's ANBU unit. Unfortunately. Inside the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze let out a weary sigh, a faint, bitter smile tugging at his lips as he looked over the prepared documents spread across his desk. Has that boy still not come to terms with it? Lighting his pipe, the third Hokage exhaled slowly, regret clouding his features. The boy, of course, referred to Kakashi. To be honest, he'd always admired the young man. If not for his father's tragedy, Kakashi would have already become one of Konoha's strongest pillars. Yes. The reason I arranged for him to visit the Mitarashi household was to have him spend some time with Haken and Itachi. Minato's gaze drifted toward the framed photo resting on his desk, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin. His expression tightened with conflict. There was no doubt he trusted Kakashi deeply. He'd even entrusted him with the duty of guarding his own wife. And yet, it seemed the young man still hadn't truly moved past that incident. Perhaps, once his own child was born, things would begin to change. For those who live trapped in grief, the arrival of new life might be the only warmth left to cling to. Let's just keep observing for now, the third said, shaking his head. They're still far too young. Joining ANBU at this age wouldn't be appropriate. ANBU and Root, Konoha's two special divisions. He had once overseen the ANBU himself. Root, on the other hand, was managed by his old comrade, Danzo Shimura. Root operatives were raised from childhood, their emotions stripped away, their training far crueler than that of ANBU. The most obvious example of that was Yamato, the would-release user he had transferred from Root to ANBU. But ANBU operatives were carefully chosen elite shinobi, fundamentally different from Root in principle and purpose. After the death of Tsukumo Hatake, Root had been infused with a new generation of operatives, ones who now reported directly to Minato Namikaze. After all, the third continued, graduating from the Ninja Academy and truly becoming a capable shinobi are two very different things. Some time in a temporary squad would be good experience for them. But are you certain, he added, setting down his pipe, that letting Orochimaru guide them for a while would really be such a bad idea? Yes, this was the very suggestion he'd made to Minato the previous day. And Minato had turned it down immediately. Orochimaru, really? He'd have to be out of his mind to agree to something like that. Minato cast a helpless glance toward the locked drawer beside his chair. Inside lay the most detailed reports on Konoha's recent string of missing persons. He'd read them himself, and every clue led back to one culprit, Orochimaru. Sending Itachi Uchiha and Hakenyoru, two of the village's most exceptional prodigies, to Orochimaru for training. How could the third even suggest such a thing? Did he still believe Orochimaru was that calm, devoted man who once loved the village? The room grew thick with unease. Even the third seemed to realize how hollow his own words sounded. Orochimaru. Letting out a long sigh, the old Hokage's mind drifted back to the look in that man's eyes. Those eyes, so full of ambition, and something far darker. It seemed the time was drawing near. Ken-san, I hate war. As they left the Hokage building and made their way toward the training grounds, Itachi suddenly spoke those words. Hakan glanced sideways at him. At that moment, the faint lines on the boy's face looked as though they might soon become tear marks, etched by tears yet to fall. He was the kind of person who could only cry openly when it rained. You've been a bit sentimental lately. With a flick of his finger, Hakan poked Itachi's forehead. The younger boy winced and immediately fell silent. So it begins. Your life of overthinking things. Rolling his eyes, Hakan grabbed Itachi by the collar, locking eyes with him. No matter what happens, remember, you've still got me. Swish. Letting go, he took a swig from his flask of liquor and stretched lazily. Let's move. The Hokage said the rest of the temporary squads already waiting at Training Ground 8. The Hokage. It seemed Ken-san never called him Hokage-sama. Straightening his clothes, Itachi fell into step behind him. Training Ground 8 was much like any other in Konoha, nothing particularly unusual. When the two arrived, several figures came into view ahead. A boy around 10 years old with long brown hair stood there, a Konoha forehead protector glinting on his brow. Beside him was a short-haired man with a pockmarked face. So these were their teammates. They didn't exactly look approachable. What's this? Just a couple of brats. The brown-haired boy folded his arms, frowning, clearly annoyed at being treated like a babysitter. Forget it. It's just a C-rank mission. More people means better odds anyway. And these two did graduate early from the academy, they're supposed to be geniuses, after all. The pockmarked man tried to ease the tension, though his tone dripped with sarcasm. TCH. Two useless kids. What good could they possibly do? I don't know what Hokage-sama's thinking. If Kiyokaze hadn't been injured and stuck in the hospital, we'd never have been saddled with them. The brown-haired boy sneered. Hey, you two, listen up. Tomorrow we've got a C-rank mission. We're escorting an important person, so stay behind us and try not to wet yourselves. Swish. Boom. A flash of steel split the air. The arrogant brown-haired youth froze in terror as the massive tree beside him was cleaved clean in two. Whether it's useless or kids, I don't want to hear those words again. Hakan grinned, clearly unimpressed. A bunch of extras like them didn't even qualify to make him angry. Come on, Itachi. We've still got training to finish. Watching them walk away, the pockmarked man swallowed hard. What in the world? What kind of monsters were they? Suddenly remembering something, he called out after them, hey. Tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock, meet at the village gate. But Hakan didn't even turn his head, as if he hadn't heard a word. Only the boy walking beside him caught the quiet murmur that escaped Ken-san's lips. In any world, only true strength earns acknowledgement. Only with power can you protect what's important to you. From start to finish, I just want to appreciate this beautiful ninja world through strength. Ken-san. That's so like you. Nodding deeply, Itachi's eyes gleamed with admiration. The legend of Ken-san was only just beginning. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 50 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 35, Renewed Daily Missions, Never Ending. Anko. As night began to fall, the chill of the room deepened when Orochimaru suddenly called out to his departing apprentice. Orochimaru-sensei. Anko nodded respectfully, her eyes filled with curiosity. Ever since she had become the pupil of this renowned man, she had indeed learned much. Yet, along with that knowledge came countless strange questions. For instance, what exactly was her teacher always so busy with? And why did those rooms she was never allowed to enter sometimes echo with faint, agonized screams? She didn't know. But she didn't dare ask. Orochimaru studied her quietly for a long moment before finally shaking his head. It's nothing. Give my regards to Hakan-kun. Just moments ago, he had recalled another major breakthrough in his research, aside from the living corpse reincarnation. The cursed seal. A strange and sinister energy. It had been refined from the body of a newly acquired test subject, the boy named Yugo. By fusing his own cells into that energy, he had created the perfected version of the cursed seal. When he had called out to Anko just now, he had done so with the intent to perform one last experiment before leaving. The power of the cursed seal was far too much for an ordinary person to withstand. But that had never stopped him from using ordinary people as test subjects before. Yet, as Anko turned back to face him, something crossed his mind. The girl standing before him was indeed his apprentice, ordinary in some ways, but not quite like everyone else. Anko Mitarashi. She had something others didn't, an enviable younger brother, Hakan Yoru. If he used Anko's body for his experiment and something went wrong, that boy would despise him. He might even abandon his life in Konoha entirely to seek revenge. That had been his calculation at first. But then he remembered the look in that boy's eyes the other day, wild, primal, untamed, and he suddenly understood. This was her brother. And while Orochimaru feared no one, dealing with that kind of creature would be inconvenient. Besides, Hakunyoro had already promised that one day he would come find him. There was no need to provoke him early. Watching with his own eyes just how far that child could go, that was the true experiment. Yes, Orochimaru-sensei, Anko replied, still puzzled. Also, Orochimaru added without looking back, you don't need to come here anymore. He turned away, sorting through his scattered notes and files, a silent sign that no matter what she might ask next, he would not be answering. No need to come anymore? As Anko stepped out of the room, the confusion in her eyes deepened. A strange feeling rose within her, a quiet certainty that something momentous was about to happen. 1997. 1998. 1999. Swish. 2000. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the daily quest, 2000 sword swings. Reward, King of Normal Attacks Template, Zaraki Kenpachi, unlock progress plus 0.2%. Ding. Congratulations, host, on achieving the continuous / milestone. Daily quest upgraded successfully. From now on, the daily quest will be renamed, Never Ending. Quest rewards will scale with the number of swings performed each day. It appeared, the upgraded daily quest. Sheathing his Zanpakuto, Hakunyoro summoned the system panel and glanced through the data. Host, Hakunyoro. World, Naruto. Unlock template, King of Normal Attacks, Zaraki Kenpachi. Unlock progress, 7.6%. Reach 10% progress to unlock the next character template. Next template awakening, second template progress reaches 5%. Slash points, 195, exchangeable for template progress or shop items. Chakra, 30, genin level. Physical strength, 80, above average. Spiritual pressure, unknown. Activated trait, Chakra Blade. Daily quest, /2000 times, completed. New daily quest, Never Ending. Swing 1000 times, unlock plus 0.1% progress for all unlocked templates. Unachieved. Swing 2000 times, Chakra Reserve increases by 0.1. Unachieved. Swing 4000 times, Physical Attribute Coefficient increases by 0.1. Unachieved. Swing 6000 times, Slight Enhancement to Spiritual Pressure, the energy representing the soul. Unachieved. Swing 8000 times, unlock plus 0.2% progress for all unlocked templates. Unachieved. Swing 10,000 times, Chakra Reserve increases by 0.2. Unachieved. Never Ending. Just like the new quest's name, as long as he continued to swing his blade, his strength would keep growing stronger. Chakra, spiritual pressure, physical ability, and most importantly, template progress. A complete, all-around enhancement. Yet within Haken's body, these three energies did not conflict. Chakra was born from physical cells and spiritual energy, the stronger the body, the greater the chakra that could be refined. Spiritual pressure, on the other hand, came from the soul itself, the core energy of a Shinigami. The three forces did not oppose each other, in fact, they complemented one another. And when, one day, these three energies broke through their limits and fused together, Haken believed he would become something terrifying. A monster of unimaginable strength. But one thing still puzzled him. Why does spiritual pressure show as unknown? Indeed, aside from that, every other stat displayed precise numerical values, a clear assessment of his capabilities. But for spiritual pressure, the system listed only one word, unknown. Host, this is related to your template unlock progress, the system explained. Only after fully unlocking the Zaraki Kenpachi template can this value be accurately measured. I see. Haken nodded and drew in a deep breath. The moon hung high in the night sky. Itachi had long since gone home to rest and prepare for the next day's mission. As for him, his daily task had evolved. No longer confined to just 2000 swings a day. Which meant, keep swinging. Never stop. Drawing his Zanpakuto once more, the boy beneath the moonlight felt the fire within him ignite again. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 50 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 36, The Roaring Demon. C-Rank Mission. A type of assignment where the participants might sustain injuries. Such missions often involve requests from other nations, joining wars, providing escort, conducting background investigations, capturing or subduing dangerous beasts, or delivering classified documents. The reward typically ranges from 30,000 to 100,000 Ryo. During C-Rank missions, encounters with enemy ninja are rare, making them relatively easier to handle. At the entrance of Konoha, when Hakunyoro and Itachi arrived that evening, the rest of the group had already been waiting for quite some time. Aside from the brown-haired man and the pockmarked one who had tried to put Hacken in his place the previous afternoon, there was also a squinting old man dressed in an extravagant robe. A distant noble relative from the land of hot water, someone with status and influence. Yes, a noble relative, living a life several times more comfortable and luxurious than that of a ninja. This time, he had come to the land of fire for amusement. Now that his entertainment was over, it was time for him to return home. Hacken's team was tasked with escorting him safely back to the land of hot water. Well, just two brats. How does the Hokage even run this place? The old men in fine clothes scowled, clearly unimpressed. The sight of Hakenyoru and Itachi made him feel uneasy about his own safety. This was what Konoha had become. Even trash from another nation dared to criticize the Hokage's judgment. Hacken let out a cold chuckle. That tone of contempt, that sense of superiority when addressing ninja, this wasn't new. It was an old, deep-rooted problem inherited from history. At some point, shinobi had stopped being seen as protectors and instead became tools, things to be bought, used, and discarded. Pay them, get the job done. If they failed, scold them. Was this what being a ninja meant now? No. This warped attitude could be traced all the way back to the founding of the ninchu. Sharing the sacred energy of chakra so freely, granting everyone the ability to refine it. That wasn't inheritance, it was the seed that fueled endless wars and rising death tolls. By the time the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, ruled the village, Konoha's humility had already become something others mocked. At the 5 Kage summit, he bowed and yielded with such grace. If not for the second Hokage's strong objection, he might have even given away the tailed beasts to other villages for free. What a magnanimous spirit indeed. Shaking his head, Hacken couldn't even be bothered to respond. He simply stepped forward, leading the way. The escort mission had officially begun. But as they traveled, the nobleman from the land of hot water and the two genin couldn't help but keep glancing at the youth walking ahead. The reason was simple, he hadn't stopped swinging that strange blade in his hand the entire way. Ken-san, wasn't today's training already finished? Beside him, Itachi asked curiously. They had gone straight from the training grounds to Konoha's gate. Having woken up early, Itachi had already spent the morning sweating through drills with Hacken. Finished. Itachi, training like this never really ends. Hacken exhaled softly, shaking his head. His daily quest had been upgraded, each swing of his sword now contributed to his growth. Never ending. As expected of you, Ken-san. Nodding thoughtfully, Itachi began to move his hands, silently practicing. He couldn't afford to waste shuriken outside the training field, so instead, he used the time to work on his hand-seal speed. Hacken glanced at him, but swallowed back what he wanted to say. He really wanted to tell Itachi that, later on, only straight-laced types would still be forming hand seals. Wasn't it enough to just clap your hands and summon what you needed? After thinking about it, he decided to let it go. At least for now, practicing hand seals wasn't a bad thing. He grabbed his sake gourd, took a sip, and kept swinging his zanpakuto, his gaze drifting casually toward the forest beside the road. He was here. Even with his interference, helping Itachi graduate a year early, it hadn't changed fate. The encounter was inevitable. Had he been noticed? Moments after the group passed by, a masked figure slowly emerged from the shadows. It was clear, they were being watched. As for the reason, it likely wasn't just Obito's curiosity. It probably had something to do with what Kakashi had said at the memorial stone. Seeing them always reminds me of my younger self. How utterly laughable. Destroying someone else's beliefs, only to watch their ideals crumble the same way as once had. That was what Obito sought to do. The game had only just begun. Whoosh. 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 The squad continued moving forward. But just as they were about to pass through a dense stretch of forest, a dozen heavily armed samurai suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Enemy attack. For a brief instant, the atmosphere within the team froze. Snapping back to his senses, the pockmarked man quickly drew a kunai and gripped it tightly in his hand before shouting toward the front, "Fall back. Protect Neo-sama." Is that so? So his name is now. Itachi didn't move a muscle, already pulling out his shuriken, ready to attack at any moment. Meanwhile, Hacken stepped forward, in the exact opposite direction. Just as I thought. All bark, no bite. Scared stiff already. Still doesn't get teamwork or follow orders. The brown-haired man snarled in frustration. Real killers didn't waste time with words. As Hacken took another step forward, a figure lunged straight at him. A flash of steel, followed by the sound of blood splattering onto the ground. Ken-san. Behind him, Itachi's face tensed with concern as he watched Hacken catch the enemy's blade effortlessly with one hand. Your strength still falls short. The samurai froze. In that instant, he saw something terrifying in the boy's eyes, something fierce and untamed. Then came the sharp sting of pain in his chest. A plain, unassuming blade had pierced straight through him. So this is pain. The feeling of a real battle. At that moment, the savage ferocity of a Shinigami's beastly spirit fused completely with Hakunyoro. He had become death itself. Come then, let's fight. Blood splattered across his face. Itachi stared at him, watching that once calm expression twist slowly into one of exhilaration. The boy before him was both familiar and foreign. But there was no doubt, this was Ken-san. And following his lead, Itachi charged in as well. Chapter 37, Kill them. As the wails mixed with the sick thrill of blades sinking into bellies, the narrow road had become a living hell. Demons howled as they crawled from the underworld, mercilessly reaping human lives. Thud. The last samurai collapsed. Hakunyoro's body was stained with blood. Scanning the battlefield, the dozen corpses, faces frozen in terror at the moment of death, and the ground soaked crimson made for a harrowing sight. The two genin who had been guarding now lay in the nearby weeds, retching. It was only their first C-rank mission. Death had once felt distant to them, something they imagined would happen far away. But this hellish scene crushed that illusion. Huff. Haken leaned against a nearby tree and exhaled a cloud of stale breath. He reached for the hand that had grabbed the blade, then took his flask and poured alcohol over the wound to disinfect it. He ripped open a bandage and was about to wrap it when a hand took the task from him. Frowning at the cut on Haken's hand, Itachi asked. Ken-san, knowing you could have easily dodged a lackey like that before he swung. You could even have killed him before he attacked. So why block it with your hand? Itachi didn't understand. He only knew Ken-san had no reason to be struck by that blow. Because I'm human. Haken shook his head, the killing intent in his eyes had faded. Of course he was human. And this was my first kill. His first kill. Itachi felt a chill run through him, he had overlooked that. Like Haken, this was his first time killing someone. I don't know if panic or fear will come, Haken said. But before those emotions hit, letting pain take their place works remarkably well. At least I killed every last one of them while still clear-headed. He took a swig of liquor, a mocking curl at the corner of his mouth. Only when he'd actually killed did he realize how absurd the novels from his past life were, how casually their protagonists supposedly overcame that shock. Especially the first time. Seeing Itachi trembling as he bandaged Haken's hand, Haken understood that particular psychology. But from today on, that feeling will be gone, he continued. This is a will forged by blood. As a shinobi, not killing on a mission means being killed. He clenched his bandaged hand, the burning pain drove home the world he lived in. The Naruto world. Beneath all the heroics lay the law of the strong devouring the weak. Even Naruto, wrapped in a protagonist's glory, knew that talking one's way out before defeating an enemy does nothing. This was the real world. And the men beside him, however you looked at him, had no romantic notions left. Ken-san. Itachi finally understood Ken-san's logic, dull the nerves with pain, pull himself through suffering, come to know fear more deeply, and then conquer it. It was worry for Ken-san's safety that had made Itachi rush forward without restraint. Had he truly beaten his fear? Itachi didn't know. All he felt was that searing fury when the enemy's blade struck Ken-san. No one hurts my friend. No one. A stab of heat burned his eyes, he shook his head. Still, that final barrier hadn't been broken in one go. His Sharingan remained dormant. Hey, Jiro Kusanagi, Maru Kitai, stay behind me for the rest of the escort. Or you'll die. Haken flicked blood from his Zanpakuto, called to the two gagging extras, then stood and strode forward. That faint, elusive ripple in his consciousness, the soul wave, was clear to Haken. He didn't know whether the sudden assassination attempt was connected to it, but he was certain whoever made that ripple wouldn't let them travel the road ahead in peace. There was a reason behind Itachi's first C-rank mission. Those crimson, sorrow-filled Sharingan would soon open fully. Damn it. These were words I had said to them before. Now they came back to me in the exact same tone. Jiro Kusanagi gave a bitter laugh and glanced at his pockmarked companion. What else could they say? Had Hakunyoro and Itachi Uchiha not been suddenly assigned to their squad, this single assassination attempt would have wiped them out entirely. Don't blame their failure on the absence of their jonin or missing teammates. This was a blunt demonstration of insufficient hard skill, perhaps they simply weren't cut out to be shinobi. Not every squad received the same treatment as Konoha's future units. Especially in this era, with Konoha still reeling from the heavy losses of the Third Shinobi World War, orphaned squads like this were common. The team pushed on. Everything seemed to calm, a gentle breeze passed through, and then a masked figure appeared, staring blankly at the corpse on the road. One-hit kills. I underestimated them. But things won't be so easy from here on out. Space rippled as the masked man slowly vanished. He reappeared not far ahead on the escort route, and the ground around him began to split open, disgorging several odd, pale humanoid figures. Kill them. Yes. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 50 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 38, Chapter 38, Combined Jutsu, Unmatched Coordination. The Third Shinobi World War had never truly ended. Just as the Kimogakure ninja still stood guard along the border between the land of lightning and the land of fire, they were merely waiting for a shift within Konoha. And where that shift would come from was a question worth pondering. It was as if Danzo had somehow known in advance that something was about to happen. The fires of war had not gone out, and missions outside the village had become perilous. When Hakenyoru and his group halted their advance once again that night, it felt as though the killing was about to begin anew. No way, we just survived an assassination attempt. Staring at the masked, hostile ninja before him, now was completely shaken. He had never imagined that stepping outside the village this time would bring such trouble. Given his status in the land of hot water, there was no reason anyone would send ninja after him. As for other nations, he had little to no dealings with nobles of his standing. So why were there ninja here? Jiro Kusanagi and Maru Kitai exchanged glances, finding only despair in each other's eyes. Pure despair. If their earlier battle had held even a flicker of hope, now there was none. Judging by the masks, these opponents were clearly ANBU from some village. A quick glance around revealed 20 ninja encircling them completely. 20 against 4, and they had to protect a burden. How could they possibly win this fight? They were barely a year out of the academy, fresh genin. This world was terrifying. Ken-san. Itachi's expression hardened as he gripped his kunai tightly, glancing at the boy beside him. Without a doubt, in moments of crisis, Ken-san was his pillar. Just as Ken-san had once told him, with him around, there was no need to panic. Their strength ranges between genin and chunin, but the real threat hasn't appeared yet. After surveying the area, Haken took a deep breath, his tone steady and analytical. Having already experienced his first kill, the panic he once felt was gone. From the chaotic spiritual fluctuations radiating from these enemies, Haken immediately understood who they were beneath those masks. White Setsu. The byproduct of the infinite Tsukuyomi from 1,000 years ago, weapons Kagaya had created to resist the Ōtsutsuki. Obito had finally made his move. The reason, Haken didn't know. Maybe it was simply because his name was Obito Uchiha. There was no need to understand the reason. In the original story, Obito had attacked young Itachi without reason as well. He left behind only the excuse that he was helping him gain strength, insisting that hatred was the key to Uchiha evolution. He even had the audacity to speak in Madara's name, claiming he had killed his own brother and taken his eyes for power. A pitiful clown. What could Obito, who never truly understood Madara, possibly comprehend? Madara had only ever shown him what he wanted him to see. Though the real danger hadn't yet emerged, the immediate threat still had to be dealt with. Slowly, Haken drew his Zanpakuto, chakra instantly coating the blade. As the pale blue energy sharpened to a razor's edge, he became one with the wind, silent, swift, and unseen. Remember the training from a few days ago? With a slight flick, the whistling sound from the 8-blade Zanpakuto made Itachi nod firmly. Understood. He uttered the 2 words, and facing the approaching enemy, Itachi's hands began forming hand seals at lightning speed. Snake, goat, monkey, pig, horse, tiger. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The blaze illuminated Itachi's small face, while at the same time, the blade infused with wind nature chakra slashed fiercely forward. The intense cutting and suction force completely reshaped Itachi's great fireball. The next instant, a formidable, flaming long sword descended in a sweeping strike. Combination ninjutsu. Only 2 individuals with perfect synergy could execute such a technique together. Both chakra control and the timing of the strike had to align flawlessly, any deviation would end in failure. Wind fed the flames, and since Haken's chakra nature transformation ranked among the most dominant in the shinobi world, the great fireball transformed into a great fire sword. What kind of technique was this? The 2 background genin standing behind them were utterly stunned. Even Obito, hiding nearby, couldn't help but gape in disbelief. Combination ninjutsu could be used like this. Boom. The fire blade slammed into the ground, striking several enemies head-on before they could even react. The moment that burning edge sliced their flesh, sheer terror erupted within them. Flames that could cut through flesh, and wounds that reignited with fire from within. Its lethality was overwhelming. The Great Fireball, an ordinary C-rank ninjutsu, had been elevated to unleash power rivaling an A rank or even higher. These 2 kids. Behind the mask, the Sharingan narrowed slightly as Obito's breath hitched. No wonder Kakashi said that seeing them always reminded him of the old Minato's team. This level of coordination was beyond anything ordinary shinobi could hope to match. The fire blade crashed down. But the battle had only just begun. When Haken and Itachi charged toward the ninjas created from white Zetsu, the fight truly began in earnest. Just as Haken had predicted, these enemies weren't particularly strong. Under the sweep of his chakra blade and Itachi's precise follow-up strikes, they all fell within moments. Ken-san is so strong. Surveying the bodies around them, Itachi's small face carried a trace of pride as he recalled that blazing sword. Pretty capable. But just as Itachi was about to respond, a masked man suddenly appeared. Frowning, Itachi instinctively stepped in front of Haken, shielding him with his own body. Ken-san had warned that the real threat was yet to come, and the man before them was likely that very threat. Hiding behind a mask, who are you? Indeed, a mere noble from the land of hot water could never have drawn so many ninja. That alone made the man's identity deeply suspicious. Who exactly was he? Staring at Haken and Itachi, the masked man tilted his head slightly, then spoke in a deep, ominous tone. My name. Madara Uchiha. The air went still. Then. Puffed. The moment he said it, the youth couldn't help but burst out laughing. See. Obito said he was Madara Uchiha. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 50 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 39, Chapter 39, You dare call yourself Madara Uchiha? Kid, what are you laughing at? A cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Beneath the mask, Obito looked visibly annoyed. What was he laughing at? Even Itachi was thrown off balance by Haken's laughter. He didn't know just how formidable this troublesome enemy truly was. But what could possibly be the reason for laughing in a situation like this? You say you're Madara Uchiha. Haken shook his head, suddenly finding the whole thing rather dull. He took a swig from his bottle and casually patted Itachi on the shoulder. Come on, you tell him who Madara Uchiha is. Who was Madara Uchiha? Upon hearing this, Obito snorted in apparent misunderstanding. Clearly, revealing Madara Uchiha's name to this bunch of kids was pointless. Those who hadn't lived through that era couldn't possibly grasp what the name represented. Unexpectedly, Itachi began his explanation right in front of him. Uchiha Madara, the clan head of the Uchiha during the Warring States period. He united with the Senju to quell the chaos, one of the founders of Konoha. In the end, he defected from Konoha, clashed with the first Hokage at the Valley of the End, and was killed by Hashirama Senju. Heh, never thought anyone still remembered me. Obito responded with a low chuckle, as if for a moment he truly embodied the Madara being described. Shoo. Haken raised an index finger and softly shushed, shattering the other's fantasy. That's the Madara Uchiha he knows. Want to hear the one I know? Like, Madara didn't actually die at the Valley of the End. Or that he's been pursuing seemingly foolish plans all along, supposedly for the sake of peace. What does this brat even know? Obito stared coldly at Haken. In that instant, his killing intent spiked. The Madara Uchiha I remember would never wear a mask and shout that he is Madara Uchiha. Such a man wouldn't need to sneak around. If you truly are Madara Uchiha. Raising his Zanpakuto, Haken pointed it at Obito from a distance. Take off the mask. Let me see. Take off the mask. Let me see. The boy's booming voice made Obito tremble with rage. For the first time, someone had exposed him using Madara Uchiha's name, and the one who did it was just a brat. Just a cocky brat. He must die. It wasn't the exposure of the Madara name that unnerved him so much as the knowledge this boy possessed. It sent chills down Obito's spine. This was no ordinary brat. Without another word, Obito lunged straight at Haken. The Eye of the Moon plan, that was top secret. Even Nagato and the others didn't know its true contents. The fact that this boy knew something about it forced Obito to act. Here we go. Haken drew a deep breath and gripped his Zanpakuto tightly, ready. Infuriating Obito wasn't about showing off, there was no one around to witness that anyway. It was that Obito, parading around under the name Madara Uchiha and acting the part, rubbed him the wrong way. Especially this unprovoked attack, proof of how utterly mad Obito had become. He hadn't provoked him, yet the assault came anyway. Beyond defending against the attack, Haken needed to test something. It was common knowledge that much of Obito's power came from his dojutsu, Kamui. That space-time ninjutsu could completely avoid damage by concealing the body within Kamui's dimension before an attack struck, a truly troublesome ability. What Haken wanted to test was whether his attacks could actually harm Obito, who wielded that spatial ninjutsu. This was crucial. If successful, Obito would be wary of him in the future. If it failed, this man would only escalate his schemes against Haken. You dare call yourself Madara Uchiha? The Zanpakuto pointed distantly at Obito, and Haken suddenly roared. Swish. What good is talking? Only battle is the best way to understand an opponent's abilities. Seeing the killing intent radiating from Obito's single exposed Sharingan. What Haken couldn't comprehend was this: you were the one who attacked me, yet now you're the one angry. What kind of logic is this? Spiritual pressure. True to its name. Zaraki Kenpachi's most devastating attack, crushing opponents with the sheer force of his soul. Golden light descended upon Obito, a devastating pillar of light crashing from the heavens. Though a probing strike, the explosive release of spiritual pressure, an energy even more profound than chakra, carried terrifying destructive force. His enemy was Obito. Haken held nothing back. Unlike Orochimaru, this was someone who truly sought to kill him. The earth shook violently as the sword pressure slammed into the ground, leaving a gash several meters deep. Yet Obito's advancing form didn't falter an inch, seemingly unscathed. Spatial ninjutsu was indeed troublesome. Narrowing his eyes, Haken charged forward, aiming a horizontal slash directly at Obito's head. Exactly as expected, the Zanpakuto sliced through nothing but emptiness where Obito's head should have been. Swooping past Haken's head, Obito's eyes gleamed with triumph. One hand was already pressed against Haken's back. Die, brat. Die in this hypocritical world. Chapter 40, the figure standing before me, the blooming Tomo. Sharingan. Hailed as the eyes that reflect the soul. The path to its evolution is always paved with pain. That is why the Uchiha clan came to be known as a cursed, evil lineage. This title was first given by Konoha's second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, the evil clan. But looking at it from another angle, isn't this very born from the searing pain of losing one's loved ones? To feel that agony and then gain power through it, such is the way of the Uchiha. When the Sharingan evolves to a certain stage, the dojutsu it awakens always mirrors the spirit of its wielder. Just like Obito's ability. He rejected this world, refused to acknowledge its reality, and sought to create another in its place. Thus, the power of Kamui was born. The eye of the mind's reflection, its origin and nature were no longer things Itachi, standing not far behind Haken, cared to ponder. When he saw the masked man's hand reaching toward Haken's back, an instinctive pain flared in his eyes. His heart trembled violently. Ken-san. The sudden shout from behind startled both Obito and Haken. Yet the battle did not stop. Just as Obito's hand was about to reach its mark, the youth's body twisted sharply, his blade changing course in an instant as it slashed backward. This brat. A flicker of anger flashed in Obito's eyes. He activated his Sharingan again, phasing his body into intangibility and rendering Haken's attack useless. Turning, he glared at Itachi and took a deep breath. Seems he's someone you care about. Without question, he attributed Haken's quick reaction and counterattack to Itachi's earlier shout. As a senior of the Uchiha clan, let me help you. Let me show you just how pathetic this clan truly is. The battle reignited. This time, Obito fought in earnest. It was almost laughable, he, a man claiming to be Madara Uchiha, forced to get serious against a mere brat. Yet that terrifying flash of a blade from moments ago was not something he wished to experience again. His figure flickered through the air. The young swordsman seemed to slip into rhythm, and as Haken entered a full combat trance, his roars echoed like those of a vengeful spirit. Each swing of his Zanpakuto sent shockwaves that rippled through the surroundings. Now, what enveloped his blade was not chakra, but something far more chilling, an energy that made one's soul tremble. Spiritual pressure. Ken-san. Itachi's eyes burned, but he no longer cared. The shuriken in his hand was ready, poised to support Haken at any moment. Yet he knew he couldn't act recklessly now, intervening might disrupt Haken's rhythm mid-battle. When true masters fight, those watching from the sidelines aren't there just to spectate. There's a reason for that. Almost there. The trajectory. I can almost see it. The battle raged on. At the edge of the field, Itachi's crimson eyes glowed brighter, a thin trail of blood tears slowly streaming down his face. He was beginning to discern a pattern. On the battlefield, Haken pressed on with unwavering conviction, his blade slicing through the air again and again. For a fleeting moment, he felt as if this fight itself was training. Yes. He kept swinging. The more he swung, the stronger he felt. His strikes were simple and direct, yet Obito Uchiha couldn't find a single opening. Each time he prepared to materialize, Haken somehow caught that fleeting instant and struck back, always at the perfect moment. Obito dismissed it as coincidence. After all, only he knew of Kamui's existence. At least for now, he had felt no sign of Kakashi using the power of the other eye. So there was no way a mere brat could possibly have seen through Kamui's weakness. But in the next instant, the stalemate was broken by a shout. Ken-san. Though I don't know how he can freely phase his body like that, if I'm not mistaken, the source of all his power lies in his eyes. A Mangekyo Sharingan, one step beyond the three Tomo Sharingan. I haven't yet found the exact pattern, but one thing is certain, when he truly attacks, he must become tangible. Therefore, taking a deep breath, Itachi steadied himself. If we can catch that moment, we can strike him. Even in such a disadvantageous position, he remained calm, analyzing the situation with sharp precision and offering the most direct conclusion. This was Itachi Uchiha, born with the instincts of a warrior. A true prodigy. The Uchiha brat. Beneath Obito's mask, a fleeting flash of astonishment crossed his face. The battle had only just begun, yet his opponent had already grasped the weakness in his attack pattern. A genius, huh? And the coordination between the two. For an instant, Obito's thoughts drifted, to that time he and Kakashi had fought side by side to save Rin, their movements perfectly synchronized. Seeing them, it's like seeing my old self. Remembering Kakashi's words at the memorial stone, a surge of fury erupted within him. His body blurred as he lunged forward, kunai in hand, thrusting it mercilessly at the youth before him. Friendship. Bonds. They don't exist. This world is full of lies. Only destruction can save it. Thud. The sound of a kunai piercing flesh echoed through the air. But the sight Obito had imagined, the Uchiha youth collapsing before him, never appeared. A figure stood in front of Itachi, not tall but unwavering, gripping the kunai with his bare hand, holding it in place. Ken-san. Blood tears streamed from Itachi's eyes as two mysterious tomo appeared in his pupils. The young man's voice came quietly. He solidifies when attacking. That must be it. His tone was deep and unreadable. Itachi, you timed it well. Turning his head slightly, he gave a faint smile and swung his blade with one hand. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, that golden slash tore through the air once more. Swish. A scream broke the silence. The arm that had thrust the kunai flew skyward. The masked man who called himself Madara Uchiha had lost his hand. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 50 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 41, There's something wrong with his sword. Madara Uchiha. A severed arm. Itachi stared in shock at the hand still twitching on the ground. What truly sent chills down his spine, however, was the arm's unnatural color, an eerie, deathly white. That agonized scream moments earlier had made everyone's blood run cold. It wasn't Madara Uchiha's usual deep tone, but a shrill, piercing wail. What are you screaming for? Stepping back, Obito's eyes under the mask were cold. The source of that voice was the other half of his body, the white zetsu that formed part of his mask. Its name was Toby. Obito, go. Quickly. Too weak to joke as usual, Toby forced out those 4 words before falling silent. Go. Obito frowned. His arm had been severed, but it didn't really matter. He was confident that even if the fight dragged on, those 2 brats still wouldn't be his match. After all, that arm hadn't truly belonged to him. Even after all the pain he'd endured, he was still just a teenager, the same age as Kakashi. Competitive? No. He wanted to kill the 2 standing before him, who mirrored his own reflection. Just like Kakashi, he too felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. That sickening feeling always dragged him back into his memories, something he desperately tried to reject and cut away. But Zetsu's words forced him to set those thoughts aside for now. Taking a deep breath, his body began to slowly fade away. Hakenyoru, Itachi Uchiha. I look forward to our next meeting. His figure flickered, and in the next moment, he was standing inside a dim, shadowy cave. The mask split open, and the weakened Toby collapsed to the ground like a pile of sludge. It's just a severed arm. How could something like you even feel pain? Casting a cold glance at the ruined body, Obito spoke icily. You don't understand. Toby slumped against the floor, his voice faint. That slash just now, it wasn't the same kind of pain as before. Besides the normal pain I should have felt, it was like, how do I put it? The not-so-bright Toby rubbed his temples in frustration. It felt like I was still inside my body, but something was dragging me out of it. In that moment, it was as if I was being torn straight out of myself. What was it called again? Right, the soul. My soul, it was pulled. Pulled out of his body. Obito's expression hardened. Are you sure? That feeling. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Toby shook his head, casually summoning another white zetsu specimen from the ground and reattaching his arm right in front of Obito. Normally, it should have regenerated completely by now. But this time, it just hung limply at his side, lifeless and numb. I hate to admit it, but I'm sure. My arm's soul was severed along with it. His blade, there's something wrong with it. The soul was severed. For a moment, Obito was stunned. A blade that could cut souls. Toby had no reason to lie. That meant the opponent's weapon was indeed extraordinary. Suddenly, cold sweat ran down Obito's back. If that brat had struck him instead of Toby, who had been fused with his body, what would have happened? He'd already lost half of himself, his ruined body rebuilt from white Zetsu and the first Hokage's cells. If he lost control of even one more limb. That eerie brat. He could attack the soul itself. Hakenyoru. Not only was his power formidable, but he also knew about the Moon's Eye plan. Could his existence become a threat to the project? In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Obito's mind. A single brat, yet such a headache. Frowning, Obito looked down at Toby on the floor. Keep him under watch. Don't let him slip. The sword was indeed special. But the only one in the world who understood its mysteries was Hakenyoru himself. In anyone else's hands, that blade would appear completely ordinary, it wouldn't even release the spiritual pressure a Zanpakuto should have. So the problem wasn't the sword. It was the one who wielded it. I am a Shinigami, after all. On the path leading to the land of hot water, Haken sipped his sake. Beside him, Itachi carefully wrapped the bandages around his injured palm. The battle had just ended, yet the heavens showed no mercy. As if trying to wash away the blood of their journey, a fine drizzle began to fall. In the distance, the two genin wore blank, bewildered expressions. After this mission, their faith in the way of the ninja had likely shattered completely. They would finally understand how dangerous this profession truly was. Even a mere C-rank mission could take their lives if they lacked the strength to endure it. Itachi, your eyes. Haken flexed his newly bandaged hand. Though it was the second time he'd been injured that day, he had already grown used to the pain. It was Itachi, however. The fresh blood trailing from the grooves beneath his eyes told Haken enough. Yeah. Sharingan. A flicker of melancholy and sorrow crossed Itachi's face. Unlike most who simply obtained power, he couldn't help but question why this power had come to him, and what it brought along with it. Tap. Haken's finger flicked his forehead, making Itachi flinch in pain. Hey, you're still alive. I'm still alive too. Remember, you opened your eyes for me. Haken rose, slinging his sword over his shoulder as he strode forward with easy confidence. In Itachi's eyes, only that departing figure remained. Remember, you opened your eyes for me. The confusion in his heart was gone. In its place was only resolve. Compared to Haken, I'm still far too lacking. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 50 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 42, Konoha, Karma, and Betrayal. The escort mission continued. But one thing was certain, Obito wouldn't be coming back anytime soon. Not with that blade in Haken's hands. Still, he knew Obito hadn't gone all out in their fight. As Madara's successor, Obito's strength was no joke. It was only due to a moment of carelessness that Haken found an opening. If not, he never would have severed his arm so easily. The most valuable trait in a person is the ability to see themselves clearly. Haken understood, he had the system. As long as he kept swinging his blade, he'd keep getting stronger. Eventually, he'd grow so powerful that nothing in this world could stand in his way. But becoming stronger took time. It was a process. His battle with Obito had made that much clearer. This time, Obito lost out because he didn't know what Haken was capable of. Next time wouldn't be so easy. There were always strong individuals in the ninja world. If he wanted to shift the balance, change his fate, he had to push himself even harder. Thankfully, the daily quest upgrades for the King of Normal Attacks gave him a clear path forward. Endless swings of the blade. He glanced at the system panel. The progress on the King of Normal Attacks, Zaraki Kenpachi template, brought a trace of satisfaction to his face. Swing the blade. If there's only one thing he could do, then he would master it completely. That night, as Haken continued the escort mission. Inside the Hokage building in Konoha, several figures suddenly appeared in the office. Hokage-sama, based on all the clues gathered and the information from 60 missing children, everything points to one place. The masked ANBU's voice carried a faint tremor. Recently, the number of missing children in Konoha had surged again. It had reached a point where families with children lived in constant fear. And every clue pointed to the same place. Had it all been exposed? The two Hokage in the room fell silent. Minato didn't speak. Now wasn't the time for him to express his opinion. Because the one involved was the third Hokage's disciple. And that gave him every reason to remain silent. The madman performing human experiments, Orochimaru, could no longer stay hidden. But the timing of his exposure felt too early. In the original timeline, Orochimaru defected after the Ninetales incident, when the third Hokage resumed office and Orochimaru completely lost his chance to become Hokage. But now, it had happened months ahead of schedule. Even Haken would probably be surprised by the news. The reason for the shift was, in fact, related to Haken. Because of his presence, Orochimaru never implanted the cursed seal into Anko. Nor did he take her to various labs to observe her condition post-implantation. Instead, he devoted himself entirely to researching his living corpse reincarnation technique. But such research came at the cost of test subjects' lives, and an increasing number of them at that. So, it made sense that his human experiments were exposed earlier. But did the third Hokage really not know what Orochimaru had been doing all this time? Then why didn't he seem that surprised when he saw Yamato, the boy with wood release? It wasn't ignorance. It was tolerance. That's just who the third was. Just as he tolerated Danzo, he had endless patience for his own disciples. This wasn't a butterfly effect. It was a causal chain. Haken's existence had truly altered certain events. But Orochimaru's defection was already set in stone. Orochimaru, huh? I should have known. Lighting his pipe, the third Hokage stood up with a bitter smile. He was my student, after all. Let me handle this, Minato. Of course. Minato nodded, never once standing to comment on the situation. The third always had his own reasons. Maybe it was for the village, but turning a blind eye wasn't the right answer. With a sigh, he watched the third and the ANBU leave, his young face weary. It's finally done. In a dim laboratory, Orochimaru gazed at the scroll before him, thoroughly satisfied. Everything about living corpse reincarnation was recorded within it. He opened his mouth and unceremoniously shoved the scroll into his stomach, finally at ease. But just as he finished, the sound of the door opening behind him made him turn around. In an instant, his wild, predatory gaze made the ANBU behind him instinctively step back. Sarutobi. Sensei. Sigh. The next morning. The third day since Haken left the village. Konoha, Mitarashi residence living room. Another sigh filled the room. Kurenai Yuhi sat on the sofa reading a magazine, her face full of exasperation. Hey, seriously, you're being way too dramatic. Your brother's just out on a mission. Unable to hold back anymore, Kurenai finally spoke up. Since the day Haken left the village, how many sighs had she let out? And with that constantly worried expression, was she actually hoping something would happen to her brother? Where was the old Anko? The hyper one who couldn't stop stuffing her face with dango. But it's a C-rank mission. He could run into enemies. Anko said anxiously. No kidding. What, your family's missions don't involve enemies? Why else would anyone pay you? I mean, your brother's a ninja now. Fighting others is gonna be part of his life. Are you seriously going to get this worked up every time? Kurenai looked helpless. Don't give me that crap. He's not even 6 yet. And no matter how old he gets, he's still my little brother. Let me ask you, if your little brother's first mission was a C-rank, wouldn't you be worried? Anko gave Kurenai a smug look, then burst out laughing. Oh, sorry, I forgot. You don't have a little brother. You're unbelievable. Always bragging about having a little brother. Kurenai rolled her eyes. Yeah, ever since Anko's little brother came along, she developed this whole new sense of superiority. Compare brothers. Not a contest I can win. But once your brother gets back, maybe I should go find one too. After all, Hakenyoru isn't even Anko's blood brother. Just as the two girls were chatting, several figures suddenly pushed open the door to the Mitarashi residence and walked in. ANBU business. Mitarashi Anko, you're coming with us. In that moment, both Kurenai and Anko froze. Chapter 43, so this is Konoha. On the small road leading to Konoha within the land of fire. The corpses from before had disappeared. Whether they'd been picked clean by stray dogs or taken away by someone trying to cover up the scene, no one could say. The team continued moving forward. Unlike the trip out, the two background genin had completely lost their will to fight. It was obvious, they had no intention of continuing as ninja after this. Not everyone has a protagonist's unshakable heart, able to stay calm when facing enemies. Not everyone, after realizing their own fear, can stab a kunai through their hand like Naruto and use the pain to wake themselves up. Now had already been escorted to the land of hot water. After getting paid, he went off to enjoy his carefree life, not even bothering to say thanks when he left. Why? Because Haken had upgraded the mission from C rank to B rank, and the reward had doubled. Of course he wasn't happy about having to pay more. But Haken didn't place all the blame for Obito's attack on Itachi. Since they'd encountered enemy ninja during the mission, the rank had to go up. The pay had to be adjusted. If Now had refused, Haken wouldn't have minded taking him out and collecting the reward himself. After a half-day rest in the land of hot water, Haken led the team back to Konoha. On his wrist now hung an agate bracelet, carefully carved. It was a little gift for Anko, with her name engraved on it. Aside from that, he also wore a pearl necklace around his neck, a small trinket for Yugao Yuzuki. He hadn't forgotten. You're seriously reckless, Ken-san. They hadn't run into another ambush on the way back, but Itachi still couldn't help commenting. He tilted his head to glance back at Haken, who was sprawled on his back and snoring like a thunderstorm, then let out a sigh. Yeah, reckless didn't even begin to cover it. Ever since that day, when they encountered the men claiming to be Uchiha Madara, Haken had gone even more intense. He hadn't stopped swinging his sword the entire way back. And that sharp, wild look in his eyes, any passerby who caught it couldn't help but flinch, scared he might actually attack them. Was this the hypervigilance that came after clashing with a powerful enemy? Itachi sighed again. Now, he had finally collapsed from exhaustion. Flat out on Itachi's back, it might not have been the most solid support, but at least Haken could finally sleep soundly. And honestly, carrying Ken-san on his back didn't feel so bad. The journey back was much smoother than the way out. By the time they neared Konoha, the sun was already sinking into the horizon. Haken was still fast asleep, while Itachi glanced at the two genin rushing toward the village gates in visible relief. In the end, he simply shook his head and said nothing. The way they handled danger. Their basic skills as ninja. It was clear, they were nothing like him or Ken-san. He'd already overheard them whispering they didn't want to be ninja anymore. When faced with hardship, they didn't think about overcoming it, they just wanted to run away. People like that didn't deserve to be ninja. With Haken still on his back, Itachi slowly made his way to the Mitarashi residence. He was tired, but his task wasn't finished yet. He had to get Ken-san home. But the moment he pushed open the gate, a strange feeling crept over him. Haken. Itachi. The one waiting for them wasn't Anko, it was Kurenai. Before he could even ask her to keep her voice down so she wouldn't wake Haken, she blurted out, clearly flustered. Anko was taken by ANBU this morning. She still hasn't come back. Taken. What happened? Itachi froze, unsure of what to say. A second later, he suddenly felt a weight lift from his back. He turned around sharply. Haken was already on his feet, that mysterious blade in hand, walking straight out of the gate. Without hesitation, Itachi followed close behind. The blade was drawn. What was Ken-san planning to do? Go back, Itachi. Striding through the streets, ignoring the stunned stares from everyone around him, Haken spoke without emotion. Why? Itachi clenched his fists. What I'm about to do has nothing to do with the Uchiha. Stay out of it. Haken stopped. A flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes. I'm not here as an Uchiha. I'm here as Haken Yoru's friend. This has nothing to do with my clan. Itachi shook his head firmly. Ken-san, have you forgotten what you told me? You told me, no matter what happens, I'm not alone. The same goes for you. Is that so? Haken smiled faintly, clearly moved, then casually knocked Itachi out with a swift chop to the neck. Take him home. He tilted his head toward Kurenai, who had followed silently from the corner. Then he gave his Zanpakuto a sharp flick. A ninja returns home from a mission. Only to find his sister's been taken. Then tell me, what exactly are we supposed to be protecting? This is Konoha. What a joke. In that instant, a wave of murderous intent exploded from him. The nearby onlookers instinctively backed away in terror. And the boy, blade in hand, walked straight toward the heart of the village. Toward the ANBU headquarters. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 50 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 44, that's his sister. What was he planning to do? Kurenai Yuhi clenched her teeth as she helped Itachi up from where he'd been knocked out beside the street. Haken had ultimately left him behind. From beginning to end, he was never the kind of person to drag his friends into trouble. And after hearing what Itachi said just moments ago, there was no way he'd change that decision. Bringing someone from the Uchiha clan to storm the ANBU and cause a scene. Don't be ridiculous. With how strained things already were between the Uchiha and Konoha, Fugaka would be pulling his hair out just over Itachi getting involved. And even if Fugaka wanted to help, he wouldn't be able to do anything. This was muddy water, no way around it. Even Haken Yoru didn't know how this would end. But whatever happened, no one was allowed to touch Anko. Even if it meant going down with her. She was his sister. His presence erupted, an overwhelming spiritual pressure surged outward, forcing the gathered bystanders to instinctively back away. No one dared stand in his path. That small boy looked at the world like a beast let loose. With the power of Zaraki Kenpachi inherited, Haken had also consumed the ferocity that came with it. Only blood could keep that beast in check. Hokage-sama. Meanwhile, inside the Hokage building in Konoha. The young Inoichi Yamanaka entered the office and knelt on one knee. Minato gave a small nod, motioning for him to rise. Standing by the window, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was silently lost in thought. And the reason behind that silence left Minato feeling both amused and helpless. Orochimaru had escaped. He had slaughtered multiple ANBU agents right in front of his own teacher, and walked away. To say he escaped wasn't even right. At the final moment, the third had simply let him go. That soft heart of his always acted up. But once he did, the regret would follow soon after. What exactly was he regretting now? Minato shook his head slightly. Anko Mitarashi has shared everything she knows. According to standard ANBU interrogation protocol, the next step. Inoichi's voice began to drop. Requires your authorization for special measures. When it came to ANBU interrogation procedures, such things were never meant for public eyes. Using genjutsu on enemy shinobi was one thing, but using it on your own people. That was crossing a line. At best, it could cause nervous system strain and long-term psychological damage. At worst, permanent brain damage. Real brain damage. Everything depended on how it was done. But when it came to using those methods on your own, it had to go through official clearance. Otherwise, even Inoichi couldn't bring himself to do it. Follow the standard procedures. We need to find Orochimaru's hidden bases. Just as he finished, Hiruzen suddenly turned and added. Also, designate Orochimaru as a Konoha S-rank missing nin. Effective immediately, dispatch pursuit units. Follow the standard procedures. Minato was momentarily stunned, about to say something, when the sound of a window opening interrupted him. I'll handle the pursuit. Looking up, a white-haired man crouched in the open window, his expression heavy. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Also Hiruzen's student, and Minato Namake's mentor. At that moment, 3 generations of teacher and student stood together once more. Jiraiya, about pursuing Orochimaru. Hiruzen furrowed his brow. It was obvious, he didn't want Jiraiya to go after Orochimaru, because he knew this student of his all too well. This so-called mission to chase Orochimaru was probably just an excuse to leave Konoha. But right now, Konoha didn't have many people left to rely on. If even Jiraiya left, what would become of the village? Sensei, I know what you're thinking. But if anyone's going to chase down Orochimaru, it has to be me. Jiraiya shook his head and looked at Hiruzen. It seemed like he still had more to say, but when his eyes landed on Minato's tired expression, the words never left his mouth. In the end, all he did was let out a long sigh before jumping out the window, disappearing from sight. After Tsunade of the Senju clan, all 3 of the legendary Sannin had now left the village. A little earlier than in the original timeline, but it changed nothing. Even in the original, during the Nine Tails rampage that year, neither Jiraiya nor Orochimaru were anywhere to be found when disaster struck. Only Minato and the third were there to protect the village. So where were those so-called heroes when they were needed most? No one knew. There was a hint of sorrow in Minato's eyes. He was grateful to Jiraiya, truly, but in the end, as his teacher left, he couldn't even bring himself to say a single heartfelt word. So tired. Watching Inoichi's back as he walked away, Minato suddenly felt completely drained. This Hokage role, this village. For the first time, he felt utterly powerless. The room fell silent again. Neither Hokage spoke a word. Several minutes passed, until an ANBU agent suddenly burst in, breaking the stillness. Lord 3rd. Lord 4th. Hakenyoru just returned from a mission outside the village. He stormed into ANBU headquarters with a sword. Stormed in. With a sword. In that instant, Minato finally remembered what he'd been feeling was missing this whole time. Of course. The girl about to undergo genjutsu interrogation, caught in ANBU's standard procedures, she was his sister. Move. Without hesitation, Minato rushed out of the office. He had to stop him. Before the boy made a mistake he couldn't take back. Haken was someone he truly cared about. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 50 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 45, To Hell with the Prisoner. Restricted Area. Unauthorized personnel, keep out. The so-called ANBU, short for Special Assassination and Tactical Squad, was a covert force established by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Directly under the Hokage's command, they handled sensitive missions and the protection of Konoha. But the moment Haken kicked aside 2 guards like they were nothing. The ANBU operative, now on the ground, adjusted his mask and barked out his warning with feigned righteousness. Restricted area. Unauthorized personnel. What a joke of a village. I'm here for someone. Where is Anko Mitarashi being held? With a light leap, Haken landed in front of the downed operative and drove a kick into his chest. The cold edge of his zanpakuto pressed against the man's throat. There wasn't a trace of panic on Haken's face. He wasn't the least bit flustered for breaking into ANBU territory. If anything, he looked eerily calm. He'd already made a scene. There was no turning back now. He raised his blade and brought it down. With a sickening crack, the zanpakuto pierced clean through the man's hand. At this point in time, ANBU had only recently been restructured. Their direct commander was the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Which meant most of the so-called ANBU guards were barely Chunin level. To Haken Yoru, that kind of strength wasn't even a threat. I don't want to make this any worse for you. Where's Anko? Standing over the downed ninja, Haken slowly twisted the blade embedded in his hand. The searing pain of torn flesh and splintered bone pushed the man's body to its limit. And just like he said, Haken wasn't here to pick a fight. But if this guy kept his mouth shut, he had no issue taking him out and asking the next one. Every second wasted meant Anko could be enduring something far worse than this. If he didn't get the answer he needed, his fury would burn through any restraint. Why had ANBU taken Anko? It didn't take much for Haken to figure it out. Pair that with the whispers he heard from villagers on the way in, and it all clicked. Orochimaru. He'd defected, earlier than expected. That part had caught him off guard. He didn't care why. But ANBU was clearly trying to extract information about Orochimaru from Anko, and were using methods far beyond standard protocol. It was something even the original timeline hinted at. Haken had gone on a mission. And while he was away, they took his sister. This was rage that came from the core of his being. Cell 5. As the young ANBU's vision blurred, he caught a glimpse of the blade raised high above him. Desperate to survive, he gave up the answer. From his perspective, it wasn't even classified information. Not worth dying over. If he died, that'd be the end of everything. But what he couldn't understand was, how could this boy carry such terrifying killing intent all the way here? This was Konoha. Was he seriously planning to go on a killing spree in Konoha? Cell 5. Haken stepped off him, briefly sensing the approaching surge of chakra from afar, then let out a cold snort and charged into the ANBU base. Many came to block his path. But once this demon entered combat mode, no one could stop him. Forget Kakashi Hatake being off-guarding Kushina Uzumaki, even if he was here, Haken Yoru wouldn't flinch. Anko could be suffering right now. That alone was enough for him to fight through everything, even if it meant taking wounds in return. Boom. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. With a furious kick, the door to Cell 5 burst open, and the sight inside finally eased Haken's tightly wound nerves. Anko sat there, heavy cuffs locked around her wrists. Across from her was a still young Ibiki Marino, his face not yet marred by scars, calmly questioning her. Who are you? At the sight of Haken, Ibiki instinctively tensed. He didn't let the boy's small stature fool him. That blade in his hand was still dripping fresh blood onto the floor, and the aura radiating from him was like that of a demon. Feeling shaken was only natural. Brother. Anko blinked, staring at the boy in front of her with confusion. There was a flicker of unfamiliarity in her eyes, but the moment she noticed the blood dripping from his sword, that uncertainty vanished. She suddenly thrashed in her seat, trying to stand. What did you do to my brother? He doesn't know anything about Orochimaru. This woman, was her first instinct seriously to think he was the one being hurt? Haken let out a sheepish grin as he walked over and casually shattered the iron cuffs around her wrists. Let's go, sis. We're going home. He helped Anko up, and finally, Haken let out a breath of relief. Judging by her condition, she hadn't been subjected to genjutsu interrogation yet. He'd made it in time. Stop. A voice rang out behind them. Ibiki had drawn a kunai, glaring hard at the two. She's a suspect. Swish. Swish. Two arcs of steel flashed through the air. Ibiki felt a sudden chill across his face, and instinctively staggered back in shock. He hadn't even seen the strikes coming. Suspect, my ass. With his zanpakuto slung across his back, the boy walked forward step by step, Anko at his side, moving toward the faint light at the end of the corridor. Her hand gripped tightly in her brother's warm palm. Anko realized something. None of that blood belonged to Haken. He had come for her. With him here, everything would be okay. Chapter 46, as the 4th Hokage, I believe in you. What's the situation? At the entrance to the ANBU base, the ninjas who had rushed over upon hearing the news had already surrounded the area. There was only one way out, anyone trying to leave would have to pass through here. With the situation inside still unclear, waiting here seemed the best decision. Minato Namikaze helped up the ninja who had been pinned to the ground by Haken earlier, worry written all over his face. I'm not sure. He only asked me where Anko Mitarashi was, the ANBU ninja said, his tone tinged with shame. As a member of the ANBU, the Hokage-sama's direct command unit, being defeated by a child was humiliating. He glanced down at the wound on his hand, and even now, he couldn't shake the fear that lingered. So that's how it is. Minato gave a bitter smile and sighed. Orochimaru had been deliberately allowed to escape, only for their own village's ninja to be questioned about his whereabouts. And even through unconventional means. If he had to sum it up in one phrase, it was absurd. He knew that boy, Hakenyoru. He had mentioned him more than once before the third Hokage. Even back when Asuma Sarutobi had accidentally choked Anko with his cigarette smoke, that boy had stepped forward without hesitation and kicked him straight out of the dango shop. So if someone had kidnapped his sister, how could he possibly endure it? Looking around, Minato saw the entrance completely surrounded. The third Hokage stared intently at the passage, while the ANBU had already drawn their kunai, ready for combat. Was it really necessary to make such a scene? Compared to Orochimaru, Haken, who only wanted to rescue his sister and spare her suffering, was now treated like a criminal. Was this truly right? Lord Third. Rising to his feet, Minato returned to Hiruzen's side, his face clouded with conflict and concern. Let's wait for him to come out. Hiruzen shook his head, unwilling to say more. With both Orochimaru and Jiraiya gone, his heart was already heavy. The anxious wait began. The ANBU didn't dare make a sound. The two Hokage stood in silence. After what felt like forever, two figures emerged from the tunnel, leaning against each other. In that instant, every gaze locked onto them. Drip. A single drop of blood slid down the Zanpakuto and fell to the ground. Seeing that trace of blood, Minato's heart sank, and he let out a quiet sigh. So, they were still too late. Anko had never faced such a sight before. Startled, she instinctively wanted to hide behind Haken, but she clenched her teeth and shielded her brother instead. Hokage-sama. Don't be afraid. Shaking his head, the boy wrapped his strong arm around her again. A mocking look crossed his face as he drove the Zanpakuto into the ground. He wanted to see how these bastards from Konoha planned to deal with him. Hakenyoru, for releasing a prisoner and slaughtering comrades. What punishment do you deserve? But the voice that spoke made Haken pause. Pushing through the crowd, the late-arriving Danzo, Orochimaru's collaborator, finally appeared. His face was twisted with what seemed like genuine rage, as though truly disgusted by Haken's actions. Say that again. Who did you call a prisoner? A wave of killing intent burst forth instantly. That wild, feral aura, something like Zaraki Kenpachi's savagery, descended fully upon this small youth. Everyone around was struck speechless. How could someone so young possess such terrifying bloodlust? There was no doubt in anyone's mind, if Danzo Shimura dared call Anko a criminal, that boy would attack him on the spot, consequences be damned. His hand clenched around the Konoha forehead protector, veins standing out on his palm. Minato's shoulders trembled. He already knew what Haken was about to do. Haken, let me say something. He knew that if he didn't speak now, Hakenyoru would snap, crushing his forehead protector in rage and fighting to the bitter end. But everyone here was Konoha's elite. If it came to that, there could be only one outcome. That boy, Hakenyoru, the one Minato admired so deeply, the boy who shouldn't have been caught up in this senseless disaster, would die. At least, that was how Minato saw it. The ANBU took Anko only to assist with the investigation, he said. Like you, Anko is part of Konoha. It's her duty. After all, she was once Orochimaru's disciple. Now that Orochimaru has killed ANBU members and defected, you should understand there's nothing wrong with her cooperating with the investigation. Minato's gentle, sunlit smile carried a quiet hope that his words could calm Haken down. Sis, did you know about Orochimaru? Haken glanced around. Everyone who should be present was here. He turned his head toward Anko. I don't know. I've already said everything I can, and I swear, it's the truth. Anko raised her hand solemnly as she spoke. You swear? And with what guarantee? Neither of the Hokage said a word, but Danzo was quick to pounce. He had come here for a reason. Ever since Orochimaru had requested information about this boy, Danzo had grown curious about Hakenyoru. Now that Orochimaru was gone, his only goal was to capture this youth and thoroughly study the strange power hidden within him, ultimately, to make it his own. Words spoken without a genjutsu interrogation cannot be considered a true confession, Danzo said coldly. Bullshit. Confession. Prisoner. Haken's fury exploded. Who was it that made Anko Orochimaru's disciple in the first place? You think she wanted that? Orochimaru runs away, and instead of chasing him, you interrogate her. Who the hell taught Orochimaru? Why don't you interrogate him for a confession? Why not interrogate the ninjas who failed to capture him? Maybe they're the ones who deliberately let him go. At those words, the entire room fell silent. Who taught Orochimaru? Slowly, every gaze turned toward an old man standing among them, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He had thought keeping quiet would spare him this awkward position. Unfortunately, he was wrong. The atmosphere grew unbearably tense. Hiruzen sighed deeply, unsure what to say. Indeed, if anyone was close to Orochimaru, it was him. And the kid's words, harsh as they were, hit like a hammer. After all, wasn't it Hiruzen himself who had deliberately let Orochimaru escape? Hokage-sama, the ANBU inside are only injured. No fatalities, an ANBU whispered to Minato, stepping up beside him. Only injured. There was still hope. Minato's eyes brightened as he stepped forward. I trust Anko. And I trust Hakunyoro as well. Everyone, please stand down. I swear, as the fourth Hokage, that this matter will be settled properly. He walked up to Hakken, placing a hand gently on the boy's head, his smile warm and steady. I believe in you. So calm your anger, and leave the rest to me. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 50 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 47, the title of Kage. How should I put this? Truly worthy of the yellow flash. Hakken brushed aside Minato's hand from his head with a casual flick. To be honest, when he'd walked out, he had already prepared for the worst, planning to storm the place with Anko and then leave the village behind. It had happened earlier than expected, but he'd already hinted to Orochimaru beforehand that he would seek him out one day. Hakken was confident. If he unleashed his full strength, leaving Konoha wouldn't be difficult. It wasn't arrogance toward Konoha, simply that no one in this world truly understood the power of the Shinigami. He could even leave behind an unforgettable memory for the village before departing. But thinking it through, considering his current age and the progress of his template's awakening, there were still people out there who could threaten him. Not that Hakken cared. Facing danger, challenging himself step by step, growing through combat, those were what drove him most. Endless battle, that was the ultimate passion of the one who had inherited everything from Kenpachi. But what about Anko? Could she really endure that kind of life? And what about Itachi, who was so closely tied to him? If Hakken left, Itachi would be the first to face Konoha's backlash, along with the entire Uchiha clan behind him. His blood might boil with the urge to fight, but there were still things he had to consider. He would wait. Wait until his strength was enough to fear nothing, until no one could stand in his way. It wasn't that Hakken was afraid. The word fear simply didn't exist in his vocabulary. But right now, there were still people within Konoha's leadership willing to speak on his behalf. Minato Namikaze. The father of the child of destiny. Perhaps one day, you'll look back and realize that because of one small act of kindness, you were allowed to live long enough to see your son grow up. Your graduation application, I was the one who approved it, Hakken. Minato looked a bit awkward as Hakken brushed off his hand. Since becoming Hokage, this was the first time he'd faced such a difficult junior. He had no choice but to say it. It was also a reminder to Hakken. The message was clear, your smooth graduation happened because I helped you. So now, give me some face, and let me handle this. Understood. Hakken nodded, then calmly pulled Anko aside. He wanted to see how the yellow flash planned to deal with this mess. Fourth Hokage, do you really think a few words from you can let someone who attacked his comrades escape punishment? A single, I trust you, might earn Hakken's respect, but not everyone would accept it. Especially not Danzo, who'd been waiting for a chance like this, to send Hakken to the Root Division for re-education. Punishment isn't for our own people, Minato said firmly. It's for our enemies. He turned around, his expression solemn. I believe Anko knew nothing about Orochimaru. And what Hakken said makes sense. Instead of wasting time on our own, we should focus our efforts on pursuing Orochimaru. Our own people. Those were the 3 words Minato kept repeating. First, this matter isn't as complicated as it looks. It's just a boy who lost his temper after seeing his sister captured, that's understandable. If Kushina were unjustly dragged into something like this, I'd have done the same. Besides, he didn't deal any fatal blows to the ANBU, which means he still showed restraint. Second, before Hakunyoro and Itachi Uchiha set out on their mission, I had already decided that once it was completed, they would both be recruited into ANBU. Since that decision was made beforehand, that means he is already one of ANBU. At most, this is just an internal issue within our own ranks. Facing Konoha's elders, Minato's tone was calm but unwavering. And yet, everyone could hear it, he was standing completely on Hakunyoro's side. On what grounds? Danzo's eyes burned with fury. On the grounds that ANBU is the Hokage's personal assassination unit, answering only to the Hokage, Minato replied evenly. And I am Konoha's fourth Hokage, the rightful Hokage. In that moment, Minato's demeanor hardened. Gone was the polite, accommodating man from before. His voice carried an authority that allowed no doubt or defiance. He was the fourth Hokage. The true Hokage. And the Hokage's words were law. That tone again. Danzo's fists clenched tightly, his heart pounding in his chest as his gaze shifted from Minato to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Once, long ago, Hiruzen had spoken with that same conviction. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Do you have any objections to my decision, Lord Third? For reasons even he couldn't explain, saying those words felt like releasing a heavy burden from his chest. With two Hokage present, Minato turned toward Hiruzen, waiting for his answer. The third Hokage hesitated, momentarily taken aback. Minato wasn't asking what he should do. He was simply asking if Hiruzen had any objections. Objections could be voiced, but he might not accept them. Was this what it meant to finally act like a true Hokage? Hiruzen let out a faint sigh and shook his head. After all, this entire situation had started because of him. If he hadn't gone soft and let Orochimaru go, none of this would have happened. He had no right to speak now and had remained silent for that reason. You're the Hokage. Handle it as you see fit. But even as he said that, a quiet bitterness stirred inside him. Shaking his head, Hiruzen turned away, his frail figure stooped with age as he left the scene. Orochimaru's betrayal had left a wound too deep to heal. Everyone, stand down. Get the wounded to the medical corps. Hakken, take the day off. Come to the Hokage's office tomorrow morning. When the dust finally settled, Minato turned to Hakken once more, offering him that same bright, reassuring smile before walking off into the distance. A gentle breeze brushed past, making the words, Fourth Hokage, on his cloak flutter before Hakken's eyes. He truly lives up to the name of Hokage. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 50 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 48, Chapter 48, Swordmaster, I can't feel happy about this. Night descended. Konoha once again returned to its usual calm. The spring night breeze drifting through the streets felt especially pleasant. Hakken and Anko walked side by side in silence. Only their tightly intertwined fingers spoke for them, quietly expressing what neither needed to say. There was no need for words of comfort or concern. They could have spoken, but it wasn't necessary. They already understood each other's hearts. It was a bond that could never be severed. From a distance, the slender figure of a girl stood waiting anxiously at the entrance of the Mitarashi residence. Konoha had its pride to maintain. So no matter how foolish someone might be, no one would publicly admit what had happened at the ANBU base, let alone criticize Hakken for it. Danzo might have considered it, but after Minato's indirect warning, he wouldn't dare act, at least, not for now. Because as of today, Hakken had officially become a member of ANBU. The ANBU, directly under the Hokage, and Root, were fundamentally different. In truth, Root was little more than Danzo's private army. It was said to exist to cultivate elite ANBU operatives, yet aside from Yamato, not a single exceptional ninja had ever come out of it. An organization that contributed nothing to Konoha had no reason to exist in the first place. Hiruzen Sarutobi might have tolerated it, but future Hokage certainly wouldn't. Minato was still young, but given enough time, he could very well change that. If Danzo had any sense, he would have kept a low profile, hidden himself away and continued doing what he did best from the shadows. Unfortunately, he was far too foolish. As the head of such an unreasonable organization, he just couldn't stop stepping into the light to prove his existence. Utterly idiotic behavior. And people seemed to forget, Orochimaru, the traitor who had fled the village, was still technically a member of Root. You're finally back. As the two approached, Kurenai Yuhi let out a long sigh of relief. Ever since Hakken had charged toward the ANBU base with his sword drawn, her worry had never truly subsided. But now, thankfully, they were safe. Sorry for worrying you, Anko said sheepishly. You probably haven't eaten yet. Come on, let's grab some dango, my treat. You two go ahead. I'm a little tired. Hakken shook his head. He really was exhausted. During the escort mission, he'd been fighting almost non-stop. Itachi had ended up carrying him home, and after returning, he'd rushed straight to the ANBU base. The toll on his small body had been heavy. For all his strength, he was still only 6 years old. I'm so jealous you have a brother like him. You should have seen how crazy he went when he heard the news, Kurenai said with a faint smile. Watching Hakken disappear through the doorway, a light blush crept across her face. My brother's amazing, isn't he? Kurenai and Anko were close enough to have no secrets between them. Sometimes, a single glance was enough to understand what the other was thinking. MHM. But this time, Kurenai was a little caught off guard by Anko's words. Of course he was exceptional. Hakan hadn't been in the spotlight long, but every event connected to him was far from ordinary. He'd shattered the Ninja Academy's graduation record. His very first mission was classified as C rank, yet he returned completely unscathed, and rumor had it that it was later reclassified as a B rank mission. And most astonishing of all, he had actually succeeded in bringing Anko out of ANBU. He had really done it. Kurenai didn't know what her friend had gone through inside ANBU, but being taken away for interrogation was no small thing. Still, that image of him, charging out with his blade, fearless and unhesitating, was something she would never forget. There wasn't a woman alive who wouldn't admire a man like that. And there wasn't a woman who wouldn't yearn for a moment like that. If someone could fight that desperately for her, perhaps then she'd understand what it truly meant to be moved, that indescribable, stirring emotion. Got something on your mind? When they arrived at the dango shop, it was a relief to find it still open. Sitting down, Anko suddenly blurted out a question that seemed completely out of nowhere. What do you mean? Kurenai's hand, holding a skewer of dango, trembled slightly. Exactly what it sounds like. Anko blinked mischievously. My dear best friend, don't you want to become family? He's just a kid. Can you not try to make him grow up before his time? Seriously. She's already trying to sell off her little brother. Kurenai rolled her eyes. It's not like he won't grow up eventually. And honestly, you're not that much older than him. Just look at that flat chest, you're developing so slow. Anko flicked her own ample chest proudly. On that front, she had every reason to mock her tall friend. As she spoke, she reached out casually while the shop owner stepped out to tidy the display boards. Hey! Where do you think you're touching? Feeling better now? Meanwhile, back at the Mitarashi residence, in Hakan room. The boy sitting properly in his chair stared straight at him, unblinking. Hakan yawned. Now that you're back, Ken-san, I do feel relieved. But somehow, I can't feel happy about it. Arms crossed, Itachi under the moonlight looked every bit like a resentful lover who'd been abandoned. But the moment Hakan's finger poked him sharply on the forehead, that gloom vanished. Next time, Itachi. There'll come a day when I'll take you to cut Konoha down. Chapter 49, granting you the only protection left. Kage. The title given to the supreme leader of a village. The Hokage of Konoha, a person who should command the utmost respect within the village. Only those with overwhelming strength and broad recognition are deemed worthy of that name. Yet sometimes, even a Hokage feels powerless. And more often than not, tired. Inside the Hokage's office. Though Hakan and Itachi were not particularly tall, Minato could still feel a different kind of pressure radiating from them. It wasn't the kind of tension born from facing an enemy. It was something that came from helplessness, an unspoken weight that grew quietly over time. Two geniuses. And both, a constant source of headaches. Today, the Hokage's office lacked its usual hint of tobacco smoke. The third had claimed he was unwell and intended to rest for a while. After Orochimaru's defection, and after Minato had finally stepped forward, showing firmness befitting a true Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed to have realized many things. There was a faint sense that he was beginning to truly entrust the village to Minato's hands. That kind of generosity. It was something Minato deeply admired. It wasn't because I lost my temper. As a Konoha ninja, I was out there risking my life for the village. But while I was gone, my own family was treated with suspicion. That feeling, that's what made me pick up my sword. Hakan set down the document in his hand and spoke quietly. It was the official ruling, the fourth Hokage's final judgment on yesterday's ANBU incident. Yes, Minato had sided with him. But even so, he couldn't show that favoritism too openly. He might be the Hokage, but Konoha wasn't his alone. To make matters worse, this ruling still required approval from the two village advisors before it could take effect. A Hokage bound by the shadow of his counselors. That was the way Konoha had always been. Itachi nodded slightly at Hakan's words, clearly sharing his sentiment. When he'd heard Anko had been taken away, he too had been left in disbelief. They had risked everything for the mission, yet the very person they had sworn to protect was gone. That kind of feeling could break anyone. You're still too stubborn, Minato said with a sigh. Stubborn? Hakan replied evenly. I just think I've seen the truth for what it is. Disappointment doesn't come all at once, it builds up, little by little. This time, because you're here, I can let it go. But next time, there may be no one left to stand by me and say they believe in me. When that time comes, all those accumulated disappointments will explode. What I'll do then, whether I destroy everything and start over, or simply walk away, I don't know yet. He had always been like this, blunt and direct. And he wasn't wrong. Disappointment really did build up, piece by piece. Since childhood, Konoha hadn't truly wronged him, aside from this incident. That was why, even when he caused the commotion at the ANBU base, he hadn't gone so far as to harm those who stood in his way. Had his anger toward the village burned even a little hotter, those people would have died, and the outcome yesterday would have been very different. Konoha's fault lay in its system. It was a problem rooted in history. Even so, Haken couldn't help but admire the young Hokage standing before him. He hadn't held the title for long, yet he already knew how to see things from others' perspectives. That kind of mindset was rare indeed. Forget it. Minato shook his head. He knew that talking to this boy would only end in a headache. But still. That warm, sunlit smile returned to his face as he stepped forward, placing a hand on each of their heads, Itachi and Haken. It was a gesture he seemed to genuinely enjoy, and when he spoke, it was with heartfelt sincerity. Haken, Itachi, become my disciples. I may not be the best teacher, but with this title, you'll avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. And it'll make your new identities in ANBU much easier to explain. I may not be the best teacher. As he said it, a faint, self-deprecating smile crossed Minato's face. He, the man known as the Yellow Flash, always seemed to arrive just a little too late when his students needed him most. If only he'd been a bit faster. Rin, Obito. He shook his head, clearing those thoughts away, and looked at them with quiet sincerity. Kakashi will handle your new identities. The missions you'll take on at first might be dull, but that's also part of keeping your cover. After some time passes, I'll assign you new missions myself. Minato Namikaze, my mentor. Haken blinked, momentarily stunned. For a brief instant, he almost said, "What could you possibly teach me?" But when he met Minato's earnest eyes, the words died in his throat. He really meant it. Even if Minato didn't know exactly what to do, his desire to protect him, was genuine. Compared to Haken, Itachi's shock was even greater. The Hokage, taking in someone from the Uchiha clan as his disciple. Sure, there had been another, Obito Uchiha, but at that time, Minato hadn't been Hokage yet. Now, even with that title and all the power that came with it, he still chose to accept him. Was this Hokage truly trying to mend the rift between the Uchiha and the village through his own actions? That single thought alone was enough. In that moment, Itachi found himself truly acknowledging Minato as the Hokage. This is what a real Hokage looks like. How far will you go, he wondered silently. What kind of change will you bring to Konoha? I once neglected my own students, Minato continued softly. Always buried in missions, always too late to be there for them. But now I finally have the time to watch over you. Haken, Itachi, what I can offer you may not be much. But this is the greatest protection I can give. As he watched the two small figures walk out of the Hokage's office, Minato's eyes were filled with quiet anticipation. If Jiraiya-sensei were here, he thought, would he see them as the ones destined to change the shinobi world? The prophesied children. Could it be you? For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 50 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 50, The Three Giants of the Umbu. The Hokage's thoughts could never revolve around just two people. His duty was to consider the entire village. Taking him in as a disciple and placing him in ANBU, this was the greatest protection Minato could offer. Haken understood that perfectly. Still, as he stepped out of the Hokage building, a quiet sigh escaped him. The threads of fate had been tied at last. Minato would never know how greatly his kindness would one day be repaid. He's a good Hokage. Walking beside him, Itachi glanced back at the Hokage building. To be honest, it was the first time he'd ever felt warmth toward the place. At least now, there was someone inside who truly cared about him. Minato Namikaze. His and Ken-san's teacher. The word teacher had only ever felt right when he used it for Shisui or Haken. Shisui was a mentor in life. Haken was a close friend. He really is a good Hokage, Haken said. But not exactly a good husband or father. He shrugged lightly as he spoke. Everyone loves differently, he thought, each person places their loved ones differently in their heart. Once Minato became Hokage, everything about him revolved around the village. It wasn't that he wanted to ignore his wife's existence, he simply had no time left to give her. The tragic fate he remembered from the original story wasn't something he wanted to see again. Minato had given his life for Konoha, leaving behind nothing but a newborn child. He could still recall Minato's dying words to the third Hokage, "Take care of my child." Haken let out a small laugh. Naruto's childhood, huh? Compare that to Konohamaru Sarutobi's. One was treated like a young master. The other, a demon fox. He really wondered, if Minato could watch his son's upbringing from the sidelines, would he clench his fists in anger like any other father? Maybe the third really had done his best. He had, after all, given Naruto a roof over his head and food to eat. But that was hardly the treatment a hero's son deserved. Ken-san, what are you laughing at? Itachi tugged on Haken's sleeve, a puzzled look on his small face. Nothing, Haken replied, shaking his head. Let's go check in. With that, he strode forward. Since he hadn't rejected Minato's offer to take him as a disciple, the course of fate had already shifted. They walked through the streets, ignoring the murmurs and curious glances from villagers who knew nothing of the truth, until they reached the entrance to ANBU headquarters. This time, no one dared to stop Haken. With his strength, his aura, and his new identity, there was simply no one left who could. Technically, since you two are now Minato-sensei's disciples, that makes the three of us fellow students, Kakashi said. But during missions, I'll be using your code names. It was late afternoon when the two received their ANBU masks and arrived at the designated meeting point. Outside a modest house, on the second-floor rooftop. If Haken remembered correctly, this was the home of the fourth Hokage, his new teacher, Minato Namikaze. Right. Kakashi was still assigned to protect another man's wife. That explained why Haken hadn't run into him at ANBU headquarters the day before. And now, he finally understood what Minato meant about keeping a low profile, about letting people gradually forget his name. That's why the mission would be so uneventful. Guarding the Hokage's wife alongside Kakashi, what a job. Leaning casually against the wall, Haken tugged off his mask, took a deep swig from his flask, then tossed the gourd toward Kakashi. That was his version of a greeting. But they were on duty. During a mission, everything came second to the mission itself. Drinking on assignment was, without question, a sign of disrespect. Still, those who don't cherish their comrades aren't even worth being called scum. The words of his fallen friend suddenly echoed through Kakashi's mind. He pulled down half of his mask and took a swig of baijiu. The fiery burn in his throat reminded him he was still alive, and that he now had two new junior brothers. I don't really have a codename anymore. The one they used to call me, Black Snow, has long been forgotten. With my hair and my jutsu, people recognize me anyway, so during missions, just use my name. He tossed the gourd back to Haken and pulled his mask back into place. But you two, you're still unknown. So your codenames matter. Codenames, huh? Haken looked up at the overcast sky. A lone bird flying across it made him think of one creature in particular. Owl. A fierce predator, one that also happened to share the name of a cruel ancient punishment. It suited him perfectly. What about you? Kakashi turned his gaze toward Itachi. Me. Itachi looked a bit uncomfortable. After thinking back to the records he'd left in ANBU, he finally forced a word out. Knight. Huh. Haken blinked, then reached out and flicked him on the forehead. Sure, ANBU codenames were often based on animals, but not always. So what was the point of just picking Knight? Night Owl, huh? Got it, Kakashi said, nodding slightly. The baijiu's purity was starting to hit him, a faint warmth spread to his head as he leaned against the wall and swayed slightly. To be honest, when he'd first seen these two, he'd wanted to refuse. In his experience, anyone who became his comrade met a grim fate, each one dying before his eyes. But this was Minato-sensei's order. He had no right to decline. And Kakashi knew exactly what Minato intended. To wash away the darkness in his heart, to surround him with new comrades, ones whose bond might mirror that of his old team. But forgetting wasn't so simple. Swish. A blade sliced cleanly through the air. Kakashi tilted his head to the side, avoiding it easily. Even while on duty, this kid never stopped training. This guy, he really was a bit like Guy. Comrades, huh? Maybe. For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon. 50 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 51, the second template, the power that calls to instinct. Orochimaru's defection caused barely a ripple among Konoha's ordinary villagers. Especially since the reason for his betrayal, his secret human experiments, had come to light. The respect once held for Orochimaru, the cold and brilliant hero who had helped secure Konoha's victories in the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars, had vanished completely. In its place grew disgust. Such was the unspoken rule of every hidden village. Whenever a ninja defected, it was always their fault. Never the village's. And, as always, the storm eventually passed. Orochimaru's betrayal, Jiraiya's departure, neither left a lasting mark on this peaceful village. Spring had arrived in full bloom, its warmth breathing life back into the earth. The villagers enjoyed the brief calm of a world untouched by war. After the third Hokage withdrew into seclusion, Minato found himself busier than ever. The work that had once been handled solely by the third now fell to him, and for the first time, he realized just how many hidden problems this warm village truly had. Conflicts among the great clans, the constant threat of enemy villages lurking at the borders, and the endless stream of daily duties for its shinobi. He was now carrying the true weight of a Kage. Being busy meant even less time with his wife. Still, compared to the original story, Kushina's life wasn't nearly as dull. Inside the home of the fourth Hokage, two figures sat stiffly in the living room, looking more like nervous academy students than elite shinobi. Kushina burst into laughter, pulling out her latest dark cuisine experiment. In the frying pan before them lay a single, pitiful chicken wing. It was hard to imagine how someone could turn such a simple, delicious ingredient into something that shimmered with 7 different colors. Just one look was enough to make Itachi's Sharingan activate under his mask, as if facing mortal danger. I'm going to train with Ken-san. He bolted to his feet and dashed straight out onto the balcony. A bead of cold sweat rolled down his forehead as he risked a glance back at Kakashi, who sat trembling in silence. A flicker of wicked amusement crossed Itachi's eyes. With 2 more people assigned to the mission of protecting the fourth's wife, it meant that no matter how careful they were, Kushina, the sharp-witted survivor of the Uzumaki clan, would eventually notice their presence. Thankfully, Minato had lifted the usual ANBU restrictions, making an exception so the 3-man team could stay close to his wife. It was, in a way, his small gesture of compensation toward Kushina. Unfortunately, it was a miserable experience for the team. During her pregnancy, Kushina had dedicated herself to just one thing: perfecting her dark cuisine. Eating it was out of the question. Shuddering, Itachi turned to glance toward the rooftop, where Haken sat motionless. Was he resting? That didn't make sense. Even on missions, Ken-san never stopped training. He was relentless with his sword. Laziness wasn't in his nature. What Itachi didn't know was that at that very moment, Haken was undergoing the awakening of the King of Normal Attacks template. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing 8,000 sword swings. Progress toward the King of Normal Attacks template increased by 0.2%. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reaching 10% progress on the first King of Normal Attacks template. The second template has been unlocked. Would you like to draw now? Ever since his daily missions had changed, Haken spent nearly every waking moment swinging his blade. In Konoha, he always felt restrained, bound by invisible chains. That feeling came from one thing: his own lack of strength. Perhaps he already far outclassed his peers, but the vast gap above him left him utterly unsatisfied. He wanted to grow stronger. Strong enough that no one could ever influence him again. Strong enough to do whatever he wished, without restraint. The peaceful guard duty had given him plenty of time to train like a madman. For now, at least, Kushina Uzumaki was safe. Her due date was still far away. Obito hadn't yet appeared. And so he trained, relentlessly, endlessly, each swing a step closer to transcendence. Every part of him, his chakra, his body, his spiritual pressure, was growing stronger by the day. And now, after endless effort, the Zaraki Kenpachi template had finally reached 10%. Extract. Haken didn't bother explaining anything to Itachi, who was watching from afar. His low voice carried a hint of excitement. Who would the next King of Normal Attacks be? Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the second King of Normal Attacks template from the world of Bleach, Instinct Power, Hollow White. Hum. A surge of hazy light flooded his mind, spreading through every fiber of his body. Wild, distorted laughter echoed endlessly, clawing at his nerves. But within moments, Haken's immense spiritual power devoured it, digested it, and turned it into his own strength. The power born from pure instinct. Swish. A crushing wave of spiritual pressure erupted skyward. The ordinary Zanpakuto in his hand suddenly expanded, strange markings crawling across the blade. From the hilt, several pitch-black chains coiled tightly around his arm. Hollow White. The hollow power from the Shinigami world, the force that resided within Ichigo Kurosaki himself. The power of the true Zangetsu. The power that calls to instinct. Feeling the overwhelming destruction surging through his veins, Haken pressed his free hand against his forehead and let out a crazed laugh. So that's it. There's a beast living inside me too. Slaughter. Endless slaughter. His eyes turned sharp and wild. When his gaze flicked toward Itachi, the pressure that rolled off him was suffocating. Ken-san, what's happening to him? That look, what kind of eyes are those? The only thing Itachi knew for certain was that he had grown stronger again. Chapter 52, Behave Yourself, Nine Tails. Zaraki Kenpachi Template Progress, 10%. Mastered Abilities, Sword Pressure, Basic Slash. Hollow White Template Progress, 0%. Mastered Ability, Combat Instinct. King of Normal Attacks Trait 1, Chakra Blade. Hollow White Template at 5% progress, second trait unlock imminent. Feeling the restless power surging inside him, Haken drew in a long, steady breath. This power was different from a Shinigami's, far more violent, raw, and untamed. Its essence came from the hollow that had once devoured Ichigo Kurosaki's mother, the second Zangetsu. He swung the Zanpakuto lightly, raising it before him. His gaze held a trace of fascination. This was his sword. Evolved alongside the shift in his spiritual pressure, reshaped by the awakening of his second template. The strange, twisting markings along the blade, the black chains tightly wrapped around his arm, it all radiated the same wild energy that defined Haken himself. Unlike the zangetsu wielded by Ichigo Kurosaki, this blade carried a heavier, more grounded presence. And the moment his hand gripped the hilt, a strange sense of unity flowed through him, as if his blood and the blade were one. It made his every swing feel smoother, more natural. At that moment, Haken was certain of one thing: if his strength continued to grow, he might one day unlock a Zanpakuto ability entirely his own. He exhaled, slinging the sword over his shoulder as his fierce battle intent slowly settled. The power of instinct was mysterious, something that could only truly be understood through combat. Beyond the excitement of unlocking his second template, Haken was equally satisfied with the immense boost gained from reaching 10% progress on the first one. Each 10% unlock represented a clear turning point, a leap in strength. His fighting style might still look like simple sword swings, but the destruction he could unleash was now on an entirely different level. Ken-san, I don't think I'll ever catch up to you in this lifetime. Now calm, Itachi landed beside him, smiling bitterly. The pressure Haken gave off was suffocating. He had once thought that awakening his Sharingan would allow him to at least shorten the gap between them. But reality had proved him wrong. Just one glance at Ken-san's sword, so heavy with power it seemed to crush the air around it, was enough to show how much stronger he had become. Ken-san's strength had always been defined by his blade. When the blade changed, it meant he himself had evolved. That much, Itachi understood completely. Still, he had never asked where Ken-san's sword came from, nor how he had learned to deliver such devastating strikes. Everyone carried their own secrets. He could bare his heart completely to Ken-san, but he would never demand the same in return. Because Itachi understood, if Haken wanted to tell him, he would. There was no need to ask. Just like that day when they'd returned from a mission outside the village, when he'd wanted to follow Haken into the ANBU, only to be put to sleep instead. At first, he had been angry, thinking he'd been cast aside. But later, he understood. Ken-san had done it for his sake. He wasn't just Ken-san's friend, he was also the son of the Uchiha clan's head. Even if he had joined the fight out of friendship, people with ulterior motives could have twisted it into evidence that the Uchiha clan held resentment toward the village. And that was one of the many reasons Itachi's respect and admiration for Haken only continued to grow. Don't doubt yourself, and stop overthinking it. This power isn't mine alone. Honestly, I'm grateful you've been my sparring partner all this time. Haken reached out and gently ruffled Itachi's hair, a soft, genuine smile tugging at his lips, the kind of smile he only showed to friends. Yeah. Through countless rainy days, the tired young boy had always stayed by his side, turning endless sword swings into something more than just lonely training. Itachi's face suddenly flushed, though he wasn't sure why. Desperate to change the subject, he blurted, "Sensei's wife made dinner. Want some? Kushina's cooking, huh?" Haken sighed, pulling Itachi off the balcony and back inside. On the sofa, Kakashi sat frowning deeply, staring at the mysterious dish before him as if it were a puzzle from hell. The fearless Haken stepped forward, grabbed a chicken wing, and took a bite. Crunch. Crisp, but utterly devoid of chicken flavor. Something like this could probably rival Anko's dark cuisine. A spark of intrigue flashed in Haken's eyes. After years of enduring Anko's culinary experiments, he'd forged not only a sharp blade but an indestructible stomach. A few dark chicken wings weren't going to take him down. Seeing Haken actually eat it, Kushina's eyes lit up with delight, like a scientist who'd just found a new test subject. She was about to encourage him to finish the rest when her expression suddenly twisted in pain. Her slightly swollen belly carried new life within, but at the same time, the evil force sealed inside her began to stir. For a Jinchuriki, pregnancy and childbirth were a perilous ordeal. That was the fate of those who carried tailed beasts. The weakening of the seal had given the creature trapped within the 8 trigram seal a chance to stir. This was one of the very reasons Minato had assigned guards to protect Kushina, to prevent something like this from happening. Kakashi's brow furrowed sharply. He stood up, ready to rush to the Hokage's office for backup. But before he could move, a figure stepped in front of Kushina. Not tall, but at that moment, radiating complete confidence and reliability. With a flick of his fingers aimed toward Kushina's abdomen, Haken's pupils narrowed to razor-thin slits, bestial and fierce. Behave. 9 tails. The low growl that followed made the entire room tremble. And then, just like that, Kushina's pained expression vanished. The boy. Her eyes widened, maternal warmth mixing with disbelief. In that single word, the 9 tails itself had shuddered. Let us eat. Ignoring everyone's stunned looks, Haken picked up another burnt chicken wing and took a calm bite. As if nothing had happened. So this was the new power Ken-san had gained. Itachi drew in a deep breath, finally relaxing his clenched fists. Ken-san had said that power wasn't his alone. Well, in that case, I guess I deserve some credit too. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 53, Chapter 53, A Familiar Test, A Familiar Scene. Are you serious? Late at night, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, returned home weary from a long day of work. Hakken and Itachi had already left. Guard duty for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was carried out during the day. There was no need to keep watch by the window at night. Kakashi, however, remained hidden outside, dutifully standing guard over his sensei's wife. But the moment Minato stepped through the door, Kushina's words stopped him in his tracks. Why would I lie? With your sensory skills, you should have picked up on it yourself. Kushina shot him an annoyed look. Given the nature of the Nine-Tails chakra, even the slightest fluctuation should have caught Minato's attention. He should have rushed back home immediately. Yet this infuriating man hadn't. I'm sorry, Kushina. I thought you'd manage to suppress the Nine-Tails yourself, Minato admitted, guilt spreading across his face. I wanted to come back right away using the Flying Thunder God technique, but I was swamped with work. It wasn't that he didn't care, or that he didn't want to come home. But once the Nine-Tails chakra had stabilized and faded, he'd gotten caught up in paperwork and couldn't pull away. Of course, if the chakra had continued to leak, he would have returned immediately to check on her. Still, what Kushina had just told him left him speechless. The Nine-Tails had quieted down today, because of something his student said. Could that really be true? This was the Nine-Tails they were talking about, the strongest of the tailed beasts, overflowing with hatred and malice. And it trembled from a single word. Kushina wouldn't lie about something like that. Which meant Hakken Yoru possessed the ability to suppress a tailed beast. A secret, perhaps. Minato's expression softened with mixed emotion. But to him, this was a blessing. He was even thankful that he'd assigned Hakken to Kushina's protection squad. That ANBU mission had originally been arranged to divert the village elder's attention away from Hakken, a convenient task that could also temper his personality. Yet even through such a routine assignment, his exceptional nature still shone through. Don't tell anyone about this, Minato said quietly, resting his hand gently on Kushina's stomach, where new life was growing. And, what do you think of Hakken? Keeping this a secret was absolutely necessary. If word got out that a child held power capable of instilling fear in the Nine-Tails, the higher-ups would become even more wary of him. And when that time came, not even Minato might be able to protect him. How should I put it? Kushina tapped her chin thoughtfully. He trains like a lunatic, but he's surprisingly reliable. Looks unapproachable at first, but once you get to know him, he's actually really warm. The Uzumaki clan's sensory abilities went beyond sensing chakra, they could also glimpse a person's true nature. And in Hakken, Kushina could sense only these things. I see. Minato nodded gently, his expression softening. He had half expected Kushina to label Hakken as some kind of rebellious troublemaker. Seems I'm still not much of a teacher after all. Warm sunlight once again bathed the earth. Spring was fading, and the soft breeze of early summer brushed against their cheeks with a gentle warmth. It was the kind of season that made even an expectant mother want to take a walk outside. But what puzzled Hakken was why Kushina had brought everyone to Training Ground 7. Before them stood an old wooden post. The moment Kakashi saw it, a dull pain struck his heart, and he turned his head away. Beneath that mask was a grief that had never truly faded. Familiar scenes flashed relentlessly through his mind, echoes of laughter, bright voices that once filled this place. Why here? Kakashi shook his head hard, as if to shake off the memories. Feeling nostalgic. An arm rested casually on his shoulder. A familiar gourd appeared in front of him. When he turned, he saw his junior, Hakken, watching him with a knowing look. He understood him completely. Even now, he knew exactly what Kakashi needed. Kakashi took the gourd, sat down under a tree, and tilted his head back for a long sip. The harsh burn of the baijiu hit his throat, but even that couldn't numb his mind. Easy there. You'll need to coordinate with me when we attack later. Snatching the gourd back, Hakken patted Kakashi's shoulder. Coordinate, an attack. What was that supposed to mean? Kakashi blinked, confused. Sensei's wife, what exactly are we doing here? Even though the title was already second nature, Itachi still felt awkward every time he called her that. You'll find out soon enough, Kushina said lightly, unbothered. She was simply out for some fresh air, plus, it was a good chance to see how her husband trained his students. Time passed quietly until a golden flash of light appeared, and a familiar figure landed before them. Sorry about that. I didn't expect the morning meeting to drag on this long. Minato scratched his head in embarrassment. He was the one who told his wife to bring the three of them here early, yet he'd ended up being the one to show up late. Watching this scene, Haken couldn't help but think that Kakashi's habit of being late in the future might have come straight from his sensei. Well then, you three. Minato's expression turned serious as he looked at them. No need to say much about Kakashi, but Haken, Itachi. As your teacher, I don't yet have a clear grasp of your true strength. If the new team Minato were to take on missions without that understanding, it could lead to chaos. So today, as your sensei, I'm going to do my job properly, and get to know you both. Jingle, jingle. A pair of bells dangled from his hand. Show me everything you've got, and take these from me. Such a familiar scene. Such a familiar test. Only the people standing there now were no longer Obito and Rin. Kakashi let out a long sigh. His heart twisted with a complicated mix of emotions, grief, nostalgia, maybe even something else. But with different people this time, what kind of outcome would it be? Somewhere deep down, he realized he was actually looking forward to finding out. Chapter 54, one hit from his blade, and you'll really die. Minato Namikaze, a character in the original story who always left behind a lingering sense of regret. He had no special Kekkei Genkai, nor did he come from a clan famed for secret techniques. Yet, this man, a mere commoner, accomplished feats that even those born into great bloodline clans could not. Through sheer determination and exceptional battle talent, he earned the recognition of all. Step by step, he rose from the bottom to become the Hokage everyone respected. There was no doubt, he was a true powerhouse. Even when he simply stood there with that bright, sunny smile, one could still feel an invisible pressure radiating from him. A genuine Kage-level shinobi. He might not have been the true Yellow Flash of the Fourth Great Ninja War, the one who could instantly enter Sage Mode, but the men before them was still a daunting opponent. Flying Thunder God Technique. Raise-non. Every technique he touched, he pushed to its absolute limit. Let's fight. At Konoha's Training Ground 7, the new team Minato had officially taken shape. Three young shinobi stood opposite Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of Konoha. Haken stood in the center. To his left, Itachi's Sharingan had already activated, Scarlet Tomo spinning. To his right, Kakashi wore a grave yet slightly helpless expression. Fight. Kakashi knew full well just how powerful Minato truly was. Against such an opponent, trying to take the bells was already close to impossible. But the person beside him actually wanted a head-on fight. Unlike Kakashi, the moment Minato caught sight of that strange Zanpakuto, he had already drawn his custom-made kunai. Sensei, you can't be serious. Kakashi's mouth twitched. Others might not recognize the special kunai in Minato's hand, known as the Blade of Love, but he certainly did. Flying Thunder God. The legendary jutsu that made the Yellow Flash famous across nations. He's using that and still expects us to snatch the bells. You've got to be kidding. Minato's really bullying them this time. On the sidelines, Kushina, her belly round with pregnancy, watched speechlessly. Using Flying Thunder God kunai against two kids barely 6 years old. Foolish. A cold, mocking voice suddenly echoed in her mind, making Kushina freeze. That voice. Ninetales. The Ninetales was speaking to her of its own accord. Kushina blinked in shock, wide-eyed. If that brat's blade lands even once, he'll die for real. Inside the mysterious seal space, the usually restless Ninetales was lying quietly behind the great iron gate, its two paws crossed lazily like a dog's. Yet its feral eyes, through Kushina's own, were fixed on the scene outside. Only the occasional flick of its tails betrayed the turmoil within. Tailed beasts could observe the outside world through their Jinchuriki. That boy. The Ninetales' eyes narrowed slightly as Kurama shifted uncomfortably. No one knew what it had experienced during that shout yesterday. Those slitted eyes, Hakenyoru's gaze, had locked directly onto it. A gaze brimming with killing intent, feral will, and the instinct to battle. The sharp, predatory instinct of a beast. In that instant of eye contact, the Ninetales had felt an immense pressure descend upon it. It wasn't like the rage and hatred it felt under the control of a Sharingan, no, this was something else. This was the illusion of death itself. As though it had been stared down by death. Its soul had trembled. Kurama was certain, this boy bore no trace of the Sage of Six Paths bloodline. So where did that power, the power to command life and death, come from? It didn't know. It only knew that with this brat around, it couldn't cause trouble for Kushina. A battle between the fourth Hokage and that kid, huh? This might actually be interesting. Though, to be fair, aside from that one called Hashirama Senju, no Hokage had ever been worth fighting. Still, it might be worth watching. After all, when you spend every day either sleeping or replaying old memories like Mito Uzumaki and Kushina Uzumaki, even a spar like this seemed entertaining. Swish. As Minato hurled his flying thunder god kunai forward, the battle officially began. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Sensei, I'm confiscating your kunai first. Kakashi, who knew Minato's fighting style better than anyone, had no intention of letting the flying thunder god technique come into play and put him at a disadvantage. His hands moved at blinding speed, forming seals before slamming onto the ground. A sturdy wall of earth rose up before him, not tall, but enough to intercept the path of Minato's custom kunai. Senpai, didn't you say your chakra was running low? Beside him, Itachi frowned and pointed toward the earth wall ahead. What's wrong? Kakashi asked, puzzled. The lack of chakra wasn't his fault, it was that damned Sharingan, constantly draining his reserves without rest. Then what's with those dog heads? Following Itachi's gaze, Kakashi saw several clearly defined dog-shaped carvings decorating the wall, leaving Itachi momentarily speechless. Heads could roll, blood could spill, but an earth flow wall without dogs. Unthinkable. Kakashi didn't bother explaining. Kakashi has really come a long way, Minato said from the front, nodding with approval. Limiting a space-time ninja and preventing them from setting up their flying thunder god formation, an effective tactic indeed. But Minato's eyes gleamed with sharp light as his figure vanished in a flash of gold. The next instant, he reappeared beside his special kunai. A faint blue glow began to swirl in his palm, condensing rapidly into a raise-non. Boom. The earth wall shattered instantly. But before Minato could even move forward, a massive flaming blade came crashing toward him, forcing his eyes wide in surprise. What kind of fighting style was this? So this is your coordination with Itachi, Hakken. Impressive. As expected of my student. The fusion of a wind-natured chakra blade and fire release, great fireball. I'll call it, blade release, gale flame spiral/zero form. Kakashi froze mid-swing. That's quite the name. Even Hakken, in the middle of his slash, nearly stumbled, his body trembling as he struggled to keep his composure. Truly worthy of the yellow flash, his naming sense was as radiant as his personality. But still. How was he planning to block this strike? Chapter 55, Power Driven by Instinct. The blazing flame blade came crashing down toward Minato, and the ground shuddered violently as a golden light shot into the sky. The yellow flash, after the death of Konoha's second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, he was rightfully known as the fastest shinobi in the ninja world. An attack like this wouldn't normally slow him down. But as he leapt into the air, a cold gleam cut through the sky, a Zanpakuto slashing straight toward him from the front. At the same time, Itachi's fire release and Kakashi's lightning cutter closed in from both sides, trapping him completely. These three kids, really troublesome. Minato gave a wry smile and, with no other choice, used the flying thunder god to escape again. Yet just as he reappeared at the mark he had prepared earlier, a shadow descended before him. That unmistakable, unbalanced greatsword, the one that looked far too big for its wielder, appeared right in front of him. Hakken. When did he? He could match the speed of the flying thunder god. No. Not match it. He had predicted where Minato would teleport. How was that possible? Minato's expression hardened. To test his theory, he caught Hakken's blade with a kunai in one hand while lightly tossing another marked kunai with the other. As the blade traced its arc, Minato's body vanished instantly. Flying Thunder God, second stage. The same technique he had used in that fated master-disciple battle in the original tale. The move that had caught Obito completely off guard. Forming a pale blue sphere with one hand, Minato thrust the raise-non toward Hakken's back, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. What was he expecting? The next moment. Boom. The massive blade caught the raise-non with its flat side, the clash sending a shockwave that hurled both of them backward. Below, Kakashi's jaw dropped beneath his mask as his lightning cutter dissipated in disbelief. How is that possible? Sensei's flying thunder god, did it not work on him? Such a thing had never happened before. Even when fighting the Kumo village's AB combo, Minato's teleportation had always overwhelmed his opponents. So it's just as I thought. Minato looked at his student, his expression a mix of pride and unease. Hakken had truly seen through the direction of his teleportation. Being surpassed by one student should have been a proud moment, yet he had never actually taught this one anything. Can you tell me how you discovered the flying thunder god's weakness? Minato asked with a faint, self-deprecating smile. It was hard to believe, but the truth stood before him. Every time he teleported, Hakken was already there, perfectly predicting his destination and ready to strike. That last exchange, Hakken had turned his blade sideways, avoiding a direct cut. If they'd clashed head-on, Minato would have been sliced in two, though Hakken would have taken a raise-non in return. A trade of mutual destruction. But in that scenario, Minato would die, and Hakken would survive. It was only a spar, so both had held back. Still, the fact remained, the flying thunder god had been read. The flying thunder god has no weakness, Haken said, shaking his head as he sheathed his Zanpakuto. The technique was one of the strongest spatial jutsu ever created. If it had any flaw, it was the immense chakra consumption. That was why Minato, aside from the Raise-Non and flying thunder god, rarely used other techniques that would waste chakra. Just as Haken said, the technique itself had no problem. Then how did you see through where I was going to teleport? Minato asked, his face tense with confusion. The flying thunder god technique was a space-time ninjutsu created by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and later perfected by him. He himself would never admit that such a powerful technique could possess a flaw this significant. After all, it was this very jutsu that had earned him his name on the battlefield during the Third Great Ninja War, the Yellow Flash of Konoha. Intuition, or maybe instinct would be a better word. A faint red light flickered in Haken's eyes before fading away, and his needle-like pupils slowly returned to normal. Lifting his blade, he became like a wild beast. This strength came from his second template, the mysterious power known as White Hollow. Instinct. When fully immersed in battle, he completely locked onto his target, attacking in the most effective way possible, purely by instinct. Once an enemy was caught by this instinctive intuition, he could predict their next move even before they acted. To describe it more vividly, it was much like the observation haki in the world of One Piece. However, this instinctive form of combat was even more profound than observation haki. After all, he had barely unlocked even 1% of the second template, White Hollow. Instinct, huh? This could no longer be called genius, it was monstrous. Minato rubbed his forehead, unsure what to say. He was speechless, yet also somewhat relieved. At least for now, the only one capable of sensing the direction of his flying thunder god teleportation was Haken. Otherwise, his title of Yellow Flash might not last much longer. Jingle, jingle. A crisp ringing sound echoed. Haken extended his hand, revealing the small bell that had been hanging from Minato's waist. He had somehow taken it without anyone noticing. Sensei, do you understand us well enough now? Then perhaps you can tell us the real purpose of today's test. The real purpose? Itachi and Kakashi froze, glancing at Haken in confusion. Wasn't this supposed to be a teamwork exercise? Haken shook his head slightly, offering no explanation. The man before them, the Yellow Flash, was the fourth Hokage of Konoha. Did they really think the Hokage had the leisure to personally conduct a simple training test for 3 students? No, Minato must have had a deeper reason for this. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 56, Chapter 56, the only ones I can trust are you. The Third Shinobi World War might have ended, but the borders were far from peaceful. The most troublesome example was Kumogakure of the Land of Lightning. Unlike Konoha, Kumo had gained almost nothing from the war. Driven by their aggressive, warmongering ideology, they continued to provoke conflict. Inside the Hokage's office in Konoha, Kushina had already been escorted home, while Minato remained behind with his 3 students. Pointing at the map of the Land of Fire's border, Minato sighed. Wars never truly ended so easily. Konoha's losses were still mounting day by day. Yesterday, Hisashi Hyuga, stationed at the border of the Land of Lightning, sent word that according to his scouts, Kumogakure is preparing to reinforce their front lines. Hisashi was under immense pressure. Though the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan gave Konoha a significant advantage against Kumo, their numbers were steadily dwindling. And the constant supply lines from the rear were becoming a crushing burden on the village. In short, I need an elite squad, absolutely top tier, Minato said. The goal isn't to break through the enemy lines like a spearhead, but to disrupt their supply routes as much as possible and uncover what exactly Kumo is planning. He gave a bitter smile, glancing at his 3 disciples, his expression tinged with guilt. In the past, this kind of mission would have fallen to him. But now, as Hokage, he couldn't afford to leave the village, not at a time like this. And what made it worse? Looking across the entirety of Konoha, he realized there was no one he could send. No one at all. For a Hokage, the moment you realize you're the only one capable of handling things, that feeling is terrifying. What had become of Konoha, the great village once hailed as the strongest of all? To think they couldn't even assemble a single elite team. Originally, Minato had planned to assign the mission to Shisui Uchiha, who had only recently returned to the village. But Shisui was part of Root. When Minato approached Danzo to request his assistance, Danzo brushed him off, claiming Shisui was already on another mission. Worse still, he refused to tell Minato what that mission was. That was the Root division for you, vanishing the moment they claimed to be serving the village. The legendary Sannin. Those who should have defected did, and those who shouldn't had left anyway. Lord Third had taken to claiming illness, staying home in retirement. This was Konoha's most awkward era. The old were too old and unwilling to follow orders, while the young were too inexperienced to shoulder true responsibility. A Hokage without a single helping hand. Haken watched Minato's bitter expression and shook his head slightly. In the original timeline, it was the Hyuga clan that had borne the brunt of this conflict, though their losses had been devastating. That event had directly caused Kumo to set its sights on the Hyuga's Byakugan. After Minato's death, when the third Hokage resumed power, Kumo sent a so-called negotiation delegation. In truth, they came with deceit and political manipulation, forcing Hisashi Hyuga into a corner until he was driven to his death. It was that very incident that shattered Haken's impression of the third. The third didn't dare fight. From his perspective, losing one man was better than reigniting a war. But from the Hyuga clan's perspective, such a decision was unbearably cruel. It was hard to judge the third's choice, people viewed things differently. But if it had been the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, he would have led every Konoha shinobi into battle without hesitation. The battlefield. Thump. Haken's heart gave a heavy beat as his grip on his sword tightened. He understood Minato's dilemma. In Konoha's current state, there truly wasn't anyone who could help him. Is disrupting the supply lines all we need to do? Kakashi was the first to speak. He had experience with this kind of mission. Painful experience. During the Third Shinobi World War, on a similar operation, he had lost 2 of his comrades. Kakashi, this isn't like the Kanabi Bridge. It's not a mission where success means everything, even in the face of certain death. You need to keep that in mind. Minato frowned, worried that Kakashi might be reminded of that tragic mission. I understand, Minato-sensei. Kakashi shook his head. This type of elite infiltration mission did stir up unpleasant memories, but this time was different, and so were the people fighting beside him. Losing focus during a mission could put his teammates' lives in danger. Even now, the lingering warmth of Obito's eyes reminded him, never abandon a comrade, and never let your comrades be harmed. That was the only way to find light within the darkness. Taking the map, Kakashi's breathing quickened slightly. This time, without question, he would once again serve as the team's leader. He had the experience of a Jonin and the sharp instincts forged through countless missions. Haken and Itachi said nothing, silently falling in behind Kakashi as they turned toward the door. Haken. Itachi. Kakashi. Minato suddenly stood up and called out to them. When his gaze fell on the 3 young faces, his eyes glistened red. Konoha, besides Kushina, the only ones I can trust and entrust with this task are you. I'm counting on you. Swish. A specially crafted kunai flew toward Kakashi. He caught it firmly in his hand. If you encounter a situation you can't handle, channel chakra into it. This time, Minato smiled faintly, his voice steady. As your sensei. I won't be late. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 57, Eyes in the Darkness. You seem pretty happy. As they stepped out of the Hokage building, Haken shot a glance at Itachi, whose face was filled with excitement. Didn't I hear someone say they hated war? Ken-san, hating war is one thing, Itachi replied, shaking his head with a faint smile. But at the same time, we're helping Minato-sensei. It feels good to protect people who are worth protecting. He truly did hate war. War meant death. But now, there was no other choice but to give his strength for the land beneath his feet. And Ken-san, Itachi continued, pointing to Haken's hand gripping the sword hilt, trembling with anticipation, aren't you the one who looks excited right now? I'm not like you, Haken said with a quiet chuckle. He hefted his Zanpakuto onto his shoulder and strode forward, ignoring the curious stares of passers-by. Like its wielder, his blade naturally drew attention wherever it went. But he truly was different from Itachi. Protect Konoha. Protect the land beneath his feet. Forget it. That wasn't his purpose. Still, the thrill was inevitable. The awakening of his innate power made him hunger for battle. Through combat, he could deepen his understanding of that instinctive strength. In Konoha, that craving could never be satisfied. Only the front lines were his paradise. There, he could indulge in the chaos, the blood, the raw pulse of life and death. Yet beneath that excitement lingered a faint melancholy. When he first crossed into this world, he had never planned to form any deep attachments. A few trusted companions, a blade, and a bottle of sake, traveling wherever he wished. That was enough for him. Even this journey to the front wasn't about loyalty to the village. It was simply to help the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, his teacher in name, if not in truth. If Konoha's Hokage right now were Hiruzen Sarutobi. Sorry, he wouldn't have the time, or interest, to help him protect the village. Haken prided himself on knowing where his loyalties lay. Minato had been the only one who stood up for him when everyone else doubted him. That alone was enough for Haken to feel some respect. Helping him once was no big deal. For those 2 reasons alone, he had accepted this mission. Now, alongside Kakashi and Itachi, he was doing what Minato's own team had once done. Assemble tomorrow morning. Get some proper rest tonight. After setting the meeting time, Kakashi leapt away from the street. Ken-san, father said if you're free tonight, he'd like to invite you over to our house. Itachi tugged lightly at Haken's sleeve, asking in a shy, almost hesitant tone. An invitation from Fugaku Uchiha, huh? Then why do you look so nervous? Would uncle mind if we set out an extra bowl and chopsticks? Haken rubbed his chin. The cherry blossoms in the Uchiha compound haven't fallen yet, right? Anko's been saying she wants to see them. What kind of question was that? Did the Uchiha clan owe your sister a meal or something? Itachi rolled his eyes and pulled Haken by the sleeve, dragging him straight toward the Mitarashi household. Danzo-sama, Haken Yoru has gone to the Uchiha compound. In the dimly lit depths of Route, a figure landed silently in front of Danzo's small hut. Through the door, the man's face was filled with unease. Heaven knows, Shursue had never expected his new mission to be like this. To monitor Haken Yoru. To spy on his own friend. Conflicted and struggling, Shursue's heart was heavy with guilt. If he'd had a chance in the past few days, he would have already warned Haken to stay cautious. But he had no way out of this mission wasn't his alone, and he hadn't found an opportunity to pull back yet. What was going on? What exactly did Danzo-sama plan to do with Haken? And when that time came, what was he supposed to do? His friend, or his superior? He went to the Uchiha clan, you say? So he really went. Danzo's voice was calm, unreadable. His face was hidden, and Shursue, standing just outside the door, couldn't tell what kind of emotion lay behind that tone. What was wrong with visiting the Uchiha compound? He was friends with both Itachi and Haken, surely that wasn't something suspicious. Shursue wanted to ask. But he knew even if he did, Danzo would never answer. Continue the surveillance. With a wave of his hand, Danzo dismissed him, losing interest in hearing more. After Shursue left, Danzo turned his gaze toward the scroll spread out before him. Drawn upon it was a massive, domineering blade, Haken Zanpakuto. Slowly rolling the scroll shut, Danzo stood and looked out through the room's only small window. Minato Namikaze, you really think you're the Hokage now, don't you? That seat belongs to me. According to the records left by Mito Uzumaki, and every major event in Konoha's history, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is at her weakest during childbirth. Orochimaru, what a pity. You threw away your last chance. A glint of cold light flashed in Danzo's eyes as his figure melted into the darkness. Itachi having a friend like you makes me very happy. And I appreciate how you looked after him on his last mission. Inside the Uchiha clan compound, at the home of Fugaku Uchiha, the clan head regarded the carefree young man before him with satisfaction. He nodded approvingly. He'd already heard the full story of Itachi's last mission. The figure who had stood in front of his son at the critical moment had earned his respect. As both a father and the head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku believed it was only proper to show gratitude according to the clan's customs. He just never found the right time, until now. Haken didn't bother with empty courtesies. His relationship with Itachi didn't need them. He simply nodded, lifted his gourd, and took a deep drink. That was enough. But out of the corner of his eye, his gaze fell on Mikoto Uchiha's rounded belly. It was slightly larger than Kushina's had been. After this mission, Sasuke would probably be born. My little brother will be born soon, Itachi said suddenly beside him. Ken-san, would you be his teacher when he grows up? How do you know it's a brother? What if it's a sister? Haken raised an eyebrow. No. It's definitely a brother. Itachi replied instantly, puffing up like an angry cat, his tone filled with absolute certainty. TCH. A classic little brother complex. Haken rolled his eyes. Chapter 58, it said your blood tastes bad. Haken's gaze lingered on Mikoto's round belly, a trace of emotion flickering in his eyes. Sasuke Uchiha. In the original story, he had always seemed like a particularly unpleasant character. A boy who could speak of nothing but revenge, whose every action embodied the mindset of a true avenger. There was a saying. Madara Uchiha lacked trust, and so he walked the path of opposition against Hashirama Senju. Itachi Uchiha lacked understanding, and so he bore the weight of infamy. Obito Uchiha lacked love, and so he sought to overturn the world for Rin. And Sasuke Uchiha, what he lacked was the harsh discipline life brings. Haken himself had once joked about that line, laughing as he repeated it. But when he set aside that detached amusement and looked at Sasuke's life as an observer, he couldn't help but feel differently. It hadn't been easy for him. When Sasuke was a child, he was adorable, curious about everything, full of warmth toward those around him. But Itachi's actions had destroyed all of that. His love for life, his affection for his comrades, everything crumbled within that endless loop of Tsukuyomi. Compared to Naruto, Sasuke had experienced the love of both parents and the care of an older brother. That had been his happiness and his misfortune. Sometimes, to have something and then lose it hurts far more than never having had it at all. Just like in love, singles might envy couples, but they could never understand the pain of a breakup. It was the same kind of pain. Sasuke's descent into madness for revenge wasn't just obsession, it was the only path left to him. Haken shook his head, then suddenly reached out toward Mikoto's belly. Had anyone else done something like that, Fugaku would have stepped in immediately, his face full of suspicion. But this time, he chose to trust. He trusted his son's judgment, and the comrade who had once stood before his son to protect him. The Uchiha weren't truly closed off, it was just rare for an outsider to reach their hearts. A new life. Feeling the faint spiritual pulse from within, Haken blinked, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. The continuation of life was something worthy of reverence. And women, mothers, were the most extraordinary of all. It was almost impossible to imagine the pain Itachi must have endured when he raised his blade against his own mother. Smack. Retracting his hand, Haken lightly tapped Itachi's cheek. The young boy looked puzzled, clearly not understanding what that gentle slap meant. You must always honor your parents, Haken said quietly. The words left Itachi's face tinged with embarrassment. Had Ken-san somehow realized he'd been so busy with missions lately that he hadn't spent much time with his parents? Thank you for your hospitality, uncle. Tomorrow, Itachi and I will be leaving the village for a mission, so we'll be heading back now. As for Itachi's safety, please leave that to me. Rising to his feet, Haken clasped his hands respectfully toward Fugaku and Mikoto. He had eaten his fill, and the warmth of this family dinner had stirred something faint and unfamiliar within him. I'm counting on you, Haken. Fugaku nodded. As the clan head, he wasn't obligated to personally see off guests, so the task naturally fell to his son. In the courtyard, Anko and Izumi were still admiring the cherry blossoms. Anko, always the impatient one, knew her brother and the Uchiha clan leader might have important matters to discuss, so she had stepped outside early. She was thoughtful, more than she used to be. It seemed that after Orochimaru's departure and her experiences in ANBU, she had grown a great deal. That maturity was something Haken admired. When she noticed her brother approaching, Anko waved from afar, smiling brightly. Beneath the cherry blossoms, the siblings stood close together as petals drifted down onto their shoulders. The scene stirred something in Itachi's heart, a quiet yearning. Someday, he thought, he'd stand beneath the cherry blossoms with his own little brother, just like Ken-san was doing now. He'd tell him stories about the days they had fought side by side. That image, it would be beautiful. The next morning, several figures appeared outside Konoha's gates. Haken had always disliked emotional farewells before missions, so Anko was still sound asleep. This mission is going to be difficult. I don't need to tell you that, Kakashi said. I may have a bit more experience than you two, but before we move, I'll make sure to hear your opinions on how we proceed. Any questions? Kakashi was already a jonin. After learning from the bitter lessons of his past, he had come to truly value his comrades. It was rare to hear the cold, stoic Kakashi from ANBU speak words like these. Let's go. The sky was just beginning to lighten, yet all three of them burned with quiet determination. Each carried their own purpose as they set out toward the border of the land of lightning. Through the dense forest, three figures darted swiftly among the trees. But they hadn't gone far when a cold smile crossed Haken's face. He turned to Kakashi. You feel it? Yeah. We're being followed. What's your move? Tracking and counter-tracking were common in a shinobi's life, but being tailed so soon after leaving the village was too strange. That could only mean one thing, the pursuers were from Konoha. This is how we'll handle it. Without another word, Haken swung his blade. A jet-black arc tore through the forest like a crescent moon of shadow. Several screams followed as masked figures emerged from behind them. Getsuga Tensho, a clean horizontal slash. The target is the blade. Don't bother taking prisoners, said the leader in a low, gravelly voice. The blade, huh? Haken smirked. The moment he saw their masks, he already knew who they were. To Itachi and Kakashi's shock, he suddenly tossed his sword toward the men. Had he given up? That wasn't like Ken-san at all. Itachi frowned. The masked ninja let out a cold laugh and reached out, grabbing the hilt. He actually took it. Haken's lips curled in disdain. He raised his hand, and snapped his fingers. Boom. In the next instant, the men clutching the blade erupted into a cloud of blood, leaving nothing behind but a crimson mist. A demon blade. It truly lived up to its name. See. It says your blood. Isn't tasty. As the blade reappeared in his grasp, Haken calmly wiped the blood from its edge. His pupils narrowed, sharp with focus. Then, in a blur, his body moved. Come on, he growled. Let's fight. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 59, Shisui has never changed. A Zanpakuto is forged from the very soul of a Shinigami. By learning its name and communing with it on a spiritual level, the Shinigami draws out its true power. The Zanpakuto in Haken's hand, however, was different. It had originally come from the beginner's gift pack of the King of Normal Attack system. Over time, through countless swings, an indescribable bond had formed between Haken and the blade itself. After unlocking the second template, the surge of primal power and increase in spiritual pressure had completely transformed what was once an ordinary Zanpakuto. Its release seemed only a step away. Yet Haken was certain of one thing: this blade recognized only him as its master. Because of their connection, he could control it even from a distance, storing it in his system inventory whenever he wished. In the entire ninja world, only he could wield this blade. But anyone who thought his strength came solely from the Zanpakuto couldn't be more wrong. Power never lies in the weapon, it lies in the one who wields it. Even with a different weapon, his strength wouldn't change much. After all, Haken's true Shurikai had yet to come. Of course, all of this about the Zanpakuto was known only to Haken himself. What he didn't expect was that someone would actually set their sights on his weapon. Puffed. As the last masked ninja collapsed, Haken planted a foot on the man's chest and casually kicked the mask aside. The face beneath was unremarkable, twisted in the unmistakable terror of death. This was true death, his soul completely destroyed, beyond even the reach of impure world reincarnation. I thought you'd leave one alive, Kakashi said as he walked up beside Haken, a trace of confusion in his voice. At least to find out where these people came from. He was genuinely puzzled. They weren't far from Konoha. Either word of their departure had leaked, or the enemy had been lying in ambush waiting for them. But neither explanation made much sense. TCH. Do I really need to ask? Haken shook his head, his gaze shifting toward the distant trees. Come out. Let's talk. More enemies. Kakashi and Itachi instantly tensed, drawing their shuriken and readying for battle. But when the figure stepped out from the forest, Itachi's eyes widened, his gaze fixed in disbelief. Even with the mask, the man's height and that unmistakable curly hair gave him away. Shisui Nizan, why is it you? Shisui Uchiha. Masked or not, his presence was unmistakable. Shisui removed the mask wearily, his face shadowed with pain and deep confusion. For the village, he said, his tone heavy as if repeating words that weren't his own. Take the blade from his hands. That kind of weapon can only reach its true potential in the village's possession. Even if a few people must die, it's worth it. Those were the meaningful words of Danzo-sama before they set out. For the village, take the blade from his hands. Even if a few lives must be sacrificed, it's worth it. But they were his friends. How could he ever raise his hand against his comrades? That was something Shisui could never do. All along the way, he had been desperate to find a way to warn Haken and Itachi, ready to step in and help them escape if things went wrong. If he hadn't been kept under watch all night at the root headquarters, never given a chance to slip away, he would have warned them long ago. Yet in the end, his worries had been pointless. Haken's strength was overwhelming. An elite root squad couldn't even come close to matching him. His slashing aura, like a black crescent moon, carried terrifying destructive power. He had practically wiped out the entire root squad single-handedly. Shisui, why are you here? Still unwilling to believe it, Itachi asked a question he himself found foolish. Shisui, wearing the same kind of mask as the attackers, was clearly one of them. And since Shisui was a member of Konoha's Root Division, that could only mean this entire assault had been ordered by Root. Kakashi immediately understood and fell silent. This was about the village. Some things simply couldn't be spoken aloud. I'm sorry. After a long silence, Shisui finally forced out the words, guilt weighing heavy in his voice. What are you planning to do? Through it all, Haken remained calm. He had already guessed their identities the moment they appeared. Within Konoha, only Danzo would pull something like this. Unfortunately for him, he had badly underestimated Haken. Danzo-sama said that for the good of the village, we have to reclaim the sword in your hands. Shisui's expression twisted with bitterness as he revealed his mission. A mission. Kakashi suddenly remembered something, his eyes narrowing as he fixed them on Shisui. The situation before Shisui was almost identical to the one his father had once faced, between duty and comrades. Mission or companions, such a familiar choice. But no matter what, I can't bring myself to harm you, Haken. In that moment, Shisui's gaze turned firm, resolve hardening in his eyes. Gathering his courage, he stepped up beside Haken. Believe me. I'll confront Danzo-sama myself about this. I just can't understand how attacking your own comrades could ever be called for the village. As expected, Shisui was still the same as ever, unchanged at his core. Haken smiled, lightly punching him in the chest. Don't be confused. Let's go. If it's the kind of, for Konoha, you truly believe in. Come with me to the land of lightning. I'll show you. Chapter 60, At this moment, nothing but battle. Shisui's arrival was an unexpected surprise. Even with an extra member, their pace didn't slow in the slightest. Kakashi found himself admiring the newcomer. The reason was simple. When forced to choose between the mission and his comrades, Shisui had chosen his comrades. That alone was enough for Kakashi to respect him. But as they continued forward, Shisui seemed uneasy. This doesn't feel right. He was supposed to be on a mission for Root, yet here he was, suddenly joining another team heading for the front lines. It didn't sit well with him. By all logic, he should have returned to Root to report the situation. But even he didn't know what he could possibly say to Danzo once he got back. Do you have any idea how short-handed the Hokage's forces are right now? Haken glanced at him calmly and sighed. We're being sent out on missions like this, scouting and sabotaging the land of lightning supply lines. Root has plenty of capable shinobi, yet I don't see them lifting a finger for Konoha. That was simply the truth. If not for the dire circumstances, Minato wouldn't have placed so much hope in a handful of his students. So don't worry about it. If fighting on the front lines for the village counts as breaking the rules, then maybe this village doesn't deserve to exist in the first place. Haken patted Shisui's shoulder, his voice steady and sincere. Yeah. If risking your life for the village was considered breaking the rules, then what meaning did any of it have? Shisui's uncertainty faded. This was a man who truly lived by his ideals of peace, perhaps a little too open-hearted, even saying he would protect both the Uchiha and Konoha. In the original story, Itachi inherited Shisui's will, believing he could bear everything alone. But he overlooked the value of those beside him. A tragic clan. A tragic Uchiha. Hisashi-sama. At the border between the land of fire and the land of lightning stood Konoha's ninja camp. The flames of war had never truly gone out. For the other villages, the Third Shinobi World War was already history, but for Konoha, the suffering continued. The clashes were neither large nor small, yet lives were lost every day. Inside the camp, a Konoha ninja with his arm wrapped in bandages stepped into the command post and called out to the busy Hisashi Hyuga. Speak. Lifting his head, the weary Hisashi revealed eyes tinged with sorrow. Carrying the conviction that the Hyuga clan was Konoha's strongest, he had come to this battlefield. As the head of the branch family, his duty was to protect the main house. Until every member of the branch family fell, the main family would never be sent to war. Yet with each passing day, the death toll kept rising. Hokage-sama's reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements, those words alone were enough to stir hope in times of hardship. But when the messenger mentioned them, his lips twitched slightly, showing a mix of helplessness and unease. They've arrived. How many? Who's leading them? Hisashi asked immediately. Only 4. They're outside. Footsteps approached, and when the 4 figures appeared before him, Hisashi's face lacked the bitter smile the reporting ninja had shown earlier. 4 people. Aside from 2 children, the other 2 inspired confidence. The son of Konoha's White Fang, Kakashi Hatake. Even with the mask, his distinctive silver hair gave him away. And beside him stood Shisui of the Body Flicker, the hero whose name had spread across the battlefields of the Third Shinobi World War. The sight of them reignited hope in Hisashi-sama's heart. As for the other 2, one carried a sword and a sake gourd at his waist, while the other had hair so smooth it looked freshly washed with conditioner. Both wore masks, their identities concealed. But that hardly mattered. With Shisui and Kakashi here, at least the pressure on the front lines could be eased. Unfortunately, Hisashi was mistaken. He hadn't realized the true hidden power of this elite squad. When he finished reading the operational plan from Minato that Kakashi handed him, he froze in disbelief. This was an elite squad assigned to infiltrate deep behind enemy lines. Kumogakure has always favored direct warfare. This time, they've gathered at least 4,000 shinobi along the border, Hisashi explained. They're led by the 4th Raikage, A, and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Every day, they're pressing our defenses. Meanwhile, after the exhaustion of the Third Shinobi World War, we barely have 2,000 shinobi left who can still fight. Thanks to the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, we can plan ahead, set traps, and counter their movements. That's the only reason we've lasted this long. Taking a deep breath, Hisashi looked at Kakashi. What's certain is that Kumogakure doesn't intend to crush our defenses in one decisive strike. Doing so would cost them too dearly. So they're wearing us down instead. They're stalling for time, dragging things out until Konoha collapses from exhaustion. This tactic is deadly for us. After summarizing the situation, Hisashi let out a heavy sigh. Konoha had no real counter to this kind of warfare. The Third Shinobi World War had drained the village dry. If this continued, they truly would be pushed to collapse. Kakashi, however, didn't respond immediately. Instead, under Hisashi's puzzled gaze, he turned his attention to the young man gripping the sword. Minato-sensei saw the situation clearly, he said. He wants to cut off Kimogakuru's ability to drag this out. As expected, destroy their supply lines, and the pressure on the front will disappear. Clang. The great sword was drawn from the ground and rested on his shoulder as he started toward the exit of the command post. Let's go. At this moment, there's only one path left, battle. Chapter 61, Advanced Mission, Become a True Shinigami. Is that child really the core of the squad? After Hakken and the others left, Hisashi Hyuga's face showed clear confusion. No matter how he looked at it, Kakashi Hatake and Shisui Uchiha were obviously the ones meant to lead. Those two children were, at best, just there to make up the numbers on the front line. Shaking his head, Hisashi let out a quiet sigh. I hope everything goes smoothly for them. Only by stepping onto the battlefield does one truly feel that suffocating pressure, that kind of oppressive air that makes people cherish peaceful days even more. Itachi had once said he hated war. Yet, for the sake of peace, he chose to do things that went against his own will. That meant becoming part of the battlefield. When he was young, Itachi had witnessed the chaos of war firsthand, the constant deaths, the endless flames. Years later, that suffocating feeling returned. Along the border, the scent of battle was unmistakable. Patrol squads hurried past, medical units carried the wounded. Everywhere, there were signs of past skirmishes and ground stained deep with blood. Kakashi and Shisui were already used to scenes like these. But for Hakken, this was his first real taste of the battlefield. The metallic tang of blood, the strange, unsettling aura, only the fierce pounding of his heart reminded him he was still alive. Fight. Why are you just standing here? Voices like that kept echoing in his mind. Instinct drove him to tighten his grip on his sword until veins bulged along his hand. Two options, Kakashi said. We can go around that mountain range and infiltrate the land of lightning. It'll take more time, but it's much safer. Or, Shisui added, we can cut straight through the weakest point in their defenses. It's risky, but according to the intel Hisashi Hyuga provided, the fourth Raikage has returned to the village to prepare for negotiations with Iwadakure. He's not on the battlefield right now, so success isn't impossible. Ahead lay the land of lightning. One more step, and their presence would be detected by enemy sentries in moments. By all accounts, the first plan was clearly the safest. Ding. Optional advanced mission triggered. Mission title, True Shinigami. Mission objective, bloom amid slaughter, master your instincts, and let your Zanpakuto taste blood. From today, harvest 3,000 soul energies. Mission rewards, complete fusion of spiritual pressure, mind, and body, become a true Shinigami. Officially awaken your Zanpakuto. Template progress plus 5%, 1,000 basic / points. This mission may be accepted or declined at the host's discretion. No time limit. An advanced mission. Unlike his daily blade tasks, this one appeared suddenly. Harvest 3,000 souls, the meaning was obvious. Kill. Keep killing, until he reached 3,000. He could choose to accept or not. No deadline. No punishment. The long-dormant system, upon reappearing, delivered an unexpected shock to Hakken. As for the mission's reward, he found no reason to refuse it. Closing his eyes, as his spiritual pressure spread, all soul fluctuations from the battlefield ahead imprinted themselves in his mind. Among them, only one fluctuation stood out as the strongest. If he wasn't mistaken, it was undoubtedly the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Withdrawing his spiritual pressure, Hakken glanced at his system panel. Host, Hakken Yoru. World, Naruto. Unlocked King of Normal Attacks Template, Zaraki Kenpachi, White Hollow. Zaraki Kenpachi Template Unlock Progress, 14.2. White Hollow Template Unlock Progress, 4.2. Second template reaches 20% to unlock the next character template. Next Basic Attack Trait Awakening, second template White Hollow Progress reaches 5%. Basic Attack Points, 595, exchangeable for template progress or shop items. Chakra, 180, Elite Chunin level. Physical Attributes, 270, Exceptional. Reaching 300 will activate one gate of the 8 inner gates in its standard state. Spiritual Pressure, Unknown. Activated Trait, Chakra Blade. Template Inherent Trait, Instinct Power. The above represented his complete strength. Since the daily missions had been upgraded, his attributes had been growing rapidly each day. His chakra reserves were a bit low, but Hakken never relied on chakra quantity to overpower his opponents. The amount of chakra didn't define a ninja's strength, and even the concept of chakra tiers was vague at best. After all, even a genin like Naruto had chakra reserves that surpassed 99% of jonin. The number was merely a point of reference. Likewise, Haken's chakra amount was only one part of his overall power. As a swordsman, the progression of his template was the true key to determining his strength. Closing the interface, the youth lifted his mask, grabbed his gourd, and took several heavy gulps. Aside from the third template requiring 10% more progress than the second to unlock, there wasn't anything particularly surprising. Still, everything shown on the interface gave Haken a clear, intuitive grasp of his own power. His physical enhancement had reached a point where he could swing his blade without restraint. Mastering the power of the demonic swordsman, Zaraki Kenpachi, was no simple task. It was a terrifying force, so overwhelming that even the man himself could barely contain it. If not for the daily quest upgrades that allowed each swing of his blade to improve his physique, it might have taken years before he could fully adapt to that strength. But now. His eyes gleamed with sharp light as he released the gourd, his chest rising and falling heavily. His body, nearing the level of a constantly open first gate, could now withstand the full strain of an all-out strike. Yet Haken understood that this physical rating didn't mean he had truly opened a gate, it was just a reference value. Follow me. The slaughter begins. As he fastened his mask, the demon's razor-sharp fangs were fully bared. He chose to pierce straight through the enemy's defenses head-on. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 62, a madman, he's completely insane. What did you say? As the foreman squad launched their suicidal frontal assault, the report quickly reached Hisashi Hyuga's command center. The Hyuga clan excelled in reconnaissance. It was their unique dojutsu that had time and again thwarted Kimogakure's invasions, making Kimogakure covet the Byakugan even more. Naturally, Haken and his team's advance was soon detected by the Hyuga patrol units. In that moment, Hisashi froze. What were they trying to do? With just a foreman formation, they wanted to break through the enemy's defenses and strike the rear. Did they think the Kimogakure shinobi were just fodder to be cut down? Assemble. Be ready to support their retreat at any moment. There was no time to hesitate. The moment he received this message, Hisashi knew how things would end. It wouldn't be long before those boys, once they experienced the true cruelty of war, were forced to fall back. And when that happened, the maddened forces of Kimogakure would undoubtedly counterattack. The messenger ninja rushed out to deliver the orders, while Hisashi could only give a bitter smile. Hokage-sama, you've miscalculated after all. Night fell. As Haken gazed at a Kimogakure outpost ahead, his eyes gleamed with fierce battle intent. He had already sensed it earlier, the outpost housed less than 100 ninja, most of them genin and chunin. As for jonin, there were only 2 or 3. Every jonin was a precious asset to the village. Even though Kimogakure hadn't suffered massive losses in the Third Shinobi World War, it had still lost quite a few of its elite. In such large-scale warfare, genin and chunin made up the bulk of the numbers. But most of the time, they were little more than cannon fodder. Are we really going through with this? Shirsue's expression was conflicted. His creed had always been to avoid resolving matters through bloodshed. Even during the Third Shinobi World War, he had rarely taken a life. His previous clash with Ao of Kirigakure had been a battle of genjutsu, and the moment his opponent realized who he was, they withdrew immediately. But now, Haken's intent was crystal clear. Where he walked, no life would remain. First, our mission is to draw attention, relieve the pressure on the border, and make as much noise as possible. The bigger the commotion, the better. Second, this is a battlefield. Not killing means being killed. I promised Fugaku-senpai I'd bring Itachi back safely. Third. Haken paused, glancing at Itachi beside him. You asked before leaving, how many from Konoha have died in this stalemate? If we're only counting the current deadlock, casualties are 768. But if we include everyone who's fallen to Kimogakure since the start of the Third Shinobi World War. Itachi shook his head, unable to continue. It was a horrifying number, a figure no one wanted to remember. It was surely far too high to bear. Sometimes, you have to set aside that mercy in your heart. Otherwise, it becomes cruelty to your own comrades. Kakashi's gaze deepened as he listened. Hearing those words, his impression of Haken rose to another level. Unlike himself, Haken had never truly lived through war. Yet he understood its brutality with startling clarity, and saw straight through to its core. Mercy toward the enemy is cruelty toward your allies. Patting Shirsue's shoulder, Haken took a deep breath and charged forward. Night had fallen, the hour of slaughter had begun. As several figures dropped into the camp, the Kimogakure ninja, a step too slow to react, finally realized what was happening. Enemy attack. Puffed. The moment he shouted, his head was sent flying into the air. As he watched the ground fade beneath him, his vision darkened, and his consciousness slipped away into nothingness. Decapitation, a rare way to kill in the shinobi world. Blood splattered across Haken's face as the primal power within him surged to life. The desire for battle exploded from deep inside. Before this blade, nothing could stand. Swish. A jet-black crescent cleaved through the night, crashing into the only building in the outpost. Spiritual pressure fused with chakra energy, and the structure was obliterated in an instant. Slaughter. Endless slaughter. The sound of the system's notification about soul harvest progress brushed past his ears, but Haken no longer heard it. The moment his hand gripped the blade, he became a beast. One swing split the incoming great fireball in two. Haken vanished, and in the blink of an eye, his blade drove straight through the chest of the ninja who had launched it. Blood sprayed across his face as the man's body was cleaved cleanly in half. Fear spread like wildfire. At that moment, the not-so-tall youth, drenched in blood and savoring the scent of death, looked every bit a demon. He's insane, a total madman. One of the terrified Kimogakure shinobi couldn't stomach the carnage any longer and retched. But before he could recover, the Zanpakuto had already claimed his soul. The Haken right now, he doesn't even seem human. Watching the fierce silhouette amid the chaos, Shirsue's heart tightened painfully. That's because you don't really know him. Itachi shook his head. Having long since grown accustomed to scenes like this, he activated his Sharingan and began forming seals with lightning speed. Warm and dependable to his comrades. But to his enemies, he fights until the very end. Fire release, great fireball technique. Under the night sky, the slaughter continued. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 63, Ken-san, I just want to follow in your footsteps. The night of slaughter was far from brief. Yet even with over 100 enemies, the elite squad was not delayed for long. By the time the Kimogakure reinforcements arrived, the four had already vanished into the boundless darkness. Only pools of blood and shattered corpses remained, silently testifying to the carnage that had taken place. After a brief silence and mourning, the Kimogakure shinobi were consumed by fury. They swore that this blood debt would be repaid in full to Konoha. This. Far away, when everything was relayed through the Byakugan into Hisashi Hyuga's mind, he was completely stunned. That small squad had done something almost unimaginable. They had launched a frontal breakthrough and struck deep into the Land of Lightning's territory. Both the timing of their assault and their retreat had been executed with flawless precision. Konoha's spearhead. This spearhead is the pride of our village. Hisashi muttered softly, still unable to recover from the shock. Yet beyond the astonishment of their success, another storm raged within him, one born of horror at the sheer brutality of their methods. That slaughter was nauseating. It was hard to believe a child could commit such acts. Decapitations. Bodies cleaved in half. The blood spraying through the air seemed almost to exhilarate him. Was he really just a child? Through his Byakugan, Hisashi could see his face, twisted in the thrill of killing. He was craving it. Hisashi-sama. Kimogakure is mobilizing forces, they seem intent on breaking through our defenses. At that moment, a messenger ninja rushed over, his voice strained with urgency. Exactly as expected. Regaining his composure, Hisashi nodded slightly. He had already seen their movements. In truth, if Kimogakure had shown no reaction, that would have been the real surprise. A blood debt can only be repaid with blood. After losing over 100 men in such a brutal fashion, it would have been strange if those hot-blooded warriors didn't erupt in rage. But this time, Hisashi remained calm. That squad had already infiltrated deep behind enemy lines. His duty was simply to hold out long enough, until Kakashi and the others had finished their mission. Once the supply lines were cut, the pressure on the main battlefield would lessen drastically. How far they could push that advantage would depend on how long that squad could endure. Relay my orders. Use traps and explosive tags to slow their advance. Hold the line. Are you feeling unwell? On the main battlefield, the frenzied ninja of Kimogakure had begun their assault. Meanwhile, deep within a dense forest behind enemy lines, Haken supported the pale-faced Itachi and asked softly. This kind of slaughter was still far too early for him. In the original timeline, Itachi's rise began after the Chunin exams, when his strength surged rapidly. Even a prodigy had his limits, after all, no matter how one looked at it, he was still just a child. Drained of chakra and stamina, Itachi could barely breathe, panting too heavily to speak. Get on. Frowning, Haken stepped in front of him. Itachi blinked in confusion. Question mark. Stop hesitating. Without another word, Haken lifted him up and slung him over his shoulder. At that moment, Itachi's face turned bright red, whether from exhaustion, embarrassment, or the side effects of chakra depletion, it was hard to tell. What now? Kakashi didn't look much better himself, his heart was still pounding from the close call. When they'd made their escape, he had already heard the distant rumble of Kimogakure reinforcements closing in. It had been far too close. But they'd made it out. Next stronghold, Haken said, unfolding a map. We push straight into the land of lightning, destroy the next outpost, then rest. Otherwise, the pressure on Hisashi Hyuga at the main front will be too much. I doubt he can hold out much longer. His tone left no room for argument. Another battle. But by now, they'd grown used to it. The Crimson Three-Tomo Sharingan in Shirsue's eyes spun slowly. He remembered Haken's words, excessive mercy only endangers your comrades. As long as he held onto that, he wouldn't falter again. Just from that look, Haken knew, the Shirsue of the body flicker, the men who once swept across the Third Shinobi World War, had returned. Let's move. Quickly. Hoisting Itachi on his back, Haken took a deep breath and started forward. With his stamina, carrying someone posed little burden. By the time they reached the next stronghold, Itachi would likely be recovered enough to stand again. There was no need to worry. At least, not for him. But behind him, Itachi's gaze softened, his thoughts quietly shifting. I'm still too weak. Resting his head against Haken's back, he slowly closed his eyes. From the very beginning. I just wanted to catch up to you, Ken-san. Hisashi-sama. Enemy forces have breached the fourth defensive line. The battle raged deep into the night. Along the border, flames and explosions lit up the darkness, detonating tags erupting one after another, mingling with the screams of Kimogakure ninja falling into carefully laid traps. But this time, the sheer ferocity of the Kimogakure assault had far exceeded Hyuga Hisashi's expectations. Prepare to engage. We cannot let them cross the border. The fourth defensive line, also the fourth trap zone, was their final barrier. There was no time to hesitate. Hisashi immediately ordered a full-scale counterattack. Hold the line. Endure this wave of madness, and dawn would bring victory. The real battle had begun. Ninjutsu clashed in bursts of light, taijutsu struck with explosive force, and when chakra finally ran dry, it became a brutal struggle of blades and blood. Crimson sprayed across the earth as both sides fought with every last ounce of strength. Whoever endured to the end would claim true victory. Comrades fell one after another, yet Hisashi clenched his teeth and pressed on. No one knew how much time had passed. When the faint light of dawn finally broke over the eastern horizon, the once fierce Kimogakure offensive suddenly withdrew like a receding tide. A Hyuga scout sprinted toward him, eyes wide with disbelief. Hisashi-sama. Kimogakure has received some kind of news, they're retreating. Retreating. The reason was clear. As the light of dawn spread across the land, its warmth touched every survivor, reminding them of the simple miracle of being alive. They did it. Chapter 64, When the news reaches Konoha. The land of fire, Konoha. The village, untouched by the flames of war raging on the front lines, remained peaceful and serene. Those who had never experienced that atmosphere could never truly grasp how cruel reality was. They were enjoying a peace forged through blood. Good. The calm was suddenly broken by a sharp, excited voice echoing from inside the Hokage building. His hands trembled slightly. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, gripped the intelligence report tightly, his face alight with emotion. Beside him, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had just returned to the office, turned his gaze toward the blood-stained scroll after hearing Minato's outburst. He couldn't help but wonder what could have made the usually composed Minato react like that. But the moment he saw the contents, the hand holding his pipe trembled involuntarily. Team Night Owl infiltrated deep behind enemy lines, disrupting Kimogakure's supply routes at will. Preliminary reports estimate over 100 enemy ninja have been killed. At the border, Kimogakure's forces are retreating. Hisashi Hyuga is pressing forward, applying constant pressure. It's confirmed that Kimogakure's focus has shifted entirely to Team Night Owl, significantly reducing the strain on our front lines. Haken Yoru, Itachi Uchiha, Kakashi Hatake, Shirsue Uchiha. All of this is thanks to these four. They had succeeded. Though Minato was puzzled by the unexpected mention of Uchiha Shirsue in the report, the news itself was undeniably uplifting. The effects of the surprise attack were already showing. Now, as long as Team Night Owl continued to spread chaos, the pressure on Kimogakure would only grow heavier. But on the other hand, their own situation would become increasingly dangerous. There was no time to hesitate. Minato's gaze hardened with resolve. This elite squad could very well decide the outcome of the entire war. That day in his office, he hadn't revealed the entire plan to them. Not because he didn't trust them, but because this first step was the most critical. The stalemate needed a team like theirs to break it. Once the tide began to turn, he would send additional forces to the front lines. Then, with Kimogakure unable to capture Haken, they would be caught between two fronts, utterly overwhelmed. At that point, a ceasefire would be inevitable. Breaking the deadlock first, then negotiating when both sides held equal leverage, that was Minato's grasp of the situation. Just moments ago, he and the third Hokage had been discussing reinforcement strategies. This time, Minato was determined to free Konoha completely from the grip of war. They've done well. Letting out a long sigh, a faint smile of relief crossed Hiruzen Sarutobi's face. No matter how many times he had turned a blind eye to Danzo's secret schemes, Hiruzen's heart still belonged to Konoha. The war at the border had weighed heavily on the village, and this turn of events filled him with genuine joy. That simple praise also changed his impression of the young men who had once stormed into the ANBU holding a blade. I really am getting old. In the end, Konoha will have to rely on the younger generation to protect it. With that thought, Hiruzen sighed again. Then, as if remembering something, he looked up at Minato. The reinforcement plan you mentioned earlier, it's now feasible. But Minato, you know how much the Third Shinobi World War drained Konoha. We don't have many ninja left to send to the front. It wasn't an excuse or an attempt to hide their remaining strength. Konoha had truly reached its limits. No. Minato's gaze hardened as he rose to his feet and looked out the office window. Konoha has never lacked those willing to sacrifice themselves for the village. And the third Hokage overlooked those who patrol Konoha day and night. Their clan possesses extraordinary combat prowess. You mean? Hiruzen sprang to his feet. The Uchiha clan. Precisely, the Uchiha clan. A peculiar expression crossed Minato's face. During the Third Shinobi World War, though the Uchiha clan suffered losses, their casualties were minimal in the decisive battle against Kirigakure. Though I don't know why they were pulled back from the battlefield just as they were about to crush the enemy, it's certain their combat strength is formidable, and they have surplus ninja. The Uchiha clan who returned from the battlefield revealed little about that war. Because it concerned the secrets of their clan. The Mangekyo that bloomed on the battlefield, Fugaku's eyes. It was the appearance of the Mangekyo that had turned the tide of battle. This fact remained unknown to Konoha's leadership. Yet Minato's next words made Hiruzen Sarutobi feel a pang of shame. Yes. After the tide of battle had turned, the village decided to withdraw the Uchiha clan from the front. The official reason was that Konoha needed the Uchiha patrol units to maintain stability. But Hiruzen knew the real reason. To prevent the Uchiha from earning too much credit. It's time, Hiruzen. Those had been Danzo's exact words. Minato, regarding the Uchiha clan. The phrase echoed suddenly in his mind, prompting the third to open his mouth to speak. But before he could finish, Minato shook his head, cutting him off. Lord Third, I know what you're about to say. But from my interactions with Itachi and Shursue, I don't believe the Uchiha are truly an evil clan. After a brief pause, Minato's face softened into a warm smile. Unlike you, I trust them. I believe in them. Those words, how many years had the Uchiha clan longed to hear them? Attendance. The office door swung open as Yamanaka Inoichi entered and dropped to one knee. Hokage-sama's orders. Engrave Team Night Owl's achievements on Konoha's bulletin board. Effective immediately, the Uchiha Guard unit is to be deployed to the front lines to reinforce the border. Yes, fourth Hokage. This old man disagrees. When that familiar figure appeared with two other aging comrades, Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed wryly, a hint of a headache forming. The head of the Root Division, Danzo Shimura. And the two Hokage advisors, Koharu Utatane and Hamura Mitokado. We disagree as well. Hamura's gaze was cold. If the Uchiha clan goes to the border, who will protect Konoha? Exactly. If the enemy bypasses the front lines and attacks, who will defend the village? It was those three again. But this time, I'm not unprepared. Facing the advisor's objections, Minato's expression turned resolute. If enemies truly appear. Not unless I'm dead. No one will cause any harm to Konoha. Any further questions? If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 65, finally, two worthy opponents. Owl, your sensory perception is unbelievable. Deep within the land of lightning, inside a secluded mountain cave. Kakashi stared in amazement at Haken, who was calmly chewing on a rabbit leg. At first, when their first target had been utterly destroyed and the culprit vanished without a trace, he'd thought it was just a coincidence. But now he was sure. Every time they were about to encounter an enemy, the boy before him would always provide precise information, numbers, strength, even the enemy's route of movement. Thanks to this uncanny, almost supernatural perception, they had already intercepted and destroyed more than 7 supply convoys. No matter how well someone hides, the aura of their soul can't be concealed. Haken tore the rabbit leg in half and tossed one piece to the nearby Itachi, speaking in his usual calm tone. This was the world of Naruto, where all energy stemmed from chakra and the forces of nature. But Haken was a Shinigami. Though not the kind that existed as pure souls in another world, he possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to the fluctuations of souls. In this world, he was the only one of his kind. Still, the Naruto world wasn't without jutsu connected to souls. The dead demon-consuming seal was one such example, capable even of summoning the Shinigami of this world. Both are Shinigami, does that make us colleagues? Lifting his gourd, Haken took a long drink and grinned. He truly wanted to see what kind of being the Shinigami of the ninja world was. Abilities tied to the soul, huh? Kakashi let out a bitter smile and shook his head. He really couldn't wrap his mind around it. Why are you blushing? Haken's gaze shifted to Itachi, who sat beside him looking awkward with the rabbit leg still in hand. Eat up, Haken said, puzzled. We've got a battle ahead. I'm eating too, aren't I? Itachi nodded silently, his expression complicated as he looked at the meat. He had clearly seen Haken take a bite of that same rabbit leg just moments ago. Bang. In wartime, unless one side's strength is utterly overwhelming, the struggle is never one-sided. As Konoha ramped up its war preparations and the Uchiha clan led the remaining ANBU along with several smaller clans to the battlefield, a sharp cracking sound echoed from the Raikage's office in Kimobukuro. The desk had shattered. B. What the hell are you doing? The Raikage glared at Killer B, who stood there looking as carefree as ever. Rage burned across his rugged face. He had entrusted the border war with the Land of Fire to his younger brother while he returned to deal with the Iwagakure negotiation team. It had only been a few days, yet their defensive line had been breached. Konoha shinobi had infiltrated the Land of Lightning and were wreaking havoc. In that instant, even the talks with Inoki had soured. The Land of Earth's delegation seemed to be watching to see how the war would end, and the agreements that had been settled now dissolved like smoke. The shinobi world, the 5 great nations, the 5 great villages, were not isolated from each other. Every shift in power rippled across the entire world. Bro, it's really not my fault. Killer B shrugged helplessly. Who could have predicted that Konoha, in its current state, would still manage to form an elite strike team and launch a surprise attack? They'd just changed Hokage. Based on Konoha's usual behavior, a defensive retreat would have made the most sense. So why would they take the offensive instead? No one could have seen it coming. And to make matters worse, they had no intel whatsoever on this mysterious elite team. Stop making excuses, B. After venting his anger, the 4th Raikage forced himself to calm down. Now wasn't the time for blame. From the information we've gathered, we can confirm the identities of 2 members of that assault squad. Kakashi Hatake, son of Konoha's White Fang, rumored to possess a Sharingan. Kakashi Hatake is manageable, but the other one, Shirsu Yukihai, he's trouble. His genjutsu and body flicker technique are a real pain to deal with. The Raikage stepped closer, his eyes gleaming with killing intent. I already know why they've entered our territory, to sabotage our supply lines and ease the pressure on Konoha's main front. He crossed his arms. A new supply convoy is about to depart. You'll blend in with them. Infiltrate the transport team and strike when they least expect it. Don't underestimate B. Raised under the guidance of the 3rd Raikage, he wasn't just a brute, he had his own methods. B, you're the perfect Jinchuriki. The 8 Tails can help you resist genjutsu, so this time, it's all on you. The Raikage patted his brother's shoulder before returning to his seat. That old fox Inoki is sharp. If I leave the village, he'll assume Kyumo's at a disadvantage and demand outrageous terms at the negotiating table. But don't worry, I've arranged some backup for you. With the 2 of you together, that so-called elite squad won't stand a chance. Once we pull out that thorn, Konoha will have nothing left to rely on. Then our counterattack will show them what true war really means. B, do you understand? Hope flickered in the Raikage's eyes as he looked at his younger brother. He had talked so much, all to drive some sense into him. If only Killer B could finally stand on his own, the Raikage's burden would be so much lighter. No. Unfortunately, that wasn't the answer he'd been hoping for. Killer B's odd personality left him utterly uninterested in such talk, and so he gave a blunt, single-word reply, apparently unfamiliar with the concept of subtlety. Get out. Now. And remember to use the transformation technique, don't let anyone recognize you. The Raikage's roar echoed throughout the office and beyond. Land of Lightning. At the quiet end of a remote road, several figures landed on the ground. But as soon as they did, the sword-wielding youth in the center frowned and raised a hand. What is it, Ken-san? The young man beside him, holding an explosive tag, paused mid-motion as he was about to set it down. Haken shook his head, his gaze sharpening. Jinchuriki, often regarded as the ultimate weapon of any ninja village. In the shinobi world, the tragic childhoods of Naruto and Gaara had shown just how painful that fate could be. But there was one village that was different. In Kumogakure, their Jinchuriki weren't despised or shunned, they were admired. There are 10 of them in total, Haken said. 6 Chunin, 2 Jonin, and 2 Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki. At that moment, Itachi, Kakashi, and Shisui all grew tense. They knew exactly what that meant. And beyond the 2 Jinchuriki, there were still 2 Jonin and 6 Chunin, a team configuration that could only be described as elite among elites. A troublesome enemy indeed. But in Haken's eyes, something else flickered, hope. A chance to end the war ahead of schedule. And more than that. Placing a hand over his pounding chest, Haken's eyes burned with excitement. Finally, 2 worthy opponents. A madman, through and through. Kakashi's mouth twitched as he sighed deeply. The mind of a lunatic was truly beyond his comprehension. Chapter 66, I'm not alone. On the road from Kumogakure to the border of the Land of Fire, a small squad advanced step by step. Their pace was unhurried but steady. The Jonin leading the group kept a sharp eye on everything around them. On this familiar path, even the slightest difference from before would make him stop and toss a shuriken to test for danger. Another Jonin covered the rear, vanishing behind a tree every few minutes to scan the area. Only when he was certain it was safe would he dart forward to rejoin the team. The remaining Chunin guarded the flanks, protecting the group's movement on both sides. This was a highly seasoned and elite unit, tasked with transporting supplies for the war, shuriken, kunai, military ration pills, and explosive tags. So, the backup my brother mentioned is you, huh? From the middle of the formation, a young man with a small mustache glanced at the kunoichi beside him as he spoke. What else? When it comes to Shisui Uchiha's Genjutsu, no one but us can handle it. The kunoichi flicked her pale golden hair lightly, her voice carrying a youthful tone that didn't quite match her mature appearance. Shisui Uchiha's Genjutsu. Perhaps at this time, Kakashi Hatake hadn't yet made a name for himself as the copy ninja. But Shisui was different. Already active during the Third Shinobi World War, his title, Shisui of the Body Flicker, was far from an empty boast. Tailed beasts fear Genjutsu. Jinchuriki fear Genjutsu. Both were proven true through the Nine Tails. Madara Uchiha once controlled the Nine Tails, activating Susanoo's armor to battle Hashirama Senju. Their legendary fight was recorded in history, creating the Valley of the End. Later, in the Nine Tails rampage during the original story, when Obito used the beast to attack Konoha, it once again proved this point. However, when a Jinchuriki evolves into a perfect Jinchuriki, they gain a strong resistance to Genjutsu. That resistance doesn't come from the Jinchuriki themselves, but from the tailed beast within. Once their minds are synchronized, the beast can disrupt the host's chakra flow, breaking the illusion instantly. Only a truly perfect Jinchuriki would understand this. For example, in the battle between Sasuke and Killer Bee, Sasuke's Genjutsu failed to produce the desired effect. This knowledge remained a classified secret within Kumogakure. You and I together, Konoha won't stand a chance. His awkward attempt at rap made the kunoichi sigh, instantly killing any interest she had in continuing their earlier talk about techniques for controlling tailed beast power. Here we come. The group abruptly halted. The Jonin from Kumogakure in front instantly clasped 10 shuriken in both hands, ready to attack. But when everyone's gaze shifted forward and they clearly saw the figure blocking their path, they froze. A figure of average height stood alone in the middle of the road, exuding quiet arrogance. Though not tall, his attire was utterly unlike that of an ordinary ninja. A massive sword, clearly disproportionate to his size, rested on his shoulder. He wore a simple black robe resembling a martial arts uniform. A mask concealed his face, and the gourd flask at his waist was particularly eye-catching. This person seemed to have been waiting for quite some time. Who are you? The Jonin from Kumogakure, apparently the squad leader, watched the figure before him warily. Despite the unimposing stature, he showed no sign of lowering his guard. Based on reconnaissance of the ambushed supply squad's death site, they had already gathered significant intelligence. First, footprints at the scene indicated 4 intruders had infiltrated the Land of Lightning. Second, every fallen comrade bore fatal blade wounds. These 2 clues alone seemed to point directly to the men standing before them. Yet the captain still hesitated. The men looked far too young. If someone this young could run rampant through the Land of Lightning, what meaning would this war even hold? 2 Jinchuriki disguised within such a squad. Does the Raikage intend to completely eradicate every potential threat to the Land of Lightning? But this setup does show some respect for us. Raising his blade, boundless fighting spirit erupted instantly. In that moment, though it was only a young man standing there, the entire squad felt as though they were being hunted by a predator. A chilling sense of danger surged through the air. Had their identities been exposed? Yujito and Killer Bee stepped forward, expressions grave. It wasn't the sight of Haken that weighed on them, but the sudden warning from the tailed beasts within. "B, watch out for the blade in his hand." The Eight Tails, second only to the Nine Tails in power, was not one to issue empty warnings. The Nine Tails could sense danger, and so could the Eight Tails and the Two Tails. From the tone of Haken's voice and the sheer pressure of his fighting spirit, they had already drawn their conclusion. This youth was a member of Konoha's elite squad. Even so, Killer Bee and Yujito found the situation strange. Only one person had appeared, there could still be others hiding nearby. But regardless, standing alone to block their path was an audacious move. Together. The transformation technique dissolved in an instant. Wearing a tight-fitting suit, Yujito flicked her pale golden ponytail and nodded to Killer Bee. The Raikage order was absolute: kill. In true battle, seasoned ninja never underestimated an opponent based on appearance. Those who did were already dead. Swish. Swish. In an instant, the two core fighters lunged straight toward Haken. While sprinting, Killer Bee had already drawn all 7 or 8 of his blades. Acrobat, 7 swords dance. Using various parts of his body in combination with taijutsu, he wielded 7 blades with blinding, unpredictable movements that were impossible to guard against, or even see clearly. It was a sword style only Killer Bee could master. Yujito, however, was more cautious. Her body began to undergo partial tailed beast transformation, and by the time she reached Haken, a pale blue cat had already revealed its claws. Going all out right from the start. Cracking his neck, Haken took a deep breath, tracked Killer Bee's movement, and swung his blade in advance. A pitch-black crescent wave surged forward, carrying a crushing spiritual pressure as it hurtled straight toward Killer Bee. What the hell is that? Killer Bee froze, momentarily stunned. Bee, don't block it head-on. The Eight Tails within him roared its warning, clearly sensing the overwhelming power in that attack. If hit, he'd die. Before the black crescent even struck, Haken swung his Zanpakuto again, slashing against the charging cat's claws. Clang. The piercing sound of metal meeting metal echoed through the forest. Yujito's transformation broke instantly as she was sent flying backward. You charge fast, but you seem to have forgotten, I'm not alone. The black crescent blade swept past. As Killer Bee steadied himself, he saw Haken's sword pointed behind him. He turned, only to see countless solid clones surrounding their teammates. The next instant, blood sprayed into the air. When Shirsue's body flicker technique reached its pinnacle, every phantom clone became real. Lightning flashed above. A streak of light cut through the air, followed by a massive fireball exploding on the spot. In a single moment, all 6 Chunin were dead. The Night Owl squad's seamless coordination was breathtaking. Chapter 67, King of Normal Attacks, Trait of the Blade 2. Was Haken overconfident? Facing 2 Jinchuriki alone? Not at all. Before setting out, he had already gained a thorough understanding of his own strength. At that time, he possessed nearly 15% of the Zaraki Kenpachi template and was on the verge of unlocking the White Hollow template's second trait. 2 powerful templates, combined with his beast-like physical abilities. Add in the chakra blade, each element was a vital part of his strength. When unleashing the full power of the demon, what difference did a perfect Jinchuriki make? Besides, the only true perfect Jinchuriki was Killer Bee. Yujito Ni might have had the potential to reach that level someday, but she was still too young and hadn't yet achieved the kind of complete fusion that came with maturity. In the end, her strength still fell short. From her brief partial-tailed beast transformation earlier, Haken had already deduced that she couldn't maintain that state for long. Judging by her appearance, she must have graduated from the Ninja Academy only a few years ago. That meant the real threat was only the Eight Tails. The rest could be left to Shirsue, Kakashi, and Itachi. Once they took care of the lesser enemies, their coordinated assault with him against the Eight Tails would ensure victory. However, Haken was well aware of the risks. Until Shirsue and Kakashi cleared the field, he would have to hold off both Jinchuriki alone. If he failed, the battle would turn against them instantly. Could he withstand the pressure? Beneath the mask, his pupils narrowed. Instinct and raw fighting spirit drove him to raise his Zanpakuto once more. Yujito, are you okay? Killer Bee glanced at the forest ravaged by the black Getsuga // then turned to Yujito, who was pushing herself up from the ground, her partial-tailed beast transformation fading away. Everywhere the black Getsuga / had passed was now barren. The sheer force of that strike made him wary of lowering his guard again. In the ninja world, even the strongest shinobi could fall to a single shuriken. If that slash had landed directly, it truly would have killed him. I'm fine. Gritting her teeth, Yujito forced herself upright and nodded. Had she been careless? But she had already been cautious enough. What she hadn't expected was that the sharp claws of her Two Tails transformation would be so easily overpowered by his blade. She glanced down at her left hand. The nails she had deliberately grown long for battle had been cleanly sheared off. Just assist my attack. Killer Bee nodded and stepped forward, 7 blades gleaming coldly in his hands. He was a swordsman too, and in all of Kimogakure, there was no one he acknowledged above him in Kenjutsu. Whoosh! Clang! His figure vanished. In the next instant, Bee revealed the true lethality of the killer bee. From head to toe, his entire body became a weapon. With every rotation, every flicker of motion, countless blades traced invisible arcs through the air, each capable of slicing through a throat in an instant. He was the true killer bee. Beside him, Yujito sighed softly, a faint look of frustration on her face. In a duel between masters, if she attacked recklessly, she would only become a burden. Watching the young man exchange blows with Killer Bee, she couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. How old was he, really? She could clearly hear the faintly youthful tone beneath his mask. What puzzled her most, however, was something else. Reikage-sama had warned them that the greatest threat on this mission was supposed to be Shursui of the body flicker, yet the reality before her was completely different. Now, this masked youth stood as the strongest combatant of Konoha's elite squad. This sudden turn of events was too much for her to accept. At that moment, an explosion rang out. The girl turned her head, and the sight before her filled her with fury. On the battlefield, the 6 Chunin had already fallen under the flawless coordination of Team Night Owl, while the 2 Jonin were locked in a desperate struggle. In just a single exchange, they were forced into an absolute disadvantage. Shursui of the body flicker, his mastery wasn't limited to speed alone. His understanding and use of genjutsu were truly terrifying. A single glance could freeze his opponent in place, and in that fleeting instant before they fell fully into illusion, he would strike. Even a seasoned Jonin, capable of breaking genjutsu swiftly, could not escape unscathed. And to make matters worse, Kakashi Hatake stood beside him, lightning dancing in his hand. Go help them first. Yujito bit down and charged toward the rear battlefield. In her mind, only she could stand against Shursui. What she didn't realize was that this very conviction was the greatest illusion of all. In the world of shinobi, when it came to genjutsu, no one could compare to the Uchiha clan. Especially those who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi's Tsukuyomi and Shursui's Koto Amatsukami, those were illusions elevated to the level of pure art. The ancient Kurama clan of Konoha once shown briefly, their control over the 5 senses formidable indeed, but even they could not match the ease of a genjutsu cast with a single glance. Clang! 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 Killer Bee's assault showed no sign of stopping. Haken, sword in hand, moved with effortless grace, parrying with simple, direct swings. Flashy techniques could never match the raw satisfaction of a strike that split the earth. 7,974. 7,975. 7,976. With each successful parry against Killer Bee's attacks, Haken muttered a number, 0. But Bee couldn't make sense of what those numbers meant. Clang. The clash continued. 7,989. 7,990. When the count reached 7,990, excitement flashed in Haken's eyes. That was the number of swings he had completed today. Yes. Even deep behind enemy lines, in a mission this intense, he never neglected his daily training. And when sword practice and real combat merged, that dull repetition no longer felt tedious. 10 more to go. He raised his Zanpakuto high, his body trembling. Now that I think about it, this is the first time I've been forced to fight defensively. This feeling really pisses me off. Roar. A beastly growl burst from his throat as his stance shifted, no longer holding the sword with one hand. You know something? A sword swung with both hands hits a lot harder than one swung with just one. Swish. The Zanpakuto, raised high, cleaved downward, releasing a golden flash that tore toward Killer Bee. Sword pressure. The signature effect of a standard horizontal slash from the Zaraki Kenpachi template. But one swing wasn't enough to satisfy the boiling battle lust within him. The second strike followed immediately, this time, a pitch-black crescent moon trailed behind it. Haken Ryu's secret technique. 10 consecutive slashes. Whoosh. 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 His body spun and weaved, unleashing a flurry of attacks. As 5 golden arcs of sword pressure and 5 dark crescents tore toward Killer Bee, the latter was left stunned. Bee. Snap out of it, let me handle this. Roar. A deep growl rumbled as the massive form of the 8 tails wrapped protectively around him. 10 sword waves rained down in a wild bombardment. But Haken wasn't interested in admiring the destruction. In his ears, a familiar system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. Daily mission, never-ending, 8,000 sword swings completed. Congratulations, host. All template progress increased by 0.2%. Ding. Congratulations, host. First normal attack king template, Zaraki Kenpachi, progress reached 15%. Ding. Congratulations, host. Second normal attack King template, White Hollow, progress reached 5%. Ding. White Hollow template progress reached 5%. Normal attack trait draw attempt available. Proceed with immediate draw. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 68, Chapter 68, Blade vs. Tailed Beast Bomb, capturing the two tails alive. The second normal attack trait of the King of Normal Attacks had finally arrived. Haken took a deep breath, too preoccupied to admire the 8 tails convulsing wildly before him from the 10-hit combo. His entire focus was fixed on the newly unlocked normal attack trait. He slowly nodded and uttered 2 words. Extract. The normal attack trait was the most direct and tangible enhancement to Haken's strength beyond the King of Normal Attacks template itself. His first trait, Chakra Blade, had seemed unimpressive at first glance, yet its practical effect was undeniable. So far, his ability to counter ninjutsu with a blade alone was proof enough of Chakra Blade's utility. And as Haken's chakra reserves continued to grow, this effect would only become more potent. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that, given enough time, a single casual swing of his blade could one day produce dust release. The sheer potential was astonishing. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the King of Normal Attacks trait 2, Soul Devouring Blade. Soul Devouring Blade. Haken's eyes lit up at the name, and he immediately focused on the description that appeared before him. Soul Devouring Blade, the blade of a Shinigami reaps more than blood. Beyond harvesting souls, it can command the spirits of the slain beneath the blade to strike down enemies with devastating force. Trait effect, during combat, each physical strike weakens the opponent's soul power while enhancing the wielder's spiritual pressure. Every successful hit imprints a mark upon the enemy's soul, allowing the blade's specters to absorb its essence. If an attack fails to cause damage, those specters will linger around the target, inflicting various negative effects. This rare trait possesses exceptional growth potential. Its soul harvesting power scales with the host's spiritual pressure, while the souls under the blade effect strengthens based on the number of souls the host has slain. The third trait of the King of Normal Attacks will activate once the third template reaches 5% unlock progress. Continue your efforts, honored host, to become the true King of Normal Attacks. Soul Devouring Blade, a rare trait with extraordinary growth potential. Both Soul Harvest and Souls Under the Blade were overwhelmingly powerful. Soul Harvest absorbed the opponent's spiritual power, while Souls Under the Blade was simple: the more he killed, the stronger he became. But what about Jinchuriki? What about tailed beasts? Killing intent surged in Haken's eyes as he stepped toward the convulsing 8 tails. The beast had already entered full transformation, 8 massive tails wrapping tightly around its body as crimson blood poured onto the ground. 10 strike slash, hardly a technique in the traditional sense. All 10 blows were simply normal horizontal swings, only executed several times faster than usual. Yet 10 consecutive, high-intensity strikes consumed a tremendous amount of stamina. Still, the results were excellent. Lifting his sword, Haken strode toward the curled-up 8 tails. But just as he was about to strike, a blue figure suddenly flashed into view. Activating her second stage of partial tailed beast transformation, Yujito endured agonizing pain. But with Killer Bee about to be attacked, she had no choice but to abandon the 2 Jonin being crushed by Shursue and Kakashi behind her. In her transformed state, a dark sphere began to form before the muzzle of her massive blue cat form. Mini-tailed beast ball. Unlike a true, complete tailed beast ball, she still struggled to control this one. Boom. Like a missile launch, the tailed beast ball shot straight toward Hakenyoru. I like girls who play with melons, and I like playing with melons myself, he said with a grin. But this one? I'll pass. Because your melons burn my hands. Besides, I'm not old enough to play with those yet. Even an incomplete tailed beast ball released during partial transformation could be split apart by Juzobi while wielding the original Kubikurabocho, and Hakenyoru didn't think he was any less capable. The Kubikurabocho might have been fragile, shattering under a tailed beast ball and rebounding to wound its wielder, but his sword wasn't. Swish. A flash of steel sliced through the chakra sphere, infused with both yin and yang attributes, cleanly dividing it in 2. Whether intentionally or not, one of the split halves flew straight toward the nearby 8 tails. Boom. Boom. 2 deafening explosions erupted, leaving Yujito, still in partial tailed beast transformation, utterly stunned. A tailed beast ball could be cleaved apart. That single strike completely shattered her understanding of the world. Behave yourself, little kitten. The explosion beside him didn't faze the youth. With a swift flicker of movement, he had already seized Yujito by the throat. At that moment, it felt as if a true demon had set its gaze upon her, countless restless souls howling in her ears. Already struggling with the backlash of her force-tailed beast transformation, Yujito finally succumbed and lost consciousness. Fainted. Surprised, Haken lifted her eyelids and shook his head slightly. After all, this Yujito was still just an unbloomed flower, far from the heroic kunoichi of Kumo she would one day become. Falling short was only natural. Killer Bee, however. Narrowing his eyes, Haken slung Yujito over his shoulder and walked toward the still-curled form of the Eight Tails. But as he drew near, the massive body of the beast vanished with a dull thud, leaving no trace behind. On the ground remained only a severed octopus tail. A habitual escape method, huh? He sliced the tail clean in two inside. He had still underestimated the Eight Tails' combat prowess. He had indeed won this battle, but it was a victory with conditions. First, this had been Killer Bee's first time facing him, with no understanding of his abilities. Second, if Bee had begun by fully transforming and unleashing a barrage of tailed beast balls, Haken wouldn't have won so easily. Of course, he didn't believe the final outcome would have changed. Whether Killer Bee had gone all out or not, Haken certainly hadn't. He hadn't even used the white hollow combo that treated Getsuga Tensho like a normal swing. Glancing toward the distance, he saw Team Night Owl waiting for him. The battle was over. The combined force of Shursue of the Body Flicker and the Copy Ninja Kakashi, together with Itachi's relentless interference, had proven too much even for two battle-hardened jonin. They now lay motionless in pools of blood. Is this the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails? Itachi approached, his gaze lingering on the girl hanging from Haken's shoulder, curiosity flickering in his eyes. A Jinchuriki, the second living host besides Kushina Uzumaki. Owl, what do you plan to do? Kakashi, breathing heavily from the strain of battle, stepped up beside him. Return to Konoha. The war is over. Adjusting his grip on Yujito, Haken smiled faintly. They hadn't managed to capture both Jinchuriki, but the Two Tails alone was more than enough. The moment he captured Yujito, the war had lost its meaning. Kumo knew well the importance of a perfect Jinchuriki. Losing the Two Tails would deal not only a massive blow to their fighting strength but also to their morale. Even if the war didn't end immediately, Yujito's capture would give Minato Namikaze all the leverage he needed at the negotiating table. Let's go home. Chapter 69, The Triumphant Heroes, They've Returned. To be honest, I really didn't expect it to be you this time. At the border between the land of fire and the land of lightning, Hisashi Hyuga looked at the vast army of reinforcements before him, feeling a wave of emotion. The Uchiha clan. He never imagined the reinforcements would be them. As one of Konoha's great dojutsu clans, the Uchiha had always been a special case within the village. Though their combat power was impressive, they had never been fully trusted since Madara Uchiha's departure. Both the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, maintained a cautious attitude toward them. Anyone with a bit of insight could see it. It was also the main reason the Uchiha had grown isolated. Few major clans were willing to associate with them. They understood well the saying, when the city gate burns, the fish in the moat suffer. Yet the current Hokage seemed determined to change this situation. Once we step onto the battlefield, we are all ninja of Konoha. Fugaku shook his head. He wasn't sure whether Minato's leadership could truly change the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha, but he had at least seen a genuine sign of trust from the Hokage. That was a good start. So he came, standing here as a ninja of Konoha. Perhaps Konoha harbored its own darkness, one that people despised. But whenever the village was pushed to the brink, someone would always rise to defend it. More than power or strength, it was the spirit of sacrifice that made Konoha the foremost hidden village in the world. That's right. We are all ninja of Konoha. As they reached out, the hands of the Hyuga branch family head and the Uchiha clan leader met firmly in a rare gesture of unity. Such a scene was uncommon. For two clans long locked in rivalry, letting go of old grudges was no easy task. Trust was more than just a word, it required effort from both sides. Hisashi already knew about Minato's plan. There was no doubt that the Night Owl squad's deep infiltration behind enemy lines had played a crucial role. Now, with the Uchiha reinforcements arriving at the border, he could finally let out a breath of relief. Hisashi, any word on the Night Owl squad? After a brief meeting, the two men entered the operations command room. Fugaku's eyes carried a hint of concern as he finally voiced the question that had been weighing on his mind. The Night Owl squad, huh? Hisashi let out a thoughtful sigh. They're all heroes of Konoha. According to the intelligence we've gathered, they've sabotaged Kimogakuru's supply routes at least 6 times in recent days, leaving the enemy's frontline forces crippled. At this rate, those guys might not even have ration pills left to eat in a few days. On top of that, they've attacked the outpost Kimogakure set up within the Land of Lightning, throwing the entire village into chaos and leaving them too exhausted to focus on the main battlefield. Those kids truly are heroes. Admiration filled Hisashi's expression as he spoke without holding back his praise. A single squad had completely turned the tide of the border war. They were heroes, without question. Do we know where they are now, within the Land of Lightning? Their accomplishments were undeniable, yet Fugaku no longer cared about such details. His son, his 6-year-old son, was among that squad. It had been Itachi's choice. Before his departure, Fugaku had asked if he truly had the resolve to go deep behind enemy lines. If Itachi had wavered even slightly, Fugaku would have stopped him without hesitation. But his son's firm answer had erased all doubt. Trusting his child, that was all he could do now, as a father. "I'm afraid no one knows exactly where they are," Hisashi said. "But that's a good thing. Kumogakure is searching for them too, so the lack of information means they're still safe." After glancing at the map, Hisashi shook his head. They were doing an excellent job of hiding their movements. "Hisashi-sama. Fugaku-sama." As the two spoke, a messenger ninja burst into the command room. Judging by his excitement, something significant had happened. "They're back." In an instant, both men darted out of the command room. At the entrance to the Konoha encampment, traces of battle still scarred the land, but the oppressive atmosphere that had lingered over the border was gone. In its place were the hopeful gazes of countless ninja. The situation had completely changed. As 4 figures appeared at the edge of the camp, every pair of eyes turned toward them. Seeing the blood that still stained their clothes, the surrounding ninja could only look on with deep respect. The only surprise came from the occasional angry meow coming from the sack slung over one of their shoulders. "This all feels kind of unreal," Shisue muttered with a foolish grin, scratching his head as he took in the sight around him. When he'd raised his blade and unleashed the terror of Shisue of the body flicker upon Kumogakure, he'd felt nothing but resistance in his heart. But now, seeing the looks in everyone's eyes, he couldn't help but feel a rush of pride. Unlike his days en route, where he'd quietly sacrificed for the village without acknowledgement, this time he truly felt the joy of protecting the land beneath his feet. Itachi was just about to speak when a figure running toward them made him freeze. That was "Father. You've returned." Hisashi's voice trembled slightly as he looked at the 4 of them. Then, before everyone present, he bowed deeply. They had earned it. When the Night Owl squad first departed, he hadn't believed these children could accomplish such a daunting mission. Yet they had, and not just accomplished it, but done it brilliantly, almost flawlessly. "What are you standing there for?" Hakken patted Itachi on the shoulder, looking at him oddly. "You're seeing your father, shouldn't you be a little excited?" Encouraged, Itachi nodded and stepped forward. Under Hisashi's astonished gaze, he knelt before Fugaku. "Father. Father. That's the son of clan head Fugaku Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha." Hisashi's jaw dropped in awe. To send his own son into such danger, what incredible resolve that must have taken. "Well done." Fugaku pulled Itachi to his feet. Though the usually stern clan leader offered few words, the relief in his eyes and the firm, calloused hand gripping Itachi's conveyed a father's quiet pride. Meow. The furious cry of a cat snapped everyone back to their senses. "What's that?" Hisashi glanced curiously at the sack slung over Hakken's shoulder. "Caught a cat. That's why we made it back early," Hakken said with a grin, lifting the bag slightly. "Let's talk inside, Uncle Fugaku. Looks like your trip might have been for nothing." Because they had captured the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. Chapter 70, The Despairing Girl and the Gentle Cat. Advanced Mission, The True Shinigami. Soul Harvest Progress, 468/. After briefly reporting the situation to Hisashi Hyuga and Fugaku Uchiha back at the main camp, Hakken lay down in the rest area and glanced at his current advanced mission. He hadn't been on the battlefield for too long or too short a time, but killing 3,000 people so quickly was still no easy feat. After all, within the Land of Lightning's territory, with teammates nearby and the ever-watchful A-B combo ready to move at any time, there were plenty of limitations. Still, Hakken was quite satisfied with his progress. This mission had no time limit, so there was no need to rush. His battle with Killer Bee had given him a clear understanding of his own strength. In this world of ninja, no one could yet defend against his ability to attack the soul itself. Having already awakened 2 major traits, his surprise slashes were proving devastatingly effective. But he was still far from true freedom of action. Defeating Killer Bee didn't make him arrogant enough to think he was invincible. Sitting up on the bed, Hakken tilted his head slightly, his gaze falling on the girl kneeling quietly beside him. Her name was Yujito-ni, though now, he called her Kitten. She was by far the greatest prize Hakken had gained from his campaign in the Land of Lightning. Compared to constantly sabotaging supply lines and diverting enemy attention, the value of capturing a Two-Tails Jinchuriki was immeasurably higher. Maybe, keeping a cat wouldn't be such a bad idea. That thought amused him. "Watch your eyes, Kitten." Jumping down from the hard bed, Hakken walked over and lifted Yujito's chin between his fingers. Delicate features, a perfectly shaped face. And that faint, natural fragrance unique to young women. But the look in her eyes was filled with hatred, pure, unyielding hatred, mixed with despair and fear she dared not act upon. This was a world grounded in harsh reality. Beneath its surface of valor and ideals often hid cruelty too bitter to bear. For a female ninja, once captured by the enemy, the fate awaiting her was rarely merciful. Yujito trembled, glaring at Haken's face in fury. She didn't dare resist. Nor could she end her own life. Because the demon before her had made himself clear. If she ever did anything that displeased Haken, he would one day march straight into Kimogakure, personally sever the heads of everyone there, and make her watch every moment of it. Whether it was suicide or defiance, both would count as disobedience. The Two Tails had already been beaten into submission. It had warned Yujito that she must obey him, otherwise, both she and it would die. A true death. The Two Tails was utterly terrified. The tailed beasts shared a telepathic bond, and before the Eight Tails fled, the Two Tails had clearly sensed its weakness. A weakness that came from the very core of its being, one that would take at least 3 to 5 years to recover from. And so, even the Jinchuriki herself dared not defy the young man before her. He was a demon who could cleave through a tailed beast ball with a single strike. When he said he would cut off the heads of everyone in Kimogakure, she believed he would do it. As a kunoichi of Kimogakure, she had faith in the Reikichi's might and refused to believe this boy could defeat him. Yet the strength he had shown at such a young age made that possibility hard to dismiss. Given time, he would surely achieve it. And so, all she could do was kneel obediently before him, like a true little kitten, her chin still caught between his fingers. I'm sleepy. Releasing Yujito's chin, the boy lay back as if he were at home in Konoha, resting his head on her slender legs. The comfort he found there reminded him of the ease he'd felt in Anko's arms. Before long, soft, steady breathing filled the quiet room. Was he really asleep? A flicker of killing intent flashed in Yujito's eyes. Pale blue chakra claws slowly extended, inching toward his face. But when it came time to strike, her courage failed her. She stared helplessly at the bedside. The boy's blade lay close by, faintly glinting with a cold, silvery light. Yet Yujito could clearly tell, the sword had been farther away before. Was he truly asleep? Her hand trembled and fell. Tears welled in her eyes, slipping silently down her cheeks. Kimogakure. The village was veiled in clouds and mist, thunder rumbling faintly overhead. The villagers had long grown used to this. On any other day, they might have paused to listen to the thunder's power shaking the skies. But not today. Killer Bee had returned, gravely wounded. And Yujito Ni's fate, unknown. The news hung heavy over the entire village. Even the negotiations between Kimogakure and Iwagakure had ended abruptly. Upon hearing the report, Inoki had left without a word, taking his men with him. His attitude needed no explanation. At Kimogakure's hospital, faint arcs of lightning flickered across the Reikichi's broad frame. On the bed lay a weakened Killer Bee, still unconscious. 2 Jinchuriki had been deployed, yet the mission had nearly ended in total disaster. The news sent shockwaves through Kimogakure. The Reikichi had never imagined it would come to this. Before him lay his sworn brother, the other half of the legendary A-B combo. And then there was Yujito, her fate still uncertain. The blow was almost unbearable. His fists clenched tightly, he wanted nothing more than to storm the front lines and bring the fight to Konoha himself. But he couldn't. Not now. The latest reports from the border confirmed that Konoha had sent additional reinforcements. And judging by Inoki's attitude upon leaving, if Kimogakure launched a full-scale assault, Iwagakure would never sit idly by. One reckless move could ignite the entire war again, prolonging the Third Shinobi World War indefinitely. Ugh. A weak groan broke his thoughts, and the Reikichi immediately rushed to the bedside. B, how are you feeling? His expression hardened with concern. He wanted to know what had happened to Yujito, but his brother's condition came first. The doctors had said B's wounds weren't serious. Yet the source of his severe weakness remained a mystery, no visible injuries, no trace of hidden damage. And still, his chakra felt dangerously faint. Brother. I feel so weak, Killer B whispered hoarsely. Weak. The Reikichi's gaze drifted toward B's waist. Your kidneys. Not that kind of weak. Killer B removed his sunglasses, revealing deep, dark circles beneath his eyes that spoke louder than words. What happened out there? The Reikichi grabbed B's hand, his voice tight. His sword, there's something wrong with it, B rasped, too drained even for his usual rhymes. Who? Shursue Uchiha. He's known for Genjutsu and the body flicker technique, isn't he? Reikichi's brow furrowed. No, brother. From start to finish, Shursue Uchiha wasn't the real threat. It was that kid. B exhaled heavily. What kind of kid? What kind of sword? What was his fighting style? Tell me everything. The Reikichi's eyes widened. Could their strongest opponent really have been just a child? That kid, he only used one move the entire time. What move? A straight slash. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 71, Blood at the Gates of Konoha Village. The journey home went smoothly. Haken showed little emotion, calm as always, moving forward with steady swings of his blade. It was Itachi whose face carried a faint smile as he followed behind at an unhurried pace. Kakashi was the same as ever. Once out of battle mode, he returned to his usual lazy demeanor. But unlike the version from the original story, he was no longer that lost figure crouched in the corner of Obito's home, watching his teacher and his wife share tender moments while his own heart grew cold. Now, there was a bit more sunlight in him, and a little less loneliness. Obito and Rin were a thing of the past. He preferred to bury that sorrow deep inside. The current Minato squad gave him a new kind of warmth. However, this time, their returning group had a few more members. Fugaku Uchiha, who had rushed to the front lines and back again, looked somewhat awkward. Now that he held enough leverage, there was no longer any need to maintain pressure at the border. The Uchiha clan's presence on the front lines had lost its purpose. Still, watching his son's growth was the greatest satisfaction for a father. Mikoto was about to give birth, and he had no desire to remain on the battlefield any longer. Alongside him was Hisashi Hyuga, who had stepped down from his post as commander. It had been far too long since he'd seen his son, Niji Hyuga, and he missed home deeply. The border matters could be entrusted to others. Kumo wouldn't be launching an attack anytime soon, unless they were willing to abandon the Two Tails entirely. That was impossible, which meant the war would naturally come to an end. Yujito followed behind Haken like a walking corpse, each step carrying her farther from home. But what truly caught Haken's attention was the silent Shursue beside them. That same confusion had returned to the boy. The closer they drew to Konoha, the quieter he became. The reason wasn't hard to understand. When Shursue had set out, his mission was to seize weapons from his own comrades. The mission had failed, and for a ninja, failure was a mark of shame. He hadn't even returned to report immediately. Instead, he had chosen to follow the Night Owl squad to the front lines. It was his first time disobeying an order. How would he face the leader of Root, Danzo? How could he explain why he hadn't struck down Haken? He had no answer. The more he thought about it, the more his confusion clouded the road ahead. When the time came to face Danzo's questioning, what could he possibly say? For the sake of the village, was he really expected to attack his own comrade? You and Itachi always think too much. The voice reached Shursue's ears as Haken slung his sword back over his shoulder, repeating the words he'd said long ago. Shursue gave a wry smile. He couldn't help but dwell on such things. Haken shook his head, unwilling to say more. He already knew how he would handle Shursue's situation. They continued forward. As Konoha came into view, a hint of surprise flashed in Haken's eyes. Ahead stood a familiar figure, waiting among the villagers. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of Konoha. He had received word long before and now stood at the village gates, waiting to welcome them home, as if greeting his own family. You've worked hard. Welcome home. Spreading his arms wide, he tried to embrace all four children at once, something impossible to do, yet he did it anyway. As Hokage, he should have stood above everyone else, but his warmth made him feel close and familiar. Welcome home. For a moment, Haken felt as if his heart would burst with an unfamiliar emotion he had never experienced before. It seemed that, aside from Anko, no one had ever said those words to him. Is Konoha my home? Probably. Perhaps he had never truly hated Konoha itself, only a few stubborn, worthless fools within the village. Family, huh? Haken raised an eyebrow, amused. Maybe, in the original story, this was the very phrase Naruto had longed to hear the most. This Hokage was different. A girl in the group glanced at Minato, her expression confused. Personally welcoming ninja returning from missions. Such a thing was unheard of in Kumo. Haken Yoru. Several figures emerged at the village gates. The Root Division leader, Danzo Shimura. Alongside him were the two Hokage advisors, Hamura Mitokato and Kohara Udatane, and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, looking on with weary resignation. It was hard to tell when they had arrived, but perhaps it was only in times like this that they showed such interest. Standing nearby, Minato looked slightly awkward. Their sudden appearance was something he hadn't expected at all. As their teacher, he had come to welcome his returning disciples, to offer them the warmth and respect they deserved. Why did they have to show up and spoil the moment? Haken Yoru. Receiving no reply, Danzo Shimura frowned, his tone rising slightly. His gaze on the young man was dark and oppressive. Technically, this was their first official meeting. Spit it out. Clang. The Zanpakuto drove into the ground, the harsh scraping sound making one's scalp tingle. Leaning casually against the blade, Haken tilted his head. but when you do, mind your direction, don't stink me out. Puffed. In an instant, the heavy tension shattered. Even the little cat behind Haken couldn't suppress a laugh. What a way to greet someone. From this alone, it was clear that this village was far less harmonious than it seemed. Haken Yoru, watch your tongue. Konoha Uchiha snapped, thrusting out her hand angrily. Do you think a few minor achievements at the border can wash away your rampage in the ANBU? At best, you're just offsetting your crimes with service. Swish. A flash of steel cut through the air. Blood sprayed upward, bright red against the sky. In that instant, the hand Konoha had extended dropped lifelessly to the ground. I told you, shut your mouth. And don't blow your crap my way. Shouldering his Zanpakuto, Haken's face remained calm, utterly unbothered by what he had just done. He had acted without hesitation, without a single thought for her status. Hokage advisor. What of it? I'm. Hamura Mitokado, her old comrade and fellow guardian of the second Hokage, began to shout in fury. But before the word insolence could leave his lips, his eyes met the youth's. In that instant, fear gripped him. He was certain that if he spoke another word, he would die. Haken. Minato let out a bitter laugh. Everything had happened too fast, he hadn't even had time to react before it was over. And yet. Why did he feel a strange sense of satisfaction rising within him? Truly worthy of being my disciple. Acting without hesitation, just like always. That temper, it's still exactly the same as back then. Chapter 72, I'll only give you this respect once. The sudden outbreak of conflict caught everyone off guard. The companions around Haken tensed immediately. Fugaku's expression was complicated. Under normal circumstances, witnessing such a scene should have pleased him. From the Uchiha perspective, seeing someone openly defy the higher-ups was usually something to be celebrated. But after all that had happened, his thoughts had changed. Somehow, he found himself unwilling to see this boy get hurt. That was Itachi's friend. A true friend. Shursue stood frozen in disbelief. Attacking a Hokage advisor. That was something he had never even imagined. Hiruzen, did you see that? Overwhelmed by pain, Konoha Uchiha had already fallen unconscious. Beside her, Hamura Mitokado's face had gone pale. He didn't dare act arrogantly toward Haken, so instead, he turned toward Hiruzen Sarutobi, silently urging him to say something. What do you expect me to say? Hiruzen gave a bitter smile. Judging purely by the outcome, Haken Yoru had indeed gone too far. But everything in this world happens for a reason. A ninja who had fought hard on the front lines, just returned to the village, was now being stopped at the gate only to be lectured, and even called a criminal. If it were me, I'd be furious too. Especially since this boy never bothered to hide his anger. Haken, you really did go too far. Though Konoha was also in the wrong, she's still one of Konoha's Hokage advisors. As a ninja of Konoha, you should show humility toward the elders who've contributed greatly to the village. Sometimes, situations like this required someone to play the peacemaker, to step in as an elder, point out your mistakes, and remind you of your place. And right now, that peacemaker was Hiruzen. But before he could finish, Haken suddenly raised a hand, cutting him off. Forget the rest. I don't care about her saying I'm atoning for past sins or whatever. You just said, she made great contributions to Konoha. Haken's eyes widened as if he had just heard something unbelievable. That statement was even more absurd than the Konoha textbooks calling the third Hokage the strongest in history. Is there a problem? Hiruzen looked confused as he lit his pipe. A Hokage advisor who had devoted herself to the village for so many years, how could that be wrong to say? Forget it. You probably wouldn't understand even if I explained. Seeing Hiruzen's self-assured expression, Haken lost the desire to argue. Just as you can't wake someone pretending to sleep, human words aren't always meant for dogs to understand. People like her aren't even worth comparing to a single ninja who died on the border. Think about that, Lord Third. Shaking his head, Haken decided he had no reason to stay any longer. The fleeting thought he'd had, that Konoha might be a home, vanished in an instant. Home was where Anko, Itachi, and his friends were. Konoha never was. Shouldering his blade, Haken prepared to enter the village. But the moment he took a step forward, a masked ninja appeared behind Danzo, blocking his path. What a performance. Yujito Ni in the squad almost wanted to clap her hands in amusement. She didn't know how the others felt, but she was thoroughly enjoying herself. The Hokage welcoming returning ninja, that was heartwarming. But another faction clearly held resentment toward the young man who had earned his glory. This spectacle was simply too entertaining to miss. Halt, Haken Yoru. Hand over the two tails. It belongs to the village. But the next moment, the words from that hateful old man sent a chill down Yujito's spine. Was that the real reason they were blocking their path? Get lost. A thunderous roar shattered the silence, and the air around the gates of Konoha instantly turned cold. The blade raised high in Haken's hand was now pointed straight at Danzo Shimura. Perhaps from the very beginning, Haken had already guessed the reason these men were here. Of course. News of his capture of the Two Tails had long since reached the village. It was only natural that some would covet the power of a Jinchuriki and seek to claim it for themselves. Since the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was beyond their reach, shifting their sights to the Two Tails fit Danzo's character perfectly. But there was one thing he failed to understand. What's mine is mine. What I choose to give you, only then does it become yours. If I don't give it, you don't get to take it. The massive blade swung down in a single motion, and the great gates of Konoha split cleanly in two beneath the sharp wave of energy. Just like when you sent root agents to hunt me down for my sword. My cat is mine. No one touches her. Turning his gaze, Haken looked toward Minato Namikaze, who had been waiting for him from the start. Minato-sensei, you came here to greet me at the village gates. That's you showing me some respect. And the fact that these people are still breathing. That's me showing you some respect. I only show this kind of respect once. Boom. Before the words had even faded, Danzo froze in shock as the two guards standing behind him suddenly exploded into clouds of blood and mist. When did it happen? Next time, it'll be your head. As Haken passed by Danzo, his voice was like something that crawled straight out of hell. Respect, he only gave it once. He had no interest in watching how Minato would deal with the aftermath. He hadn't seen Anko in far too long. All he wanted now was to lie down with his head in her lap and finally sleep. Konoha's affairs. They had nothing to do with him. Just as he'd said before leaving the village, he went to the front lines for Minato alone. He'd done the favor, and he'd done it well. After Night Owl team entered Konoha, the suffocating tension at the gate slowly eased. Yet the traces of the blood explosion remained, and Koharu Yutate's severed arm still lay grotesquely on the ground. Minato, you saw it all. I want an explanation. The third Hokage's face was dark. Killing a comrade in front of two Hokages, this wasn't a small mistake. It had to be handled seriously. But to Hiruzen's shock, the fourth Hokage, who had always shown him respect, acted as though he hadn't heard him at all. Instead, Minato stepped forward, stopping directly before Danzo. Even now, Danzo didn't seem to grasp the gravity of what had just happened. He hadn't considered why that boy had been able to face two Jinchuriki and even bring one back alive. He hadn't wondered why Hakenyoru had the confidence, the audacity, to kill without hesitation. You attacked him, didn't you? Minato's shoulders trembled violently. That trembling was a sign, the man who once tolerated everything, who always looked the other way, had reached the peak of his fury. Did this man even understand how hard it had been to rebuild a bond with someone who had no real attachment to Konoha? Did he remember what he'd promised before Haken left, that this time, as a teacher, he would not be late? In that instant, Minato finally understood why Shisui had appeared in the Night Owl team. Everything I've done has been for the village. That sword, and the Two Tails Jinchuriki, can only serve their greatest purpose in the village's hands. Danzo spoke without expression, as if it were a trivial matter. For the village? Minato smiled faintly. Fine then. In the name of the fourth Hokage, I hereby declare. For the village, effective immediately, Root is disbanded. Chapter 73, Haken, take command of the Umbu. Who gave you the authority? Minato Namikaze, watch your tone. Minato. At the village gates, Danzo's furious roar, Hamura Mitokado's rebuke, and the third Hokage's stunned silence all echoed in Minato's mind. I am Konoha's fourth Hokage. By virtue of that alone. For the first time, the sight of this resolute Minato Namikaze felt unfamiliar to those who had always treated him as their puppet. As for you, Lord Third, I respect you as the former Hokage, but you're retired. And have you actually thought about what Haken just said? Any ninja who died on the front lines contributed far more to Konoha than any of you ever have. Even I can't compare to them. With a sharp flick of his Hokage cloak, Minato's figure vanished from sight. Outside the village, only the so-called higher-ups remained, and the severed arm on the ground stood as a silent reminder of all that had happened. Thank you. On the road home, Yujito finally managed to say those two words behind Haken. As a prisoner, saying them felt humiliating, but she said them anyway. What are you thanking me for? Haken sounded puzzled. As they neared his home, the killing intent and dark aura that clung to him faded completely. He never showed those things in front of his family. That old man, he clearly wasn't a good person. If you had handed me over to him. Yujito shook her head, leaving the rest unsaid. But no matter how one looked at it, the outcome wouldn't have been good. Being a captive was miserable. Yet somehow, being by this kid's side didn't feel quite as bad. If being treated like a kitten was the price, then so be it. It wasn't as if she'd lose a piece of herself. Her eyes carried a hint of helplessness, but compared to being locked away in a dark cell, this was far better. Haken said nothing. He had never once considered handing the two tails over to Danzo. When he pushed open the door to the Mitarashi residence, Anko and Kurenai, her close friend, were deep in conversation. At the sight of him, surprise flashed across Anko's face, quickly replaced by joy. She rushed forward and threw her arms around him. This mission had been different from the ones before. She understood how dangerous it had been. The joy of reunion instantly swept away all her earlier fears. "You've grown again." That was his Anko. Lying on a lounge chair in the Mitarashi courtyard, Haken basked in the warm sunlight, listening to his sister's cheerful chatter beside him. He suddenly realized this was the life he wanted. He tilted his head slightly. Beside him, the little cat wore a look of annoyance, fanning herself with one hand while rocking the chair with the other, serving as both a human fan and a makeshift cradle. So exhausting. Still, compared to being a true prisoner, being a maid didn't seem quite so shameful after all. "Oh, my foolish little brother." Suddenly, there was a new girl in the house, and not just any girl, but one strikingly beautiful. Anko was thrilled. Her little brother had grown up. He was even bringing girls home now. It felt like the glorious rise of the Mitarashi clan was just around the corner. Well, except that her brother never used their family name. In his words, it sounds awful. What's wrong with Mitarashi? Anko rolled her eyes. My foolish sister, what are you trying to say? Haken asked lazily, opening his eyes. Honestly, every time Anko called him, my foolish little brother, he couldn't help but picture Itachi's face. Please, that's not your line. Is she your girlfriend? Leaning close, Anko whispered while pointing at the little cat beside him. Seriously, could you keep your voice down? And where exactly do I look like this brat's girlfriend? Yujito, who was about the same age as Anko, scoffed, rocking her chair a little harder. What, do I look like I can't find a man? As if I'd ever need a kid for a boyfriend. Hardly. She's not worthy. Haken yawned. A maid and a girlfriend were two completely different things. One was someone you could vent on without concern, the other, someone you had to comfort afterward. Big difference. And besides, a trophy was still a trophy, advancement depended on performance. Maybe I should have just gone back to that dark room and let them study me instead. She suddenly felt like crying. What did that brat just say? Not worthy. I'm not worthy to be his girlfriend. I haven't even complained that your abilities haven't awakened yet. Well, there you have it, Kurenai, she's just a maid. No threat to you. You still have a chance. What was even more humiliating was that Anko actually shouted that across the courtyard to the woman next to her, Kurenai Yui. So that's what you came here for, to confirm it. Yujito rolled her eyes. But the most awkward one wasn't her. It was Kurenai. For heaven's sake, she'd only wanted to ask who the girl beside Haken was. Who knew Anko would take it upon herself to confirm that love rival situation for her. You really are my best friend. The courtyard remained lively and full of noise. Reclining on a lounge chair, Haken watched the scene before him with a gentle smile. If Yugao were here too, this moment would feel even warmer. Unfortunately, she was still at school. As she liked to say, she was determined to surpass him. The girl didn't yet understand that when you strive to surpass someone, you inevitably end up living in their shadow. She was already too deep in to escape it. At that moment, a new figure appeared in the courtyard. Golden hair, a faint flush still on his face from lingering anger. Minato had arrived. But when he saw the peaceful scene before him, he immediately felt out of place, like he shouldn't have come at all. In truth, he'd rushed over in such a hurry precisely because he feared Haken might, in his fury, pack up and leave the village with Anko. And become a missing nin. If it ever came to that, there would be no turning back. The boy before him was fully capable of doing such a thing. Thankfully, the atmosphere in the courtyard was nothing like what he'd imagined. The boy lounged comfortably under the sun, smiling, a sharp contrast to the anger that had burned at the village gates. As expected, Haken only ever showed his warmth to those he considered his own. But who counted as his own was a far more difficult question. Very few people in all of Konoha could truly enter his heart. Minato-sensei, is there something you need? Haken asked calmly, reclining back in his chair. Anko and Kurenai said nothing. The moment they saw the Hokage arrive, they quietly went inside. The two girls were considerate, they knew the men had things to discuss. But Yujito looked awkward. She couldn't exactly leave, but staying felt even worse. After all, she was still technically just a captive of Konoha. Keep fanning. Haken glanced her way and said. Phew. All right. Yujito let out a sigh of relief and went back to fanning him. The yellow flash didn't seem to mind, but his gaze toward Haken grew increasingly serious. Haken, I need you. Take command of the ANBU for me. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 74, Heart to Heart, Becoming the Flame in His Soul. Take charge of the ANBU for me. As Hokage, saying something so shocking to a child at this moment, such a scene. Yujito, standing beside him, was clearly startled. This boy was indeed exceptional. And his fierce, aggressive temperament made him a perfect fit for the ANBU. But how old was he? He was still just a child. How could someone like that lead the ANBU? Yet the Hokage's tone carried absolute certainty. The sincerity in his eyes was unmistakably real. Minato Namikaze, the yellow flash of Konoha. He truly was someone different. After a few seconds of silence, Haken looked somewhat surprised. The position of ANBU commander had remained vacant ever since Tsukumo Hataki's suicide. It had been temporarily managed by Kurenai Yuhi's father, Shinku Yuhi. And now, Minato actually wanted to give that position to him. The meaning behind it was clear. He wanted to completely tie Haken to Konoha. Becoming the ANBU commander meant stepping into the very core of the village's power. The ANBU were the Hokage's direct assassination unit. It was clear that, from then on, Haken would become Minato's true right hand. Don't rush to refuse. Seeing Haken stay silent, Minato gave a wry smile. Perhaps what happened at the village gate today had shaken his sense of belonging. But Minato believed that, with time, he could still guide this boy back onto the right path. I've already ordered the dissolution of Danzo's root division. From now on, the only organization operating under the sunlight of Konoha to protect the village will be the ANBU. I'll place my full trust in you, giving you complete authority over the ANBU. In this, Minato had already done all he could. And his sincerity made Haken see him in a new light. The yellow flash actually went head-to-head with Danzo. That was something that never happened in the original timeline. Haken rubbed his chin, looking at Minato in surprise. As Hokage, I'm constantly analyzing the village's situation, Minato said. I've always tried to turn flawed systems towards something better. But Haken, when you truly try to change a village, you realize just how powerless you are. Minato sighed, his expression full of bitterness. Becoming the fourth Hokage, from his early passion to his current helplessness, who could truly understand what he'd been through? Konoha's condition was far from good. There wasn't a single person under him he could fully rely on or trust. If he had to name one, perhaps Kakashi, but even then, Kakashi was still lost in grief over Rin and Obito's deaths. But Haken's arrival had reignited the flame in Minato's heart. That was why he had grown more resolute lately. When you feel powerless, you tend to settle for stability, just avoid mistakes, quietly protect what you can. But now, a chance had appeared. The opportunity for change rested in this boy. He was different, daring, unyielding, unafraid to confront Konoha's flaws, and willing to strike back when threatened without hesitation. Especially that line at the village gate, it completely changed Minato's perception of Haken. The ninjas who gave their lives on the battlefield have far greater merit than the old fools who rest on their laurels in the village. It seemed this trip to the land of lightning had helped the boy before him grow a lot. Minato's eyes shone with satisfaction as he reached out and laid a hand on Haken's shoulder. Until you grow strong enough to protect Konoha and stop this rotten system from dragging the village past the point of no return. Then, when you've grown and gained the power to change everything, I'll hand this village to you. Entrusting dreams to the next generation and then dying with a clear conscience, that's what I once believed. But now, I've changed my mind. A smile as warm as sunlight spread across Minato's face. Yellow Flash, his name suited him perfectly. If you want to change things, why not start right now? Entrusting beliefs to the next generation is right, but if I don't fight myself, what meaning does my existence as Hokage have? Use our own hands to make the village better, then after we've tried our hardest, pass the dream to the next generation. That's the best decision, isn't it? Did Haken get it? He just stood there, stunned. In the world of shinobi, there were always people who said they would entrust their dreams and convictions to the next generation. Hashirama Senju had said it, and Minato had said it too. On his deathbed, Minato pinned immense hope on his son, convinced the child could change everything. In practice, Naruto, blessed with protagonist luck, did achieve it, but it was still incomplete, much like Hashirama's approach. When Naruto dies, war might erupt again, waiting for the next incarnation of Ashura. To Haken, people who piled all their dreams onto future generations were shirking responsibility, no different from parents who expect their kids to be perfect, to grow up and become something extraordinary. They'd forgotten the simple rule, don't ask of others what you wouldn't do yourself. You haven't done it, so how can you demand others do it? One thing was clear. Today, Minato had prepared himself and spoken honestly without reserve. He wanted to be a true Hokage, reform the system, change Konoha, and protect what the previous Hokage had fought to preserve. He'd opened his heart to Haken and spoken plainly. But a one-sided confession always felt awkward. Up to now Haken hadn't said a single word. He'd simply stood there watching Minato. Had Minato talked too much? Was it too much for a child to grasp? Minato gave a bitter smile. In a daze he suddenly remembered that this disciple before him was still a child. Was it too early to view him through adult eyes? Yujito, standing beside them, rolled her eyes. All the lofty talk, touching as it sounded, was it simply preaching to the choir? Charming, but the wrong audience. After all, he was still just a kid. The atmosphere grew a little awkward. Minato didn't know what else to say. He'd already told Haken everything, what he wanted to do, indirectly revealing that the fire burning in his own heart was the same fire he hoped to pass on. He was the shadow of that flame. Danzo won't disband the ANBU, Haken finally said after a long silence. He reached out and the Zanpakuto embedded in the ground flew into his hand. Minato-sensei wants change, Haken continued. But he still isn't ruthless enough. To completely eradicate the threat of root, there's only one way. Clang. Haken rose to his feet, blade in hand, and a smile curved his lips. That is to cut them all down. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 75, Minato's decision, the beginning of change. When Haken spoke of resolving the root problem, the yellow flash had already gotten the answer he wanted. It was a sign that his long speech earlier had been acknowledged, a signal that the boy before him was willing to help. This meant the youth had agreed. Minato felt a surge of excitement, but before he could say anything else, he realized with horror that the boy was actually raising his blade, ready to strike at root. His eyes widened in shock. Some people said such things as a joke, but not all. Hakenyoru was one of the latter. When he said he'd cut down root, he meant it, and he'd do it without hesitation. But now wasn't the time. Even if root needed to be eliminated, if that hidden threat had to be removed, this wasn't the moment to act. Besides, there was no need for such bloodshed. Not everyone in root was a cold-blooded killer. There were still comrades worth saving. That would release boy, Tenzo, was one of them. The village had just emerged from the chaos of the Third Shinobi World War, and border skirmishes with the Land of Lightning still flared up from time to time. Under these conditions, neither the timing nor the situation could support Haken's approach. An internal conflict would only spark panic throughout the village, possibly shattering its morale. More importantly, Minato still lacked solid evidence of Root's years of corruption and crimes against Konoha. Danzo Shimura had controlled Root for many years. Ever since the third Hokage took office and allowed its founding, Danzo's power and influence had grown deep, too deep for Minato to confront head-on. Not to mention Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had grown up with Danzo since childhood. Perhaps Hiruzen hadn't been directly involved in Root's affairs, but his excessive compassion would certainly drive him to plead on Danzo's behalf. That much was certain. Just like when Orochimaru defected, he slaughtered countless ANBU right before Hiruzen's eyes, yet the third still let him go. At that moment, the third Hokage had forgotten that every fallen ANBU ninja left behind a family. From that day on, Konoha would have more children who lost their fathers, more widows left behind in grief. Mercy, leniency, and hesitation had led to one tragedy after another. Hiruzen had indeed worked tirelessly for Konoha, but his methods had always fallen short. So, if one was to act, the strike had to be absolute, swift and merciless. Gather all the evidence. Make the third Hokage see what Root had done all these years, leaving him no excuse to defend Danzo. That was Minato's plan. He was the Hokage, after all. He had to think from the Hokage's perspective. So, this can't be rushed. Leave it to me. In the end, I'll make sure you're satisfied with the result. Standing before Haken, Minato voiced his proposal. Oh, I'll take your word for it. Retracting his Zanpakuto, Haken shrugged casually. But really, is it fitting for the Hokage to say something like that? Give me a satisfactory result. I'm not the Hokage. He couldn't be bothered to overthink such things. That time was better spent training with his sword, that was what truly mattered. From start to finish, Haken believed only one thing: when your strength reached a certain level, everything else would fall into place naturally. Still, judging from the yellow flash's expression, he clearly had his own ideas about changing the village and governing Konoha. Haken found himself curious about it. Even in the original story, across all 7 Hokage, from Hashirama Senju to Naruto, only the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had truly excelled at governing Konoha. The rest lacked that talent. Including Naruto. But if it were Minato, what kind of Konoha would he create? He'd help him. After all, this was his teacher, the man who had even gone so far as to confront Danzo for his sake. From Minato-sensei's perspective, that was no small act of courage. Oh, right, Haken. As if recalling something, Minato suddenly lowered his voice, his gaze shifting toward Yujito. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki, how do you think we should handle her? Today, aside from sharing his thoughts with Haken, Yujito's presence was also of great importance. Truth be told, Minato hadn't expected his student to return from the land of lightning having captured the Two-Tails Jinchuriki alive. It was an astonishing surprise. But on second thought, deciding what to do with her was another matter entirely. Without question, using the Two-Tails as leverage to negotiate with Kimogakure would give Konoha a strong advantage. Yet judging by Haken's attitude toward her, he clearly had no intention of letting her go. That was why Minato wanted to hear his opinion on how to make use of this bargaining chip. I thought you already had it figured out. Haken gave Minato a slightly surprised look. Honestly, politics isn't really my thing. But I can give you a piece of advice, 4 words, stall for time. Kimogakure didn't just lose the Two-Tails this time. You probably don't know this, but the Eight-Tails was also seriously injured. They don't have the strength or the confidence to fight another decisive battle right now. Haken raised an eyebrow and smiled. The Eight-Tails is badly injured too. Minato's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only had his student captured the Two-Tails, but he'd also managed to severely wound the Eight-Tails. What kind of battle had he fought in the land of lightning? And his growth, wasn't it progressing far too quickly? Minato had initially thought the capture of the Two-Tails was sheer coincidence, but it turned out to be the outcome of a direct, hard-fought confrontation. Unexpected, but a pleasant surprise nonetheless. In that instant, countless battle scenes flashed through Minato's mind. Haken, who had risked everything for Konoha, yet had clashed with the village at its gates, no wonder he'd acted without mercy. All of Minato's doubts melted away, leaving only trust. So, if I were Hokage, I'd simply placate Kimogakure and drag out the talks for as long as possible. The longer we delay, the better it is for Konoha. As long as there's no full-scale war, Konoha can continue to recover day by day. Using the Two-Tails as leverage will keep them in check and make them too afraid to attack. That's the smartest strategy. Because once Konoha returns the Two-Tails, they'll attack again. The so-called peace talks would only be a facade. In the end, interests are the only true means to resolve things. In short, don't hand over the Two-Tails. Keep them hanging, they won't be able to do anything about it anyway. Kimogakure doesn't have the leverage to make demands right now. As for how you handle it, or how long you stall, that's up to you. And most importantly, I'm not done playing with this cat yet. Who's your cat? Yujito, who had been listening intently the whole time, cursed inwardly. This bastard had completely seen through Kimogakure's situation. It was hard to believe someone his age could think so deeply, or be so devious. Understood. Minato was quick to catch on. From Haken's words, he already knew what needed to be done next. Alright, that's enough for today. You've just returned from a mission, so get some rest. When you have time, let Shisui know that the Root Division has been disbanded. He doesn't need to go back. Once you've rested, head to the ANBU and find Shinkuyuhi. I'll inform him in advance and have him teach you how the ANBU operates. Chapter 76, the youngest ANBU commander in history. He really thinks he's the Hokage now. In a quiet room within Konoha's central residential district, Danzo's expression was dark as he stared coldly at the men before him, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He had just sent Koharu Yutane to the hospital. If she was lucky, her arm might be reattached, but it was effectively ruined. Not that her injuries had anything to do with him. Right now, his heart was seething with fury. He was the Hokage all along. Hiruzen shook his head, a trace of resignation softening his features. On his way back from Konoha Hospital, he had thought about many things, about that boy, about Minato, and about Root, which never should have existed in the first place. The conflict had finally come to the surface. The puppet Hokage that Danzo had always seen him as was now standing before him, exerting true pressure for the first time, as the Hokage. I've grown old after all. Letting out a deep sigh, Hiruzen looked at his old friend. For a moment, it felt as though time had turned back, to that day, during the negotiations with Kimogakure, when Tobarama-sensei had asked who would stay behind to cover the retreat. That day, Hiruzen had stepped forward without hesitation and become Hokage. If things had gone even slightly differently back then, perhaps this position would have belonged to the men standing before him now. Since taking the role of Hokage, decades had passed. He was tired, truly tired. It was time to leave Konoha's future to the next generation. Hiruzen, you've changed. Danzo frowned. This time, his old comrade clearly had no intention of standing on his side. I haven't changed. You're the one who has. To be honest, I never thought you'd actually make a move against Hakenyoru. Hiruzen lit his pipe, taking a long, deliberate drag. He wasn't blind to the things Danzo had done behind the scenes, just not aware of the full extent of them. changed? Perhaps. After hearing those words, Danzo no longer felt like talking. He stood and turned to leave. Danzo, Hiruzen called out as he reached the doorway. Minato is the Hokage now. Not me. Danzo froze mid-step. Hiruzen didn't finish the thought, but the meaning was clear. When Hiruzen was Hokage, he could turn a blind eye to Danzo's actions. But now, Minato was Hokage, and things were different. It was a warning, stop now. It would be best to follow Minato's orders and disband Root. We've both grown old, Danzo. No, you're the one who's old. And as for Minato Namikaze, that Hokage won't last long. Danzo suddenly turned his head, meeting Hiruzen's gaze. The sharp glint in his eyes was fleeting, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. Go tell Minato, he said coldly. Root will be disbanded. My little brother will be born soon, won't he? Within the Uchiha clan compound, in the courtyard of the clan head's residence, a rare scene unfolded. Fugaku, for once, wasn't preoccupied with clan affairs. Instead, he sat in the yard with his wife and son, basking in the gentle warmth of the afternoon sun. Itachi still insists it's going to be a boy. Mikoto's face glowed with maternal warmth, her gaze soft as she rested her hands on her round belly. It has to be a boy. Itachi smiled faintly and reached out his small hand, gently caressing her stomach. Fugaku sat beside them, his usual sternness softened. Ever since returning from the battlefield, he had rediscovered the importance of home. Time with his wife and child had become something he no longer took for granted. The hospital confirmed the due date, it's next month. A little brother was coming soon. Itachi's heart stirred with a quiet, restrained excitement. The birth of new life had helped him recover from the cruel memories of war. This would be his little brother. I'm going to train, father, mother. Though he cherished this peaceful moment, Itachi hadn't forgotten the importance of strengthening himself. You don't have to push yourself so hard, especially after just returning from the battlefield. Seeing how pale her son looked, Mikoto's heart ached with worry. No, mother. Ken-san once told me, without absolute strength, you can't protect the warmth you hold dear. Shaking his head, Itachi gathered his things and stepped out of the courtyard. He's grown up now. He has his own convictions. All we can do is trust him. Fugaku's voice carried a note of quiet emotion. Hakunyoro had changed Itachi completely, he had become the person Itachi admired most. Root has been disbanded. As the sun dipped below the horizon, 4 figures sat together at Konoha's training ground 7, enjoying the comforting exhaustion that followed intense training. When Shisui heard the news from Hakon, his eyes widened in disbelief. Root, disbanded. Why? Yes. Which means, as of now, you're officially a member of the ANBU Night Owl Squad. Patting Shisui's shoulder with a faint smile, Hakon spoke casually. Root disbanded. That was only a facade. Even in the original timeline, after the Uchiha massacre, when the enraged third Hokage ordered Danzo to dissolve Root, the men had merely hidden it deeper in the shadows. But that wasn't important. From now on, you don't have to worry about Danzo's questioning or his demands. Because you're not his subordinate anymore, you're mine. Mine. Taking a swig of strong liquor, Hakon's words made Shisui's scalp tingle. What do you mean? Still uncertain, Shisui asked hesitantly. The one standing before you, Kakashi explained, isn't just the 4th Hokage's disciple, he's the soon-to-be commander of the ANBU. As a member of ANBU himself, Kakashi had already caught wind of the news. Though Hakon hadn't yet taken up the position formally, it was already decided. He was young, yes, but his achievements and reputation were more than enough to silence anyone who might object. Besides, there wasn't anyone in ANBU at the moment with the authority or prestige to fill that role. The news hadn't spread yet, but Kakashi had no doubt that once it did, a storm would sweep through Konoha. The reason was simple, who would willingly accept a kid as the new ANBU commander? Kakashi couldn't help but wonder how Hakon planned to handle it when the time came. So. I'm under your command now. Shisui scratched the back of his neck awkwardly, suddenly feeling the distance between them widen. But that awkwardness vanished the instant Hakon handed him his sake gourd. They were still friends. And now, he too was part of the Night Owl Squad. It was exhilarating news. No more bowing his head before Danzo, no more asking Danzo why protecting the village always meant sacrificing comrades. The weight on his shoulders was finally gone, replaced by a liberating sense of relief. So, Owl, Kakashi asked curiously, when do you plan to visit your subordinates in the ANBU? No rush, Hakon replied calmly. I haven't quite figured out how to shift ANBU's way of thinking yet. Since Minato needed his help, taking the position of ANBU commander wasn't something he minded. But if he took it, he'd make it count. Wasting time wasn't in his nature. Shift its way of thinking. Kakashi frowned. What do you mean by that? The ANBU has always been the village's shadow, hidden away to protect it. That's tradition. How do you plan to change something so ingrained? Let me ask you something, Hakan said, turning to face him. All these years in ANBU, have you ever truly felt a sense of belonging? Or any pride in what you do? You're dreaming, Kakashi muttered, twitching at the corner of his mouth as his eyelid gave a faint jerk. Are you insulting me, owl? If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 77, Promises and Shadows Beneath the Moonlight. What is the ANBU? Its full name is the Assassination Tactics Special Forces. They're the ones who live with their blades pressed to the edge of death. Surviving in the shadow of sunlight, that's the essence of the ANBU. In a place like this, where the air itself feels suffocating, how could anyone still feel a sense of belonging? As for honor, forget it. That's just nonsense. The ANBU are like a machine, an unending one. And its members are nothing more than parts of that machine, emotionless components keeping it running. I'm not insulting you, Hakan said, shaking his head, his tone tinged with thought. I just think this mindset is wrong. Think about it. Everything the ANBU does, whether it's killing, infiltration, or intelligence work, it's all for Konoha's sake. They're contributing to the village. In short, they're heroes of Konoha. But here's the strange thing, these heroes never get recognized. Instead, they live stifled lives within the ANBU. Is that fair? Yeah, was that fair? They all worked for the village. Why should they be treated differently? Everyone who joins the ANBU is an elite, Hakan continued. So until I figure out how to change that mindset, until every shinobi in the village can take pride in being part of the ANBU, I'm not going. Taking another sip from his gourd, Hakan spoke with quiet indifference. You've got to be kidding me, being proud to join the ANBU. Kakashi couldn't wrap his head around it. Ken-san's way of thinking really was something else. Itachi nodded slightly. He didn't know how such a change could be made, he only knew that following Ken-san was the right path. By now, night had fallen, and the Night Owl Squad's training had ended. Hakan strolled lazily through Konoha's streets, enjoying the cool night breeze. From Itachi, he'd already learned that Sasuke's birth was near. That was a sign. If Sasuke was about to be born, then Naruto wouldn't be far behind. Two reincarnations, Ashura and Indra, destined to love and clash, soon to play out yet another fateful story. Today you're my friend, tomorrow you're my enemy. But they would never know that because of certain choices, their fates, long before their births, had already been rewritten. Hey! At the entrance of the street near the Mitarashi residence, a figure stood waiting. When she saw Hakan, she called out to him. Lifting his head, Hakan's expression softened into a faint smile. Yuzuki Yugao. It had been a while since he'd seen her. Judging by her look, she'd been waiting quite some time. Let's go to the baths. My treat tonight. Without any hesitation, Yugao stepped up to his side and, without a word, took his hand and pulled him along. That familiar warmth. Under the soft moonlight, the girl's cheeks were tinged with a delicate blush. She wasn't quite sure what had driven her to wait here. Maybe it was simply hearing that the boy she cared about had returned to the village, and, after school, she couldn't resist coming to find him. Let's go to the baths together. It was a simple phrase, but to them, it carried a quiet intimacy. Only the two of them understood what it meant. There was nothing indecent about it, it was as natural as saying, let me treat you to dinner. But the speaker meant it innocently, while the listener might take it differently. After the two had walked off, a small, stunned face peeked out from the doorway of the Mitarashi household. Did that girl just say what I think she said? She invited Hakan to take a bath. Hey, if some girl asked your little brother to take a bath with her, would you stop it? Bursting into the room and pushing open the door, Yujito called out to Anko, who was drying herself off. She'd been stationed at the entrance to stop Hakan in case he returned, but after finally indulging in a long overdue milk bath, she was just starting to relax. Oh, that's normal. Wash up and go to bed, Anko replied with a lazy yawn, clearly unconcerned. It was just a bath, no big deal. She knew her little brother well enough. His true capabilities were still being kept hidden. He was just a kid, after all. What kind of family was this? Yujito rolled her eyes and gave up on trying to reason with Anko. Apparently, the so-called 3 ninja taboos meant nothing to them. Forget it. Just wash up and get some rest. With a sigh, Yujito headed into the bathroom. As for a maid like her, she wasn't exactly entitled to a full bath. For a prisoner, being allowed to clean herself was already more than fair treatment. Hakan-kun, what's the battlefield like? Under the moonlight, the two of them walked down the quiet streets after leaving the Konoha hot springs. Yugao Yuzuki's silky hair brushed against Haken's shoulder from time to time. Though such words might have sounded a bit too mature for her age, there was something undeniably womanly about her presence tonight, something Haken couldn't quite ignore. Damn it. Was he still weak to long, flowing hair? It's a place soaked in blood, Haken said after a pause. A place that makes men's blood boil. A place to grow stronger. He stopped walking, turning to look at Yugao. And, it's a place I never want you to go. Was that a confession? Yugao's cheeks flushed pink as she brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. When you graduate, Haken said, patting her head, come join the ANBU and help me out. I could use a secretary. In Haken's vision of what the ANBU should be, it wasn't all about fighting and killing. There needed to be support roles too, people who could handle intelligence and coordination. In that regard, Enko was completely unreliable. Yugao Yuzuki, though skilled with a sword, wasn't someone he wanted to see scarred by the darkness of the battlefield. Still, the choice was hers to make. Okay. I promise, she said, nodding hard without a hint of hesitation. In truth, it was exactly what she'd been waiting for. Brushing off her own shyness, she had waited outside his home for hours, just to hear his answer. And with this promise, she understood his feelings. Sometimes, just walking side by side like this, without a word, was enough. The evening breeze brushed past them, and under the soft moonlight, their shadows stretched long across the street. Konoha's night quietly recorded their footsteps. Where there is light, there must be darkness. That was a creed some people lived by all their lives. At that same moment, atop the Hokage rock within the solemn expanse of Konoha's administrative complex, Danzo Shimura stood beneath the moon, his eyes fixed coldly on the shadow stretching before him. Swish. Space rippled. A figure emerged from a swirling distortion behind him. This is what you asked for. Turning slowly, Danzo reached into his cloak, pulled out a scroll, and tossed it toward the masked man. What about the two tails? Beneath the mask, the exposed Sharingan spun, its three tomo rotating lazily. It's in Haken Yoru's hands, Danzo replied coolly. If you want it, get it yourself. Consider that your payment. He gave a short, cold laugh and turned away. Obito said nothing. He unfurled the scroll and scanned its contents, eyes flicking past the lines of intelligence detailing Haken Yoru. Then he stopped on the final entry. Nine Tails Jinchuriki, expected delivery, October. Chapter 78, Chapter 78, sorry, I'm the one who crippled your master. Enko's asleep, so you'd better not make any noise. The Mitarashi residence. Haken had just returned from the hot springs and was ready to rest. Coincidentally, Yujito chose that exact moment to push open the bathroom door. Girls always took their time washing. Little kittens were no exception. So, when their eyes met, the girl's instinct kicked in, and she almost screamed. But before she could make a sound, the boy's hand covered her mouth. Humiliation. Anger. Helplessness. All of it finally melted into two silent trails of tears. Haken sighed, shook his head, then released her. He tossed his robe toward her and turned to leave. Was that really necessary? It wasn't like he hadn't seen Anko in the same situation before. Besides, technically speaking, he was still just a kid himself. So what if he'd seen? He couldn't be bothered to explain, it was just a misunderstanding. And honestly, that flat, still developing figure didn't interest him in the slightest. The Mitarashi household had 3 bedrooms, one for Haken, one for Anko, and the last one conveniently left for the little cat. Fortunately, the cat he'd brought back could cook, meaning he no longer had to suffer through Anko's horrific cooking experiments. Lying on his bed, he stared at the ceiling. Some people liked to think before they slept, reflecting on their day or planning for tomorrow. Haken was that type. But unlike others, he didn't end up too restless to sleep. He simply liked to plan ahead, enough to give direction to his steps. There were many things to think about, many to prepare for. His progress toward completing the Shinigami advancement task. His daily training, and the reforms he wanted to implement within the ANBU. But those weren't the most pressing concerns on his mind. The Ninetales rampage was drawing near. Yes. Sasuke's birth was imminent, and Naruto's arrival wasn't far behind. Haken didn't know where the leak about Kushina's due date came from, nor did he need to. Thinking about it carefully, aside from Danzo, who else could it have been? Still, no matter how well hidden the truth, what was destined to happen would happen. If Obito was determined, he'd find out eventually. Kamui's spatial teleportation, that was the real problem. The only thing Haken could change was the outcome. 2 options lay before him. Tell Minato outright that his disciple, Obito, was still alive, and that he'd soon come to kill him and Kushina. Don't be ridiculous. Unless Minato had completely lost his mind, he'd never believe it. Even if their trust ran that deep and Minato did believe him, how could Haken explain how he knew all this? He didn't fear complications, he just couldn't be bothered to waste time explaining. So he chose the second option. Well, he'd deal with it when the time came. But one thing was certain, he wouldn't let the Shinigami take Minato's soul. Because he was the true, one and only Shinigami in the world of Naruto. That title belonged to him alone. He was the Shinigami who ruled over souls. What do you plan to do? The next morning, at Kurenai Yui's home. This was Haken's first time here, and also his first meeting with Shinku Yui, the man known as Konoha's Crimson Sunset, the acting commander of the ANBU. He was a veteran jonin of the village. In the original story, he had died protecting his subordinates during the Ninetales attack, killed swiftly and cleanly with a single blow, yet his end remained a testament to the will of fire that burned in his heart. Before joining the ANBU, Haken had decided to visit this elder first, to get a sense of the current state of the organization. Reform. Setting down the documents in his hand, Haken calmly accepted the cup of tea Kurenai offered and took a sip. Reform. Shinku's brows furrowed slightly. Those two words were easy to say, but far harder to act upon. It wasn't that he underestimated the Hokage's disciple, but the ANBU's structure and operations were deeply rooted. Sudden reform could easily cause more harm than good. He knew he wasn't the type of man who could lead the ANBU back to its peak. Just maintaining its current state already took most of his strength. Thanks to Minato's efforts, Konoha had already begun its own reforms. And now, Haken wanted to reform the ANBU. There was nothing wrong with that, at least in principle. But as Shinku said, reform was not something that could be achieved easily. Everything else could wait. The first step was to make his subordinates acknowledge his authority. Haken understood that, at his age, many in the ANBU would be dissatisfied seeing him as their commander. So the key was to make them understand that the Hokage hadn't chosen him blindly. Then came the issue of structure. Shinku had shown Haken the full details of how the ANBU operated. After thoroughly reviewing everything, Haken finally understood why ANBU shinobi were worked to the bone, why so many of them had grown to loathe what was once a position of honor. He already had ideas for change. But to put them into action, he would need Minato's cooperation. What exactly is Konoha playing at? Inside the Hokage building, several figures stood before Minato, all of them wearing scowls. The Kimogakure delegation. They had arrived. But thanks to Haken's earlier warning, Minato had deliberately delayed meeting them, citing an overwhelming workload. Today, however, they had blocked the Hokage building's entrance first thing in the morning. Out of courtesy, Minato invited them into his office. Yet the moment they opened their mouths, their tone made him frown. "Gentlemen, this is Konoha." He flicked his Hokage cloak lightly as he spoke. "So what? We came from Kumo with sincerity to negotiate peace, and this is how the Hokage treats his guests." The young, dark-skinned girl Karui glared furiously. "I'm not sure what your idea of a guest is," Minato said evenly, his voice calm but sharp. "But remember, just days ago, we were enemies." "What do you mean by that? Are you saying the Hokage doesn't want the war to end?" This time, the head of the delegation, Mabui, looked taken aback. "Should I take that as a threat?" As soon as she finished, the door to the Hokage's office swung open. A figure of moderate height stepped inside, stopping before the Kimogakure delegation. "If it's a fight you want," the boy said coldly, resting a hand on the sword slung across his back, "then I'll accept it on behalf of Konoha." "Right on cue, Haken." Minato met his gaze and gave a small nod before standing as well. "Hokage, who is this? Does he even have the authority to speak here?" Mabui asked sternly. "Brat, this isn't a place for you," Karui snapped. If Minato hadn't been there, she would have already swung a punch. As Killer Bee's disciple, she came to Konoha filled with anger. Her teacher was still lying in a hospital bed, after all. "My apologies, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Haken, ANBU commander of Konoha. I'm also the one who put your teacher in that hospital bed. And when you call someone a brat, maybe check your own age first, you worthless fool." His words dropped like a blade. "Now," he said, lifting his Zanpakuto and pointing it directly at Mabui, "shall I ask again?" The air grew heavy with killing intent. "Earlier," he said, voice cold and steady, "were your words meant as a threat?" Chapter 79, Konoha has never been this strong-willed. Fourth Hokage, does what he says represent Konoha's stance? Taking a deep breath, Mabui fixed her gaze on Minato Namikaze, as if trying to pressure him through sheer will alone. This trip to Konoha had already been full of surprises, but now that surprise had turned into unease. It felt like Konoha had changed. And drastically. In her memory, Konoha had never been this unyielding. Ignoring the Kimogakure delegation, even taking the initiative to face the Hokage himself, yet maintaining such a hard, uncompromising attitude. She had never seen this before. Not once. Where was the Konoha that used to shrink back, the one that always seemed so weak at the negotiation table? She didn't know. Right now, Mabui only wanted to confirm one thing. Did the words that boy just spoke truly represent Konoha's official position? If not, all would still be well, they could continue the talks, regain the upper hand, and perhaps reclaim the Two-Tails Jinchuriki along with some well-earned concessions. Konoha had always been the one to offer generous terms for peace, and those terms were crucial for Kumogakuru's recovery. But if that was Konoha's stance, then things were about to get messy. She hadn't prepared for a negotiation like this at all. But she was destined for disappointment. The yellow flash wasn't the type to back down under someone's glare. Especially not after Haken had already set the tone. If that was meant as a threat, Minato said firmly, then Konoha has no reason to welcome you. I've already made myself clear, just a few days ago, we were still crossing blades on the battlefield. You say you've come here bearing Kumogakuru's sincerity, yet I see none of it. If this is the attitude you bring to end the war, then I'm afraid Konoha will never agree. Oh. Getting tough now. That's more like a Hokage. Minato-sensei, this side of you, it's something worth looking forward to. After all, when did the so-called first shinobi village ever have to bow its head? When did its Hokage have to sit at a negotiation table and offer up a tailed beast like a bargaining chip? That wasn't a Hokage. In the original timeline, things had been different. After the Third Shinobi World War ended, small-scale conflicts between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire still continued. Konoha's constant concessions eventually led to disaster. After Minato's death in the Ninetales attack, Kumogakure even dared to kidnap the Hyuga clan's princess, then shamelessly turned around to accuse Konoha, forcing Hisashi Hyuga to his death. They'd been shown too much leniency. And that kind of weakness could never be allowed to take root now. If they were going to be firm, they had to be completely firm. Because this time, Konoha had the strength to back it up. The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki was severely injured, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki captured, Kumogakure's upper-tier fighting force had been cut down to 1 man, the 4th Reikage. Even if A and B had fought together, they couldn't have taken down Minato, let alone with only the Reikage left standing. Understood, Mabui said coldly. It seems Konoha's sincerity ends here. I'll report everything that happened today directly to the Reikage. I can't predict his decision, but I do hope you won't regret this, Hokage. With a sharp exhale, she turned to leave. But Haken, standing in the doorway, didn't move an inch. Trash. I'm right here. Want to avenge your sensei? He hoisted his Zanpakuto onto his shoulder, his gaze locking onto Karui. To be honest, Haken had no fondness for this girl at all. Not just because she was from Kimogakure, but because in the original story, she and her teammates Omoi and Samui had come to Konoha to deliver intel to Danzo. When they ran into Naruto, they didn't hesitate to start a fight. All because Sasuke had captured the 8 tails. Even though it had only been an octopus tentacle, they didn't know that. Avenge your master? Fine. But maybe check whether you've got the right person first. Trash. I'm right here. Want to avenge your sensei? Words like that cut deep. All 3 of Killer Bee's disciples bristled, their hands flying to their weapons, ready to strike at any moment. Stop. But at that crucial moment, Mabui's voice cut through the tension, reaching everyone's ears. As the Reikage secretary, she was far calmer than the younger, hot-headed members of her team. Why had the boy provoked them? And so brazenly, at that. It only took a moment's thought to see what he was aiming for. He wanted to eliminate the entire Kimogakure negotiation team, right here, inside Konoha. If they made a single move, the outcome was obvious. Death. The youth before them was the same madman who had nearly decapitated Kumogakure's chain of command. He had been in the Land of Lightning for only a few days, yet the images of the ninja he slaughtered remained burned into everyone's memory. He wasn't just brutal, he was terrifyingly strong. He had fought 2 Jinchuriki alone, even capturing 1 alive. If Killer Bee hadn't fled fast enough, he might have met the same fate. And now this madman wanted to strike down the negotiation team itself. Mad, completely and utterly mad. But a calculated kind of madness. If Samui and the others struck first, his counterattack would give Konoha clean justification. They wouldn't be branded as murderers of emissaries, merely as defenders retaliating in self-defense. Killing, openly, with reason on their side. Did Konoha really want to start a war with Kimogakure? Had everyone in Konoha gone insane? Even the Hokage seemed to have lost his mind. Mabui shot Hakenyoru a long, steady look before stepping around him and pulling open the office door. They couldn't stay here any longer. Remaining would only invite further humiliation. You really were about to kill them, huh? Once the Kumogakure delegation had left, Minato gave a weary sigh and tugged Haken over to the nearby sofa. That killing intent of his was far too heavy. Yes, they had to show Konoha's resolve this time, but actually killing the envoys would have made things spiral out of control. The war they were trying to end would reignite instantly. They'll be enemies sooner or later, Haken said coolly. Killing them now would only save Konoha from greater losses later. It was spoken without hesitation, just cold logic. Besides, if he had acted, it would have been a calculated strike. Killing Kumogakure's envoys wouldn't have brought satisfaction, only disgust. They couldn't even control their own people, letting them provoke Konoha inside its own walls. If not for the fact that refraining from violence helped Minato maintain dignity, and that someone needed to return to Kumo and report Konoha's stance, Haken truly would have drawn his blade. Of course, he knew full well Karui and her teammates wouldn't dare attack him. Mabui, though, she was different. A woman of composure and intelligence. Her calm in that moment had earned his respect. But, Minato-sensei, Haken said with a grin, clapping him on the shoulder, when you spoke just now, you really sounded like a Hokage. Was that something a student should be saying to his teacher? Minato could only sigh inwardly. Why did it feel more and more like he was the one being taught how to act like a Hokage by his own disciple? That wouldn't do. He hadn't even started teaching Haken how to grow as a shinobi yet. But that thought only lasted a few seconds before curiosity got the better of him. Haken, Minato asked, how do you plan to handle the ANBU? The truth had a way of catching up to everyone, no one escaped it. To build Konoha's true elite special forces, Haken said, his tone turning serious, only missions beyond the ability of ordinary shinobi should be handled by the ANBU. Don't treat ANBU operatives as disposable tools. Treat them as Konoha's heroes. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 80, Chapter 80, this is my ANBU. Mabui-sama, are we really just going back like this? Outside the Hokage building, the mood among the Kumogakure delegation was tense and sour. Killer Bee's 3 disciples were flushed with anger, itching to pick a fight with someone, anyone. What else can we do? Do you even realize how close we were to dying just now? That brat standing at the door, he's the one who left your master half dead. Mabui frowned as she spoke. Konoha had changed. And not just on the surface, its entire atmosphere was different. The first shinobi village, once calm and dormant, was awakening again. For Kumogakure, that was anything but good news. There was no doubt that today's negotiations had been a complete failure. Faced with Konoha's newfound strength and confidence, Mabui hadn't even dared to bring up the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. Let's return to the village. Shaking her head, Mabui sighed. No one wanted to stay and suffer further humiliation. Things had grown complicated, and they would need to come up with a response, but at this point, there was nothing she could decide on her own. The only right move was to report everything to the Raikage and let him handle it. The ANBU, Konoha's Assassination and Special Tactics Unit. It's a division that should naturally carry both glory and the resolve to face death. It's not about making its ninja cold-blooded. It's about helping them understand that they protect what they care for, just in a different way. Inside the Hokage's office, Haken spoke steadily, while the ever-curious Yellow Flash listened intently. To bear honor without fear of death. When war breaks out, the ANBU are the blades that strike deep behind enemy lines. When Konoha faces crisis, they are its strongest shield. In times of peace, they are the shadows beneath the sunlight, silently giving without asking for reward. That's what makes them Konoha's true heroes. A few simple sentences, yet they summed up the life of every ANBU ninja. Minato took a deep breath and nodded. He had never been part of the ANBU himself, he had always worked as one of Konoha's elite jonin, carrying out missions at the third Hokage's side. But now, as Hokage, he understood the ANBU's struggles better than anyone. Everything Haken had just said made perfect sense, it defined exactly why the ANBU mattered and what it stood for. Then that brings up the question, Haken continued, raising his gourd for a drink before scribbling 3 words on the paper in front of him. Sense of belonging. For a moment, Minato's eyes lit up as though something had just clicked. Belonging. A word that ran through the entire fabric of the shinobi world. Take Naruto, for example. His unwavering path as a ninja was driven by one simple goal, to be recognized by others. That was all. Recognition of one's existence, that was the most powerful affirmation a ninja could receive. Sometimes, just hearing, I acknowledge you, meant more than any amount of praise. 3 simple words, and they struck straight to the core of the problem. If people recognized the ANBU, if they understood and appreciated everything the ANBU did for Konoha, then things would change. Haken truly believed that if the villagers acknowledged them, those who once complained about the ANBU's harsh life and dangerous missions would instead feel a renewed sense of pride. And when the villagers saw an ANBU operative passing by, instead of whispering about how mysterious they would look on with admiration and respect, perhaps even envy, even wishing they could one day wear that mask themselves. That was what the ANBU should be. The real special forces of Konoha. So, to build that sense of belonging, Haken said, pulling out a folder and tapping a finger on it, I'm going to need to make some noise. These are the proposals that need your approval, Minato-sensei. For example, posting non-classified mission results on the village bulletin boards. Showing what the ANBU have sacrificed for Konoha. Also, creating a wall of honor, listing outstanding achievements, and making the ANBU's contributions public. He spoke all in one breath, then shrugged with a small smile. Since he had taken up the position of ANBU commander, he was determined to do it right. Not for fame. Not for glory. But because he genuinely wanted to see what kind of Konoha would emerge from it all. A Konoha where every ninja took pride in becoming part of the ANBU. Haken. Minato smiled warmly as he looked at the young man before him. Reaching out his hand, he interrupted him mid-sentence. Honestly, you didn't have to come to me for permission. Go ahead, do it boldly. The ANBU is yours now. Yours. Haken froze, momentarily stunned by Minato's words. I trust you. Between master and disciple, there's no need for too many words. Though as your teacher, I've yet to teach you anything, and judging by your expression, you probably have no interest in learning the Raisnon either. All I can offer you is my complete trust. Minato patted Haken's shoulder, his usual warm, sunlit smile spreading across his face. His words trailed off midway. That's your ANBU. A simple line, but one that carried deeper meaning. And in time, this would also be your Konoha. Without a doubt, Minato was treating Haken as a future successor, someone to inherit the will he carried. Unfortunately, what he didn't realize was that Haken had never once set his sights on the Hokage's seat. A mere Hokage, sitting in that chair only limited a man's perspective and ambitions. Haken would never allow himself to be bound by a title. Even so, he couldn't help but respect Minato's broad-mindedness. What does it mean to be Hokage? This was what it meant. To grant authority and encourage bold action. Not to crush or slander others once they had power, or to drive them into despair. Unconditional trust. That was Minato's greatest show of support for him. Haken looked at Minato deeply, then nodded. Understood. As Minato said, between teacher and student, too many words were unnecessary. Understanding each other's intentions was enough. But my ANBU, huh? A grin tugged at Haken's lips. Things were getting more and more interesting. Leaving the Hokage's office, Haken felt unusually lighthearted as he walked toward Training Ground 7. The rest of the Night Owl squad was already waiting. Shursue Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha. Kakashi Hatake. One day, each of them would undoubtedly become the backbone of the ANBU. But today, there was one more person standing among them, a young man with a gentle face and calm eyes. His real name was Tenzo. Now he went by Yamato, his ANBU codename remaining Tenzo. He was one of Orochimaru's earliest 60 would-release experiment subjects. Walking over with a satisfied smile, Haken clapped him on the shoulder. With a Yamato battleship by my side, I could even cut down the first Hokage. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 81, he possesses a unique leader's aura. Kakashi-senpai, is this how you usually train? On the training grounds, Haken, Itachi, and Shursue were drenched in sweat. At Haken's current blade speed, Itachi alone could no longer keep up as his sparring partner. So, they had slightly adjusted their training method. The number of flying shuriken had doubled, and both Itachi and Shursue activated their Sharingan as they attacked simultaneously. After a few days, they had grown accustomed to this intense routine. Only Yamato watched nervously from the sidelines, his face filled with fear. Kakashi, on the other hand, remained calm and composed. He was completely engrossed in his book, Ika Ika Paradise, the uncensored edition he had obtained earlier from Jiraiya when Haken had first invited Yugao Yuzuki for a bath. The content was far more explicit than the revised version sold on the market. It was intense. A divine masterpiece. With his chest rising and falling, Kakashi adjusted his belt slightly and glanced at Yamato. Relax, Tenzo. The reason I called you here has already been explained by Owl. To give you a hint, reforms will be starting soon, so you need to be ready. Reforms? Yamato nodded, still a bit confused. According to your instructions, Kakashi-senpai, I've compiled all the data on the ANBU members. I've also been monitoring all recent movements within the division. You should already know most of this, but there's one issue that might be a little tricky. He cast an awkward glance at the young man still swinging his blade on the field. The commander's age might cause some discontent among our ANBU comrades. In truth, Yamato had phrased it quite gently. Everyone in the ANBU lives with a blade at their throat, always on edge, always suppressing themselves. Who would willingly take orders from a child? Even if his accomplishments made him worthy of the title, seniority isn't something that merit alone can erase. Age, after all, is a hard obstacle to overcome. Yamato sighed deeply. Trying to carry out reforms under such circumstances would inevitably run into resistance. Hopefully, it wouldn't turn into a complete mess when the time came. The order to compile the data came from Ao. Kakashi shook his head, correcting Yamato's misunderstanding. Tenzo, remember this. From today onward, the nature of the ANBU will change completely. And the one who brought about this transformation, Ao, is the rightful ANBU commander, and a man I deeply respect. A man Kakashi-sensei respects. Well, there's no need for me to say much more. You'll see that man's extraordinary nature for yourself soon enough. In short, he possesses the true charisma of a leader. His appointment as ANBU commander is something I fully support. The true charisma of a leader, that was Kakashi's evaluation of Haken. Whenever you saw this boy before you, an unshakable sense of trust settled in your heart. You could always believe in Haken Yoru. He was the kind of comrade to whom you could entrust your back without hesitation. At first glance, Haken might seem like a carefree swordsman, casual, unrestrained, and always with a cup of sake in hand. But once you got to know him, you'd realize how reliable he became when serious. That was his unique charisma, the kind of presence only Haken Yoru possessed. Toward his enemies, he showed no mercy, fighting like a true madman. Those guttural roars, like the cries of a demon, were hard to believe came from a boy's throat. Once his hand gripped a sword, he became a beast. Yet toward his comrades, he held nothing back, fierce in loyalty, open in emotion. In short, becoming his partner was the best decision I've made all these years, and I have no regrets. And I believe he can change the ANBU, even reshape Konoha itself. What kind of person could earn such admiration from Kakashi-senpai? Yamato stared blankly at the young man on the field. He knew Kakashi-senpai well, outwardly calm and distant, but warm beneath the surface. It wasn't that he disliked making friends, he simply feared the pain of losing comrades he couldn't protect. For Kakashi-senpai to speak so highly of someone, strength alone clearly wasn't the reason. Whoosh! 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 As Yamato pondered, several figures dashed through the jungle and landed on the field. But Haken, lost in the rhythm of his sword swings, showed no intention of stopping. The masked man beside him glanced over with a puzzled expression, but Haken ignored it completely. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Their arrival seemed to mark a signal, the training ground suddenly filled with countless figures. The ANBU assembly had begun. Regardless of missions, every member was required to appear at the designated location. Such an order was rarely issued unless something urgent had occurred. Only a few figures continued training on the field. Though astonished by their intense regimen, the watching ANBU, disciplined as ever, stood silently and waited. It felt like something significant was about to happen. As time passed, the stream of arriving operatives gradually thinned. Soon, the field was packed with ANBU ninja, surrounding the few still in training. Among them stood the former acting commander, Shinku Yuhi. The sudden influx of onlookers didn't slow Itachi and Shursue in the slightest, their shurikens still cut through the air at blinding speed. Yet, even drenched in sweat, Haken didn't seem satisfied. He lifted a finger toward Kakashi, beckoning him over. My turn. Kakashi nodded and joined the training. Success never comes without effort. Beyond their individual prowess, Night Owl Team's greatest strength lay in their seamless coordination, tempered through countless real battles. To maintain that synchronicity, they trained relentlessly every day. With Kakashi joining in, the number of whirling shuriken multiplied again. Each flash of Haken's blade sent chills through the watching ninjas. Was this even human training? A single moment of distraction, and anyone could end up riddled with holes. Indeed. They had never seen anyone treat flying shuriken like volleyballs before. The sheer impact of it was hard to imagine. Silence fell over the field. Some couldn't help but wonder, how long could they possibly keep this up? So this is Team Night Owl. They're insanely strong. Shinku Yuhi let out a bitter smile. At that moment, he seemed to understand what Haken was after. The first step to earning recognition as commander was strength, undeniable, absolute strength. Without it, what right did he have to lead the ANBU? Ken-san. I can't hold on anymore. No one knew how much time had passed before Itachi's weary voice broke the air. In the next instant, Shursue and Kakashi leapt back, while Haken struck the last wave of shuriken from the air. Clang. 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 The sharp sound of metal sinking into wood echoed across the field. The surrounding ninjas stared in shock as every single shuriken hit dead center on the targets strapped to the tree trunks. How did he do that? Chapter 82, No one tells my people what to do. Clang. The Zanpakuto plunged into the ground. The gourd at his waist was lifted high as he took a deep, unrestrained drink. In that moment, the boy's boldness drew quiet admiration from the gathered ninjas. That kind of carefree confidence was something they all envied but rarely managed to embody. Ha! Lowering the gourd, Hakan glanced around. It was clear, the ANBU members were stunned into silence. And that was exactly what he wanted. Allow me to introduce myself. Leaning casually against his blade, Hakan's youthful voice carried across the field with unexpected strength. Hakan Yoru. Codename, Owl. Member of the Night Owls. From today onward, I am also your direct superior. The sole ANBU commander of Konoha. ANBU commander. When those words left the young man's mouth, the entire training ground fell silent. Through the countless masks, Hakan could almost see the turbulence in their hearts, shock, doubt, and confusion swirling together. News of his appointment hadn't yet spread through the entire ANBU, so a few being unaware was understandable. But now, not one dared to question his identity. His brutal training alone was enough to silence any whisper of doubt. Still, Hakan knew intimidation alone wasn't true control. To truly command the ANBU, he needed more than power, he had to show them real change in their standing. Today, I've gathered you all to discuss 3 matters. First, the ANBU restructuring. The detailed plan and measures will be distributed later by Tenzo, but I can share a bit in advance. Still leaning against his Zanpakuto, Hakan drew a folded document from his chest. For example, starting today, any ninja injured during a mission will have all post-mission living expenses covered by Konoha. Those who fall in battle will have their families receive triple the former compensation, and their names will be engraved on the wall of honor currently being built in the village center. Furthermore, those who make outstanding contributions will also have their names carved onto that wall. In short, Hakan raised his hand and pointed toward the sky. You will no longer be nameless shadows. From now on, you will be heroes admired by the village. His ears twitched slightly as a faint smile touched his lips, he could already hear the quickened breaths among the masked crowd. But this was only the beginning. Second, from this moment on, the entire department answers directly to me. Aside from me and the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, you are to follow no one else's orders. This time, I mean absolutely no one. His firm, unwavering words made the ANBU widen their eyes. Everyone who had served in the ANBU understood the truth, though officially the Hokage's direct unit, their actual status was often lower than that of ordinary ninjas from powerful clans. Some were even ordered by high-ranking officials to serve as personal guards outside their mansions. A simple example, Hakan had seen those 2 Hokage advisors barking orders at ANBU operatives, even assigning unpaid missions. He would never allow that to happen again. On this point, you need not harbor any doubts. From now on, if anyone dares to interfere, report it directly to me. The ANBU are Konoha's ANBU, the Hokage's ANBU, my ANBU. There's no room for others to lord it over us. Heroes who sacrifice their lives for the village have no reason to be anyone's lapdogs. Second, to elevate the status of ANBU ninja. This is precisely what these individuals truly need, recognition, a sense of belonging. Sure enough, after Hakan finished speaking, many ANBU ninjas' eyes turned red. They had waited far too long for this recognition. Third, the ANBU keeps no idle hands and tolerates no useless members. Starting today, we implement an elimination system with quarterly evaluations. The criteria will be mission completion rate, mission difficulty level, attitude as an ANBU ninja, and most crucially, combat prowess. However, regarding combat strength, since everyone's natural talent varies, the ANBU will establish specialized internal divisions. If you prove sufficiently exceptional, you needn't fear elimination. This matter will be entrusted to Senior Shinku Yuhi. Hakan's gaze toward Shinku Yuhi carried a clear implication. As a senior member of the ANBU, Shinku Yuhi commanded considerable respect. Hakan had no reason to let him go. Moreover, this third point required someone to implement the specific policies. As he stated, the ANBU had no need for useless or complacent individuals. From now on, they would forge a true elite assassination unit, a force worthy of the name. The title of ANBU Ninja would no longer be a commonplace badge anyone could earn through mere experience. Assessments were an absolutely essential step, instilling a tangible sense of urgency in these individuals. Glory was something to be earned through hard work, not something to coast by on. Understood, sir. Shinku Yuhi nodded, the word sir spoken without the slightest hesitation. For these 3 points alone were enough to inspire utter admiration. The youth before him had perfectly grasped what the ANBU ninja truly desired. He uttered that word, subordinate, willingly. Oh, right. I recall there are 376 ANBU ninja officially registered. Just now, I counted only 350 present. As if remembering something, Hakan tilted his head and looked at Yamato. Tenzo, go inform those men. Starting tomorrow, they need not report for duty at the ANBU. Yamato nodded awkwardly. He understood the mindset of those who hadn't shown up. Most likely, they simply looked down on this newly appointed ANBU commander. But regardless, ANBU ninjas were still ninjas. As ninjas, the mere act of ignoring a roll call order was enough to get them dismissed outright. Merely relieving them of their posts was already lenient. Additionally, regarding decision-making during missions. Shouldering his zanpakuto, Hakan yawned. As ANBU commander, I will not tolerate anyone in my team abandoning comrades for the sake of a mission or deliberately framing them for the mission. Should I discover such conduct, I will personally chop their body to pieces. A terrifying spiritual pressure and a sky-filling killing intent swept across the entire training ground. In the blink of an eye, the back of every ANBU ninja was drenched in cold sweat. Where did a mere youth get such terrifying presence? Simply raising his sword allowed them to hear the wails of tormented souls. Normal/trait, souls under the blade activated successfully. This move was truly effective. Hakan understood well that appropriate intimidation bolstered his authority. But scaring them just by letting them watch his training? Forget it. This wasn't some child's play. Assemble at the same time tomorrow for the first round of assessment tests. Those who pass will receive personal sword training from me. Go back and prepare thoroughly. A month from now, we'll undertake a group mission. This mission gives you the chance to carve your names onto the Wall of Honor. Dismissed. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 83, Chapter 83, Lord Third, please get some rest. This is outrageous. Crash. The sound of a shattered desk echoed through the room. In the office of the Reikage at Kumogakure, watching the furious Mabui sighed. She had long expected this outcome upon their return. Truth be told, this marked the first time Kumo had suffered such a profound diplomatic humiliation. Konoha's hardline stance had taken Mabui, the Reikage secretary, completely by surprise. It was pure luck the negotiation delegation had returned unharmed, something she never imagined before they left. This is outrageous. It truly is outrageous. Clenching his fists until his knuckles went white, only rage remained on A's face. Declare war. Assemble the troops, declare war. Kumogakure's tendency had always been singular, they preferred battle. Without hesitation, A turned to Mabui, the command obvious, issue the orders and rally their forces. Reikage-sama, you should know declaring war isn't the right choice for us. Mabui sounded helpless. On the way back she had already planned how to explain this situation. The Third Shinobi World War has ended, but that doesn't mean other villages won't act if we declare war. Don't forget that Tsuchikage's attitude when he left. Reminding the Reikage and urging him to calm down was part of her duty as his secretary. Most importantly, relying on you alone now, Reikage-sama, you probably can't truly beat Konoha. She forced a bitter smile and spoke the harsh truth. Kumogakure was united, yes, but its top-tier fighters were few. If Killer Bee hadn't been injured, at least the power of the AB combo could be brought to bear. But now, getting Killer Bee moving would take at least a month. No specific illness could be found, he was simply painfully weak. That brat's methods had left a chill in their bones. Meanwhile, Konoha's Golden Flash remained a constant threat. If he personally arrived on the battlefield, the Reikage would be restrained. That was not good for them. Beyond that, the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth had never really gotten along. If Kumogakure suffered heavy losses, Iwagakure would strike at once. The warring states would flare up again. From every angle, this was dangerously unwise. Waging war would bring Kumogakure no benefit. I understand, but this humiliation, I simply cannot swallow. To become a Kage was never something A achieved merely by being the son of the Third Reikage. After his rage subsided, he knew full well that launching a war now would only disadvantage Kumogakure. His expression now was eerily similar to the day he learned his father had fallen, sacrificing himself to cover his comrades' retreat, standing alone against tens of thousands of Iwagakure shinobi until his strength ran dry. When he first heard that news, he too had burned with fury, desperate to strike back at Iwagakure. But at that time, the Third Shinobi World War had just erupted, and every village's focus was on Konoha. He had no choice but to swallow that fire. The situation now was almost identical. Do you have any suggestions? Taking a deep breath, A finally calmed completely. At the very least, until Killer Bee-sama recovers, our combat power is gravely insufficient. We cannot go to war. But the Two Tails also cannot remain in Konoha for too long. Otherwise, they'll keep using it as leverage, and our Kumogakure will never be able to shift the balance. After finishing, she reached into her pocket and placed a scroll on the table. Reikage-sama, this was delivered to us when we were leaving Konoha. I believe the opportunity lies here. A scroll. The Raikage nodded, lightning crackling faintly around him as he entered his lightning release chakra mode. Enemy scrolls, real or not, always warranted caution. But as he slowly unrolled it, A's expression shifted, and a laugh escaped him. On the parchment lay a clearly marked defense layout, and a detailed method of breaching one of Konoha's barrier points. He couldn't help but grin. That's exactly what I like about Konoha. Damn it. The atmosphere in Kimogakure's Raikage office was a far cry from that of Konoha. Inside the Hokage building, Minato studied the report before him, his eyes filled with satisfaction and quiet pride. His decision had been the right one. The ANBU was developing exactly as he had hoped. He had secretly visited the training grounds before, worried that Haken's young age might make it difficult to command respect. But reality had proven him wrong. Now, the ANBU's morale was completely different from before. Every member was following his disciple through rigorous assessment drills and training sessions. Haken hadn't disappointed him. This was what the ANBU was truly meant to be. Everything was on the right track, Minato could afford to let go and trust him. Given time, he believed Haken would forge a true elite force. Lifting his head, Minato paused in mild surprise. The old man standing at the door was unexpected. Since the incident at the village gates, the third Hokage hadn't once come to the Hokage's office of his own accord. Minato had grown used to handling everything himself, no one to interfere, no one to nag, and most importantly, no one filling the air with pipe smoke. He liked it that way. He enjoyed watching the village evolve, piece by piece. But now, the old man had come again, without knocking, without waiting for permission. Minato. Stepping inside, Hiruzen instinctively lit his pipe, smoke curling through the air. The ANBU. What's going on? His face was lined with worry, his tone direct. For several days now, his doorstep had been trampled by the same two Hokage advisors. They only ever came to say one thing, that Minato and his ANBU had become far too unruly. Truthfully, the third didn't want to come. Spending his twilight years quietly at home, drinking tea and fishing, sounded far better. But he couldn't ignore the constant pestering of his two old comrades. With no other choice, he had come to hear the explanation himself. What's going on with the ANBU? Minato met his gaze and smiled. Hamura told me the ANBU actually disobeyed his orders. Hiruzen frowned, puzzled yet faintly resigned. Lord Third, the ANBU are the Hokage's direct unit. That means only the Hokage has the authority to issue them orders, Minato said calmly. Of course, now that includes Haken as well. So, the so-called insubordination you mentioned simply doesn't exist. He shook his head, polite but unyielding, his tone leaving no room for misunderstanding. Quite the opposite, the ones breaking protocol are the two Hokage advisors. They have no right to bypass Haken or me when giving orders to the ANBU. The third Hokage stared, momentarily speechless. He had never expected Minato to speak so bluntly. And one more thing. That warm, sunlit smile spread across Minato's face, the signature charm of the yellow flash. Lord Third, I think. You're getting on in years. It's time you took a proper rest. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 84, The Madman of the Umbu. You don't hit someone who greets you with a smile. But the words behind that smiling face cut deep. Getting old, huh? If you're old, then you should rest properly. The meaning behind Minato's words couldn't have been clearer. The third Hokage didn't even remember how he'd made it home from the Hokage building. There was disappointment, yes, but more than that, a deep sense of melancholy. It felt as if the village no longer needed him anymore. Still, something about it felt strange. Koharu Utatane and Hamura Mitokado had been visiting his home quite often lately, yet his old comrade Danzo hadn't shown up even once. By all logic, he should have been the one most opposed to these ANBU reforms. But Danzo had chosen silence. That was odd. Shaking his head, Hiruzen took a sip of tea. I'm getting old. Time to rest. All right then, Minato, you've really outdone yourself. After all, I am Konoha's strongest Hokage. Swish, swish, swish. Konoha Training Ground 7. Haken stood atop the familiar giant tree, with Itachi following close behind, his face full of envy. Below them, a group of ninjas were carrying out their special training in an orderly fashion, training guided by the madman from Night Owl Team. Earlier, they had been practicing sword techniques. When it came to Kenjutsu, Haken possessed his own unique insights. The basic horizontal strike. But as he always said, if you can only master one thing, then master it to perfection. Even the simplest slash is an art form. Angle. Speed. Force. What stance brings out the full potential of a strike? What kind of motion allows you to maximize power while minimizing stamina? These were the essentials he had mastered through years of relentless sword practice. Swordsmanship instruction was just one aspect of the training. Now, Shisui himself was demonstrating how to swiftly and effectively break through genjutsu, and how to enhance its use in combat. In this field, Shisui was a true master. Kakashi's task, however, was somewhat different. Despite his young age, his experience far surpassed that of many seasoned A and BU veterans. D-rank missions, 197. C-rank missions, 190. B-rank missions, 414. A-rank missions, 298. S-rank missions, 42. These were Kakashi's complete records as stated in the original. His current numbers wouldn't be far off. For Kakashi, most of those missions had been accompanied by death and danger, some even tied to the darkness in his heart. Yet, for the others, that experience was priceless. On a mission, a single overlooked detail could be the difference between life and death. That was why this kind of practical teaching was an essential part of becoming a true ninja. And Kakashi was more than willing to share what he had learned. Seeing those admiring looks from the younger generation, Kakashi felt as though he had finally found meaning in his existence. All of this had changed because of Haken. The Nightingale squad was busy at work, but Itachi alone seemed a little downhearted. He and Haken were from the same generation, yet he lacked Haken's terrifying swordsmanship, and even in genjutsu, he was no match for Shisui. Click. His finger tapped a familiar spot. Itachi pressed his forehead and rolled his eyes. That move again. Every time he felt lost, this move always brought him back to his senses. Ow, Ken-san. Rubbing his forehead, Itachi sat on the branch and muttered. You're still so young. To have this kind of strength already is remarkable. Haken sighed and sat beside him. The Uchiha clan was peculiar. Their true power only soared once the Mangekyo awakened, but for someone Itachi's age, that wasn't realistic. Even so, he had followed Haken's lead and trained tirelessly. That determination alone was moving. And despite his youth, Itachi's strength was still impressive. His chakra reserves were limited due to his age, but in shurikenjutsu, ninjutsu, or genjutsu, he could outmatch almost any chunin. Yet, he was still unsatisfied. Haken understood why. Standing in his shadow could be daunting. That kind of pressure was natural, but losing confidence because of it wasn't like Itachi at all. But Ken-san, you're the same age as me. Itachi's mouth twitched. To him, Haken was the very image of an idol. His blade cut through all obstacles. You fool. Everyone's talents differ. You and Shisui are Uchiha. The power of the Sharingan will reveal itself to you in time. There's no need to rush. Haken ruffled Itachi's hair and pulled him to his feet. So until you grow stronger, leave everything to me. When your strength is sufficient, it'll be your turn to stand before me. Understand? When your strength is sufficient, you can stand before me. The moment Itachi heard those words, his eyes lit up. No, that wasn't philosophy. What would a 6 or 7-year-old know about philosophy? This was simple, genuine friendship, the kind that could rival Sasuke and Naruto's. I understand, Ken-san. I've rested enough. I'm off to listen to Kakashi-san's lecture. Nodding firmly, Itachi jumped from the branch and ran toward the distant Kakashi, who was passionately lecturing his students. Is this a promise with Ken-san? One day, it'll be my turn to stand before you. You don't understand a damn thing. Haken rolled his eyes. You're not even old enough to pilot a Gundam, and you're already trying. With that small body of yours, you'd break before the machine does. Shaking his head, Haken lifted his gourd and took a deep swig. For some reason, he realized life wasn't so bad right now. The kind of life he'd longed for, a few close friends and a beautiful companion by his side, didn't seem so far away anymore. Swish. A figure landed beside him. Few never realized using genjutsu so much could be this exhausting. Without hesitation, Shisui grabbed Haken's gourd, took a long drink, then shook his head and let out a burp. But, today felt incredibly fulfilling. Their comrades were all working toward a shared goal. There was no scheming, no battlefield cruelty, only the admiring eyes of their juniors. That feeling, he truly liked it. Maybe I'm cut out to be a teacher. Smiling to himself, Shisui suddenly remembered something. Haken, what exactly did you mean by that group mission earlier? That was the one thing he still couldn't figure out, the mission Haken had mentioned. What kind of mission required the entire ANBU to mobilize, with special training beforehand? Of course, what he cared about most was whether his name would appear on the nearly finished Wall of Honor in the heart of Konoha. Haken had said that if they completed this mission outstandingly, their contributions would be engraved there for all villagers to see. It wasn't about vanity. He just wanted that honor. Nothing more. Chapter 85, Wash Your Neck and Wait for Me. A group mission. So that's what you were curious about. After a moment's thought, Haken decided there was no need to hide anything from Shisui. He had already worked out the mission details. He took a map from his robe and spread it out. The red and blue lines marked on it immediately drew Shisui's attention. The red ones marked the pins left inside the Land of Fire by hostile ninja villages after the Third Shinobi World War. The Third Shinobi World War had indeed ended on the surface. But Haken knew exactly why that war had been fought. The 4 great shinobi villages had simultaneously attacked Konoha, and the Land of Fire had burned. Even after the fighting stopped, the enemy left behind things you couldn't see at a glance, hidden pins planted within the territory, pawns to gather valuable intelligence on hostile villages in the future. And the blue ones are where I'm going to place bombs inside enemy nations. I'm calling this mission Purge. He folded the map and leaned against the trunk, stretching. Pull out pins. Bury pins. Do some meaningful work along the way, that was the plan. And with this operation, he wanted other villages to realize a force unlike theirs was rapidly forming. Haken, won't doing that expose our elite unit? Shisui frowned, voicing his concern. Exposure is exactly what I want. Haken patted Shisui's shoulder. Remember, Shisui, though Konoha won the Third Shinobi World War, the cost was unimaginable. At times like this, we must appear strong. Strong enough that other villages think we suffered no losses at all. Only then will they be wary, only then will they hesitate and carefully weigh the consequences before moving against Konoha. And this mission is only the first test. I don't yet know how far we can push it. It was their first collective mission, plans were one thing, actual results another. This was also a chance for the ANBU to prove themselves, and an opportunity to purge the rot inside the ranks. As always, I want only the elite. Those who falter at critical moments don't belong in my ANBU. You never disappoint. Shisui nodded, impressed by the clarity of his thinking. He now understood the mission. Clenching his fist, he felt a flicker of anticipation. When people learned Konoha harbored such a fearsome assassination unit, would they tremble? Night fell. The ANBU's full day of special training had come to an end. Walking along Konoha's main street, feeling the gentle night breeze, Haken couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. When he had first crossed into this world, he certainly hadn't felt like this, and never would he have imagined becoming the commander of Konoha's ANBU. A true part of the village. And it was all thanks to Minato's trust. No one dislikes the feeling of being trusted. Haken was no exception. What surprised him, however, was how much Minato himself had changed because of his presence. From being suppressed by the third Hokage, to becoming firm and resolute, he was finally acting like a true Hokage. That change had also shifted how Haken viewed the village. It hadn't happened overnight, but through a gradual chain reaction, born from small, steady changes. Perhaps it all began the moment Minato had firmly approved his graduation request, and then stood before him at the entrance of the ANBU. Poor Orochimaru, Haken muttered, shaking his head. At first, he truly had planned to leave Konoha behind and live freely in the shinobi world. Orochimaru was probably still waiting for him to defect. Well, one step at a time. Maybe someday, when he got tired of being ANBU commander, he'd go find Orochimaru to play around. Unfortunately, that day wasn't today. Gazing up at the sky, he thought the moon looked beautiful tonight, glowing with a pale radiance, just like Kaguya Otsutsuki's flawless skin. Speaking of which, Naruto's birth was approaching. The main story of this world was about to unfold. Black Zetsu's tale of saving his mother, touching, sure. But Haken had no desire to live inside the false dream of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Lost in thought on his way home, he suddenly raised an eyebrow and glanced toward the east. It's open. Deep in the forests east of Konoha, several figures emerged from the shadows. The one in the lead was tall and imposing. Beside him, a ninja quickly formed hand seals before pressing his palm against a scroll strapped to his waist. It really opened. I didn't think Konoha's barrier would be this fragile. Another ninja whispered in disbelief. Idiot. If you can't open it even with the key, you don't deserve to be on the sealing team. The ninja who had unlocked the barrier sneered. All right, follow the map and avoid the patrol routes. Every one of the 5 great shinobi villages maintained defensive barriers to guard their territory. It was precisely because of those barriers that any ninja who tried to infiltrate would be instantly detected, unless they possessed the corresponding key. Konoha was no exception. But now, the key to Konoha's barrier had been leaked. A few shadowy figures slipped through the breach, suppressing their chakra and moving quietly under the cover of night. They had barely advanced a few steps when the sensor ninja's expression shifted sharply. Someone's here. From the silent forest, a figure appeared at a leisurely pace. Haken. He carried his zanpakuto over his shoulder, his eyes sweeping the area as if he'd noticed nothing unusual. Just a bunch of small fry. As if responding to a signal, one of the intruders' kunai glinted faintly under the moonlight. But before he could even strike, a blade flashed, clean and fast, across his throat. Swish. 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 Ah. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed in the forest. Within seconds, several corpses lay sprawled across the earth. Do you know why I haven't killed you yet? Haken's voice was calm but cold as his hand clamped around the last ninja's throat. His eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty chill that felt almost inhuman. I don't know. The crushing grip around his neck was like iron, making it hard for him to breathe. The killing intent pressing down on him was suffocating. Because, Haken tilted his head, his lips curling in mockery, I want you to deliver a message. Go back and tell Rakage to wash his neck and wait for me. Let's see if I can't carve him into a human swine. Boom. Lightning bomb. Rumble. The ground quaked violently as a towering figure landed before him, leaving a crater under his feet from the impact. Brat, I heard you loud and clear. Lightning crackled across his body as Rakage glared at him, murderous intent radiating in waves. That's exactly what I wanted you to hear. Crack. With one hand, Haken crushed the ninja's spine under the Rakage's furious gaze. Rakage-sama, he said with a chilling smile, did that sound please your ears? If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 86, Kenpachi at 20%. Manifested spiritual pressure defense. Snap. That was the final sound of life slipping away, fragile, fleeting. The crack echoed straight into the Rakage's chest, hammering at his heart. Everything had gone according to plan at first. Armed with the Land of Fire and Konoha defense maps, the squad had slipped through the Land of Fire's barrier without a hitch, reaching Konoha undetected. By now, he had confirmed that the barrier key recorded on the scroll was genuine. All that was left was to infiltrate Ujitone's location quietly and bring her back to Kumogakure. To ensure success, every member of this mission had been handpicked, each one an elite among the Kumo's finest, all with exceptional skill in concealing their chakra. And because of the mission's importance, the Rakage himself had personally taken the lead. Yet even with all that, something had gone wrong. The boy standing before him fought with brutal precision, carrying that signature massive blade on his shoulder and the gourd at his waist. The moment he saw him, the Rakage understood who he was facing. So this was Hakenyoru. The so-called Konoha demon, the one who had gravely injured his brother Killer Bee and captured Ujitone. The Konoha demon. That was the name every shinobi in Kumogakure used for him. Only those who had seen the mangled remains of their fallen comrades could truly understand where that name came from. Every strike he delivered ended in death, whether by decapitation or dismemberment. Such cruelty was not something a child should be capable of. That was the work of a demon. Brat, you're Hakenyoru, aren't you? Lightning crackled across the Rakage's body as the armor of lightning released chakra mode flared to life, glowing fiercely beneath the night sky. Since you know my name, how dare you trespass? Shouldering his Zanpakuto, Haken tilted his head slightly as he spoke. The Rakage's face twitched, his expression twisting with disbelief. Did this brat just? Who gave you the courage to say that? Since you know my name, how dare you trespass? Even Konoha's current Hokage, Minato Namikaze, would never speak with such arrogance. Did he think himself Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage? Still, this was Konoha's territory. The explosion from his earlier lightning bomb probably had already drawn attention. And worst of all, there was the possibility that the key he'd obtained from a boy had been planted deliberately, a trap meant to lure him here. Was this boy's appearance merely coincidence, or had he been waiting here all along? Were there other Konoha forces surrounding them even now? The Rakage couldn't tell. Originally, after his initial strike had failed, he had planned to retreat. Though he'd always looked down on Konoha's so-called softness, the village had changed, and with Minato alone already being a handful, staying any longer was risky. But those 8 words, those arrogant, cutting words, snapped his temper in an instant. Brat, don't you dare underestimate the Rakage. Lightning flared violently around his body as A made up his mind. He would crush Hakenyoru right here, as quickly as possible, and then leave. He was the Rakage, after all. Boom. The ground beneath him exploded into fragments, and his massive frame shot forward like a missile. Speed, that was the Rakage's greatest weapon. Underestimate the Rakage. Haken never had. In fact, it was quite the opposite, he regarded him with the utmost seriousness. The man before him was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. There was no doubt about that. Obito Uchiha. His Kamui was certainly powerful, but the Rakage was different. His strength came purely from his own body, raw, unyielding power. A true Kage-level shinobi. Not that Haken looked down on Obito. His dojutsu, taijutsu, every skill he possessed, those two were genuine strength. But a fighter who relied entirely on physical might, this was the first time Haken had faced one like that. Just from his aura alone, he could tell, the Raikage's power even surpassed Killer Bee's when he wasn't in full-tailed beast form. Clang. A simple, brutal hand chop slash toward Haken. Without hesitation, Haken brought his Zanpakuto up horizontally, blocking the blow head-on. Boom. The air itself seemed to freeze from the collision. The shrill screech of metal grinding against metal filled the forest, making the scalp crawl. Haken's body was thrown back over 10 meters before skidding to a stop. What monstrous strength! Shaking the numbness from his arm, he licked his dry lips, adrenaline burning through his veins. Raising his blade with one hand, Haken pointed it straight at the Raikage. In that moment, the madness in his eyes ignited, his killing intent surged like a storm, overflowing with battle lust. Bring it on. This time, he chose to strike first. Pale blue chakra shimmered along the surface of his Zanpakuto, while tendrils of black energy leaked from the blade. Two of his primary slashing traits activated at once. Swish. A wave of golden and black sword energy tore through the air. The destructive spiritual pressure it carried made the Raikage's expression harden. According to Killer Bee, this was the very energy that had left him weakened. But with my speed, it won't touch me. Whoosh. His figure vanished instantly. In lightning release chakra mode, his speed had reached its limit, near instantaneous. Within a blink, before Haken's slash could fully manifest, the Raikage appeared right behind him. Brat, your life ends here. Lightning oppression horizontal chop. He brought his hand down in a brutal chop, using his own weight to add force to the blow. At that moment, the Raikage's confidence surged, no one could react to this speed. That was the source of his arrogance. Even the fourth Hokage couldn't counter this directly. The only reason Minato Namikaze had defeated the AB combo before was because he'd already placed his Flying Thunder God seals in advance. But a loss was a loss. The Raikage never made excuses. Boom. A violent tremor shook the ground, collapsing it inward. Just as the Raikage had intended, his strike slammed squarely into the boy's back. Dust exploded outward. Under the moonlight, lightning roared through the forest, then, as the chaos settled, a calm voice echoed through the haze. Hey, that actually hurt. Buzz. Golden light erupted skyward. Even space itself seemed to tremble, and a leaf drifting overhead disintegrated into dust in an instant. Unlike chakra, the life energy capable of creation, this was power born from the soul itself, pure, crushing pressure that left the Raikage momentarily stunned. What kind of ability is this? Why have I never seen it before? Before him, the golden aura surrounding the youth condensed into a massive, skull-like form, roaring at him with primal fury. A manifested defense of pure spiritual power. Now that Haken's first template had reached 20% progress, he could finally unleash this formidable defensive technique. The overwhelming pressure pouring from his body took shape, a giant golden skull that encased him completely, cutting him off from all external attacks. Its heat was searing, any assault that touched it would have its spiritual essence burned away instantly. This barrier's strength could even rival Hado number 96, Ito Keiso. Though Haken's spiritual pressure hadn't yet reached the monstrous level of Zaraki Kenpachi, the raw power of this technique was already beginning to show its true potential. Come on, fight me. The next instant, the roaring golden skull lunged forward, slamming into the Raikage head-on. The clash only grew fiercer from there. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 87, this time, I won't be late. The real battle had begun. Only a beast could stand against another beast. A blue beast, his body crackling with lightning as he pushed the lightning release chakra mode to its limit, clashed head-on with a golden, skull-shaped monster. When these two inhuman beings collided, boom. Annihilation followed. The surrounding trees were instantly swallowed by the storm of spiritual pressure and lightning chakra, reduced to splinters in an instant. This brat. The Raikage raised his arms to block, the special metal bracers on his forearms barely stopping the Zanpakuto's advance. His eyes burned with fury and confusion. What was this heart-stopping energy radiating from the boy? A Kekii Genkai? Or something beyond that, a Kekii Tota? Whatever it was, he had no time to think. That massive explosion had surely alerted Konoha's patrol units. If he was surrounded, breaking through would be difficult. He had to end this, fast. Boom. The lightning coiled around his body intensified in an instant, so fierce that even his hair stood on end. The pinnacle of the lightning release chakra mode. In the original tale, Killer Bee had called this his brother's full power state. In this form, his speed surpassed the limits of the human eye, so fast that even the Sharingan couldn't keep up, capable of evading even the Amaterasu in a flash. Kid, I don't know what that golden energy is, but I bet this is your peak form. Too bad. Against my full power lightning release chakra mode, you're dead. Unleashing every ounce of his strength, A gripped the Zanpakuto tightly with one hand while raising the other high, lightning surging around his palm. If he could hold the blade, the boy wouldn't be able to unleash those terrifying slashes. In a battle between shinobi, intelligence was everything. Without Killer Bee's prior experience fighting this opponent, A might have relied purely on brute strength, and would have paid for it. But now, everything was under control. It was over. In his mind, no one could withstand his full-power hand strike. Yet when Haken looked up at that arm raised high above him, he suddenly laughed, wildly, fearlessly. As the laughter faded, his pupils contracted, a crimson glow spreading through his eyes. His breathing quickened, and the air grew heavy with pressure. That primal, bestial instinct stirred unease deep within the Rakige's gut. Have you ever seen me at my peak? Of course you haven't, because if you had, you'd never grab my blade like that. In an instant, black spiritual pressure seeped out from the golden shell of his manifested defense, coating the entire Zanpakuto. Second template, White Hollow. A call from pure instinct. It was as if the blade itself raged at being restrained. That black spiritual pressure erupted like a missile just as the Rakige's hand came crashing down. Ah! A scream tore through the forest, followed by a violent shockwave that rippled outward. Thunk! A severed, muscular arm dropped to the ground in front of Haken. Its owner stood a short distance away, gasping in shock. Had he not reacted in time, it wouldn't just have been his arm, it would have been his life. No one touches my blade. Danzo had already sent men to test that once. The Rakige, of course, knew nothing of it. Haken raised his Zanpakuto again, pointing it at his enemy. The Rakige, missing an arm, was clearly wounded. In the original story, during the 5 Kage summit, the Rakige had cut off his own arm after being burned by Sasuke's Amaterasu, but this was entirely different. This was a Zanpakuto. It didn't just cut flesh. It cut the soul. The Rakige's consciousness began to blur. The world around him darkened, filled with the faint sound of wailing spirits. What was this suffocating sensation crawling through his body? It felt as though something unseen was gnawing away at his very essence. King of Normal Attacks, Trait 2, Soul Devouring Blade, activated successfully. The souls claimed by the blade and the reaping of spirit worked in perfect harmony. Right now, it was only discomfort. But a few more strikes like that, and it would be his soul that vanished. He was the king of normal attacks. His swing, his blade, was his deadliest technique. So this was what Killer Bee had felt. No wonder he'd been bedridden for so long. A few more of those slashes, and even he wouldn't survive. It seemed clear now, there was no defeating this brat tonight. Once his tactic of restraining the blade failed, his chance was gone. Confidence or not, this was Konoha territory. He had to leave. Lightning flared violently as the Rakige's eyes filled with frustration. He gave one last cold glance at the arm lying before Haken, snorted, and turned to retreat. Hey, Konoha isn't a place you can just come and go as you please. Haken didn't move, still resting his sword on his shoulder. Calmly, he reached into his cloak, pulled out a peculiar dagger, infused it with chakra, and threw it toward the space in front of the Rakige. You think you can match my speed? Or are you hoping that pathetic aim of yours can pierce my lightning release armor? The Rakige didn't even glance back as the kunai whizzed past his ear and stabbed straight into the ground ahead. I might not be able to catch up, Haken said coolly, but he can. He raised one hand like a gun and snapped his fingers toward the kunai. Click. Summoning jutsu, yellow flash. Boom. The ground quaked with a deafening crack. A figure appeared in an instant, gripping the embedded kunai tightly. I swore that this time, no matter where my disciple is, I would never be late. Haken, I'm not too late, am I? His stance was both elegant and urgent, his voice calm and reassuring. He had arrived. Konoha's 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Of course, the yellow flash didn't exactly look battle-ready. Dressed in nothing but a vest and shorts, Minato's eyes were bloodshot, clearly dragged straight from sleep. But the instant he sensed chakra pulsing from his special kunai, he jolted awake, teleporting directly to the outskirts of Konoha's forest. The sight before him made him pause. His gifted disciple stood there, blade in hand, composed as ever. Opposite him stood a hulking, one-armed man, his massive frame and electric aura all too familiar. The 4th Rakige. In a flash, Minato's eyes hardened. He gripped his kunai tightly, ready to strike at any moment. The understanding between master and disciple needed no words. The severed arm lying on the ground told the story well enough. The 4th Rakige had attempted a surprise attack on Konoha, but Haken had stopped him at the village's outer barrier. This location wasn't too far from the village center, but just far enough to have escaped his sensory range until now. Once again, Haken had protected Konoha. Take him alive. He's useful. Without wasting another word, Haken charged, blade in hand, toward the Rakige's exposed flank. Now that Minato had arrived, the Raikage had no chance left to escape. This time, for real, it was over. Chapter 88, The Revered Names on Konoha's Wall of Honor. Early morning. The people of Konohagakure rose as usual, but when curiosity led them to the central square, they discovered that the newly built Konoha Wall of Honor had changed. The Konoha Wall of Honor. It was said that only those who had rendered exceptional service to the village were qualified to have their names engraved upon it. Depending on the scale of their contributions, the names were divided into 3 categories. First category, leaders. Those who, like the founders of Konoha or the Hokage who had shaped the village's destiny, held a monumental influence. Second category, guardians. As the name suggested, this section was reserved for those who had made great sacrifices in defending the village. Third category, memorial stele. Similar to the memorial stone, it honored the ninja who had fallen in service to Konoha. These 3 categories embodied the very essence of heroism. Only truly great shinobi were worthy of being immortalized here. Until now, the wall had remained empty. According to official statements, records of those who had once contributed to Konoha were still being compiled. Unquestionably, when the wall was first unveiled, it drew the attention of every villager and shinobi alike. After all, who wouldn't want their name etched upon this wall of glory? Who wouldn't wish for their descendants, passing by one day, to see their name and proudly tell others of their heroic deeds? It was just a wall, but its influence was immense, far beyond what Minato had imagined. For days, he had been troubled over whose name deserved to be engraved first. But now, a new name had appeared. Hakenyoru. Even more astonishing, his name was engraved under the category of Konoha's leaders. A child. What merit could possibly place him there? Yet when the villagers read the events recorded beside his name, all they felt was awe and respect. He belonged here. Hakenyoru. Current commander of Konoha's ANBU. Graduated from the Ninja Academy at the age of 6. That same year, he joined the ANBU and supported the front lines. Completed an S-rank mission, severely wounding Kimogakure's elite 8-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, while also capturing the 2-Tails Jinchuriki for Konoha. His actions ended the border war and secured advantageous terms in Konoha's peace negotiations. On the night of July 1 that same year, the Raikage personally led a squad to infiltrate Konoha. Haken keenly detected their presence and engaged them in fierce combat. In that battle, he killed 6 Kimo Jonin and captured the Raikage alive. Shock. Admiration. Awe. With such achievements, placing his name among the leaders was more than justified. And July 1st, wasn't that just the night before last? While they slept peacefully, such a battle had taken place. Konoha had escaped disaster thanks entirely to the boy whose name now adorned the Wall of Honor. Gratitude welled up in their hearts. Many kind-hearted villagers, thankful to still be alive, bowed deeply before the Wall of Honor. Their gratitude was sincere, untouched by pretense. And Konoha's hero, Hakenyoru, truly deserved it. It was his presence that had allowed them to sleep peacefully that night. No, perhaps it was more accurate to say that his existence itself allowed them to live in peace. A hero. As the villagers reflected on the fragility of life, a hunched figure stood quietly in a corner of the square, watching. The Konoha Wall of Honor, a place filled with glory. Lighting his pipe, Hiruzen Sarutobi took a slow, pensive drag. Why hadn't he thought of such a brilliant way to win hearts during his own time as Hokage? People spend their whole lives pursuing something, power, the chance to change fate, fame, or honor. And if, while chasing those things, their name could be remembered and revered by future generations like this, then even death wouldn't be something to regret. Swallowing hard, Hiruzen realized what he had been missing all along, the feeling of being admired. Lifting his gaze toward the distant Hokage's office, a fiery determination flashed in his eyes as he strode forward with firm steps. Your Raikage personally led a team here the night before last. At the Mitarashi residence, Haken, who had carried out a surprise assessment of the ANBU's training progress the previous night, had finished his work and was now reclining comfortably on a lounge chair in the courtyard, enjoying a gentle massage from the young maid. To be fair, Yujito seemed to have already grown accustomed to this role. She had picked up the massage techniques quickly. There's a kind of terror called habit. Once you become used to something, you start taking it for granted. Like letting her master fall asleep on her lap every night, or offering these indulgent massages. Such was the habit of a maid. Hearing Haken's words, Yujito's small hands trembled slightly. Raikage-sama has arrived. Where? Summoning her courage, she reasoned that as a kunoichi of Kimogakure, asking this question shouldn't be too much. Konoha Hospital, Special Care Ward. Haken yawned, turned his head, and pinched Yujito's chin, amusement flickering in his eyes. What? Want to go see him? Whatever my master says. Cat owners know that when a cat's tongue brushes against your palm, there's always a strangely soothing sensation. A good maid. Turning back, Haken lost interest in teasing her. The maid was sensible, at least she understood her place, and that pleased Hakan greatly. Knock, knock. A rhythmic tapping sounded at the door. The sensible maid went to open it. A masked ANBU ninja stepped inside respectfully, never once glancing at Yujito. That wasn't his concern. Lately, the ANBU's atmosphere had changed completely. Ever since their commander had captured the Raikage alive, the members had shown him nothing but deep respect. The true impact of that awe had only just begun. Commander, Hokage-sama requests your presence immediately, if you have time. Kneeling on one knee, the ANBU ninja bowed to Hakan and spoke respectfully. Minato-sensei wants to see me. Hakan yawned and nodded. Right. It's about time. The Raikage had indeed been captured. Through his seamless coordination with Minato, and with the Raikage soul steadily weakened by the soul-devouring blade, he had finally fallen unconscious and been subdued. A Zanpakuto cuts the soul. The Raikage spirit was already incomplete, his arm was completely ruined. The effect of the blade's slain souls was equally terrifying. As long as Hakan didn't withdraw those souls gnawing at the Raikage's essence, the men had no strength left to resist. It was suppression on the level of the soul, utterly inescapable. Because of that, Hakan felt no concern about the Raikage losing control in Konoha Hospital. He simply didn't have the power to do so. Still, deciding how to deal with the Raikage would no doubt give Minato-sensei a headache. Understood. I'll go shortly. Rising to his feet and shouldering his Zanpakuto, Hakan wore a calm, confident smile. When it came to handling the Raikage, he already had the perfect plan in mind. Chapter 89, Lord Third, you may go on the wall, but please state your contributions. Konoha. Inside the Hokage's office. Watching the third Hokage hunched over and chain-smoking before him, Minato rubbed his temples in resignation. He had miscalculated. He had thought the old man had come to discuss how to handle the Raikage, perhaps even offer some useful strategies, given his experience. But he was wrong. From the third's mouth came nothing but the same phrases: Konoha is a village of courtesy, a village of benevolence, and other equally hollow sentiments. Courtesy. Benevolence. There was nothing wrong with those ideals. But wasn't he, by saying this, essentially asking Konoha to downplay the matter, to quietly send the Raikage back to Kimogakure and expect a favor in return? My Lord Third. Courtesy and benevolence, are those really attitudes one should have toward an enemy? Shouldn't such virtues be reserved for one's own people? If Konoha were to release an enemy simply because it prides itself on being courteous and compassionate, then what happens the next time a ninja from another village sneaks in like the Raikage did? Should we let them go too? These words, courtesy and benevolence, do not apply to enemies. That's the fundamental difference between foes and allies. Still, what troubled Minato wasn't the third's attitude. After all, Konoha was under his leadership now. The third could offer advice, but the final decision rested with him alone. So, those notions of courtesy and benevolence, he had no intention of following them. The first Hokage founded Konoha, his name should rightfully appear on the Wall of Honor. The second Hokage died defending Konoha, his name belongs there as well, the third said. They were both Hokage, Minato. You are a Hokage too. He subtly emphasized the word Hokage, a gentle smile on his face. The meaning was obvious. I, too, am a Hokage. Therefore, I wish to be enshrined on the Konoha Wall of Honor. Having said that much, Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't need to continue. Now it was a matter of whether Minato could take the hint. And of course, could a Hokage really lack that kind of perception? Hiruzen had said enough today. He could swallow his pride in private, but never in public. No matter what, he wanted his name on that Wall of Honor. He could already picture it, his grandchild pointing proudly at his name one day, saying to their friends, "See that? That's my grandfather." He earned his place among the leaders on the Wall of Honor for his great service to Konoha. He was also the great third Hokage of the village. Just imagining that scene made his heart race. I'm a hero. I'll be remembered by Konoha's people for generations. Truly impressive, Lord Third. Minato's mouth twitched. Honestly, he hadn't yet decided whose names would go on the newly built Wall of Honor. It was something he was still discussing and reviewing with his advisors. That's why no other names had been engraved so far. But Hakan's accomplishments were more than enough. Putting his student's name up first to establish his presence was something he, as a teacher, ought to do. As for the others, that required further discussion. It wasn't that they were unworthy, it just couldn't be rushed. He needed to assess everyone's contributions carefully to ensure fairness and transparency. Yet the third's impatience made things awkward. If he agreed, others with greater merits might object. If he refused, judging by the third's demeanor, he clearly wasn't leaving quietly today. Headache. A real headache. He was already swamped with the Raikage issue, and now this. At a time like this, he truly had no energy to deal with the wall of honor. Even his newly promoted assistant, Shikaku Nara, was coming home every day with dark circles under his eyes. You're an adult, can't you understand priorities? Right now, the main focus is leveraging the rakeage to secure greater advantages for Konoha. Why are you so eager to polish your own reputation? If you can't help, fine, but don't add to the chaos. Those were the words Minato kept to himself. But he couldn't say them out loud. As the fourth Hokage, it was his duty to respect his predecessors. Unless absolutely necessary, like when Hakken went on a rampage at the village gates, he preferred not to use his authority as Hokage to confront the third. He could do it, but there was no need. What mattered most was what was best for the village. Minato-sensei. Just then, the office door opened. Hakken, carrying his great sword over his shoulder, stepped in with a puzzled look on his face. He could have sworn he'd heard someone talking about the Hokage and a wall or something. But the moment his eyes landed on the third, his confusion disappeared. Oh, it's him. Then it's fine. Catching Minato's helpless, pleading gaze, Hakken gave a calm nod. The meaning was clear, leave it to him. The third Hokage is right. Both the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, were great contributors to Konoha, he said evenly. They had their merits and their flaws, but they're more than worthy of being engraved on Konoha's wall of honor. Merits and flaws. That's your evaluation of the first and second Hokage. Minato glanced at Hakken, puzzled, but didn't interrupt him. Just now, the third also mentioned the word Hokage, didn't he? Hakken rubbed his chin, the corner of his mouth curving slightly. That faint smirk made Hiruzen instinctively sense that something wasn't quite right. That's correct. Every Hokage has been recognized as one of Konoha's great heroes. I like the sound of great heroes. Maybe this kid isn't so bad after all. The third nodded in satisfaction. Then, to put it plainly, all Hokage throughout history have been Konoha's heroes and naturally deserve to have their names inscribed on the wall of honor. You're a Hokage too, so you'd like to be on the wall, right? Getting on the wall, huh? Getting on a bed might be easier. The amusement in Hakken's eyes deepened as he walked up to Hiruzen and boldly patted him on the shoulder. To be fair, the old man wasn't very tall, so the angle wasn't difficult. That's indeed a place I aspire to, the cheerful third said. Simple, Hakken replied with a gracious nod. If you want to be on the wall, you can be. After all, the wall of honor system was my idea. I still hold that authority. Understanding that, Hiruzen's smile grew brighter. Wait. Something's off. What's going on with Hakken? Seeing Hakken so cooperative left Minato looking bewildered. That wasn't the kind of attitude he usually had. But Lord Third, there's one precondition for being added to the wall. Changing his tone abruptly, Hakken cleared his throat and straightened, his expression turning serious as he looked toward Minato. Sensei, please get your pen ready. Pen. Startled, Minato picked up the pen and paper from his desk. Please, Lord Third, Hakken said solemnly, state the achievements you've made over these decades, everything you've done for Konoha and for this village. Speak boldly. Speak freely. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 90, Minato-sensei, is it okay if I betray my grandmaster? Are you kidding? I'm Konoha's third Hokage. I've devoted my life to this village. The third froze, the words spilling out on instinct. But he didn't realize that by answering like that he'd already taken the bait. Be bold, give an example. Hakken encouraged him with an expectant look. According to the Wall of Honor and Merit regulations, we record your most outstanding contributions and update them in real time. This is the rule. You should understand that keeping a huge shinobi village like Konoha running depends on fairness. So, begin your performance. Want to be on the wall? State your contributions. In the late First Shinobi World War, this old man and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, went to the Land of Lightning to negotiate. Everything was going smoothly until Kinkaku and Ginkaku suddenly appeared. I stepped forward and volunteered to cover the rear. Hiruzen said it with a proud tilt, the confident tone of a seasoned veteran. Just as expected. Hakken gave a cold chuckle and cocked his head. Did you actually cover the rear? Did you cover the rear? Damn it, no. Not at all. In that instant, the third felt Hakken Yoru's hostility slowly coil around him. Yes. In the end, he hadn't covered the rear. That, indeed, didn't happen, but... Hiruzen's face flushed, he was mortified. Oh, that's a shame. But... Sorry, no buts. Hiruzen wanted to say that his lone willingness to cover the rear had earned the second Hokage's trust and led to his appointment as Konoha's third Hokage. The second had been blind to choose Hiruzen, maybe, but under those circumstances there wasn't a better choice. Still, does that count as a contribution? The one who died was the second Hokage. If you put that on the wall, what would you add after his name? Anything else? Haken blinked and asked again. I led Konoha to victory in the Second Shinobi World War. Hiruzen thought for a moment, then bellowed with renewed pride. Then how many enemies did you personally slay on the battlefield? I'll have the number engraved. That innocent face leaned in again, the boy like a curious kid, eager to know just how mighty the revered third Hokage had been in the Second Shinobi World War. Damn it. He hadn't even been on the front lines that time. Hiruzen's breathing quickened as he stared hard at Haken. He wanted to bite the boy to death, but he was Konoha's third Hokage, he couldn't lose his composure over this. If word got out, forget the Wall of Honor, the villagers would spit at him in the street. What a pity. Haken sighed, shaking his head in mock regret. As for commanding from the rear, you don't seem to have taken part either. All the credit went to the legendary Sannin on the front lines. Open sarcasm. Blatant sarcasm. This old man in the Third Shinobi World War. Hiruzen opened his mouth, ready to claim that the Third Shinobi World War had been won under his wise leadership, but the words stuck. The Hokage who'd actually earned the credit in the Third Shinobi World War was staring right at him. And he hadn't forgotten how this Hokage had eventually stepped down. Wasn't it because leadership during the Third Shinobi World War failed under pressure, forcing him to hand the position over to Minato? To say that would be utterly humiliating. But you think that's enough to keep my name off the Wall of Honor? Hiruzen let out a cold laugh, pride swelling in him again. Indeed, I did not personally go to the battlefield on those occasions. But the legendary Sannin you just mentioned were disciples I taught, and Minato is my great disciple. Even you are my great disciple. I taught talent to Konoha. You're something else. Damn impressive. Haken couldn't help but raise his thumb in mock admiration. But seriously, who the hell is your grandson? Turning his head, Haken winked at Minato. Minato-sensei, can I betray my grandmaster? Puffed. Minato couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. That slap in the face came completely out of nowhere. But seeing his disciple's exaggerated winks, he knew that wasn't the point. Haken, what's this about? Fine, I'll play along. Just don't scare me like that next time. Think about it, Konoha's Sannin, also known as the three scoundrels of gambling, lust, and drugs. The disciples taught by your teacher's teacher, one was a hopeless gambler who left Konoha. Another spent his days peeping on women bathing. I even caught him red-handed once. As for the last one, well, there's no need to say more. His human experiments killed countless promising Konoha children. Haken spoke without restraint, his disdainful expression making the third Hokage's stomach churn. With such a grandmaster, I'd rather not stay. There was no need to put it that way. Minato gave a bitter smile. His student really didn't hold back against the third Hokage. Sneaking a glance at Hiruzen, he could tell from the flush on the man's face, red as a monkey's behind, that he was furious beyond words. And with that, the credit for teaching Konoha's talents was gone. Come to think of it, being the teacher of Konoha's vices wasn't exactly something to brag about. Orochimaru did conduct human experiments, but I led the team that captured him. The third gathered what little dignity he had left to refute. And where is he now? Did you actually capture him? Haken didn't even bother to feign politeness anymore. He looked at Hiruzen calmly. I see. He's playing with me. This old man, for Konoha. Hiruzen's face turned red, but he couldn't think of anything to list as his contributions. Guarding the village's legacy. Not really, he knew all too well how devastating Konoha's losses were during the Third Shinobi World War. Go back and think about it. When you've figured it out, come back and explain yourself clearly. The Wall of Honor in Konoha doesn't welcome slackers. Haken patted Hiruzen's shoulder once more before making it clear he was done. He wasn't the Hokage, of course. But it was obvious that staying any longer would only humiliate Hiruzen further. Swallowing his anger, his chest burning as though it might explode, Hiruzen turned away in humiliation, opened the door, and walked out. Before coming here, he never imagined things would turn out like this. His face burned. His pride stung even worse. Yet, he couldn't say a single word in his defense. What have I done for Konoha all these years? Ah. What have I done? As he closed the door to the Hokage's office, Hiruzen's heart pounded violently in his chest. But then, from inside, came the words that completely shattered his final shred of composure. Ha 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 ha. This is killing me, Minato-sensei. The third wants to get on the Wall of Honor. He can barely climb onto a bed, let alone the wall. Puffed. A mouthful of old blood burst from his lips. Hiruzen's head buzzed violently. I swear. I will earn those merits. Chapter 91, make you the one and only Hokage who expands the nation's borders. Let's get down to business. The third had already left. Hakken couldn't be bothered with him, an old man like that posed no threat. He was retired now. Whatever he'd done before had nothing to do with him anymore. But as for the Wall of Honor, that symbol of glory, Hiruzen Sarutobi had no right to be there. Having Minato there was already more than enough respect for Hiruzen. There were things he'd deliberately left unsaid. Like how the Senju clan disappeared, and why Tsunade was the only one left. That so-called mystery wasn't a mystery at all. Integrate into Konoha. Sorry, but no great clan would ever want their bloodline tainted or diluted. No matter how much they assimilated, a main family branch would always remain. That was Hakken's understanding. Whether history truly happened that way, only Tsunade, who'd left Konoha, probably knew for sure. And then there were other questions. Why hadn't anyone intervened when the Uzumaki clan was wiped out? How did Tsukumo Hatake really die? And so on. In that sense, Hakken felt he'd already given Hiruzen Sarutobi more respect than he deserved. He slumped down onto the nearby sofa, wiping his zanpakuto as he looked at Minato. The third showing up here was just a brief interruption. He was here today for real business. What about the Raikage? Minato's expression grew serious again. The Raikage had been captured through Hakken's joint effort with him, yet he had let all the credit go to his student. That didn't matter. A teacher who truly cared for his student wouldn't mind such things. But how to deal with the Raikage, that was a real problem. Capturing the Kage of a major village wasn't a small matter. One wrong move could spark an all-out war. From Konoha's perspective, it looked like a good thing. But if word got out, the land of lightning would fall into chaos, and other hidden villages watching from the shadows would surely act. The balance of the ninja world could shift entirely. Konoha had just barely recovered from the exhaustion of the Third Shinobi World War. If another war broke out now, the Fourth Shinobi World War, there wouldn't be much for them to gain. That made the Raikage's existence suddenly feel like a hot potato. Of course, this was Minato's own concern. Afraid he might overlook something, he had come to discuss it with Hakken. Never mistake this man before you for a child. No child could ever push the Hokage to the point of coughing up blood. What's the rush? Hakken shot a puzzled glance at Minato. To be honest, the moment he walked in, he'd noticed something off about him. It was like Minato had caught someone doing something wrong, yet still felt guilty, almost as if he owed Kimogakure something. The Raikage. Minato froze. Wasn't this the very question that demanded urgency? Hakken shook his head. Indeed, it was only natural for someone like the Yellow Flash to have such an attitude. He'd watched the original Naruto anime countless times and knew that this kindness and approachability were part of Minato's charm. But these were enemies. Cold-bloodedness toward enemies was the right approach. Of course, from his God's eye perspective, it was easy to say these people lacked a grand vision. Yet once you truly lived in this world, you realized that the environment itself inevitably limited their perspective. That's why even a transmigrator with a God's eye view had no right to arrogantly judge others for being narrow-minded. Because if you were truly just an ordinary ninja, you might not even measure up to them. That point mattered. So Hakken wasn't going to lecture Minato about seeing the bigger picture. That would be meaningless. A small nudge would suffice, let Minato think it through himself, and slowly start to see things differently. That was what someone standing in the Hokage's shadow should do. Sensei, it shouldn't be Konoha that's anxious. It's Kimogakure. Hakken spoke seriously. Kimogakure is more anxious than we are, because the Raikage's fate is still uncertain. Whether other ninja villages learn the news and attack Kimogakure, or Kimogakure chooses to fight to the death, either way, it's only disadvantageous to them. And Kimogakure is our enemy, you said it yourself. They were the enemy. If the enemy was anxious, why should they be? Just wait patiently. As for the Raikage's condition, you don't have to worry. He won't die unless I want him to. At worst, he'll suffer. As enemies, we owe them nothing. The moral ground is ours, they were the ones who infiltrated Konoha first. Even if we killed him on the spot, no one would dare accuse Konoha of cruelty. This world fears only the strong, only the might of powerful ninja villages. Approaching Minato, Hakken noticed his thoughtful expression and chuckled softly. Also, don't you think Konoha is lacking something right now? Lacking something. Minato's mouth opened, then closed as realization struck him. Money. He slammed his hand on the table, eyes lighting up. Exactly. You've seen the recovery plan for the ANBU, that same plan applies to those Konoha ninja who died in battle. Tripling the death benefits, training new ninja, stocking military supplies. Doesn't the Raikage's existence conveniently make up for all that? Konoha was indeed short on funds. The root cause still traced back to the aftermath of the Third Shinobi World War, even their humility before the daimyo stemmed from it. Most ninja villages relied on taxes, mission commissions, and the daimyo's support for their economy. To be humble before the daimyo meant you received only what they were willing to give. It was unreasonable, but reforms could only happen step by step, and Haken kept that thought to himself. Exchange the rakeage for money. At least it would give Konoha some breathing room. Once things stabilized, this roaring first ninja village would once again make the world tremble in fear. With himself and Minato. And the ANBU, meticulously trained at great cost. If even that couldn't revive Konoha, then perhaps the village was doomed to fall. If possible, when the Kimogakure delegation arrives, I'll personally demonstrate how to handle prisoners of war. I believe that after this, you won't need to bother me with such troublesome matters again. Haken winked at Minato, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Somehow, I feel like you're going to turn Kimogakure upside down, Minato muttered, shivering slightly under his disciple's mischievous gaze. It won't be that bad. At worst, they'll just become sworn enemies of Konoha. Haken smiled innocently. After all, I want my teacher to become the only Hokage to expand the borders of Konoha, the first shinobi village that's been stagnant for decades. At that moment, Minato's gaze changed. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 92, can you be his older brother? After Haken finished speaking, the spacious Hokage's office fell silent. Minato stared blankly at the youth before him. To be the first Hokage to expand Konoha's borders. Konoha, stagnant for decades. The word stung. Yet upon reflection, the truth was undeniable. 3 great shinobi world wars. What had Konoha gained? What had it lost? It was a question demanding deep thought. Perhaps the first and third shinobi world wars had been forced upon them, but during the second, Konoha poured everything into the conflict and still failed to secure a decisive victory. Even after exhausting all resources, they couldn't crush a Megakure. Expanding its borders. For a village that had stagnated for decades, it would be a monumental achievement worthy of the history books. But Haken. Slowly raising his head, Minato's gaze cleared from its shock. The youth before him was already walking toward the office door, sword in hand. Haken. What the teacher wanted was never this. Simply watching your growth, watching you transform Konoha, watching you reshape the entire ninja world. That alone already filled him with contentment. Whatever you gained along the way was your contribution. Just watching you was enough. When you fully grew, he would entrust everything he had protected to you. That was his only wish. Those honors belonged to you. Haken. As the youth's footsteps neared the doorway, Minato's gentle voice reached him. HM. Tilting his head, the youth turned back in confusion. When Naruto is born, can you be his big brother? With hope in his voice, Minato spoke the words long buried in his heart. When Naruto is born, can you be his big brother? The phrasing was gentle, yet its meaning went far deeper than the surface. Naruto's big brother was one identity. The other identity was Minato's child. Minato had reviewed Haken Yoru's records countless times. Whenever he saw orphan listed under identity, his heart ached for Haken. Children like Haken found it difficult to truly open their hearts, something Minato understood well. Without parents, adrift since childhood, he had only Itachi besides Anko. That was why he treated Itachi so well. Bit by bit, he worked to earn this child's acceptance. To let him know he wasn't alone. Though they'd only truly known each other for a short time, it felt as if they'd been connected for much longer. Now was the time to say it, to make up for a regret, to speak the words that might offer comfort when it mattered most. Even if it only brought a flicker of warmth, it would be enough. He stopped at the doorway. Haken froze. Naruto's name came from a protagonist in one of Jiraiya-sensei's novels. Minato hoped his son would one day grow into a great ninja like Jiraiya himself. So when Minato mentioned Naruto, Haken wasn't surprised. Nor was it the idea of being Naruto's brother that made him pause. He understood perfectly what Minato meant. But words like that, no one had ever spoken them to him before. Still not enough. Minato gave a wry smile. Truthfully, I just worry Naruto won't have a companion. I'm afraid he'll be lonely, nothing more. If you don't want to. Gulp. The burn of strong liquor ran down his throat. Haken lifted his gourd and took a deep swig, then turned around. The redness at the corner of his eyes, whether from the alcohol or the heat, made him look almost vulnerable. Fine. But Minato-sensei, when the time comes, remember to add 2 more bowls and chopsticks at home. He grinned faintly. Also, Anko's cooking is awful. If she teams up with your wife, our stomachs might just explode. He had agreed. Minato opened his mouth to say something more, but the youth at the doorway had already stepped out. Between master and disciple, words weren't always necessary. That was probably what Haken believed. But between father and son. Minato shook his head, a soft sigh escaping his lips. Then, that familiar, gentle smile, the yellow flashes smile, returned to his face. That day will come. Konoha, outside the Sarutobi residence. A slightly weary figure was making his way home. Just as he was about to enter, a shadow blocked his path. Danzo. Lifting his gaze, Hiruzen Sarutobi blinked in mild surprise. It had been a long time since this old comrade had come by. Hiruzen, my name should be on Konoha's wall of honor. Well, that's bold of you. So even Danzo had his eyes on that wall. But I'm not even on it myself, what makes you think you deserve to be? This isn't my concern anymore. In fact, I don't even have the qualifications to be up there. Hiruzen's tone turned cold. The Konoha Wall of Honor. Perhaps the Hokage Rock was the village's most iconic landmark, but that only meant you'd once been Hokage, nothing more. The Wall of Honor was different. It stood at the village's very center, where people came every day to read about heroes' deeds and pay their respects. It was far more tangible than the Hokage Rock. You're not on the wall. Danzo looked at his old comrade in disbelief, a sneer tugging at his lips. Figures. I never thought you deserved it anyway. Of all Konoha, Danzo probably despised Hiruzen the most. Even now, he still believed that if he'd stepped forward back then, the Hokage's seat would have been his. But reality had likely gone something like this. When the enemy closed in, Danzo volunteered to stay behind. Then the second Hokage had patted him on the shoulder with a faint smile. All right, Danzo. Konoha will remember you. Go. Saru, we're heading back to the village. Yeah. Did the second not see Danzo's true nature? He wasn't blind, ambition was something you could see clearly in someone's eyes. In both strength and ability, Danzo was no match for Hiruzen. The second Hokage had understood that well. That final test had probably been meant for Hiruzen all along. Just because I couldn't make it up there, you think you can? For example, what exactly have you done for Konoha? Hiruzen stroked his beard, realizing he wasn't as upset as he'd expected to be. He still had time, his old friend didn't. And with that realization came a subtle sense of satisfaction. I've rendered great service to Konoha. Danzo's tone dripped with disdain. Then be specific. Give me an example. If you can name one, I'll march straight to the Hokage's office and speak to Minato myself. Hiruzen's face softened into a polite smile, he wanted to see Danzo squirm. You really think I wouldn't dare? Sure, some of those things couldn't exactly be carved onto the Wall of Honor, but they were still accomplishments. He wasn't stupid, he knew those deeds could never be made public. But the villagers had to know of his contributions. A little embellishment wouldn't hurt. Straightening his back with pride, Danzo began to speak. I founded the Root Division, operating in the shadows of Konoha, protecting the village from every potential threat. Tsukumo Hatake, his power and influence exceeded acceptable limits. That's why he had to die. And the Senj, hey, what the hell are you doing? Why are you covering my mouth, Hiruzen? Have you lost your damn mind? Chapter 93, remember, right now, you're just a pawn at the negotiation table. It was already July. The warmth of summer still lingered as Haken walked through Konoha's bustling streets, the lively scenes around him passing by in a blur. The villagers had long grown accustomed to the sight of the young man who strolled through the village with a sword slung over his shoulder, sake in hand, moving with effortless ease. The initial surprise and curiosity had faded. Now, their eyes held only respect. The Wall of Honor in Konoha had forever engraved this youth's name into their memories. He was the one who had guarded the village while they slept. This era needed heroes, and Konoha had never been short of them. Haken's heart was calm. The waves stirred by Minato Namikaze had gradually settled. Had he truly blended into this world? Maybe. Having a few more people to share meals with wasn't such a bad feeling either. Lifting his head, he realized he had somehow wandered into Konoha's central plaza. Before him stood the monument he had personally created, the Wall of Honor and Merit. Yet for now, only his own name was carved upon it. Haken shook his head. He had no habit of admiring his own achievements and was about to leave when his eyes caught sight of a familiar figure nearby. It was him. What are you looking at? He walked over and patted the man on the back. Owl, only you could sneak up on me so quietly. Kakashi turned around with a wry smile. To be honest, after spending so much time working alongside Haken, he had long since gone from shock to numb, especially when it came to that uncanny ability to completely conceal his presence while sensing others. Truly terrifying. Among the Night Owl team, Kakashi was the only one who still called him by that codename, Owl. He seemed to like that bird as well, vicious and fierce, yet utterly loyal to those it cared for. It fit Haken's nature perfectly. He glanced at Kakashi, then at the wall of honor before them. This was the third section of the wall, the monument to the fallen. If nothing unexpected happened, it would soon be filled with the names of ninja who had given their lives for Konoha. I know everything about your father. Handing the gourd of sake to Kakashi, Haken spoke suddenly. It was probably because of Naruto or the situation with Kumo that Kakashi was reminded of what had once happened to him. Having personally experienced it and come to understand White Fang, he no longer held any resentment toward his father. If nothing else, he could sense that same aura from Haken, and had even heard the same words from him. A ninja who breaks the rules is scum, but one who abandons his comrades is worse than scum. That line had become something Kakashi silently repeated to himself whenever he recited the ninja creed. But father. Glancing at the memorial stone before him, Kakashi gave a bitter smile. White Fang's death had not been honorable, so his name would probably never be engraved upon this stone. And Kakashi would never argue on his father's behalf just because he was friends with Haken. He wasn't that kind of person. Nor was there any need to. He knew exactly what kind of man his father had been. If his father could not be remembered, then Kakashi would inherit his will and leave his own mark upon that stone. That was his way of living. Rest assured, White Fang is a hero. He'll appear here someday. As a hero of Konoha, there's no reason for him to fade from memory with time. And those who need to be dealt with will be dealt with eventually. They're just useful to keep around for now. Haken gave Kakashi a symbolic punch to the chest before turning to leave. Those last words, however, left Kakashi puzzled. Useful for now. Who was he talking about? Shaking his head, Kakashi decided not to think too much about it. Then, as if remembering something, he slapped his forehead. He had almost forgotten the main matter. Owl, the Raikage has awakened and requests to see you. Konoha Hospital. Ever since Tsunade, one of the Sannin, left the village, Konoha's medical standards had seemed to decline. No truly outstanding medical nin had stepped up to replace her. They had slipped, but were far from terrible, in comparison with other villages they still led. It was just that Haken felt something was missing without Tsunade. The intensive care ward was a mess. Vials whose spiritual properties should have been visible lay smashed to pieces. The Raikage now resembled Killer Bee as he lay in Kimogakure, his chakra scrambled, his body racked with a pain that felt like being eaten alive by ants. Every time he tried to draw chakra out of himself the agony flared and he froze. How could an old man like me be bested by a brat? Clutching the bedsheet with trembling hands, fury burned in the Raikage's chest. The plan had failed utterly, and he had become a captive like a wooden puppet. He had never felt such humiliation. Even dying in battle would have been 1,000 times better than this. And now, even killing himself was impossible. He forced his head to turn despite the pain. Suddenly the ward door swung open and two figures strolled in. One of them was the brat who had ruined his plan. He understood now. It wasn't that the barrier Ki Mabui brought from Konoha had failed, or that Konoha had left guards behind. The reason was simple: when Konoha's fourth Hokage arrived he was still in his underwear. No Kage would choose that attire for a mission. So it had been this brat who detected the patrol. How strong was his sensory ability? Muscles tensed, large beads of sweat slid down his forehead. The Raikage forced himself up with everything he had. A Raikage was a Raikage, the sheer force of his will alone set him apart from ordinary men. Need me for something? Haken crossed his arms and handed his Zanpakuto to Kakashi, who stood beside him. Kakashi took the Zanpakuto with shaking hands. He'd seen that blade take lives, thankfully, aside from its weight, no such vision appeared this time. He breathed a sigh of relief and forced a shy smile. An official sword bearer? Not a bad role. Haken hadn't thought about giving him a title, he just felt the ward was stifling and wanted Kakashi to have something to do so he wouldn't keep thinking about his father. As for the White Fang and Konoha's internal affairs, Haken had his own plans. It wouldn't be long before the village became as united as iron. Let him leave. The Raikage croaked, sitting upright had drained the last of his strength. His voice trembled as he glanced at Kakashi. Kakashi gave a wry smile and started to step back. He never liked being a bother, and the Raikage probably had important matters to discuss with Owl. Kakashi had no right to interfere. No need to pretend. Haken tossed the words off casually, planted a foot on the hospital bed, and stared directly at the Raikage. He's my friend. To me, he matters far more than you. Also remember this, you're just a bargaining chip at the negotiating table. You have no right to make demands, and you certainly have no right to intimidate anyone. Haken gripped the Raikage's throat with one hand and tightened his hold. Without warning, his anger exploded. I heard you woke up and scared the medical nin who tried to inject you into tears, and knocked over that bottle of medicine. Get down here and wipe that floor clean, or I'll tear your thigh off. Chapter 94, Chapter 94, this isn't the Konoha you remember. Is he just putting on an act? No. Showing off in front of a prisoner. That would only make him seem small-minded. Haken only grabbed his throat and forced him to clean up because he'd knocked over that bottle of medicine. This is Konoha. No matter how the village once treated its captives or enemies, no matter what had happened on this land, none of it mattered to him. Even if past Hokage had once bowed their heads in submission, even if during the 5 Kage summit someone had stooped so low as to bow in front of others, it had nothing to do with Haken. He couldn't care less. For someone like the Raikage, who had lived his whole life with authority, it was natural to lash out when suddenly reduced to a prisoner. History had long since made the other village's Kage see Konoha as weak. From the moment Hashirama Senju bowed to the other 4 Kage, they had started to look down on it. Relying on mutual understanding to achieve peace, what a ridiculous lie. The only thing one can truly trust is the weapon in their own hand. That is the most effective path to peace. Just like now. Before him, no one could stand tall and act arrogant. This was a new Konoha, one under his control, hidden in the Hokage's shadow. The reforms had already begun. That servile attitude would soon vanish completely. Konoha had changed. The Raikage, blind to that fact, still treated the village as if it were the weak Konoha of the past, and even dared to throw things around on Konoha's own soil. Cleaning the floor was a light punishment. If he weren't still useful, Haken would have cut him down with a single strike. Among the captives, Yujitoni had been far more perceptive than the Raikage. After realizing resistance was meaningless, she quietly accepted her position and began serving by Haken's side as his personal maid. There was no such thing as different treatment for male or female prisoners. Everything depended on whether you recognized your place. Konoha spared your life, treated your wounds, and you show no gratitude. You were shown respect, but you refused to take it. Then don't blame Haken for showing no mercy. This is not the weak Konoha you remember. Brat. I am the Raikage. Fury burned in his eyes as the immobilized Raikage forced the words out through clenched teeth. He was the Raikage, how could he obey orders to do menial labor? Crack. Without a single wasted word, a sharp sound split the air, his calf snapping in an instant. When Haken said he'd break his leg, he meant it. There was no mercy for enemies. Kakashi's heart pounded beside him, a glint of respect flashing in his eyes. Yes, he was the Raikage. Even as a prisoner, most people wouldn't dare treat him this way. Not even Minato-sensei. But all dared, and did it without hesitation. No matter who you are, causing trouble in Konoha comes with a price. Ugh. The Raikage, inheritor of the will of lightning, still refused to yield. Even as his bones cracked, he only let out a muffled groan. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, every Kage possessed their own will, and the Raikage was no exception. Brat, I am the Raikage. Is that all you've got? The pain only made the Raikage more alert, bringing him even closer to the reason he'd come seeking out this brat in the first place. In this world, there were only Raikage who died in battle, never ones who surrendered. He was of Kimogakure. He would never yield. You'd better kill me. His chest rose and fell with ragged breaths. In that moment, Haken felt a flicker of admiration, an acknowledgement between warriors. Perhaps only such resolve was worthy of the title of Kage. I know you want to die. Haken's lips curled into a twisted smile. But when Yujito first arrived, she wanted to die too. Do you want to know what I told her? I told her that if she dared to try, I'd make her watch as I personally cut off every single head in Kimogakure. Remember, every single one. Believe me, Raikage-sama, I can absolutely make that happen. And just so you know, I'm acquainted with Orochimaru, the one who specializes in resurrection and immortality techniques. Even if you manage to kill yourself, I can still bring you back to life, just so you can watch it all happen again. Haken raised his hand. Come, sword. Kakashi suddenly felt the weight in his arms disappear as the Zanpakuto materialized against the Raikage's throat. You have 2 choices. First, clean up this mess and wait quietly until the Kimogakure ninja arrive. Second, I kill you right now, bring you back to life, and make you watch as every single one of your people is beheaded. 3 seconds. Choose. As Haken finished, the Raikage's expression twisted through a storm of emotions, cold indifference, disdain, shock, then burning fury. How could a brat say something so cruel? How had he even come up with such a merciless method? Physical pain he could endure, but mental torment like this was something else entirely. He didn't know if that resurrection technique truly existed, but as the Raikage, he couldn't gamble with the lives of his entire village. 3. 2. Haken gripped the Zanpakuto's hilt tightly, his eyes filled with murderous intent, ready to strike at any moment. I choose one. You damn demon brat. The roar shattered the heavy silence in the hospital room. The Raikage collapsed to the floor, struggling to gather the shattered bottles and scattered debris with his remaining hand. In the end, he had lost. Haken sheathed the Zanpakuto and turned to leave. But then, lying there on the ground, the Rakige's breathing steadied. In that fleeting moment between life and death, clarity struck him. Kid, I admit, you have a ruthlessness none of the Hokage before you ever possessed. But do you want to know how I managed to activate your Konoha barrier? How I slipped past the land of fire's defenses and entered Konoha unnoticed? The path to death was closed. Negotiation was all that remained. As the acting Rakige, resistance was meaningless now. All he could do was use the upcoming talks to secure better terms for Kimogakure. That scroll was one of his bargaining chips. If he were in the Hokage's place, he would want to know who the traitor was. As long as the other side showed curiosity, he could claw back a bit of leverage. That was his plan. You think I don't already know who it is? Hakken crouched in front of him, raising an eyebrow with calm indifference. He knew. A's eyes widened. Impossible. If he knew, why hadn't he changed Konoha's barrier? Why hadn't he set an ambush in advance? No. He's lying. I let a piece of trash leak exactly what I wanted leaked, then used that information to gain an advantage, like getting you here. Once that person loses all value, I'll expose everything they've done and kill them in front of everyone. Tell me, Rakige, do you think I'm wrong? A chilling cold swept through the entire room. The Rakige fell silent. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 95, Chapter 95, I'll always be right behind you. Mabui-sama, is there really a need to rush like this? We haven't received any updates from Konoha yet. If we move in recklessly, won't we risk disrupting Rakige-sama's plans? You didn't see how smug those Konoha shinobi were just now. I swear, I could have slapped both of them. Along the road stretching from the land of fire's border to Konoha, a small squad sped forward. Mabui's expression was tense, her anxiety deepening with every passing second. The unease in her chest was growing stronger and stronger. Beside her, Samui frowned, clearly puzzled. Hadn't they only just returned from Konoha not long ago? Even if they went again under the guise of a diplomatic delegation, it was hard to imagine any good coming from it. Konoha's stubborn, unyielding attitude was suffocating enough on its own. Pick up the pace. And if anyone dares to speak carelessly during the negotiations, I'll charge them with treason. Without offering any explanation to Samui, Mabui called out sharply to the ninja following behind. She was anxious, how could she not be? It had already been 3 days, and there was still no word from the Rakige. If everything had gone according to plan, they should have already returned to Kimogakure by now. But there hadn't been a single sign of movement. There was only one possible explanation, something had happened to the Rakige. Without him, Kimogakure had lost both its mind and its symbol. 3 days of silence was still tolerable, but if this continued and others began to notice something was wrong, chaos would soon follow. Akage's presence was vital to their village. And if word spread to other shinobi villages that the Rakige had met with misfortune, war would be inevitable. There was no doubt about it, that would be the only outcome. Worse still, Kimogakure had no one ready to succeed him. Killer Bee could be considered, but he was still bedridden, his strength all but gone. How could such a weakened Kimogakure possibly face a war that could break out at any moment? For Mabui, there was only one course of action, to head to Konoha immediately and confirm the situation for herself. At the very least, she needed to know whether the Rakige was still alive, and then prepare for the worst. Kimogakure's upper ranks had already entered level 1 combat readiness, ready to respond to any situation. She could only hope that Rakige-sama was safe and unharmed. With a bitter smile, Mabui-sama shook her head. A pang of regret struck her, she shouldn't have handed that scroll to the Rakige. What if it had all been a trap set by Konoha? She didn't dare think further. Her grim expression made the squad members behind her swallow nervously before quickening their pace to keep up. Sasuke should be born soon, right? Konoha Hospital. Hakken looked curiously at Mikoto Uchiha's rounded belly. With her due date approaching, Mikoto had been staying at the hospital, ready to deliver at any time. As Itachi's friend, it was only natural for him to stop by for a visit. After all, Itachi was undergoing special training alongside the ANBU members, growing stronger every day. That left him little time to accompany his mother. And Fugaku was busy handling clan affairs, too preoccupied to visit the hospital himself. The doctor said it should be any day now. A warm, maternal glow lit up Mikoto's face. In this moment, she was the very image of a mother's grace. But if you name him that, are you sure the third Hokage won't mind? Hakken raised an eyebrow. As far as he knew, Hiruzen Sarutobi's father was named Sasuke Sarutobi. Wasn't that basically implying that the third was the grandson of the Uchiha clan head? No wonder the Uchiha massacre happened, using another man's father's name for your own son. Who else would be doomed if not you? Of course, the tangled logic of this world's relationships might simply be beyond his understanding. Fugaka said he already spoke with the third, so there shouldn't be a problem. Mikoto gently stroked her belly with one hand and ruffled the boy's hair with the other. Haken, don't push yourself too hard with training. In Auntie's eyes, you and Itachi are still just kids. The boy didn't shy away from Mikoto's hand. His eyes were free of any impropriety as he lightly touched her belly in return. Mothers were truly incredible. There was no room for impure thoughts here. But joking aside, the fundamental issues behind the Uchiha clan's downfall still hadn't been resolved. Indeed, the Uchiha clan had problems, and serious ones. Lacking Konoha's trust, it was all too easy for them to face dire consequences. Guiding the Uchiha properly was now the most important task of all. Still, this was the period just before the Nine-Tails attack, so tensions between the Uchiha and Konoha weren't yet as severe as they would become. There was still room for change. Sasuke was about to be born, and Naruto's birth wasn't far off either. The difference was, Haken had become Naruto's older brother. So if Sasuke and Naruto fought one day, would he side with Naruto against Sasuke, or help Sasuke fight Naruto? Or should he help Sasuke fight Itachi? Or maybe lend Itachi a hand when he fought Naruto? Or perhaps, when Sasuke and Naruto fought, he and Itachi could just find a nice spot to relax, grill some meat, and watch the show. Things were getting complicated. Rolling his eyes, Haken decided it wasn't worth overthinking. Fate had already changed, he'd deal with it when the time came. If all else failed, he'd just beat up Naruto, Sasuke, and Itachi one by one. His eyes brightened. That last idea actually didn't sound bad. Maybe he should try it. What on earth is this child thinking? Mikoto looked at Haken in puzzlement. From the way he was staring at her belly, she couldn't shake the feeling that things weren't quite so simple, almost as if her child was destined to get beaten up, or maybe both of them. A woman's intuition at this stage was downright terrifying. Commander, the Kimogakure envoy has arrived. Hokage-sama requests your presence. Oh. At the doorway, an ANBU ninja entered respectfully. He was one of the guards Haken had arranged to protect Mikoto. Carrying such a large belly wasn't easy, and unlike Konoha's elders, he wouldn't dare to exploit her or cut corners with her care. Nor would he ever force her into any duties. Understood. Taking a deep breath, Haken rose and turned to Mikoto. Aunt, I have some matters to handle. Please get plenty of rest. Such a polite child. Mikoto smiled softly. Honestly, she felt grateful and happy for Itachi to have a friend like him. Haken, just as you suggested, I'm entrusting this round of negotiations entirely to you. Inside the Hokage's office, Minato clapped Haken on the shoulder. I have no specific demands, just handle it as you see fit. And don't worry about anyone criticizing you. Even if the outcome isn't perfect, don't be afraid. Move forward with confidence. Remember, I'll always be right behind you, supporting you. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 96, Chapter 96, Before this blade, Konoha stands supreme. Late summer. Waves of hot wind rolled through the air, making people long for a cool place to rest. If you had an old-fashioned ice pop, it would be even better. At Konoha Square, two chairs sat neatly on either side of an ordinary rectangular table. On one side sat a young man, eating his ice pop with obvious satisfaction. Across from him, Mabui, whose naturally dark skin only deepened under the blazing sun, was already drenched in sweat. Lifting her head with effort to face the boy across from her, she gritted her teeth. The one leading the negotiations wasn't the Hokage. It was that devil who had wielded a massive sword in the Hokage's office earlier. Now, that sword rested in the hands of the white-haired man behind him. At the white-haired man's side stood several others whose presence left Mabui even more uneasy. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was easy enough to recognize. But the rest, if she wasn't mistaken, were members of the Night Owl team. The Hokage himself, standing behind someone else. And further back stood Konoha's entire council. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The two advisors, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Utatane, Koharu's recently reattached arm visible at her side. And, of course, Danzo Shimura. The atmosphere was unnervingly strange. Konoha's highest authority stood lined up in the background, while that boy sat comfortably across from her, eating his ice pop. Was this really Konoha? Mabui licked her dry lips. Honestly, she wanted to ask if this was their idea of hospitality. At the very least, shouldn't they have offered her one too? Truthfully, Haken felt a bit helpless himself. Until a moment ago, he had thought when Minato said, "I'll stand behind you," it was simply meant to give him courage and confidence. Who could have guessed he meant it literally, and that he'd push him to the front of the negotiation table in front of everyone. What a setup. Sensei. Casting a sideways glance full of quiet reproach at Minato's encouraging smile, Haken sighed softly. The Kumogakure delegation was already seated. At this point, there was no way to make Minato sit back down. The negotiations had already begun. As for those old fossils standing in the back, Haken hadn't even noticed them at first. After all, this matter had little to do with them, unless, of course, they'd come to watch him make a fool of himself and maybe claw back some of their lost power. That kind of thinking wasn't hard to figure out. Danzo's route hadn't truly been disbanded, though its operations were clearly less brazen than before. The third Hokage had probably come hoping to share some of the credit, maybe lend a hand and get his name on the wall. And the two advisors? He hadn't expected them to show their faces here. Ever since Minato had promoted a new generation of Konoha officials, they'd likely been dissatisfied with their loss of influence, and were now looking for an opportunity to climb back into relevance. Well then. If they came with that mindset and weren't invited, they could stand there quietly. The chairs were for the negotiators only. Hakenyoru, I didn't expect we'd meet again so soon. Taking a deep breath, Mabui finally spoke. The air between them was heavy, but the negotiations had to move forward. At this point, she still didn't know whether the Raikage was alive or dead. Officially, the purpose of this meeting was to discuss peace and bring an end to the border conflicts, but in truth, every word and move from here on out would be a test. Gritting her teeth, Mabui decided to forget about asking Haken for an ice pop and instead pulled out a scroll. The contents were clear. This was Kimogakure's greatest concession, prepared long before their arrival in Konoha. She tossed the scroll across the table toward him, her expression stern. Since you're the one in charge, I won't waste time with pleasantries, she said coldly. These are the terms Kumogakure is offering for a ceasefire. If you can. Clack. Before she could finish, Haken flicked the scroll aside without even looking at it. Mabui froze for a moment, then fury boiled up inside her. An insult. A blatant insult. How could a member of the negotiation team act so recklessly, so irresponsibly? Hakenyoru, this is not how Konoha should. Swish. A flash of steel cut through the air. The sharp gleam of a blade stopped Hamura Mitokado mid-sentence, his face stiff with terror. The sword's tip hovered less than a hair's breadth from his throat. He could smell the iron tang of blood on the blade as if it were already there. You should be grateful I'm in the middle of a negotiation, Haken said coolly, taking another bite of his ice pop. Otherwise, your head would have been rolling by now. With a snap of his fingers, the Zanpakuto moved as if alive, returning smoothly to its place, its tip plunging straight into the ground beside him. Sword control. No, this was something deeper. Everyone watching trembled, startled by the sudden display. Either shut your mouth, Haken said flatly. Don't let me hear another word out of you. Not even a breath, certainly not a fart. Or leave. Or die. Your choice. Without glancing back, he turned his focus to Mabui once again. He hadn't been bluffing. If not for the presence of outsiders, Hamura's head would already be rolling across the plaza. Family matters weren't to be aired in public, that was the logic. But he swore to himself, if that old man so much as opened his mouth again, he would make good on his threat. Minato. The third Hokage frowned slightly behind them, as if he wanted to speak. Lord Third, Minato said quietly, shaking his head, Haken has full authority over this. I trust him. The message was clear. Like Haken, Minato hadn't expected the elders to show up uninvited. Their presence had been irritating enough, yet they still couldn't keep quiet. Would it really kill them to stand silently for once? I trust him. Because he was his disciple. Watching the young man's figure at the table, Minato nodded faintly. That composure, that decisiveness, was the mark of a true leader. That earlier swing of the blade had made even Minato tense for a moment. He genuinely thought Haken would follow through. He didn't like Hamura either, but as one of the Hokage's advisors, killing him in front of foreign delegates would do irreparable damage to Haken's reputation. There would be plenty of time to deal with them after the talks were over. For now, restraint was the wiser move. Minato's lips curved slightly. His student had grown. That was the bearing of a Kage. All right, Mabui. Haken dropped what was left of his ice pop and snapped his fingers at Itachi. At once, Itachi stepped forward and calmly unfurled a map across the table. The border between the land of fire and the land of lightning was clearly marked. I'm not the type to play games, Haken said. So let's be direct, the Raikage was captured by me and Minato-sensei. Mabui's breath hitched. If you want to bring him back, that's fine. Haken rose from his seat, lifting the great sword once again. He stepped onto the table, his shadow falling across the map. Then, under Mabui's wide, trembling eyes, he drove the Zanpakuto straight into a marked location. His voice was calm but cold enough to freeze the air. This land belongs to Konoha. He was demanding the land of lightning seed territory. Insane. Completely insane. Did he even understand what that meant? Mabui's entire body trembled as she pointed a shaking finger at him, struggling to breathe. What did you just say? Repeat that. Hakken arched an eyebrow, smirking. Deaf, are you? He pushed the blade forward another inch. This land belongs to Konoha. And remember this, Konoha. Not the land of fire. Chapter 97, Chapter 97, as long as I stand here, Konoha is the #1 shinobi village. Everything before this blade belongs to Konoha. Konoha, not the land of fire. Heavens above. Just how far does your ambition reach? Mabui's breathing quickened. A moment ago, those 8 words had filled her only with anger and humiliation. But now, after hearing the next sentence, her entire body began to tremble. Even the old men standing in the back, and Minato himself, opened their mouths slightly as if to speak, yet all of them held their tongues. Hakken was in the middle of a negotiation. Interrupting him now would only break his momentum. With a faint, bitter smile, Minato shook his head. So that's what he was planning all along. But still, wasn't this too much? The weight of those words, if taken seriously, could shake the foundations of the entire shinobi world. He didn't even need to look back. He could already imagine the elders behind him, those stubborn fossils, standing there slack-jawed in disbelief. Since the founding of the shinobi villages, a system of mutual dependency had taken root between the villages and their respective nations. But over time, that balance had shifted, from equality to quiet subordination. Even the appointment of a new Hokage required the daimyo's approval. The reason was simple: the village needed the nation's backing, its funds, its resources, its political stability. Without it, missions and taxes alone could never sustain Konoha's growth. As Hokage, Minato understood this perfectly. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that without the daimyo's support, Konoha wouldn't last a month before collapsing under financial strain. That alone showed how vital that support truly was. And yet, because the daimyos constantly funneled money into the shinobi villages, they had grown accustomed to viewing them as their hired muscle, bodyguards bought and paid for, while they themselves acted as the patrons. And between a patron and his enforcer, there could only be one hierarchy. The Hokage might never admit it aloud, but that was the truth. Equal footing. He'd seen it with his own eyes, the third Hokage bowing low, humbly accepting supplies from the daimyo's retainers. Hakken must have realized this long ago. And his words just now, they weren't recklessness. They were the first strike in a much larger revolution. Minato was quick to understand. In an instant, he pieced together Hakken's intentions. Why should the strong kneel before those who can't even wield chakra? Funding for development? No. Let's call it what it really is, protection money. Standing on the table, Hakken tilted his head slightly, watching the dazed Mabui struggle to process his words. The shock alone would take her time to digest. But that didn't matter. The rest of his statement wasn't what mattered to Kimogakure anyway. It was those first 8 words, that was the true message. Catching sight of Mabui's confusion, Hakken turned and gave Kakashi a small nod. Understanding immediately, Kakashi vanished. A few minutes later, he returned, with 2 ANBU carrying a stretcher behind him. On it lay the 4th Raikage, his arms and legs broken. He was still weak, but his complexion had improved. Hakken had commanded the souls within his blade to halt their torment, at least for now. There was no point in killing him, at least not yet. Alive, the Raikage was far more valuable than dead. And with the spirits bound to his sword, Hakken could decide that man's fate at any moment he pleased. At this moment, Kimogakure no longer posed any threat to Konoha. Raikage-sama. Seeing the Raikage lying on the stretcher, Mabui's heart clenched. She wanted to speak, but he simply shook his head. With a strained, bitter smile, the Raikage forced himself upright, meeting Hakken Yoru's gaze. You've taught me a new way to negotiate. On the way here, Kakashi had already told him the terms of this so-called negotiation. From fury, to humiliation, to bitter resignation, he had gone through every negative emotion imaginable. But now, all that remained was calm. What use was anger? In his current condition, he had no chance of fighting back anyway. Humiliation. Yes, it was humiliating. But reality was always cruel. If he were the victor, he might have demanded territory as well. Unfortunately, he didn't have the nerve. Because he lacked that ruthless resolve, that cold, merciless edge that this kid possessed. The kind of ruthless will he'd once said set Hakken apart from every other Hokage. A ruthlessness that no enemy could ever accept. Hakken Yoru, you should know. This isn't something I can decide on my own. After a moment's silence, the Raikage sighed heavily. I know. Hakken jumped down from the table and walked to the stretcher, smiling faintly as he patted the Raikage's shoulder. But I also know you can convince the daimyo of the Land of Lightning to agree. Of course, besides the land, there's also this. He pulled a list from inside his cloak and pointed at it. The staggering numbers, compensation sums and material quantities, made the Rakich's head ring. He stared at it for a second before blood suddenly surged up his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of it. Don't be so quick to spit blood. Calmly shoving the list into the Rakich's hands, Hakan yawned. Oh, and don't bother thinking about keeping the two tails. From today on, she's my little kitty. Understood. I can't do that. The Rakich's body trembled violently as he shouted, voice hoarse with rage. You can, and you will. Otherwise, I'll come take her myself. Leaning in until his forehead nearly touched the Rakich's, Hakan's pupils shrank into sharp points. Remember this. If I have to take her myself, this list won't even begin to cover the price. And don't forget something even more important. This negotiation is happening in the middle of Konoha's central plaza. I can't guarantee no one will leak the news of your condition. Anoki, 4-1, might find Kimogakuru's current situation interesting. If you don't return to your village soon. Leak the news. My injuries. Killer B's still bedridden. I agree. The struggle in the Rakich's eyes vanished instantly. He roared out the words before collapsing, finally overwhelmed by exhaustion and the flood of pent-up emotion. Mission accomplished. Hakan exhaled softly and straightened, surveying the scene around him. Every gaze in the plaza was fixed on him. He had done what no one else, not even the Hokage, had managed to do. From this day onward, his name would be etched into history. It was Konoha's greatest victory since the village's founding. His chest rose slightly with pride. The Zanpakuto embedded in the ground seemed to respond to his mood, humming faintly before flying back into his hand. Hakan raised the blade toward the sky, his eyes cold as he looked at the stunned Kimogakure delegation. This, he declared, voice cutting through the air like steel, is the price for defying Konoha. Remember this well. As long as I stand here, Konoha will remain the #1 shinobi village in the world. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 98, Chapter 98, I bestow upon you the title of Konoha's Kenpachi. 1. The entire square fell silent. At the very heart of Konoha, the vast plaza was shrouded in utter stillness. Only one voice lingered in the air, echoing across the space. As long as I stand here, Konoha will remain the #1 shinobi village in the world. The #1 village. How many years had it been? How many long years? No one in Konoha had spoken such proud, defiant words to the outside world in ages. The #1 village. A title both familiar and distant. Perhaps, in private, they still whispered it with pride, that Konoha was once the greatest of them all. But since the death of Hashirama Senju and the outbreak of the 3 shinobi world wars, that title had long become hollow. And now, before the eyes of all, that young man had declared it once more, the first shinobi village had awakened. Every gaze was drawn to the figure standing at the center of the plaza. He wasn't tall, nor imposing, yet none could look away. No one had thought they would live to see this day again. A day when Konoha could once more proclaim with pride, we are the first shinobi village. This was not empty bravado, not a hollow claim of strength. This was real. Hakan-kun. At the edge of the plaza, his voice still reverberated through the air. Crowds of villagers and shinobi had gathered there, though they held no right to approach the negotiation grounds. Curiosity had drawn them to witness this historic moment. Among them stood a violet-haired girl, her hand brushing against the necklace at her throat, a small gift Hakan had given her after returning from his very first mission. Now, he stood beneath the sun, radiant and unshakable. All eyes were on him. He shone so brightly that even just watching him from afar was enough. Just this was enough. Ken-san. Itachi's eyes were steady, devoid of unnecessary emotion. As always, he stood behind Hakan, his shadow, his support, and he was content to remain that way. Kakashi-senpai, Yamato murmured from afar, his voice trembling slightly, is this, that unique charisma you said a true leader has? I think I finally understand. He stared blankly at the scene before him. That presence, just by standing there, drew people in, made them want to follow, to believe. In that single moment, Yamato could feel his own blood surge with heat. Born into Root, he had been molded by Danzo's doctrine since childhood, taught that the only true way to protect the village was to remain cold, unseen, emotionless. But now, he understood. Even standing here, basking in the light, sharing in that sense of pride and warmth, it was happiness unlike anything he'd ever known. This was the true will of fire. Hakan. Even Might Guy, the man who wore youth-like armor, the one who had once trained alongside Hakan, raised his thumb high and shouted across the plaza. Sensei, your successor has appeared. And somewhere behind the crowd, a man could no longer contain the heat in his chest. A single tear slipped down his cheek. No one expected to cry. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He had made many mistakes, that much was true. His gentle heart had too often stayed his hand, allowing Danzo to act unchecked, unable to strike down Orochimaru when he should have. Those were his failures. But one thing could never be denied, his heart had always belonged to Konoha. He might have lacked strength and decisiveness, but like every Hokage before him, he would have given his life for the village without hesitation. He too had once been young and full of fire. And this moment, this sight before him, brought those memories flooding back. The true successor had finally appeared. With a soft smile, Hiruzen nodded to the boy, then turned away, a quiet melancholy settling in his gaze. He was old now. Minato had been right. It was time to rest. Beside him, Danzo's expression betrayed no emotion. His eyes flickered briefly as he watched Hiruzen's departing figure, then he too vanished into the crowd. The negotiations were over. The Kumogakure delegation had no reason to remain. The Raikage was still gravely injured, they needed to return to Kumogakure immediately. After casting one final glance at Hakunyoro, Mabui turned and led her people away. On the plaza, Minato smiled proudly at Haken, pulling his custom kunai from his robes. Step by step, he approached the wall of honor, stopping before the section reserved for the village's greatest leaders. Only one name was freshly engraved there, clear and bold. Hakunyoro. Current head of Konoha's ANBU division. Graduated from the Ninja Academy at age 6. Joined ANBU that same year to support the front lines. Completed an S-rank mission, severely wounded the Kumo's 8-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, and successfully captured the 2-Tails Jinchuriki for Konoha. Ended the border war and secured highly favorable terms for Konoha in subsequent peace talks. On the night of July 1st, that same year, the Raikage personally led an infiltration squad into Konoha. Hakunyoro detected their presence and engaged them in battle. In this battle, he slew 6 Jonin from the Kumo and captured the Raikage alive. Raising the kunai, Minato's expression turned solemn as he personally carved the final words into the stone. July 5th, Hakunyoro personally led negotiations with the Kumo envoy, securing vast reparations and resources for Konoha. Furthermore, he achieved merits equal to, or even surpassing, those of the Hokage throughout history. Truly, the first to expand Konoha's dominion. The Hokage himself had engraved his subordinate's name upon the wall of honor. Minato had said it clearly before, this achievement belonged to Hakunyoro, not to him. TCH, seriously. Haken shrugged, looking half amused. His own accomplishments would one day fill this entire wall anyway, he didn't need this one to feel satisfied. Yeah. He wasn't impressed. If they were going to record something, conquering new land wasn't nearly dramatic enough. Even defeating the Raikage sounded kind of dull. Wouldn't unified the shinobi world look way better? Why make things so complicated? Shaking his head, he turned away. The negotiations were done, Kumogakure had been pressured enough, and now it was just a matter of monitoring the world's response and preparing for the upcoming Nine Tails incident. If Obito dared show his face, Haken would erase him without hesitation. Sure, Kamui was annoying to deal with, but it wasn't invincible. All he needed was one opening. One chance, and Obito would be dead. Just as he was about to leave, Minato suddenly stepped forward, blocking his path. Haken raised an eyebrow. Sensei. What are you doing? I, representing Konoha's 4th Hokage. Minato's clear, powerful voice rang out across the entire plaza, echoing off every wall and rooftop. Everyone turned their eyes toward him. What now? I'm not being Hokage, Haken said flatly, taking 2 wary steps back, a hint of annoyance flickering across his face. Minato scratched his head, embarrassed. Truthfully, he had wanted to take this chance to announce that his student would be the 5th Hokage, but even saying it aloud felt too heavy. Not because Haken lacked merit or strength, far from it. He was simply too young. In a few more years, after helping his disciple protect Konoha a bit longer, Minato could finally retire. I, in the name of the 4th Hokage, hereby bestow upon Hakunyoro the title of Konoha's Kenpachi. From this day forth, Konoha's Kenpachi shall wield the full authority and responsibilities of the Hokage. Kenpachi. Those were the 2 words Haken occasionally muttered to himself. Minato thought they had a strong, commanding ring to them, much better than his earlier idea of Konoha's blade-happy young warrior. So he seized the moment to give his student a proper title and momentum. He would grant him the power and duty of the Hokage, but not the title itself. The title of Kenpachi was his alone to bear. Finishing his declaration, Minato produced a small golden cross-shaped sword and fastened it to Haken's chest. It had been prepared long ago, crafted from the same materials as the Hokage's cloak, a symbol of unmatched honor and recognition. This. Haken blinked, half expecting to complain that this wasn't Bleach and Minato might have wandered into the wrong series. But before he could say a word, the plaza erupted into cheers. The shouts of Konoha's Kenpachi echoed across the air, shaking the village to its core. Haken sighed faintly, then smiled and nodded. From this day onward, he was Konoha's Kenpachi. The one and only. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 99. Chapter 99. Back then, Akatsuki shook the shinobi world. Several days later. Across the shinobi world. One after another, intelligence reports landed on the desks of the village leaders. And as those scrolls were unsealed and read, the uneasy world once again rippled with tension, an undercurrent of disturbance spreading quietly across the lands. A figure of overwhelming ferocity had risen from Konoha. And this time, the one crushed beneath his shadow was none other than Kimogakure, long famed for its military might. Captured the 2 tails alive. Severely injured the 8 tails. Even took the 4th Raikage prisoner and used him as a bargaining chip during negotiations. Each of these events alone was shocking enough, but taken together, the result was nothing short of earth-shattering. Kimogakure, the ever-proud and aggressive Kumo, had yielded. They had willingly ceded territory to Konoha, pledged never to cross the Land of Fire's borders again, and agreed to pay an enormous sum in war reparations and supplies. The once fierce Kimogakure had bowed its head. The details of the negotiations remained unknown, but the outcome was there for all to see. One fact was undeniable: Konoha had gained more from this conflict than anyone could have imagined. And in turn, Kimogakure had been reduced to weakness. For some, this spelled opportunity. The news, carried by whispers in the hands of schemers, spread like wildfire across the nations. Yet, curiously, not a single village stepped forward to speak. No one voiced sympathy for Kimogakure. No one condemned Konoha for seizing foreign land. Because this was the real world, where ideals meant little, and benefit meant everything. Every leader could only see one thing: how to turn this situation to their own advantage. And so, under this unspoken understanding, the shinobi world fell into an eerie, unnatural calm. Only one name cut through that silence. Konoha's Kenpachi. A youth who shone like a blazing star streaking across the night sky. The one they called Konoha's Kenpachi. He was the brightest new light in the entire ninja world. But beneath that deceptive stillness, the shinobi world was already beginning to churn. As though preparing for a far greater storm yet to come. The land of rain. A land eternally drenched in rainfall, its soil long since turned to mud. Yet the people here had adapted to this constant deluge and endured. Life had begun to settle into an unexpected calm after Megakure experienced a major upheaval. This nation, wedged between great powers and used as their battleground for decades, was slowly beginning to recover. Whether that recovery would prove a blessing or a curse, no one yet knew. Within Megakure, strange, industrial structures loomed everywhere. At the center of the village stood a towering, monstrous spire, and upon it appeared a solitary figure. Pale blue hair framed a serene yet unusually cold face. The metallic studs adorning her lips gleamed faintly in the dim light, always managing to give off a strange impression. Her name was Konan, the angel of Megakure. At that moment, she held a sheet of intelligence in her hands, her calm eyes scanning the text. Haken Konoha's Kenpachi. She murmured softly, and the paper slipped from her fingertips, fluttering upward until it merged seamlessly into her body of paper. Just as she was about to step inside the tower, the ring on her finger grew warm, emitting a faint pulse. Pain, is it time for a meeting? She glanced around once, then closed her eyes. In a vast, shadowed hall, the ghostly projections of multiple figures appeared, each perched upon a massive finger of the demonic statue of the outer path. It was an Akatsuki assembly. Members reported mission updates and exchanged the latest intelligence from the ninja world. At this stage, Akatsuki was still in its formative years, Obito remained behind the scenes, and Kisame had yet to join. The organization was far from the elite force it would one day become. Obito, Deidara, Kisame, and Haiden were still obscure figures, mere foot soldiers in the grand scheme of things. But one member present drew Konan's particular attention. Orochimaru. The S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, who had only recently joined Akatsuki. His true purpose remained unknown. Regarding the intelligence on Konoha's Kenpachi. Orochimaru, you should know something. Once the routine reports concluded, Yahiko, under Nagato's control, turned toward Orochimaru. The faint lavender hue of his Rinnegan sent a chill through Orochimaru's soul. The eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. Why were they in his possession? Haken-kun. Orochimaru's phantom shifted, a faint, serpentine smile playing at his lips. His eyes burned with greed and obsession, though beneath it lingered a trace of genuine confusion. Yes, he truly didn't understand. He had never imagined that someone with so little attachment to Konoha would rise to become its celebrated hero. The transformation had caught him completely off guard. "Weren't you going to visit me to discuss the mysteries of life? Where did you go?" Narrowing his eyes, Orochimaru looked toward Pain. "I once thought I understood Hakken-kun. Now, I can't see through him at all. The only thing I can say for certain is that when it comes to swordsmanship, no one will ever surpass him. His swordplay is an art form. From beginning to end, every strike looks ordinary, but if you lose focus even for a heartbeat, he'll cut you into pieces. So be careful with him. That's my advice." To hear such words from Orochimaru's own mouth left Konan, Nagato, and the other Akatsuki members visibly stunned. They were all missing Nin, accustomed to arrogance and pride. Few ever earned such respect from one of their own. "Art." Sasori let out a cold laugh, clearly irritated. "The art of the sword can never compare to the eternity of true art. An artist. That brat. He's far beyond you," Orochimaru replied dismissively, not even bothering to hide his disdain as his golden eyes flicked toward the red sand scorpion. Perhaps the others didn't interest him, but Sasori had made one mistake. He truly believed that Kabuto, the men he'd sent to spy on Orochimaru, was under his control. Too bad. That little trick had long been undone. Kabuto's faith had always belonged to Orochimaru. "Do you want to die? Tell me your location," Sasori said coldly, his puppet-like eyes narrowing. The air between them grew tense. "Akatsuki forbids infighting," Nagato's calm, commanding voice cut through the silence. "Our current priority remains funding the future plan." Meeting adjourned. He was used to this kind of hostility and cut off the Akatsuki link without hesitation. "Zetsu," Nagato said after the others faded away, "keep an eye on that Konoha's Kenpachi." When Zetsu's shadowy figure sank back into the darkness, silence reclaimed the hall. The quiet of the ninja world. Akatsuki's growing awareness. None of it had anything to do with Hakken. Whether he knew or not, it made little difference, he already had his own plans in motion. At the moment, he was standing still, holding an infant in his arms with a strange look on his face. The baby radiated an unusual liveliness. Though only a few days old, his restless nature was already obvious. Worse yet, while Hakken held him, the little brat had shamelessly peed all over him. His name was Sasuke Uchiha. Born a troublemaker. Hakken glanced at the miniature Kusanagi sword dangling from Sasuke's open-bottomed pants, then at the Zanpakuto resting by his side, and suddenly grinned wickedly at the infant. "Danger. My little brother." Alarmed, Itachi rushed over and quickly blocked Hakken's hand before he could draw his sword. "Ken-san, Sasuke is still a baby," Itachi said hurriedly. "If you must take it out on someone, take it out on me." Chapter 100, Become a True Clan Leader. The Uchiha clan's terrifying tradition of brother obsession. Hakken rolled his eyes. What, was he really going to castrate Sasuke or something? Of course not. On the contrary, he found this strong-willed little brat rather interesting. After all, not just anyone had the privilege of blessing him with a stream of baby urine as their first interaction. Still, Hakken understood, Itachi was merely humoring him. Now that he had a younger brother, Itachi had someone new to protect. But the bond between Hakken and Itachi would never change. That much, he knew clearly. Just like when Sasuke was born, Itachi had rushed over, insisting that Hakken hold the newborn himself. That gesture of sharing his joy said it all. Itachi saw Hakken as the most important person in his life. Did he, perhaps, want Hakken to see him as a brother too? Hakken smiled faintly. Those two children of destiny would definitely find themselves under his discipline one day. Sasuke had been born. Naruto would arrive soon after. Some matters that needed to be addressed could no longer be delayed. His visit to the Uchiha today wasn't just to see Sasuke. After handing the baby back to Itachi, Hakken turned to the Uchiha clan head standing beside him and drew in a steady breath. "Uncle, do you have time to talk?" Fugaku blinked in mild surprise, then rose to his feet. His wife and children were still in the room, yet Hakken hadn't spoken directly about the reason for his visit, he'd only asked whether Fugaku had time. As clan head, Fugaku understood perfectly well what that implied. Itachi's friend, Konoha's recognized hero, clearly wanted a serious discussion. "Please," Fugaku said, nodding politely. At this point, no one in Konoha treated this young man as a child anymore. "Ken-san." Feeling the subtle tension in the air, Itachi quickly stood, looking between the two. "Go keep your brother company," Hakken said, stopping him. "And while you're at it, make sure to wash my clothes." He stripped off his shirt right in front of him and tossed it over. It wasn't that he was trying to hide anything from Itachi, between them, there was no need for secrecy. But if Itachi overheard the conversation, he'd surely overthink it. It was better to let him sense the changes on his own and make his own judgments. That was the right approach. Inside the living room, Hakken sat bare-chested while Fugaku handed him a cup of tea, his eyes filled with quiet curiosity. As far as Fugaku could remember, this was the first time they'd ever spoken this formally. "Uncle, there are some things I think it's time we talked about." Haken lifted the cup of tea, sniffed it, then awkwardly set it back down. Tea wasn't his thing, he preferred the sharp burn of ergoto down his throat. Lately, he'd been giving a lot of thought to the Uchiha clan's situation. The tragedy that befell them in the original story, after forming a bond with Itachi, he couldn't bring himself to let it happen. He didn't want to see Itachi carry a burden that was never his to bear, shouldering the agony of slaughtering his own clan and walking alone in darkness. No normal person could endure something like that. But changing the future wouldn't be easy. After analyzing it carefully, Haken concluded that the root of the Uchiha tragedy stemmed from two main issues. The first was the distrust and unfair treatment from Konoha's upper echelons. That part could be resolved easily enough thanks to his influence. Neither Danzo nor the third Hokage had the authority to interfere anymore. The Nine-Tails attack had directly and indirectly triggered countless problems. The belief that the Uchiha could control tailed beasts with their Sharingan had once again surfaced. Did the higher-ups truly not know the Sharingan could manipulate the Nine-Tails? Of course they knew. The battle between Madara Uchiha and Tobirama Senju couldn't possibly have left no record behind. It was through controlling the Nine-Tails and activating his armored Susanoo that Madara had managed to fight the first Hokage on equal footing. The leadership definitely knew the truth, they simply lacked a convenient excuse to justify suppressing the Uchiha. Using that event as pretext, they began marginalizing the clan, forcing them to relocate their compound to the outskirts of the village and placing them under constant surveillance. As for that first issue, with the fourth Hokage Minato now in charge of Konoha, and with Haken's own presence, it wasn't much of a concern. The second issue, however, lay within the Uchiha themselves. Pride wasn't the problem, excessive pride was. The title of the strongest clan alongside the Senju from the Warring States period still lingered in their hearts. That pride had grown into an unspoken sense of superiority over the rest of Konoha's villagers. And with the existence of the Konoha police force, they'd grown complacent, smug, even, believing they held the village's security in their hands, patrolling day after day with self-assured confidence. Naturally, those who broke the rules were bound to be punished. But in Haken's eyes, there wasn't anything fundamentally wrong with the Uchiha police force. When someone makes a mistake, they deserve punishment, but it has to be justified. That's the only way to earn respect. The clan needed to shed its bad habits and truly integrate into Konoha. Otherwise, stronger measures would eventually become necessary. And before that happened, Haken wanted to have a proper talk with Fugaku, to prevent any misunderstanding later on. He genuinely admired the Uchiha. They might be eccentric, even a bit unhinged at times, but once you earned their trust, they were the most reliable allies one could ask for. Beyond Shisui and Itachi, there were countless other exceptional individuals within their ranks. "Speak freely," Fugaku said, taking a deep breath, his expression turning serious. "The Uchiha have been living quite comfortably lately, haven't they?" Haken smiled faintly at him, taking a bold swig of ergoto. "Naturally. Everyone's quite relieved with the fourth's attitude toward the Uchiha, at the very least, it's fair." It was true. Fugaku nodded. No longer did he have to face Hiruzen Sarutobi's stiff expression day after day, or constantly scheme against the village's upper ranks. Nor did he or his clansmen have to suffer from the sting of exclusion. Even the clan's share of benefits was now distributed evenly with the others, gone was the sense of inequality that had once festered. Days like these left no one dissatisfied. "In that case, I won't waste words." Haken nodded slightly. "Uncle, do you know what it takes to keep things this way? To gain something, one must also be willing to give." Before Fugaku could reply, Haken raised two fingers. "Loyalty. Loyalty, absolute loyalty. You know better than anyone the problems within the Uchiha clan," Haken continued evenly. "If you can show me the iron resolve befitting a clan head, if you can prove you truly understand what this word means, then I can guarantee stability." He straightened slightly, his tone firm but not harsh. "And here, I'll make you a promise in return. The Uchiha will always be Konoha's Uchiha. But if you can't do it, I'll lend you a hand." At that point, there was no need to elaborate further. As clan head, Fugaku Uchiha understood his people's flaws better than anyone. Haken's message was clear. Show your strength as leader. Bring those defiant clansmen to heel. If you can't, I will. Simple as that. Silence followed. The air in the living room grew heavy, tense. Fugaku said nothing, lost in thought. After a long pause, he finally exhaled slowly and met Haken's gaze. "I'll need time, and Konoha's trust. With those two things, the Uchiha will always remain Konoha's Uchiha." At last, Fugaku spoke the words of concession. From this moment on, he would act as a true clan head. "If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, Hiruzen, do you still want to be Hokage? Ken-san, what did you say to father? Outside the Uchiha clan compound, Itachi finally gathered the courage to ask. Tap. A finger pressed against his forehead. Itachi stared blankly at the other, as if asking what Hakken meant. You really want to know? Hakken raised an eyebrow and leaned his forehead close to his. The bare-chested youth carried a natural sense of pressure that left Itachi dazed. He had just finished washing Ken-san's clothes and had planned to hand him a shirt, but Ken-san said it was cooler without one. Still, he definitely wanted to know what they'd talked about. From today on, your father won't be sitting at home with that gloomy face. See for yourself, Itachi. Hakken patted his shoulder and smiled. With Itachi's intelligence, he would surely notice the change. Hakken had done what needed to be done. He had done his best. If even this couldn't change the Uchiha situation, then he would have to use force to eliminate the problem at its root. Father won't be frowning anymore. Itachi parted his lips slightly, as if realizing something. Ken-san. Come on, train with me. Tonight, you're joining me for a bath. Cutting off whatever Itachi was about to say, Hakken grabbed him by the collar and dragged him outside. There was no need for more words. A hard training session was enough. That was how men communicated. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The calm in the ninja world persisted. Yet that eerie atmosphere only intensified as intelligence reports circulated between the villages. Within Konohagakure, however, the mood stood in stark contrast to the outside world. After the defeated supplies from Kimogakure were delivered to Konoha in batches, the people's spirits soared to their peak. Many would often stop by the Wall of Honor to pay their respects, expressing their deep reverence for Hakken. At the Konoha training grounds, after a month of rigorous drills, the ANBU members' morale and energy had reached their limit. Though the initial number of 350 had been reduced through rounds of selection to 300, with the rest reassigned to other ANBU positions, the results still fell short of Hakken's expectations. What he demanded was an absolute elite force. As it stood, the current formation was far from effective and lacked the overwhelming presence he sought. The remaining members still required further tempering, but not at the same intensity. Maintaining such extreme pressure for too long would only make them overly tense, risking the opposite effect. After the day's training ended, Hakken made his way to the Hokage's office. During Konoha's current period of development, there was always an endless stream of matters requiring attention. The only ones Minato could truly rely on for assistance were Inoichi Yamanaka and Shikaku Nara. Everyone else was of little help. Over the past month, Minato had been completely exhausted. Yet his mental state was better than ever. Now, he was the true Hokage. The matters he handled all concerned the growth and prosperity of Konoha, and that gave him a sense of fulfillment. The reforms were progressing smoothly, everything unfolding exactly as planned. It was deeply satisfying. I never imagined the Land of Lightning would really be willing to cede such a vast territory. Handing a map to Hakken, Minato spoke with a touch of emotion. They certainly would. Hakken glanced over the map and replied calmly. With the nation's strongest military village in ruins, would the Land of Lightning still dare to resist? Unless they had lost their minds, they would never challenge Konoha. But the daimyo of the Land of Fire has also sent an envoy. Minato sighed bitterly, rubbing his temples. He had summoned Hakken precisely to discuss how Konoha should handle the daimyo's envoy, especially since the daimyo had already assigned an official to oversee that newly acquired territory. The daimyo's intent was clear, he wanted that land. What business does the Land of Fire have with Konoha's spoils of war? Seated on the sofa, Hakken let out a cold laugh. He had foreseen this outcome. After all, the daimyo had always been interested in expanding the Land of Fire's borders. But this was only possible because the daimyo had no idea why the Land of Lightning had so willingly surrendered the territory. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning understood that without a shinobi village, his nation was nothing. Unfortunately, the daimyo of the Land of Fire had no such awareness. But we can't be too forceful with the daimyo either, Minato admitted. He provides Konoha with a great deal of resources each year. That's what makes this difficult. We can't let the Land of Fire take away what we earned through blood without paying a price. And since you were the one who secured that land, I need to hear your thoughts. Simple. Hakken raised his flask, took a swig, and yawned, looking somewhat disinterested. Minato always lacked flexibility. This matter wasn't particularly troublesome. Since Hakken had already expected the daimyo to send envoys, he had naturally prepared a countermeasure. The daimyo can have that land, and he'll have to take it. We can't send them back empty-handed now that they've come. Standing up, Hakken spoke words that left Minato puzzled. Konoha has only 2 demands. Remember, demands, not negotiation terms. These must be fulfilled. Extending his hand, the young man smiled faintly. First, from today onward, the land of fire's subsidies to Konoha must triple. Triple. Minato froze, completely unprepared for such an outrageous demand. I'm not finished yet. Haken shrugged. Second, Konoha will take 90% of all profits generated from that region every month. The daimyo values his pride, it's not impossible to give it to him, but this is the price. We don't have enough people in Konoha to manage such a vast territory anyway. If he accepts, good. If he refuses, then let him think about why the daimyo of the Land of Lightning so willingly handed over his land. If he can't figure it out, Konoha will help him understand. Exchanging a dispensable piece of land for triple the supplies and 90% of its profits was far more profitable than simply claiming the territory. Haken's calculations were sharp, and his final words carried a clear threat. His methods were ruthless, undeniably so. No wonder the Raikage had said it before, Haken possessed a level of decisiveness that surpassed every Hokage before him. While Minato was busy securing Konoha's interests in the Hokage's office, not far from the Hokage building, inside a quiet room, Hiruzen stared at Danzo in shock. Just moments ago, Danzo had said something completely unexpected. Hiruzen. Do you still wish to become Hokage again? What did he mean? The third froze. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 102, Chapter 102, this time, I won't let you do as you please. Do you still want to become Hokage again? Do you? Slowly regaining his composure, Hiruzen lit his pipe and took a deep drag. After a long silence, 4 words left his lips. I once did. Once did. Meaning he no longer does. Danzo frowned, slightly taken aback. Based on his understanding of this old comrade, Hiruzen was not someone who would easily relinquish power. By all logic, he should feel envy toward the beloved Minato Namikaze and that young man known as Konoha's Kenpachi. Yet his reaction now was far beyond what Danzo had expected. Hiruzen wasn't deceiving him. Those 4 words were sincere. Perhaps before that negotiation, I truly did think about taking back power. But after that, the thought disappeared. I'm old. Konoha should be left in the hands of the young. And I believe Minato can do even better. As he spoke, Hiruzen lifted his gaze to look at his old comrade. These were companions who had walked beside him through life, Kohara Utatane, Hamura Mitokado, Kagami Uchiha, and Torafu Akimichi. They were teammates from the same generation and the bodyguards of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. The days spent carrying out missions together had forged an inseparable bond between them. Decades had passed. Those old comrades had all changed. The 2 Hokage advisors had become consumed by comfort and vanity, offering little real help in times of need. The only one with whom Hiruzen could truly speak his heart had been Kagami Uchiha, and he was long gone. But when it came to change, no one had changed more than the men before him. Koharu and Hamura had merely grown vain, but Danzo, he, like Hiruzen himself, had become obsessed with power. The creation of Root was a mistake. Konoha only needed one ANBU. The ANBU were already steeped in darkness, but Root went even deeper into that abyss, a darkness that did not belong to Konoha. Hiruzen had never voiced these thoughts aloud. Perhaps when Danzo first established Root, it did bring some merit to the village. But as his authority grew, Danzo became increasingly reckless. He thought Hiruzen couldn't see it, when in truth, Hiruzen simply chose not to speak. Even Danzo's collaboration with Orochimaru, he had turned a blind eye. In recent days, Hiruzen had spent much time in quiet reflection at home. Looking back on his life, he believed he had done no wrong. Yet as Haken once described, there was nothing he could point to, no deed worthy of being carved into the wall of honor. For Konoha, he had given everything. But mediocrity was still an undeniable truth. Now that the position of Hokage had been passed on to Minato, Hiruzen had slowly let go of his desire for control. Only that wall of achievements remained his one regret. If possible, he wished to use the rest of his life to do something meaningful, to make up for that regret. That was his only remaining wish. Understood. Staring at Hiruzen's face for a full minute, Danzo seemed to search for a crack in that calm facade, hoping to find a trace of falsehood. But to his disappointment, there was none. This time, the old comrade he thought he knew had completely exceeded his expectations. Rising to his feet, Danzo turned and headed for the door. Danzo, I advise you not to do anything. I've already stepped down. The current Hokage of Konoha is Minato. Hiruzen's voice followed, carrying a clear warning. There was no mistaking Danzo's purpose in coming here today. His very first question, whether Hiruzen wanted to be Hokage again, said enough. Hiruzen didn't know what Danzo planned, but he was certain it wasn't anything good. Just like those hidden, questionable achievements Danzo always boasted of, this too reeked of the same nature. Those of Root have no names, no emotions, no past, no future, Danzo murmured to himself, ignoring Hiruzen's words. There is only the mission in our hearts. What supports Konoha's great tree from beneath the surface is the will of us, the root buried deep in the earth. Konoha has completely fallen out of control. The only salvation is to restore order. The ideals of the current Hokage and that boy are utterly mistaken. As Root, we must eliminate every threat. Without another word or a hint of hesitation, Danzo left Hiruzen's home, leaving the old man sitting silently in place. Once, you told me those same words, Hiruzen muttered quietly. But what you've done, Danzo. This time. I won't let you do as you please. Getting a bit lax, aren't we? Stepping out of the Hokage's office, Hakken glanced at his system panel with mild exasperation. It wasn't that he had been neglecting his daily sword practice, rather, that sudden mission remained incomplete. His original plan had been to put the ANBU through special training, select the best of the best, and lead them to completely eradicate the remaining spies within the Land of Fire, sweeping across the borders to establish the might of his unit. That way, he could continue reaping lives, eventually unlocking his Zanpakuto and becoming a true Shinigami. But now, he realized he had been too idealistic. Even among elites, talent had its limits. After all, this was a world where lineage mattered. Some awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and soared to near-Kage-level strength, while others spent their entire lives as mere chunin. Though his training methods were effective, it would take at least another month to achieve the results he wanted. So, this mission would have to wait. Still, the ANBU's pace of improvement wasn't his main concern. With time, quality would follow. Right now, he was focused on only one thing. The Ninetales incident, just 1 month away. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as Hakken's figure vanished from sight. I never thought you'd actually make it into ANBU. On the familiar rooftop of the 4th Hokage's home, Kakashi looked helplessly at Guy, whose wild aura couldn't be hidden no matter what mask he wore, or how much hair covered it. Yeah. Might Guy had joined ANBU. Who could have seen that coming? It had to be a joke. His straightforward, hot-blooded nature was suited for open combat, not the shadowy work of covert missions. Even the original story had shown that much. When Kakashi had been assigned to ANBU, Guy, wanting to understand his friend's struggles, had eagerly applied to the 3rd Hokage for the same position, only to be rejected. Frustrated and confused, he crossed paths with Danzo, and in a fit of impulsive determination, declared he wanted to join Root. Danzo dismissed him instantly. Your heart isn't dark enough. That had been his only explanation. And indeed, the mind of a rare beast like Guy was something no one else could comprehend. Just like now, balancing upside down on one hand mid-training, he casually asked Kakashi if he wanted to spar. Bro. We're on a mission. Watching the two, Itachi and Shisui could barely hold back their laughter, though they dared not show it. New members always took time to adjust. Whoosh. A figure landed on the rooftop, Hakken, arriving straight from the Hokage's office. He scanned the group. Itachi Uchiha, Shisui Uchiha, Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, and himself, 5 in total. From this moment on, we'll maintain 24-hour rotating shifts to protect Kushina Uzumaki's safety. At that instant, Night Owl Squad reassembled once more. Their mission was simple. Protect the safety of the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, I want to see the Ninetales. Kushina Uzumaki. She was no longer just the Hokage's wife or the Ninetales Jinchuriki, she was also Hakken Sensei's wife. Since Hakken had promised Minato to look after Naruto as his older brother, he would never allow anything to happen to this lively, outspoken woman. Of course, beyond that, everything had already been decided the moment Minato stood in front of him at the ANBU headquarters. It was the exclusive escort mission of Night Owl Squad. As night fell, Minato continued tirelessly working in the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of his home, several hidden figures had already entered their watch. The squad's level of skill and stealth was far beyond ordinary imagination. Without careful observation, no one would ever notice their presence. Come down for dinner. Unfortunately, the voice from the balcony made them all sigh helplessly as they emerged from hiding. Well, so much for stealth. After that shout, even an idiot would realize someone was hiding here. What's worse, it was what Kushina said that truly struck fear into everyone, except Hakken and Guy. Dinner. You've got to be kidding. Compared to Kushina's terrifying cooking, they'd rather eat soldier pills. But when Kushina, her belly round and heavy, actually looked ready to jump from the balcony onto the roof, they had no choice but to climb down nervously and step into the room. Don't be fooled, this pregnant woman was anything but ordinary. She really would try to make that jump if no one stopped her. Naruto's bold, carefree personality clearly came from her. Of course, she wasn't reckless for no reason. She was a mother now, no mother would willingly endanger her own child. She simply trusted that the shinobi watching from above were strong enough to catch her if anything went wrong. And while others couldn't guarantee that, with Haken present, such an accident was impossible. When everyone finally gathered around the dining table, they were caught off guard by what they saw. In front of each of them was a steaming bowl of soup that actually looked decent. They didn't know what was in it, but at least it looked edible. Since Lady Kushina is treating us, I won't hold back. On his first ANBU mission, Guy was already starving. Compared to endless soldier pills, this bowl of soup looked heavenly. Guy. Kakashi reached out, his face tense, his tone cautious. Clearly, he sensed trouble. What is it? Guy blinked in confusion. Gulp. As the two exchanged wary glances, Haken had already lifted his bowl and downed the entire thing in one decisive motion. Not bad. Wiping his mouth, Haken nodded politely to Kushina. Regardless of taste, the fact that she had gone out of her way to cook for them, while pregnant, was enough reason to finish the bowl without complaint. Besides, his stomach had been trained by Anko's cooking since childhood. This kind of thing didn't scare him in the least. In fact, Haken thought Kushina's food tasted far better than Anko's. As expected of you, Captain. That's how a real man drinks soup. Not understanding the situation at all, Guy gave Haken a thumbs up before ignoring Kakashi's warning and lifting his own bowl. Gulp. The instant the mysterious liquid hit his stomach, Guy's expression froze. His usually unbreakable face turned green, and then his entire body began to tremble as if he'd forgotten how to breathe. A second later, the green shifted to purple, and tears welled up at the corners of his eyes before streaming down his cheeks. A man must endure. Just as Guy was about to give in, Haken calmly poured himself another bowl and downed it in one smooth gulp. Impressive. Guy gave Haken a shaky thumbs up, then pounded his chest with a fist. The purple tinge on his face had turned to a pale, sickly blue. Clearly, he was enduring a level of torment few could imagine. Haken shook his head. There was no point in pushing Guy any further. Eating something like this might be torture, but it was also a kind of training. Think about it, during a mission, if they were stranded with nothing to eat, they might have to choke down things 100 times worse just to survive. Eat, or die. How would you choose? Using Kushina's cooking to temper that willpower wasn't such a bad idea. Still, there were limits. Standing up, Haken tugged gently at Kushina's sleeve. Sensei's wife, I want to see the 9 tails. The words mother or father would never come out of his mouth, but that didn't stop him from quietly cherishing this rare sense of warmth and connection. The 9 tails. Kushina blinked, momentarily stunned. What was Haken planning? What was there to see in that creature? Yet, as Minato's wife, she understood. Minato treated Haken like his own child, even naming him Naruto's older brother before the boy was born. It was an acknowledgement from the heart. And ever since Haken had first stood guard at her side, she had accepted his presence completely. He wouldn't harm her. Kushina believed that with absolute certainty. Could it be he wanted to reinforce the seal? Naruto's birth was drawing near, and by then, her seal would be at its weakest. Nodding slightly, Kushina took Haken's hand and led him toward the inner room. If you're gonna throw up, do it now. Otherwise, once Owl and Sensei's wife get back, it'll be too late. Kakashi seized the moment, dragging Guy toward the balcony. He could tell Guy was suffering after effects worse than opening all 8 gates at once. The space resembled the one sealed within Naruto, yet there were subtle differences. Before him stood the 9 tails, bound tightly in golden chains. Haken stroked his chin. The adamantine sealing chains. It was clear Kushina had done everything she could to reinforce the seal, ensuring Naruto's safe birth. Perhaps when the Sage of 6 Paths had divided the chakra among the tailed beasts, he had been distracted, or maybe biased. Whatever the reason, it had left the 9 tails exceptionally powerful, even among tailed beasts. Its transformations alone outclassed the others. Of course, it might also have been because Naruto, as Ashura's reincarnation, could awaken the 9 tails chakra mode. Anyone else using the 9 tails chakra mode would never reach that level of strength. There it is, the 9 tails, Kushina said, pointing at the monstrous beast locked within the chains. Kid. The 9 tails glared at him, its massive eyes filled with killing intent and wariness. This was no ordinary child. Its instincts screamed that this one had the power to kill it. Truly kill it, not the kind of death from which it could someday regenerate. Actual death. Haken slowly lifted his head, his gaze meeting the beast's enormous eyes. Then he said something that made the 9 tails freeze completely. Release it for now, Sensei's wife. This brat. What was he planning to do? If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, Kurama's Doubt, the same beastly aura. Unlock the adamantine sealing chains. This was the Ninetales, a tailed beast overflowing with hatred. Kushina opened her mouth to object, but her words faltered when she met Haken's calm, reassuring gaze. Don't worry. It won't act up. If it does, the consequences will be severe. Haken shook his head and stepped forward, stopping right in front of Kurama. His eyes were steady as he looked up at the beast. What do you say, Kurama? No one liked being restrained, and tailed beasts were no exception. That kind of confinement was pure torment. This brat. Kurama's massive eyes flickered with uncertainty, as if weighing his options. How did this kid even know his name? There was no trace of the Sage of Six Paths chakra on him, he clearly wasn't one of his descendants. And yet, did he really think the moment these chains came off, Kurama wouldn't crush him with a single swipe? Kushina didn't know what Haken planned, but for safety's sake, she stepped back and raised her hand. When the golden chains finally dissolved into the air, the Ninetales didn't attack. It simply watched Haken with sharpened wariness. From the very beginning, that aura of death surrounding the boy told it everything it needed to know. This was someone who could truly kill it. Not just the temporary kind of death where a tailed beast reforms over time, but real, irreversible death. The fear in Kurama's eyes deepened. Not even when facing Madara Uchiha had he felt this way. Against Madara, who had forced control over him, all Kurama had ever felt was fury. But this boy, this was something different. This was instinctual, primal fear. Relax. I only want to talk. Haken shook his head and walked steadily toward those enormous claws that gleamed like blades. A Jinchuriki could bring others into their sealed space, but what entered wasn't their full body, only a projection of spiritual energy carrying a trace of their soul. Even if the Ninetales lashed out, Haken wouldn't be physically harmed. Kurama's pupils narrowed, and for a brief moment, that beastly instinct within him stirred, like a mirror reflecting his own nature back at him. Looking at Haken, Kurama suddenly felt as though he were facing one of his own kind. It seems this way of talking makes you feel a bit more comfortable. Crossing his arms, Haken lightly leapt up and landed on the bridge of Kurama's nose, looking him straight in the eyes. Strange. Why hadn't he been swatted off yet? Kurama squinted, his expression full of suspicion. Since parting ways with the Sage of Six Paths, his existence had been one long chain of suffering. For a fox that had once reveled in freedom, being trapped in a human body was unbearable. Humans treated him like a weapon, never realizing that tailed beasts felt emotions just like they did. The two pairs of sharp, needle-like pupils met for a long, unbroken minute before Kurama finally spoke. Kid, you shouldn't be human. There was something wild and untamed in Haken, something that belonged to beasts, not men. That's why, Haken replied calmly, we can talk as equals. He hesitated for a moment, then reached out and lightly tapped Kurama's massive head. It was an odd gesture, one that felt strangely out of place when directed at a creature like this. If Itachi saw this, he'd probably lose his mind. What kind of pose was this supposed to be? Kurama's tail twitched, his eyes filled with confusion. Human or not, there was something wrong about this whole scene. I'm not your pet, brat. Pity. No, it wasn't that. Haken had his own reasons for coming to see the Ninetales. Why had Naruto's childhood been filled with so much loneliness and pain? The Ninetales incident. That was the true cause. The villagers had seen Naruto not as himself, but as the very monster that had destroyed their homes. Yet there was one thing Haken couldn't understand. The villagers only knew that Naruto held the Ninetales, that he was its Jinchuriki. But as the hero who had saved the village, he never knew he was also the fourth Hokage's son. Later, Minato explained that the third Hokage had wanted to protect Naruto. After all, the yellow flash of the third shinobi world war shone too brightly, and with such fame came countless enemies. Yet in Haken's eyes, between being the Ninetales Jinchuriki and the fourth son, the former was far more striking. So why release only the fact that Naruto was the Ninetales Jinchuriki, while hiding the truth that he was the hero's child? Strange. But there was no need to overanalyze it. Konoha's leadership would have to be dealt with sooner or later. For now, Haken's purpose in meeting the Ninetales was simple, to eliminate, at the root, any seeds of hatred toward Jinchuriki. He would remove every possible threat. This village had already changed. Though Haken had sworn he wouldn't allow Obito to harm Kushina, proper precautions still had to be taken. In the original story, the Ninetales hadn't been entirely mad at the start. It was only after Minato defeated Obito and broke the genjutsu restraining it that the beast's instincts exploded, and it began its indiscriminate rampage. That was when disaster struck. Between a tailed beast under control and one fully unleashed, which was more dangerous? Haken knew the answer, the latter. You don't want to stay trapped like this forever, do you? Not even a moment to breathe fresh air. Sitting down on Kurama's nose, Haken patted his waist. He hadn't brought his sake gourd, so he couldn't even offer the fox a drink. What do you mean? Confusion flickered in the Ninetales' eyes. Freedom. Who wouldn't want it? It had been sealed away for decades, forced to see only what its Jinchuriki saw. That kind of confinement, no creature could like it. Trust goes both ways, Haken said lazily. I just trusted you once, so now it's your turn to trust me. He yawned, feeling a touch of boredom. Of course, he wasn't Naruto. He couldn't win over a tailed beast with a few words. And he would never be the type to look into Kurama's eyes and talk about understanding or dissolving hatred. That sort of talk no jutsu wasn't his style. Even when reading the original story, he'd found it hard to stomach, much less say it himself. Practical action, that was what mattered. Human, don't think a few words will make this old man trust you. As expected, Kurama's cold gaze didn't waver. Gaining its trust wouldn't be easy. I'll only say this once. Haken shook his head. If something happens, and I mean an accident, stay down. Don't move. If you dare fire a tailed beast ball at this village, I'll smash your head in. He raised his right hand like a gun, his needle-like pupils returning to normal. On the other hand, if you keep your word, I'll make sure you get chances to move around freely later. Standing up, Haken jumped down from Kurama's nose. For someone with his system, it wouldn't be difficult, just a matter of spending a few points on the right item. And honestly, having Kurama guard the village didn't sound bad at all. Especially if he could convince the fox to take on its smaller form, it'd make for a surprisingly good companion to pet. Oh, and one more thing. As Haken turned back toward Kushina, he suddenly glanced over his shoulder at Kurama. A wave of Shinigami-like spiritual pressure burst from his body. I may have released your chains, but don't you dare lay a finger on my sensei's wife. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, The Resolve of a Kage. I've been waiting for you, Danzo. Dinner was warm and lively. After throwing up several times, Guy had finally grown somewhat used to the sheer terror that came with eating Kushina's cooking. The cheerful atmosphere in the fourth Hokage's home remained as bright as ever. Meanwhile, not far away in the Hokage building, Minato Namikaze looked in surprise at the elderly man standing before him, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage of Konoha. He had come just as Minato was finishing his work for the day and preparing to head home. This time, however, the old man didn't make Minato feel awkward. And the words he spoke carried an unexpected weight. I haven't contributed much to Konoha in recent years. This time, I want to help protect the village. He didn't light his pipe, just held it quietly in his hand, standing there as he watched Minato. This was the Hokage he had once chosen and guided himself. In the end, he had come, his eyes calm but resolute as he spoke his mind. When the previous Ninetales Jinchuriki, Lady Mito Uzumaki, gave birth, the seal on the Ninetales weakened to its limit. That time, the beast nearly broke free and caused a catastrophe. His gaze softened, filled with memory as he went on. So, Minato, this time I want to take part in the village's defense. I may be old, but that's no reason to abandon my duty to protect Konoha. Will you allow it? There was a faint trace of pleading in his tone. Completely different from the third Hokage Minato had once known, the decisive, authoritative man who never asked anyone's permission. What had changed this old man so much? Minato's sharp instincts told him something was about to happen. Lord Third. He frowned, wanting to ask, but Hiruzen simply shook his head. Don't ask. I don't know either. Call it instinct or whatever you like. I just want to spend what remains of my life doing something meaningful. To show that young man who looks down on me that the third Hokage wasn't entirely useless. After all, the inscription for the Will of Fire, that was written by me. Turning toward the door, Hiruzen's figure wasn't tall, but it carried a certain unshakable dignity. This old man is Konoha's third Hokage. The door closed behind him. Only Minato remained in the office, standing silently by his desk. After a few moments, the yellow flash let out a small smile. That young man he mentioned could only be Haken. But still. Lord Third, you've changed too. The dim candle flickered faintly. Konoha, in a secluded room on the outskirts of the village. Space rippled, and from within the swirling vortex, a figure slowly emerged. The old man seated in the center of the room seemed used to such occurrences. He merely lifted his head slightly to glance at the newcomer. The masked man before him called himself Madara Uchiha. Though this wasn't their first meeting, Danzo still couldn't bring himself to respect that name. Madara Uchiha. That man would never hide himself in the shadows. It's almost done. A hoarse, grim voice came from beneath the mask. He mimicked Madara's tone well, Obito Uchiha, inheritor of Madara's will, until the day his mask would be torn away and his own world revealed. I'm curious, Danzo murmured, narrowing his eyes as if trying to read something deeper in the lone Sharingan peering through the mask. How did you persuade them? The 2 tails and the 9 tails. And what Konoha obtained before. Obito's tone was casual, but Danzo caught the faint trace of mockery beneath it. It seemed that manipulating others, and succeeding, gave him a deep sense of satisfaction. Yes. Only those 2 things truly mattered. Outsiders imagined far too much. But unfortunately for them, they would never get their hands on them. The mockery in Obito's eye deepened. Even this old man before him, Danzo Shimura, who schemed to become the next Hokage, was nothing more than another pawn in his game. Otherwise, he would never have sought him out. In plans like these, the inside man's role was crucial. I need a specific date. After a long silence, Obito took a deep breath and spoke again. October 10th. Danzo's chest rose and fell slightly, his eyes gleaming. Very well. After that day, you will be Konoha's 5th Hokage. The spatial vortex surged again, swallowing Obito's figure into the darkness. The 5th Hokage. At last, the ambition and hunger burning in Danzo's eyes could no longer be contained. Rising from his seat, he left the room and walked through the quiet Konoha streets until he reached the end. His gaze traveled from the ground up to the stone faces of the Hokage rock. His hand lifted slightly, then clenched tightly into a fist. After a long pause to calm himself, Danzo turned toward the entrance of his Root division. Root. It was his organization. Disbanding it was out of the question. He had countless ways to make those who thrived in the shadows sink even deeper into them. The base was as cold and silent as ever, appearing abandoned to the untrained eye. In truth, Danzo had long since grown used to observing and controlling Konoha's every move from the confines of this underground world. But now, 2 stools sat before the entrance. Between them, a small table with a shogi board already set up. I've been waiting a long time for you, Danzo. Sitting on one of the stools, smoking his pipe, Hiruzen wore a faint smile. You shouldn't be here. You should be at home drinking tea, or by the river fishing. That's the life you should be living. And I won't waste time sitting here playing shogi with you. You should understand that, Hiruzen. Danzo frowned and didn't sit down. Then I'll command you once more, as the 3rd Hokage. The smile faded from Hiruzen's face. He tapped the ashes from his pipe, then met Danzo's eyes with quiet determination. From this moment until Kushina's childbirth is over. You're not to go anywhere. This is an order from me, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage of Konoha. You're not to go anywhere. An order from the Hokage. From the moment Danzo left his house until now, Hiruzen had run through countless possibilities in his mind. He had asked himself, if Danzo still desired the Hokage's seat, then his next move would surely be reckless. That wasn't for Konoha. It was for his own dream. Protecting the village was never meant to be done this way. So now, Hiruzen had come. In his own way, he would stop his old comrade from stepping off the edge. To Hiruzen, he wasn't restraining Danzo, he was saving him. Saving the friend who had fought beside him since the First Shinobi World War. No matter what Danzo thought, this time, Hiruzen would not back down. Hiruzen, you're no longer the Hokage. Weighed down all his life by the shadow of that title, Danzo had long grown to despise those words. Whenever they argued, whenever the debate reached its peak, Hiruzen would invoke his authority as Hokage. Even now, Danzo's voice was cold and defiant, but in the end, he sat across from Hiruzen. There was only one reason. For a brief moment, he sensed something different about him. Hiruzen had changed. If he refused, Hiruzen might truly turn against him. He might even expose Danzo's potential threat to the public. He couldn't take that risk. The fierce game of shogi had begun. Chapter 106, October 10th, The Nine Tails, Naruto, and Konoha. Haha, you guys didn't see how obedient the Nine Tails was just now when it saw Hakken. At Minato's home. After finally enjoying a peaceful dinner, everyone sat properly on the sofa. Kushina was laughing so hard she could barely breathe, clearly in a great mood. To be honest, she had communicated with the Nine Tails before, but it rarely ended well. Seeing it behave so meekly this time was truly surprising. Hakken sat comfortably, eating an apple Kushina had peeled down to barely a third of its size. The atmosphere in the room was pleasant. But after taking a bite, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. The apple tasted fine. The problem was the strange fluctuation of spiritual pressure that caught his attention. That familiar, far too familiar, spiritual pressure. The kind buried deep within the soul, filled with sorrow and despair, coated on the surface with anger, resentment, and a faint trace of inferiority. Only one person in the world had such a soul. No matter how well hidden, the scent of that soul would never escape a Shinigami's perception. Having activated both major templates, Hakken knew immediately who it was. Obito Uchiha. He was here. But not for long. If he hadn't already left, Hakken would have stormed out with his blade in hand by now. Kamui. That kind of space-time ninjutsu could only be countered by a technique powerful enough to tear through space itself. Only one move could do it. But if he used it in Konoha, the village would be destroyed. His eyes glinted as he shoved the entire apple into his mouth, biting down hard as if it were Obito himself. And besides Obito, there were Danzo and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The two old men seemed to have gathered together. What were they up to? After swallowing the last bite of apple and watching Kushina head to her room to rest, the boy took a deep breath. Night Owl. At his call, the squad members instantly appeared before Haken, each swiftly putting on their masks. It was the signal to assemble. Such seriousness meant Owl had already entered combat mode. Kakashi, Guy. Effective immediately, ANBU training is suspended. Each of you will lead 100 ANBU ninja and conceal yourselves on either side of the village. How you allocate and divide the tasks is up to you. One thing only, take direct action upon sighting any suspicious targets. Additionally, Itachi, go inform your father. The patrol intervals for the Uchiha Guard are to be shortened by 5 minutes. Deliver this message, the Uchiha clan must declare their allegiance. After issuing 2 consecutive orders, Haken finally fixed his gaze on Shisui. My turn. Taking a deep breath, Shisui felt a flicker of tension. Those 2 old men at the Root Division entrance, you must monitor them around the clock. Report any unusual activity directly to me. A glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. If there's no time, kill them outright. Second point, should any unexpected situation arise, your Susanoo must be deployed to its fullest capacity. Susanoo. Shisui visibly froze. He had never spoken of his own Mangekyo Sharingan abilities. It wasn't that he deliberately concealed them, but he understood all too well the immense repercussions if word of his Mangekyo Sharingan powers spread. If possible, he'd never use Koto Ematsukami again. But Haken knew. Understood. Now wasn't the time for distraction. Nodding to Haken, Shisui vanished from the room. The squad members departed with their missions. Kushina's safety. He would personally ensure it. Haken stepped onto the balcony, his Zanpakuto in hand. He raised the long blade toward the darkness before him, then gently lowered it. Only when swinging his blade did he become exceptionally calm, and thinking while swinging had become a habit. The mundane act of swinging his blade elevated not just his strength, but his state of mind. The long night began. Days passed. The atmosphere within Konohagakure grew increasingly tense. Even ordinary villagers knew better than to cause trouble lately, staying quietly at home, simply by seeing the joint patrols of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans pass by repeatedly. This day was October 10th. Early that morning, Kushina felt unwell. Haken and Minato took her to the specially prepared delivery room next to Konoha Hospital to wait. The child inside her was kicking her around. The restless Naruto seemed to sense what was about to happen. Yet the 9 tails within Kushina remained unusually quiet. No crying. No fussing. It even yawned. Puffed. Just a woman giving birth. Nothing to see here. Its memories were filled with peculiar images of the work done before this great continuation of life. Who knows if the brat was telling the truth? Bored, it swished its tail. Truth be told, it had indeed planned to cause trouble during Kushina's delivery. It even considered breaking free from its seal. After all, based on its experience, a woman's seal was extremely vulnerable at this moment, just like Minato Uzumaki's had been. Moreover, Kushina Uzumaki wasn't as powerful as Mito Uzumaki. If it went all out, it would surely have a chance. But what good would escaping do? That brat had warned it. Dare to cause trouble, and he'd smash its skull in. If anyone else had said that, Kurama would have immediately unleashed a tailed beast ball to make them understand this lord wasn't to be trifled with. But that particular brat was different. If it went out, it couldn't withstand his great sword. Hypocritical humans. Well, this lord will trust you this once. There was no other choice anyway. But what exactly was that brat referring to as an accident? Kurama squinted, utterly perplexed. With that kid around, what kind of accident could possibly happen? If there's no accident, and he keeps his promise, what should I eat once I'm out? That girl Kushina keeps raving about how delicious the 3-colored dumplings are. I'd really like to try them. Lost in thought, a single, glistening tear rolled down the proud Kurama's cheek. Who knew Minato-sensei could get so flustered? Outside the delivery room, Haken leaned against the wall. Inside, Minato paced like an ant on a hot pan, darting from one spot to the next. After all, it was his first time being a father. Kushina's agonized cries drifted out intermittently. His nervousness was understandable. The experienced midwife, Biwako Sarutobi, was handling the delivery. The third Hokage's wife was highly skilled in this field. Scratching his head awkwardly, Minato's face bore a trace of worry. Every mother is truly great. Konoha lacked the facilities for cesarean sections, and Orochimaru hadn't researched such techniques. The level of pain was beyond what most could imagine. The long wait continued. Hakken, clutching his Zanpakuto, eyes closed, constantly sensed the fluctuations in spiritual pressure throughout Kanagakur. Suddenly, the youth opened his eyes, gazing in one direction. Immediately, a figure dashed before him. He was one of the ANBU members, codenamed Retsu, a jonin sent to the ANBU from the Hyuga branch family. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 107. Chapter 107, You Can Always Trust Konoha's Kenpachi. 4th Hokage, Commander. An unknown shinobi force of over 100 has been detected on Konoha's eastern side. Kakashi-senpai has already led the ANBU to intercept. Retsu reported solemnly. Here we go. Hakken let out a cold laugh. Truth be told, he had thought any potential incident would occur inside the village itself. He never expected Obito to strike with such a stealthy assault. One crisis had barely ended before another began. Retsu had just departed when new intelligence arrived. Hokage-sama. Unknown enemies have appeared in the northern sector of Konoha. Report. A large number of unidentified enemies have also been spotted in the south. Report. The Uchiha clan patrol in the east has already engaged the enemy. As one messenger after another appeared, Minato's anxiety deepened. Hakken, I'm leaving this to you. I'll deal with the attackers. As Hokage, he was duty-bound to appear on the battlefield. Even though his wife was in labor and needed him by her side, the duty of a Kage came first. When the village was in danger, he had to stand at the front. And with his most trusted disciple here, he believed everything would be fine. But just as Minato was about to leave, Hakken suddenly grabbed his hand. The duties of a Hokage are important, but remember this, sensei. You're also a father. A husband. If you can't even protect your family, how can you protect the village? Shaking his head, Hakken slung his blade over his shoulder and started for the door. Also, trust your subordinates. Every one of them was chosen because they have the resolve to die for Konoha. Stay here and look after your wife. Leave the rest to me. Back then, when I stood at the ANBU exit, you were the only one beside me. Tilting his head, Hakken flashed a bright smile. You placed your trust in me. I'll repay it with a new Konoha. After today, Konoha will change completely. And Minato-sensei, remember what I once told you. You can always trust Konoha's Kenpachi. Wait for my signal. Hiruzen. At the entrance of the Root Division base, two old men sat frozen over a shogi board. Outside the village, the roar of battle shook the air, and Danzo's smile grew wider. You still have time to play shogi. You're the third Hokage, shouldn't you be protecting the villagers? The plan was already in motion. As the first piece landed on the board, he could already see the outcome. This game, in the end, would be his victory. What did it matter if Hiruzen was watching? He had already prepared everything. What have you done? Hiruzen's hand trembled slightly as he held the piece, his face darkening. Nothing much. Just re-establishing Konoha's order, restoring this village to its rightful path, Danzo said calmly. I'm about to succeed. Since you no longer wish to be Hokage, I'll take matters into my own hands. The shogi piece landed with a heavy thud. The state of the board shifted dramatically. The tension between the two surged and fell like waves, neither realizing that every move they made was being observed from the shadows, by a pair of unique Mangekyo Sharingan eyes. War erupted. Villagers watched in panic, fear etched on their faces. Yet their hearts found steadiness seeing that not a single Konoha guardian retreated, every ninja advanced in perfect formation, charging toward the outskirts to defend their home. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Mitarashi residence at the heart of the village, Mitarashi Anko, Kurinai Yuhi, and the gentle little cat sat together. Hakken had already given his orders, they wouldn't need to join this battle. In truth, among the three girls, the strongest was Yujitoni. But even with her strength, stepping onto the battlefield now would make little difference. The girls sat close together, waiting for the chaos to subside. The air was heavy, filled with tension and worry. No one spoke. Then, as if sensing something off, Yujito's eyes snapped toward the door. A figure descended slowly. Two Tails. The hoarse voice behind the mask carried a dark weight, radiating power. Obito Uchiha. He had appeared. And his target was Yujitoni. The battle outside Konoha still raged, but to Obito, it was nothing more than a distraction. The Two Tails and the Nine Tails were his true objectives. You're here. As the girls tensed, a boy stepped out from the room, sword resting casually on his shoulder. All eyes turned toward him. Hakken Yoru. He was here too. Heh, not bad. You already know my target. But instead of surprise, Obito crossed his arms and chuckled. What are you laughing at? Haken's grip tightened on his blade, his tone mocking. I only came to test if you really understood my intentions. If you weren't here, I would have taken the two tails. But your presence confirms that only the fourth Hokage is with Kushina Uzumaki. Obito's single Sharingan gleamed as he pointed toward Haken. Watch helplessly as your teacher, your loved ones, die in Konoha. Boom. A burst of smoke filled the air, and Obito vanished. A shadow clone. Yujito gasped. Big sis, take them to the Konoha shelter. Haken didn't flinch. He gave the order calmly, stepping forward. Only Yujito, who stood closest, heard him murmur under his breath. He really thinks he's clever. Sorry, Obito. But I'm just a shadow clone too. The real me has already prepared a nice surprise for you. The Hakenyura standing there was also a shadow clone. But even his clone possessed enough strength to aid in the fierce battle raging outside the village. Obito thought he had everything figured out, unaware of how deeply Haken understood him. The two tails and the nine tails, both were targets of the Akatsuki. Though the tailed beasts were meant to be sealed into the demonic statue of the outer path one by one, the one tail wasn't difficult to obtain, which meant one of Obito's immediate targets had to be the two tails. What Haken hadn't expected was that Obito would truly believe this clone was his real body. The Nine Tails rampage had escalated in complexity because of his presence, yet every possible outcome had already been calculated by Haken. From the moment he left, Obito had already lost. Konoha was now completely surrounded by enemies. And to the astonishment of the evacuating villagers, the head of the Uchiha clan was leading his people without hesitation straight into battle. My clansmen. The moment of glory for the Uchiha has arrived. Everyone remembers the Senju clan as Konoha's founders, while we Uchiha have been forgotten. Let them witness the peak power of the strongest clan of the Warring States era. Fugaku Uchiha's roar echoed through the air. The onlookers gasped as a massive, black skeletal frame rose from his body. A single word thundered across the battlefield. Kill. Now, the ones standing to defend the village were the proud and unyielding Uchiha clan. They had stepped forward. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. Patreon.com/pinksnake